Zhao Angui is a time traveler, an ordinary yet unfortunate one that due to an intense bout of overtime, he lost consciousness and simultaneously his life at the company, his soul wandering aimlessly into the world of Naruto. At this moment, he finds himself within the body of Uchiha Izumi, instinctively resisting the almost natural inclination to merge with her soul. After his transmigration, Zhao Angui's spirit has been adrift in the Naruto universe, leaving his own mind in a state of disorientation. In this dazed state, his soul inadvertently enters Uchiha Izumi's body, instinctively gravitating towards her essence. Typically, the next step would involve the merging of souls, resulting in Zhao Angui's rebirth as Uchiha Izumi, while she would become the time traveler. However, just as their souls are on the brink of fusion, Zhao Angui's consciousness awakens. Realizing he is about to merge with a young girl's soul, he hastily halts the process. Although not a paragon of virtue, Zhao Angui does not wish for an innocent girl to lose her identity because of him. From that moment, his soul resides like a lingering spirit within Uchiha Izumi, who, sensing the connection, becomes aware of his presence. They begin to communicate within the realm of the mind, gradually forming a bond of friendship. Zhao Angui finds great fondness for Uchiha Izumi, but this affection is not romantic. Rather, it is a genuine admiration for her character. She embodies the clarity of her namesake, a girl as pure as spring water. Her thoughts are uncomplicated, and despite having experienced loss, she maintains a bright smile. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she possesses considerable strength, having awakened her Sharingan at an early age. Yet, as a genin, her daily concerns revolve around completing missions, assisting her mother with chores, or daydreaming of blossoming into a beautiful bride married to her. Beloved in stark contrast to Zhao Angui, who has grown disillusioned with society, Uchiha Izumi radiates a refreshing innocence. Consequently, when Zhao Angui reveals the storyline of Naruto to her, she dismissively waves it off, saying, "Mr. Zhao, you are exaggerating. The power struggles within Konoha are their own affairs, irrelevant to us ordinary folk. As for the night of the massacre, that's merely a comic. The atmosphere in Konoha is wonderful, such tragedies will never occur." Evidently, Uchiha Izumi remains oblivious to the brutality of power struggles and the insanity of Konoha's higher-ups. Even when Zhao Angui repeatedly cautions her, she turns a deaf ear. Thus, he resorts to advising her on training methods derived from the manga, urging her to emulate the characters' journeys. Uchiha Izumi, intrigued, does not resist leveraging her impressive ninja aptitude. She swiftly masters tree climbing and water walking techniques. Following the training methods depicted in the manga, she masters the Rasengan in under a month. With her Three-Demo Sharingan, the 13-year-old Uchiha Izumi possesses strength that surpasses the average chunin, rivaling that of special jonin. Pleased with her prowess, Uchiha Izumi stands out even among her talented clan, second only to Uchiha Itachi, the clan leader's son. Yet, Zhao Angui recognizes that her strength is insufficient. At the same age of 13, Uchiha Itachi poses a formidable threat, with the Uchiha clan's demise looming ominously. Zhao Angui continually warns Uchiha Izumi, urging her to leave Konoha at once. However, she remains unconcerned, feeling that Zhao Angui is taking the comic too seriously. One day, exasperated by his incessant warnings, she retorts, "If you truly wish to alter my perspective, then merge your soul with mine. In that case, I would embody you, and your thoughts would be my own, sparing you the trouble of pestering me." Her skepticism towards Zhao Angui is understandable. Having grown up in Konoha, she cannot fathom the upper echelons plotting the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, her close relationship with Uchiha Itachi complicates her beliefs, as she struggles to reconcile the image of her cherished childhood friend with the notion that he would become the instrument of her clan's slaughter. This encapsulates the paradox of reality. Despite Zhao Angui's heartfelt disclosures, Uchiha Izumi cannot accept the possibility that they may manifest. Perhaps, as she posited, only through the fusion of their souls could they truly comprehend one another. As time passes, Zhao Angui gradually relinquishes his attempts to persuade Uchiha Izumi. They continue their conversations within the mental realm, seemingly oblivious to the impending tragedy. Alas, Reality does not heed human will. Even if one chooses to ignore it, the hammer of fate will inevitably awaken them from their dreams. On a night illuminated by the silvery moonlight, Uchiha Izumi witnesses the most harrowing spectacle of her life. The streets are strewn with the lifeless bodies of her clan members, each one a victim of the bloodshed. Terrified, she rushes home only to find her mother fatally wounded by a dagger to the chest. Despite her agony, her mother urges, "Izumi, flee." Uchiha Izumi, refusing to abandon her, immediately rushes to save her mother. Yet, as she brandishes her kunai, she is horrified to discover that the assailant is none other than her childhood companion, Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, how could you?" she gasps, struggling to comprehend the grim reality before her. While Uchiha Izumi hesitates, Uchiha Itachi acts decisively. His Sharingan evolves as the Tomo intertwine, forming an eerie pattern. It is the Manjiki Sharingan. At the moment she recognizes his eyes, he activates Tsukuyami. Uchiha Izumi is thrust into an illusion where everything is under Itachi's control. His intent is to grant her a blissful existence within this fantasy, yet he fails to anticipate the presence of another soul within her. As Uchiha Izumi's spirit becomes ensnared in the illusion, Zhao Angui's essence swiftly takes command of her body. Just as Uchiha Itachi prepares to manipulate the illusion, Uchiha Izumi's body autonomously departs the scene, disrupting the activation of Tsukuyami and allowing her to escape with her life. No, it cannot be like this. Tears welled in the eyes of Uchiha Izumi, who had narrowly escaped death, unable to accept the grim reality before her. Just moments ago, her mother had perished right before her eyes, and the very boy she cherished had been the one to take her life. In the depths of her mind, Zhao Angui endeavored to console Uchiha Izumi, yet in that moment, she could not absorb any comfort. She merely ran forward in a daze, witnessing the bodies of her fellow Uchiha strewn across the streets. Most of these Uchiha were ordinary villagers of Konoha. Many, far from being ninjas, possessed no chakra at all. They were oblivious to the power struggles occurring at the higher echelons and had little understanding of their family Sharingan. They were but common folk, living their lives in Konoha with a blissful ignorance. Each morning, they would greet their neighbors upon opening their doors, partake in meals, go to work, return home, and share trivial anecdotes at the dinner table, enjoying the simplicity of their everyday lives. They were meant to grow old in this repetitive cycle, gradually moving towards death in the twilight of their years. This was their destined path, yet now they lay lifeless, merely because the higher-ups of Konoha deemed them a threat. And the Uchiha clan Sharingan was viewed as a malevolent power. The lives of these ordinary people had been scattered like dandelion fluff. What have we Uchiha done wrong? Uchiha Izumi cried out in anguish, before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Regret consumed her for not heeding Zhao Angui's advice, and she loathed her own impotence. Faced with her deceased mother and the slaughtered kin, she felt powerless even to flee. In the midst of this despair, the three Tomo in her Sharingan began to spin rapidly, gradually merging into a singular form. However, constrained by Uchiha Izumi's innate talents, the Tomo could not evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In this moment of near despair, Uchiha Izumi suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Zhao, let us merge into one." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Angui responded with surprise, "Izumi, have you truly made this decision? If we fuse, no one can guarantee what will ensue. We might descend into madness due to our disarray, or one of us could become a mere vassal to the other. In essence, we shall cease to be ourselves. Are you truly willing to relinquish your identity? What choice do I have? Had I heeded your counsel sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Ultimately, I am too naive and cowardly to confront the brutal reality of the ninja world. Even if I were to escape the annihilation of my clan today, I lack the strength to avenge the Uchiha. Therefore, I must place my hopes in you, Mr. Zhao." Uchiha Izumi's tone grew resolute, and the spinning of the three Tomo in her eyes quickened. "So, Mr. Zhao, from this day forth, let us live as one. I hope that our future selves will inherit your maturity and cast aside my innocence. We must grow stronger in this merciless world of ninjas and seek justice for the innocents who perish today." Faced with Uchiha Izumi's unwavering resolve, Zhao Angui pondered briefly before choosing to acquiesce. After all, he has now become a wandering spirit, and if resurrection is possible, sharing life and soul with a young girl is an acceptable price. Zhao Angui truly mourns for Uchiha Izumi, for he knows that from this day forth, the once pure and innocent girl, akin to a babbling brook, will completely vanish. Henceforth, the name Uchiha Izumi will be inherited only by a ruthless avenger, who will dedicate her life solely to exacting revenge upon the merciless executioners of the innocent. Thus, Zhao Angui relinquished the bindings of his soul, allowing it to swiftly approach Uchiha Izumi. Within the realm of the spirit, their souls encountered one another, and Zhao Angui's essence began to dissolve, slowly merging into Uchiha Izumi's soul like clear water. Uchiha Izumi felt a transformation within herself, as memories of Zhao Angui surged forth in her mind. With the influx of memories, her sense of self began to shift. She gradually sensed that she was no longer the Uchiha Izumi of the ninja world, but rather Zhao Angui of the real world. This sensation was both contradictory and harmonious, akin to a person being torn asunder, or the awakening of past life memories in the present. At last, their souls fully merged. The reborn Uchiha Izumi no longer bore solely the three-tomo Sharingan. Empowered by the union of two souls, her eyes transcended the limitations of talent and evolved into a kaleidoscope. Uchiha Izumi extended her hands, pondering, "Am I Uchiha Izumi? Or am I Zhao Angui?" After a moment of confusion, her gaze grew resolute. "I am both Uchiha Izumi and Zhao Angui. Zhao Angui is the me from another world, while Uchiha Izumi is the me of this world. Yet, since I now exist in body and identity as Uchiha Izumi and inhabit the ninja world, I shall continue to live as Uchiha Izumi." Uchiha Izumi nodded and then closed her eyes, attuning herself to the abilities of her kaleidoscope Sharingan. "So, it is Ubi dear and Subai Jier?" It appears that Uchiha Izumi, as a product of the fusion of two souls, possesses a kaleidoscope with two distinct abilities, each representing the wishes of both Uchiha Izumi and Zhao Angui. The left eye, Ubi deer, grants the ability to observe and traverse different worlds, embodying Zhao Angui's desire to return to his former world as a traveler. Thus, he awakened the power to observe and traverse realms. However, limited by his ocular prowess, Uchiha Izumi currently cannot activate this ability. Even if she could, all she would perceive would be chaos, rendering any form of interworld traversal impossible. In contrast, the right eye, Subai Jier, is far more practical. With this ability, Uchiha Izumi can sever her soul, manifesting a portion of it to control another's body. This ability naturally reflects Uchiha Izumi's past wish. At the moment her mother was slain by Uchiha Itachi, her greatest desire was to intervene and prevent such tragedy. Thus, she awakened the power to manipulate others' bodies, hoping to protect everyone without inflicting harm. Moreover, this newfound ability embodies the aspirations of the reborn Uchiha Izumi. For after the merging of two souls, she yearns for the separation of Uchiha Izumi and Zhao Angui, wishing for them to exist once more as independent entities. It is conceivable that in the future, Uchiha Izumi could seize the technique of impure world reincarnation from Orochimaru, thus enabling her to partition her soul and extricate Zhao Angui as a relatively autonomous individual from within herself. In summary, the newly awakened Uchiha Izumi, empowered by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, has already attained a strength comparable to that of a Kage. Furthermore, due to the relative simplicity of Uchiha Izumi's memories, her personality has evolved to primarily reflect that of Zhao Angui. At this moment, she no longer embodies the confusion of her former self. Her gaze is resolute as she strides toward the exit of Konohagakure. Suddenly, just as she is on the verge of departure, the voice of Uchiha Itachi resonates in her ears. Beneath the chilling moonlight lies a street reminiscent of hell. The lifeless bodies of Uchiha clansmen are strewn about, their unblinking eyes filled with accusations against this grotesque world. The reborn Uchiha Izumi stands amidst the corpses of her kin, her gaze fixated on a figure on the distant rooftop, both familiar and alien. She murmurs, "Uchiha Itachi." There is neither anger nor hysteria. Her eyes, upon looking at Uchiha Itachi, resemble those cast upon a stranger. The bond of childhood friendship, the ties of youthful companionship, vanished entirely in the instant of her mother's demise. Uchiha Itachi comprehends Izumi's anguish, having just taken the lives of his own parents and experienced the same profound sorrow. Yet, for the sake of the Uchiha clan's reputation and to safeguard the peace of Konohagakure, he cannot permit Uchiha Izumi to depart. For if she were to leave, the truth of the Uchiha massacre would inevitably come to light. Such a revelation would incite a tremendous uproar within both the shinobi world and Konohagakure, potentially plunging the village and the entire shinobi realm into chaos. To protect Konohagakure and ensure the tranquility of the ninja world, Uchiha Izumi must perish today. Such is Uchiha Itachi's reasoning, foolish and arrogant. He believes he is undertaking a noble endeavor, yet remains entirely oblivious to the futility of his actions. Even if Uchiha Izumi were to remain confined, would not the discerning minds of the ninja world already know who the true culprit behind the destruction of the Uchiha clan is? Would the exposure of the Uchiha massacre's truth genuinely destabilize the dynamics within Konohagakure and the shinobi realm? In reality, the upper echelons of Konohagakure have long been aware of the underlying truths. Uchiha Itachi's ruthless actions against his kin serve no purpose in the eyes of those who can see clearly. They only further tarnish the reputation of the village in the eyes of the world. Itachi, in his misguided belief that his brutality could safeguard Konohagakure, fails to recognize that such annihilation merely diminishes the village's fortunes. However, the current Uchiha Izumi harbors no interest in critiquing Uchiha Itachi's beliefs. When the Uchiha clan faced complete extermination, the ties between Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Itachi, and this village of Konohagakure have been reduced to an unending cycle of vengeance. Moreover, she has now merged with the soul of the time traveler Zhao Angui, rendering herself remarkably mature. The current Uzumaki Izumi no longer possesses any naivety when confronting her foes. Her response is solely to wield her blades. Spiraling sphere. Chakra coalesced in Uzumaki Izumi's palm, swiftly transforming into a vibrant blue orb. In the face of Uchiha Itachi, the newly reborn Uzumaki Izumi boldly opted for an offensive strike. The azure spiraling sphere stirred the surrounding air as it surged directly towards Uchiha Itachi. Is this the technique of the fourth Hokage? Upon witnessing Uzumaki Izumi's spiraling sphere, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. He was well aware of his childhood friend's remarkable talent, having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age. However, he never anticipated that Uzumaki Izumi had silently mastered the fourth Hokage's secret technique. Though Uzumaki Izumi's ninjutsu exceeded Uchiha Itachi's expectations, her combat experience and overall strength ultimately fell short in comparison to his. While the power of the spiraling sphere was formidable, her movements were effortlessly subdued by Uchiha Itachi. As the spiraling sphere made contact with him, Uchiha Itachi's right hand clasped Uzumaki Izumi's wrist. By restraining her right hand, the attack of the spiraling sphere could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Uchiha Itachi. How could it be so simple? Uzumaki Izumi was equally astonished to discover the extent of Uchiha Itachi's prowess. At that moment, she activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan and, having merged the souls of two individuals, experienced a significant enhancement in her overall strength, having undoubtedly crossed the threshold of the shadow level. Yet, despite such power, she found herself vastly outmatched by Uchiha Itachi. Even without activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uzumaki Izumi stood no chance against him. This Uchiha Itachi is truly a monster. Even without the kaleidoscope, his strength must be at the shadow level, right? Uzumaki Izumi possessed the prowess of a special jonin by the age of 13, a talent seldom seen in the annals of Konoha's history. However, when compared to Uchiha Itachi, she felt utterly insignificant. Without the aid of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, she was no match for him. Thus, Uzumaki Izumi had no choice but to awaken her newly attained kaleidoscope Sharingan. What is this? As Uchiha Itachi grasped her wrist, preparing to launch a follow-up attack, his right hand suddenly slackened, releasing its grip on Uzumaki Izumi. Seizing this opportunity, she retaliated, striking him directly with the blue spiraling sphere, sending him hurtling through the air. Suspended mid-flight, Uchiha Itachi gazed incredulously at the distance, noticing the chilling glint in Uzumaki Izumi's eyes, where the three-tomo had seamlessly merged. The kaleidoscope Sharingan? So, she too has awakened this cursed eye? Cursed be my carelessness. After being struck by the spiraling sphere, Uchiha Itachi landed on a distant tree trunk, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, despite this, he did not lose his combat capabilities. Once he steadied his breath, Uchiha Itachi prepared to counterattack. He must eliminate Uzumaki Izumi today. Otherwise, should she become an enemy to the village with the power of the kaleidoscope, the threat to Konoha would be insurmountable. However, just as Uchiha Itachi regained his footing, Uzumaki Izumi's figure had already vanished from sight. It appears that Uchiha Izumi is acutely aware of the considerable disparity in strength between herself and Uchiha Itachi. Even if she were to employ the ocular techniques of her Mangekyo Sharingan to gain an advantage over Itachi, it would not necessarily equate to her ability to defeat him. Moreover, it is not solely Itachi who has perpetrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan. There is also the other madman from their lineage, Uchiha Obito. An astute observer of circumstances, Uchiha Izumi, having merged with the soul of a time traveler, exhibits a composure far surpassing that of an ordinary Uchiha. Faced with a perilous situation and seizing an opportunity, she chooses to extricate herself forthwith. Such decisiveness and determination only serve to heighten Itachi's wariness of her. He senses that today he has spared a formidable monster. The future of the Uchiha clan, and indeed that of the entire Hidden Leaf village, is now under considerable threat due to Uchiha Izumi. Realizing this danger, Itachi promptly seeks out Danzo, who is currently leading members of Root to secure the Uchiha district, and advises him to reinforce their ranks to prevent Izumi from escaping the village. However, most of Root's ninjas possess limited strength, and despite Itachi's warning, Uchiha Izumi effortlessly slips away using her Mangekyo Sharingan. Consequently, by the time the sun rises the following day, Root has yet to uncover any trace of her. In a dim corner of the Leaf Village, Danzo stands in confrontation with the third Hokage and Uchiha Itachi. After hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo expresses his frustration. Who would have thought that at such a critical juncture, Uchiha Izumi would emerge? According to their initial plans, the conspirators within the Uchiha clan were to be eradicated last night, with only Uchiha Sasuke retained as a counterbalance to the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, burdened with the sin of his clan's annihilation, would seize the opportunity to join the Akatsuki organization, acting as a covert agent for the Leaf. Thus, the greatest internal threat posed by the Uchiha clan would be eliminated, while the external menace of the Akatsuki would also be infiltrated. As for the architect of this upheaval, the leadership of the Leaf Village, spearheaded by the third Hokage, would reap the maximum benefits while appearing blameless. Yet, no one anticipated that at such a pivotal moment, the previously unremarkable Uchiha Izumi would awaken her Mangekyo Sharingan. Consequently, the meticulous plans of the Leaf's leadership were irrevocably disrupted, prompting the third Hokage and Danzo to reconvene to reassess their next steps. After taking a puff from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, the third Hokage reflects. Following her awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi has resolutely chosen to sever ties with the Leaf, rather than seek assistance from the outside world. This indicates that she is not oblivious to the recent events in the Leaf. She likely possesses knowledge of the Uchiha clan's intent to rebel and may even be a supporter of that insurrection. Upon hearing the third Hokage's analysis, Danzo scoffs. Another malevolent Uchiha, is it? Uchiha Itachi remains unfazed by Danzo's assessment of his clan. He calmly inquires of the third Hokage, Lord Hokage, how should I proceed? Should I adhere to the original plan and infiltrate the Akatsuki as a spy for the Leaf? In light of the recent task's failure, should we first track down Izumi Uchiha and then eliminate her? The third Hokage contemplated. Since Izumi is not entirely uninformed, her departure from Konoha would undoubtedly lead to the revelation of numerous confidential secrets. Consequently, the conspiracy of the Uchiha clan to rebel would inevitably reach the ears of the Akatsuki's upper echelons. It is highly likely that they will comprehend your allegiance lies with Konoha and not with its traitors. Under such circumstances, infiltrating the Akatsuki would be tantamount to courting death, further intensifying their animosity towards Konoha. Thus, the undercover mission is cancelled. It is best for you to remain in Konoha. As for the slaughter of the Uchiha clan, we can easily have Izumi bear the blame. After all, she now possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and can certainly shoulder such a burden. For now, you should return home and spend quality time with Sasuke. He has just lost his parents and cannot afford to lose you, his brother, as well. Upon hearing that he could stay in Konoha with Sasuke, Itachi Uchiha felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, simultaneously, he harbored guilt towards Izumi. Despite her lack of involvement in these matters, it was she who would ultimately bear the weight of all the sins. Itachi could not fathom how, in the near future, Izumi would become the target of blame across the entire ninja world. However, this sense of guilt lingered in Itachi's heart for but a fleeting moment before dissipating entirely. His sole desire now was to return home and support Sasuke. Initially, he had intended for Sasuke to harbor hatred towards him. ultimately leading to his own demise at Sasuke's hands, awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and becoming a hero of Konoha. Yet, it seemed that all plans would need to be reconsidered. Once Itachi departed, Danzo remarked, "Hisashi, do you truly trust Itachi Uchiha? His connection with Izumi Uchiha is anything but ordinary. Who can assure us that Izumi was not intentionally released by Itachi?" Upon hearing Danzo's insinuation, the third Hokage's gaze turned steely, and his voice grew considerably colder. Izumi Uchiha was indeed deliberately let go by Itachi. Compared to Danzo's lingering skepticism, the third's tone was markedly more assertive. "I have long seen through Itachi's character, outwardly ruthless, yet fundamentally weak. He constantly seeks to protect everyone but fails to comprehend the harshness of reality, resulting in missed opportunities for decisive action. In critical moments, it is only natural for someone like him to cling to nostalgia. His brother embodies this trait, and so does his little love, Izumi." After absorbing the third's assessment, Danzo nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Had Itachi resolved to eliminate Fugaku Uchiha sooner, or permitted us to execute a decapitation operation against him, the fate of the Uchiha clan would not have culminated as it has. Yet, it is precisely because he and Shursui Uchiha always sought to reconcile conflicts that they inadvertently exacerbated tensions, leading to an irreparable situation. He likely remains oblivious to the fact that the true architect of the Uchiha clan's demise is none other than himself. In simpler terms, Itachi lacks the necessary ruthlessness." As the third Hokage spoke, he cast a glance at Danzo and remarked, "His temperament bears a striking resemblance to yours. You ought to nurture him well. In the future, he shall inherit the dark roots of Konoha." With that, the third Hokage departed, leaving Danzo alone, his expression shadowed as he reflected on the recent conversation regarding Uchiha Itachi. The more he pondered, the more he felt that the assessment of Itachi was equally applicable to himself. On the surface, he was ruthless. Yet beneath that facade lay a cowardice, hesitating at critical moments, always seeking to minimize sacrifices while maximizing gains. These flaws ultimately stemmed from Danzo Shimura's lack of true ruthlessness. He could be merciless toward others, yet he was far too lenient with himself. "I am still not ruthless enough." He sighed softly before summoning his subordinates from the root to convey new orders. In the days that followed, an explosive piece of news reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world. The Uchiha clan, the mightiest of Konoha, had been annihilated. Except for the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Every other clan member had been slaughtered, and the perpetrator was another Uchiha. This was a previously unknown girl who, at the tender age of 13, possessed formidable power. In a bid to test her capabilities, she mercilessly killed all her kin, including her own mother. It was only through grave injury that Itachi managed to rescue himself and his brother from her clutches. In a remarkably short time, Uchiha Izumi became infamous as an S-rank rogue ninja throughout the shinobi world. Her image, once as clear as spring water, gradually morphed into that of a monstrous being capable of devouring others in the minds of most ninjas. However, Uchiha Izumi was utterly indifferent to this perception. From the moment she departed Konoha, she had sworn an unyielding vendetta against it. Reputation meant little to her. In fact, the notoriety of being an S-rank rogue ninja could facilitate her future endeavors. With her current standing, she could effortlessly join the Akatsuki organization. Nestled in the heart of the shinobi world, the land of rain was a realm of sorrow. Its already bleak climate exacerbated the hardships faced by its citizens. Yet, its critical geographical position had made it a battleground during various shinobi wars, leaving its people to suffer the ravages of conflict compounded by relentless rainfall. It was in such an extreme environment that the equally extreme Akatsuki organization was born. Amidst the persistent drizzle, the slender figure of the young Uchiha Izumi appeared frail. The damp chill of the climate, the abrupt shifts in her surroundings, and the weight of her blood feud bore down upon the 13-year-old girl, lending her burdens heavier than mountains. Were it not for the merging of her soul with that of a time traveler, Zhao Angui, Uchiha Izumi would likely have succumbed to despair long ago. Yet, even without being crushed by her circumstances, her mental state was far from stable. Standing in the gentle rain, she murmured to herself, "Mr. Zhao, will the Akatsuki accept us now?" After posing the question, her voice took on a mature tone as she answered herself, "They should." The current Akatsuki has completely severed ties with Konoha following the death of the previous leader, Yahiko. As renegade ninjas of the Hidden Leaf, Possessing the formidable Mangekyo Sharingan capable of controlling tailed beasts, we can provide significant assistance to the Akatsuki organization. Neither Nagato nor Uchiha Obito would refuse our inclusion. After Uchiha Izumi spoke, she paused momentarily before continuing in a youthful voice. But what will happen upon joining? How should we proceed? Then, adopting a more mature tone, she remarked, though the Akatsuki may accept us, most of its members are not to be trusted. Obito, without a doubt, is akin to a lunatic like Uchiha Itachi. The remaining members, such as Haiden and Kakuzu, merely engage in mutual exploitation with the organization. We ought to keep our distance from them. Among the entirety of the Akatsuki, only Nagato and Konan are truly worthy of trust. Mr. Nagato and Miss Konan are indeed remarkable individuals, but how can we earn their trust? Given our past betrayal of the Leaf, they are unlikely to readily trust anyone associated with it. We could share the plot of the manga with them, surely. Such invaluable information would position us as their most significant allies. But Mr. Zhao, she interjected, the plot of the manga is the foundation of our existence in this world. If we divulge everything to Nagato and Konan, how can we establish our footing in the ninja world without any trump cards? We cannot place all our hopes in others. We must have our own defenses. At this juncture, Uchiha Izumi paused, then sighed deeply. Izumi, you have grown. Indeed, my experiences have been numerous, and having merged with Mr. Zhao's soul, I possess a wealth of experiences far beyond my peers, making my maturity a natural progression. If given the choice, I would prefer to remain that innocent girl forever. As she spoke, tears welled in the corners of Uchiha Izumi's eyes, mingling with the surrounding rain. She gently touched her damp face. Then her gaze solidified as she walked towards the unknown ahead. Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo possesses two abilities. The left eye grants her the power of interdimensional observation and traversal, while the right eye allows for soul division and sensing. The strength of the left eye is immense, yet at present, Uchiha Izumi is unable to harness this power. She estimates that only after transplanting the cells of the first Hokage and acquiring a substantial amount of chakra will she be able to unlock the potential of her left eye. As for the right eye's abilities, she previously employed them on the night of the massacre. During her battle with Uchiha Itachi, she utilized the right eye to sever her own soul. At a critical moment in combat, it was the influence of her other half that affected Uchiha Itachi's actions, allowing her Rasengan to strike a devastating blow, thus creating an opportunity for her escape. However, once she fled, she was astonished to discover that her severed soul had not remerged. Instead, it had formed two relatively independent entities. These two souls coexist within Uchiha Izumi's mental realm, sharing thoughts and memories, inseparable yet able to maintain two distinct modes of thought. Much like a person possessing two brains, Uchiha Izumi has the extraordinary ability to allow one soul to manage her physical form for daily interactions, while the other soul engages in the realm of the mind to analyze intelligence and strategize for the future. With such a remarkable capability, Uchiha Izumi has chosen to let the two souls act under the personas of Uchiha Izumi and Zhao Angui respectively. The soul embodying Uchiha Izumi takes charge of the physical body, while the one embodying Zhao Angui devises plans and strategies. Although these two souls are essentially one and the same, sharing memories and thoughts entirely, their differing cognitive patterns enable Uchiha Izumi to formulate more intricate plans for the future. Her recent musings were, in fact, a discussion between the distinct personalities within her. Once their deliberation concluded, the two souls would once again merge in the mental realm. Uchiha Izumi's mental state shifted anew, and she murmured, "The reason I chose to divulge such critical information to Nagato and Konan stems from my profound sense of loneliness. As a traveler from another world, Zhao Angui embodies a solitary spirit, harboring an intense yearning to return home. Consequently, Uchiha Izumi's left eye awakened the ability to traverse dimensions. Uchiha Izumi herself, having lost her mother and clan, became exceedingly isolated. The fusion of these two inherently lonely souls did not conquer solitude. Instead, it amplified her desire for a sense of reliance. Her decision to fragment her soul, thereby adopting multiple personas, was an attempt to create the illusion of being either one or two individuals in order to fill the void within. By revealing significant information to the unfamiliar Nagato and Konan, she sought to gain genuine trust, no longer wishing to remain merely a solitary entity. With these myriad thoughts, Uchiha Izumi stepped into the dark and damp land of rain. Although this nation is steeped in sorrow, its technological advancements are not to be underestimated. The towns here are constructed of reinforced concrete, and beneath them lies an extensive and intricate sewage system. It is precisely due to such grand infrastructure that the Land of Rain can sustain its cities amidst heavy precipitation, preventing the entire nation from descending into mire. Moreover, it is not solely technology that endows the Land of Rain with intrigue. The persistent drizzle conceals its own mysteries. After leading the Akatsuki organization to defeat the former leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo, Nagato, as the leader of the Akatsuki, utilized the powers of pain to infuse his chakra into the rain through the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Every Sunday, the rain in the Land of Rain is laced with Nagato's chakra, allowing him to monitor the entire nation. Thus, shortly after Uchiha Izumi entered the Land of Rain, both Nagato and Konan had already detected her presence. Uchiha Izumi made no effort to conceal her form and combined with Pain's control over the nation. It wasn't long before Konan and Nagato located her. Observing the frail figure of the young girl amidst the rain, Nagato, wielding the powers of pain, remarked, "Is this the much-talked-about Uchiha Izumi from the ninja world?" Beside her, Konan, adorned with white paper flowers, stood shoulder to shoulder with Pain of the Six Paths atop the towering spire in the Land of Rain. Gazing down at Uchiha Izumi, she pondered. It is rumored that in a bid to test her own mettle, she annihilated the Uchiha clan. Yet, she does not strike me as a madwoman who would slaughter her own kin. There is not even an ounce of the murderous aura typically possessed by a ninja who has taken lives. Sensing the pure essence emanating from the girl below, Pain remarked, "I share your perspective." Konan nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, the tale of Uchiha Izumi slaughtering her own clan is a narrative disseminated by Konoha. Given Konoha's reputation, any information they release is largely untrustworthy. Not to mention, the entire ninja world is aware that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher-ups has long been fraught with tension. The extermination of the Uchiha is far more likely to be a consequence of Konoha's elite cleansing them. As for this Uchiha Izumi, she is likely but a survivor of that horrific event, a survivor wrongfully branded as the butcher of her own kin." Konoha humph. Pain let out a derisive snort, his voice laden with disdain for Konoha, for the wretched state of the Land of Rain is largely attributable to them. The Akatsuki's radical transformation is also a result of Konoha's oppressive actions. Even though Nagato and Konan's mentor, Jiraiya, hails from Konoha, it does not diminish Nagato's animosity toward the village. As for the rumors circulating in the ninja world regarding Uchiha Izumi's alleged atrocities, those with discernment see through the facade. After all, the Uchiha clan numbered in the hundreds. It is implausible for a single person to have eradicated them all in one night. Only when Konoha's leadership completely sealed off the Uchiha's territory, extinguishing any hope of escape, could such a thorough execution have occurred. Moreover, whether it be the third Hokage or Danzo Shimura, they have grossly overestimated Konoha's standing in the ninja world, especially with Danzo's root, which bears a reputation in the ninja world akin to that of a meddlesome imperialist. When Konoha declares one thing, the ninja world is inclined to believe the opposite. When Konoha claims that Uchiha Izumi was responsible for the massacre, the discerning individuals in the ninja world are more likely to conclude that she was innocent in the tragedy. It must be said that Konoha's F4, as they are derisively called, are indeed foolishly self-important. This applies to both the third Hokage and Danzo. Due to their inept machinations, Konoha's reputation has become odious within the ninja realm. Otherwise, in the previous ninja world wars, Konoha would not have become the target of scorn. It is noteworthy that a village with a reputation as vile as that of a genocidal tyrant still manages to count two unreliable allies among its ranks. The once majestic Konoha, the foremost village in the ninja world, now finds itself allied with the ever-scheming Sunagakure, prompting admiration for the cunning of Konoha's F4. As Pain and Konan observed Uchiha Izumi, the latter sensed their gaze upon her. Exercising caution, she refrained from immediately greeting them, instead choosing to walk slowly into an unpopulated alley before finally stating, "Come out." Pain and Konan did not make any effort to conceal themselves, naturally descending from their lofty perch. As Nagato's assistant, Konan took the lead and said, "Uchiha Izumi?" Observing Konan, adorned with paper flowers, and the Deva path Pain under Nagato's control, Uchiha Izumi inquired, "You must be Konan and Nagato of the Akatsuki, am I correct?" Hearing her name mentioned outright by Uchiha Izumi, Neither Conan nor Devapath Pain displayed any significant surprise. Their mentor, Jiraiya, was indeed a Leaf Village ninja, and the Akatsuki had once maintained close ties with Konoha for that very reason. If not for the meddlesome Danzo, the Akatsuki could have been steadfast allies of Konoha. Given the intricate connections between the Akatsuki and Konoha, it was hardly surprising that Uchiha Izumi, as a Konoha ninja, possessed intelligence about the two. Addressing the Akatsuki duo directly, Uchiha Izumi stated her intent without hesitation. I wish to join your organization and become an official member. I wonder if such an honor could be bestowed upon me. In response to Izumi's request, Devapath Pain remained silent, allowing Conan, as the assistant, to respond. We can permit you to join us. But I do not believe you possess the capability to become an official member yet. You may start as an outer member, assisting us in gathering intelligence on Konoha. Once your abilities are recognized, we will consider you for formal membership. As the leader of the organization, Conan could not allow just anyone to become an official member of the Akatsuki. Were it so easy to join, the organization would have long been infiltrated by various factions. Thus, beginning as an outer member to undergo evaluation before advancing to a core position was entirely reasonable. Moreover, neither Conan nor Nagato believed that the 13-year-old Uchiha Izumi possessed the strength required for an official member of the Akatsuki. Having her perform some basic intelligence-gathering tasks before assigning her more significant responsibilities seemed a reasonable way to nurture the young girl. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi's immediate acceptance into the Akatsuki had stemmed from a recommendation by Uchiha Obito. Lacking such a recommendation, Uchiha Izumi naturally had to start from the periphery. However, it was evident that Uchiha Izumi harbored no interest in serving the Akatsuki in a subordinate capacity. Thus, in response to Conan's suggestion, Uchiha Izumi merely curled her lips slightly and then abruptly lifted her head. In an instant, her crimson Sharingan transformed, and the power of the Mangekyo awakened. Alarmed, Conan and Nagato immediately sensed danger upon noticing those eyes. They had never anticipated that an obscure girl could possess the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. By the time they comprehended the situation, they had already fallen victim to Uchiha Izumi's Jinjutsu. Yet, Uchiha Izumi was not particularly adept at illusionary techniques. Even with the Mangekyo's power, the Jinjutsu was relatively weak. Consequently, after their initial astonishment, Conan and Nagato quickly regained their composure while ensnared in the illusion. Just as they prepared to dispel Uchiha Izumi's Jinjutsu, she spoke within the illusionary realm. Please wait a moment. I brought you both here to convey some crucial intelligence. Due to the significance of this information, I had no choice but to employ somewhat discourteous methods. As preparations were made to dispel the illusion, Conan inquired with caution. What intelligence is so classified that it necessitates communication through a Jinjutsu? In response, the figure of Uchiha Izumi gradually materialized before them. She gazed at the image of pain in the illusionary realm, locking eyes with his Rinnegan for a moment before stating, "What do you think about the origins of Nagato's Rinnegan?" The mention of the Rinnegan left both Conan and Nagato startled, particularly Nagato, who had possessed these extraordinary eyes since his earliest memories. In his youth, he found these eyes peculiar and, wishing to blend in, deliberately concealed them with his hair. It was only after encountering Jiraiya that he learned from his mentor that these eyes were known as the Rinnegan, said to belong to the legendary sage of 6 paths. Due to these eyes, Jiraiya viewed Nagato as the prophesied child destined to bring peace to the world. Consequently, Nagato regarded the Rinnegan as a divine blessing, believing he was destined to utilize its power to create a world of peace. This perspective only shifted after Yahiko's death. Rather than a blessing, Nagato now perceived these eyes as a curse. While the Rinnegan granted him immense power, it also imposed an extraordinarily heavy burden. With maturity, Nagato began to question the origins of the Rinnegan. His harsh life experiences revealed to him that nothing comes without a cost. Gifts from fate invariably demand a price. Although his parents were descendants of shinobi, they did not possess any ocular bloodline limits like the Sharingan. The existence of a Rinnegan-bearing son born to parents devoid of such ocular jutsu could not simply be attributed to genetic mutation. In essence, Nagato, who had long been wary of the Rinnegan's power, immediately recognized Uchiha Izumi's significance. Regardless of the credibility of the information she provided, the mere fact that she was aware of the Rinnegan and could articulate its origins was exceedingly unusual. Observing the cautious expressions in the eyes of Conan and Pain, Uchiha Izumi did not conceal anything and directly stated, The Rinnegan story begins with a group known as the Otsutsuki. Extraterrestrials? Upon hearing her initial words, both Conan and Nagato's immediate reaction was to question whether they were being deceived. Extraterrestrials? Such sensational tales, often found in lowbrow literature, had somehow emerged in the discourse of shinobi and were being treated as vital intelligence? Both Conan and Nagato pondered whether Uchiha Izumi had suffered such a profound loss that it had affected her mental state. Amidst this skepticism, Uchiha Izumi began recounting the history of Kagaya Otsutsuki, from the planting of the divine tree to her betrayal of Otsutsuki Ishiki, and subsequently casting the infinite Tsukuyomi upon the entire planet, nurturing white Zetsu to face the persecution by the Otsutsuki clan. She then elaborated on the conflict between Kagaya's two sons and their mother, the sealing of the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths, and the creation of the 9 tails. Without any concealment, Uchiha Izumi divulged the most critical intelligence regarding the world of Hokage. As she narrated, the expressions of Nagato and Conan grew increasingly grim. Initially, the two believed they were merely listening to a mythical tale. However, as Uchiha Izumi continued, they were astonished to discover that many elements of this bizarre story seemed to correspond with the events unfolding in reality. Particularly, when Uchiha Izumi spoke of Uchiha Madara awakening the Rinnegan, only to choose, due to his age, to secretly transplant it into Nagato. The two could no longer contain their disbelief. How could this be possible? The Rinnegan was intentionally left in Nagato by Uchiha Madara? Conan exclaimed in astonishment. If that is the case, then the masked man we are currently in contact with cannot possibly be Uchiha Madara, Nagato said, his expression darkening. After all, if Uchiha Madara were still capable of acting within the shinobi world, he would never have entrusted something as precious as the Rinnegan to another. It seems that both the masked man and I are merely pawns in Uchiha Madara's game. This Uchiha Madara is truly terrifying. But what of it? Conan mused. If what Miss Izumi has stated is accurate, then Uchiha Madara is merely a pawn utilized by Kagaya Otsutsuki to resurrect her. It is laughable that he would go so far as to turn against the first Hokage, expending great effort to awaken the Rinnegan, only to ultimately serve another's purpose. At this point, Conan inquired, by the way, Miss Izumi, are you aware that a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara has also appeared within our Akatsuki organization? I am aware, Uchiha Izumi nodded. His true name is Uchiha Abido, a pawn used by Uchiha Madara to monitor and balance Nagato. As for Uchiha Madara himself, he is indeed deceased. However, with Kagaya Otsutsuki present, Uchiha Madara could potentially be resurrected at any moment. After all, Kagaya has schemed for over a millennium and would not easily relinquish such a remarkable piece as Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, Uchiha Izumi elaborated on matters concerning Uchiha Abido, detailing how he was manipulated by Uchiha Madara into darkness, his awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, and his support of the Akatsuki organization, culminating in the recent Uchiha clan massacre. Upon concluding Uchiha Izumi's account, both Nagato and Conan shared a mutual assessment of Uchiha Abido, insane. With their reasoning, they could not fathom why Uchiha Abido would instigate the Nine Tails assault on Konoha. Why not simply take control of the Nine Tails and carry it away? What was the purpose of orchestrating an attack on Konoha, especially when he held no grudge against them? They found it even more perplexing that Uchiha Abido and Uchiha Itachi became accomplices in the slaughter of their own clan. While it was true that the Uchiha clan had certainly offended many in the shinobi world, neither of these two belonged to that list. Why did Konoha refrain from taking action? Instead, it was the two Uchiha who annihilated their own kin without sparing even the elderly, women, or children. In summary, after hearing about the remarkable deeds of Uchiha Abido, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Itachi, both Nagato and Conan felt a profound sense of caution toward the Uchiha clan. One cannot help but feel that among the Uchiha clan, those with any semblance of strength are few and far between in terms of mental stability. Should one day a member of the Uchiha clan succumb to delusions and seek to bring about the world's destruction, neither of the two would be taken aback by such an event. Of course, while Nagato and Conan were profoundly astonished by the intelligence provided by Uchiha Izumi, they did not completely place their trust in her. On one hand, their recent acquaintance with Uchiha Izumi limited their confidence in her. On the other, the information she conveyed was so astonishing that it included tales of extraterrestrials, infinite Tsukuyomi, and a brother of Kagaya Otsutsuki named Black Zetsu, which seemed implausible. Most importantly, both harbored doubts regarding the sources of Uchiha Izumi's information, as the historical details she recounted were exceedingly intricate. The breadth of her knowledge, spanning from millennia past to recent events, suggested an omniscience that was hardly befitting a mere 13-year-old Leaf Village ninja. Recognizing their skepticism, Uchiha Izumi pointed to her own eyes and declared, "Members of the Uchiha clan, upon awakening their Mangekyo Sharingan, acquire a unique ability. The power I wield is known as ubiquity, granting me the capacity to observe different worlds. What I have just recounted is the history I witnessed in another parallel world through my Mangekyo Sharingan. Having merged with Zhao Angui's soul and endured the tragedy of her clan's extermination, the reborn Uchiha Izumi was far from a simple maiden. Even if she harbored some fondness for the original characters of Nagato and Conan, she would not easily place her faith in them. Thus, while sharing information, Uchiha Izumi attributed all her knowledge to her Mangekyo Sharingan. According to her account, her Mangekyo possessed the power to observe the past of parallel worlds, yet could not predict their futures. This ability allowed her to be thoroughly informed about past events, including critical information regarding Kagaya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu, of which she was acutely aware. As for the notion that the world of Naruto was, in fact, a mere comic, such revelations were beyond her current capacity to disclose. Not only would it be uncertain whether Nagato and the others would believe such claims, but Uchiha Izumi also needed these insights to establish her position within the Akatsuki. Following their meeting, one could imagine that Nagato and Conan would mobilize their resources to verify the reliability of Uchiha Izumi's information. Once the authenticity of her intelligence was confirmed, they would undoubtedly come to recognize the immense value of her Mangekyo. They would likely desire for Uchiha Izumi to continually utilize her abilities to gather intelligence through the observation of parallel worlds. At that juncture, Uchiha Izumi could leverage the excuse of her declining eyesight to request the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. In the ensuing time, she could intermittently reveal snippets of the comic's narrative under the pretext of her abilities, guiding the evolution of the Akatsuki, affirming her authority, and gradually amassing strength for the future retribution against the Leaf Village. In summary, while Uchiha Izumi provided the Akatsuki with a wealth of intelligence to demonstrate her worth, she also skillfully retained sufficient information to secure her own maximal benefit. Her relationship with the Akatsuki is less about allegiance and more about a mutually beneficial arrangement, akin to two parties standing back to back, each seeking to utilize the other. Furthermore, Uchiha Izumi is certain that Nagato and Conan share this sentiment. Both have navigated the treacherous waters of the Rain Country, their once innocent ideals long extinguished by the pressures exerted by Hanzo and Konoha. Even with the substantial intelligence provided by Uchiha Izumi today, they would remain wary, treating her merely as a collaborator. Much like in the comic, when facing Uchiha Obito, their partnership is underscored by a mutual wariness. The countless explosive tags crafted by Conan are not solely intended for Obito, but are also a precaution against any potential betrayal from Akatsuki members. Within this illusionary space, Nagato and Conan posed several inquiries to Uchiha Izumi before the three of them dispelled the Genjutsu. Upon returning to reality, Uchiha Izumi rubbed her eyes. Even without employing the ocular techniques of her Mangekyo Sharingan, merely activating it had exerted a notable strain on her vision. She could distinctly feel a decline in her eyesight. Opposite her, Nagato and Conan were striving to maintain their composure. Uchiha Izumi had opted for Genjutsu to convey information largely due to concerns over the omnipresent surveillance of White Zetsu in the ninja world. As an individual who had transplanted the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara, Nagato was undoubtedly surrounded by the watchful eyes of White Zetsu. Thus, both Nagato and Conan needed to temper their emotions and stabilize their expressions to avoid arousing suspicion. Once they exited the Genjutsu, Nagato momentarily paused before commanding Pain to scoff. The Mangekyo-esque Genjutsu is indeed remarkable, yet it pales in comparison to the gaze of a deity. Realizing that Nagato intended to obscure their true intentions through this feigned dialogue, Uchiha Izumi played along, feigning astonishment as she gazed into Pain's eyes. Filled with reverence, "Is that the Rinnegan?" The eye said to belong only to the Sage of Six Paths. Upon witnessing such power, one must comprehend the magnitude of what stands before you. Cast aside any unwarranted thoughts, and Lord Pain shall forgive your transgressions. Conan chimed in, then turned to Nagato. "Pain, how do you propose we handle Uchiha Izumi?" Should we formally induct her into our Akatsuki, or observe her as an external member, much like Obito? Obito is the alias used by Uchiha Itachi within the Akatsuki, although he has established a cooperative connection with Nagato and Konan. He is not yet a formal member of the organization. This lack of trust is mutual, as Obito has his own agendas to pursue. Thus, the relationship between Obito and Akatsuki remains ambiguous, characterized by collaboration, yet marked by a deliberate distance. Konan's mention of Obito serves as a reminder to Nagato that Uchiha Izumi harbors many secrets. The approach towards her can indeed draw parallels to their dealings with Obito, ostensibly welcoming her into Akatsuki while maintaining a cautious distance to observe her actions. This strategy would safeguard Uchiha Izumi from Konoha's pursuit while preventing her from entangling herself in the inner workings of the Akatsuki. After contemplating Xiao Nan's proposal for a brief moment, Nagato chose to acquiesce. Like Xiao Nan, he harbored doubts about Uchiha Izumi, merely regarding her as a potential collaborator. Although this collaborator appeared more trustworthy than Uchiha Obito, years of overt and covert conflict had taught Nagato not to rely solely on intuition. Whether facing a young girl or an elderly man, a beggar or a disabled person, a ninja must maintain a certain level of caution. To believe others without reason is a luxury that only protagonists like Naruto Uzumaki can afford. Survival in this world of ninjas is otherwise impossible. Thus, as the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato made a decisive choice to accept Uchiha Izumi as an outer member of the organization, offering her assistance in extricating herself from Konoha's entanglements. Simultaneously, in his capacity as Akatsuki's leader, he conveyed a mission to her. If you wish to become a full member, you must demonstrate your worth through action. At this moment, a task awaits your execution. Your standing within the organization will be adjusted based on the results of your endeavor. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Uchiha Izumi inquired, "What is the time frame, location, and objective of the task?" The deadline is set within 3 years, and the location is for you to determine. As for the objective, it pertains to the Senju clan, which once stood on par with your Uchiha lineage. The Senju clan? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi immediately grasped that Nagato intended to gather the cells of the first Hokage. It seemed that not only Uchiha Izumi but also Nagato sought to enhance their capabilities through the first Hokage's cells, hoping to avoid the life-draining effects of repeated usage of the Rinnegan. Nagato continued, "The Senju clan was once the most formidable clan in the ninja world. Even your Uchiha clan was overshadowed by them. Yet, this powerful clan vanished entirely within a few decades after the founding of Konoha. I suspect there is a deeper mystery behind this disappearance, which is why I want you, a former Konoha ninja, to investigate. I hope you do not disappoint me." After agreeing to admit Uchiha Izumi into the Akatsuki, Nagato controlled pain to depart. Shaonin remained behind, guiding Uchiha Izumi and arranging for her accommodation in the Land of Rain, while imparting the organization's daily operational and communication protocols. Once Shaonin had conveyed the essentials, Uchiha Izumi suddenly asked, "Miss Shaonan, could you share some information regarding the Senju clan? To be honest, although I hail from Konoha, I have scarcely heard anything about the Senju within the village. If it weren't for the names of the first and second Hokages in our textbooks, I would scarcely believe that this significant clan ever existed in our world." Surprised by Uchiha Izumi's words, Shaonin replied, "Your Uchiha clan has deep ties with the Senju. Do you not possess any information related to them?" Uchiha Izumi understood that Shaonin was inquiring whether her Mangekyo Sharingan could perceive the Senju clan in a parallel world. In response, Uchiha Izumi shook her head, saying, "Before the night of our clan's annihilation, I was merely a relatively capable genin, holding a lowly status within the clan. Such vital intelligence concerning the Senju clan was beyond my reach. Thus, it appears that her kaleidoscopic Sharingan is fraught with significant limitations. At the very least, she failed to perceive any information regarding the Senju clan from parallel worlds." Konan pondered silently within, before articulating the intelligence gathered by the Akatsuki concerning the Senju clan. The Akatsuki is not an ancient organization. Our establishment is relatively recent, and thus our intelligence on the Senju clan is equally constrained. What we do know is that during the First Great Ninja War, the Senju clan served as the backbone of the Leaf Village's ninja forces, with numerous Senju warriors valiantly fighting on the front lines, many of whom sacrificed their lives in our Rain country. By the time of the Second Great Ninja War, however, the number of Senju clan members had markedly diminished. As the founders of Konoha, the Senju clan no longer exhibited the fervor displayed in the First Great Ninja War. Many of their members seemed to harbor resistance to the village's commands. Our organization surmises that this is likely connected to the sacrifice of the second Hokage during the Second Great Ninja War. The second Hokage? Could the demise of the Senju clan be related to him? Uchiha Izumi queried in confusion. In response, Konan elucidated. Following the sacrifice of the second Hokage, power in Konoha shifted to his 6 disciples. These 6 disciples include the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the root leader Shimura Danzo, the Leaf Elders, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Midokado, Uchiha Kagami from the Uchiha clan, and the now retired Akimichi Torafu. Among these 6 are prominent families like the Sarutobi and Shimura, as well as the marginalized Uchiha clan and the mid-tier Akimichi clan. It can be said that the second Hokage was quite discerning in his selection of disciples. Yet, curiously, among these 6 disciples, the most crucial clan of Konoha is conspicuously absent, the Senju clan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi finally comprehended why the Senju clan exhibited a lack of enthusiasm on the battlefield. As the founders of Konoha, having sacrificed so many in the First Great Ninja War, it would be only fitting for at least one Senju member to be among the second Hokage's disciples. Yet, within the power core established by the second Hokage, which encompassed various factions within Konoha, even the marginalized Uchiha clan was included, while the most vital Senju clan was overlooked. It is only natural that the Senju clan would express their discontent through apathy on the battlefield, feeling that their sacrifices for Konoha had gone unrecognized. At the very moment they voiced their dissatisfaction, the stabilizing force of Konoha, the second Hokage, fell in battle. Uchiha Izumi could easily envision the myriad of conflicts faced by the newly appointed third Hokage. As the founders of Konoha, the Senju clan was not as despised as the Uchiha clan. At that time, the third Hokage had just assumed office and lacked the prestige he would later acquire. In such circumstances, even a slight misstep could allow the Senju clan to usurp power from the third Hokage. The Senju clan need not resort to rebellion like the Uchiha. They could merely leverage their influence within Konoha to potentially alter the power dynamics among the higher echelons of the village. What actions did the discontented Senju clan take following the demise of the second Hokage? Given the prowess and prestige of the Senju clan within Konohagakure, the commotion they caused must have been quite significant, wouldn't it? Uchiha Izumi inquired. In response, Konan shook her head and said, subsequently, the history concerning the Senju clan vanished entirely. What? It vanished suddenly? What does that mean? Uchiha Izumi asked, perplexed. It means that all records pertaining to the Senju clan have disappeared, not only in Konoha, but in other prominent ninja villages as well. Despite being once the mightiest clan in the ninja world, the progenitor of Konoha's Senju, they have been utterly erased from history. It is as if this clan had never existed within the realm of ninjas at all. Upon hearing Konan's explanation, Uchiha Izumi was struck by a realization regarding her own Uchiha clan. She suddenly recognized that the recent tribulations faced by the Uchiha were eerily reminiscent of the fate of the Senju clan. Just days prior, they were among the most formidable clans in the ninja world, yet overnight, they vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered remnants of their lineage within the ninja realm. At that moment, it felt as though the past mirrored the present. How could everything be so similar? Uchiha Izumi finally grasped that the Uchiha clan's extermination was not an isolated incident, nor would it be the last. As long as the darkness known as Konoha persists, the tragedy of clan annihilation will continue to unfold. The Senju were the last, the Uchiha are now, and perhaps the next will be the Hyuga. Anticipating Uchiha Izumi's thoughts, Konan cautioned, the disappearance of the Senju clan indeed bears many similarities to your Uchiha, but that does not imply they were annihilated overnight as the Uchiha were. For one, Tsunade, a member of the Senju clan, continues to thrive as a Konoha ninja, and at that time, the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, was still alive. No matter how wary the third Hokage was of the Senju clan, he could not treat them as he did the Uchiha. Otherwise, it would be difficult to justify to Uzumaki Mido, and the third Hokage could not have taken Tsunade as a disciple after the slaughter of the Senju clan. Upon hearing Konan's explanation, Uchiha Izumi recognized the distinctions between the Senju and Uchiha. However, if the Senju clan was not secretly exterminated like the Uchiha, how then can we explain their disappearance? Could it truly be, as some speculate, that the Senju clan was fragmented into numerous smaller families, merging into the bloodlines of Konoha? The answer to this question is one you must seek for yourself. Pain has granted you 3 years to explore this, considering the task's complexity. To be honest, not just pain, but I too am quite curious. How did the once mighty Senju clan truly vanish? Nagato assigned Uchiha Izumi the task of investigating the Senju clan, not merely to unravel the mystery of their disappearance, but also as a test for her within the Akatsuki organization. If Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan could indeed perceive parallel worlds and gather substantial intelligence from them, she could complete this task in a mere 3 days, rather than 3 years. However, if Uchiha Izumi fails to accomplish the task in a short time, it would indicate that her Mangekyo Sharingan is incapable of observing parallel worlds. Even if one were to observe parallel worlds, the subject of observation for Uchiha Izumi is inherently constrained. This implies that the intelligence previously provided by Izumi harbors significant risks. It is utterly implausible for her to amass such extensive information solely through her Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, while Nagato ostensibly granted a generous 3-year time frame, Uchiha Izumi is acutely aware that the actual time allotted for her to accomplish her mission is far from ample. Furthermore, due to the infiltration of White Zetsu into the ninja world, Izumi must execute her tasks with utmost caution. She must ensure that White Zetsu remains oblivious to the secrets of her Mangekyo, while also rendering her intelligence-gathering process seamless and credible. In summary, Uchiha Izumi must swiftly activate her Mangekyo to observe the circumstances of the parallel world and collect pertinent information regarding the Senju clan. Subsequently, she will employ Genjutsu to relay this intelligence to Nagato and Konan, convincing them of her ability to perceive parallel realms through her Mangekyo Sharingan. However, even after submitting the information, Izumi's mission remains incomplete. For not only within the confines of Genjutsu, but also overtly, she has accepted a task from the Senju clan. Uchiha Izumi must not only covertly transmit information through Genjutsu, but also fulfill the mission in the open. Therefore, while the intelligence is communicated through Genjutsu, she must also feign an outward search, evading detection as a rogue ninja and meticulously gathering various tidings related to the Senju clan. Guided by the knowledge already embedded in her mind, she must artfully deduce the truth behind the Senju clan's annihilation. Ultimately, Uchiha Izumi will report these findings to the Akatsuki organization, marking the genuine conclusion of this undertaking. It can be said that this task serves as a comprehensive evaluation of Izumi's capabilities by Nagato. It tests not only her Mangekyo, but also her skills as a ninja, to ascertain whether she can execute her mission proficiently under the constant surveillance of White Zetsu. As Nagato stated upon assigning the task, he would adjust Uchiha Izumi's standing within the organization based on the outcome of this operation. Whether she becomes a trusted core member of the Akatsuki, a reliable partner through exemplary performance, or merely serves as an information source in need of protection, hinges entirely on her own demonstration of capability. Upon realizing the weight of this responsibility, Uchiha Izumi first mused upon Nagato's prowess. As the leader of the Akatsuki, his methods far surpassed those depicted in the manga. Yet, she refrained from immediate action. Methodically, she tidied up the room assigned to her and retrieved her forehead protector, once a symbol of her identity as a Konoha ninja. When she defected from Konoha, Izumi had worn it without marring it like most rogue ninjas do. For being a Konoha ninja held greater prestige in many places than that of a defector. As long as Konoha's bounty had not reached certain areas, Izumi could leverage this forehead protector to her advantage. However, now that she has the Akatsuki as her support, and with Konoha's bounty widely disseminated across the ninja world, this forehead protector has lost its value. Thus, at this moment, Uchiha Izumi unsheathed the protector and, with a kunai, made a decisive slash across the Konoha emblem. The mere thought of her fallen kin, now reduced to lifeless bodies, and the anguish of her mother's murder at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, alongside the innocent elders and children who perished in a pool of blood, ignited an uncontrollable fury within Uchiha Izumi's heart towards Konoha. Wait and see, Konoha. As long as I, Uchiha Izumi, still draw breath, I shall eradicate this malevolent village. Mother, and all of you, I will avenge you. With the headband that symbolized the rogue ninja of Konoha affixed to her brow, Uchiha Izumi immediately activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. Her earlier claim that her Mangekyo Sharingan could perceive parallel worlds was not mere folly. This power encompassed the ability to observe and traverse different realms, including parallel dimensions. Thus, she could indeed witness scenes from these alternate realities, albeit limited to fleeting glimpses due to the constraints of her ocular power. As Uchiha Izumi's eyes began to whirl rapidly, her left eye activated the Tsukuyami. Under her deliberate control, historical fragments related to the Senju clan materialized before her. Did we not establish Konoha for the sake of peace? Why then has war returned? Not only the elderly, but even children are thrust onto the battlefield? How cruel. Is this what the Ninja World War entails? The scale is utterly distinct from the bygone warring states period. The system of ninja villages has given rise to far more brutal conflicts. Is it truly mere coincidence? Has peace genuinely arrived? Just how many years have passed, and yet the Ninja World War has erupted anew. The village system founded by that fool Senju Hashirama has instead become a catalyst for war in this world. I have always asserted that peace is not brought by ninja villages, but by the overwhelming power of the first Hokage. Dissolve Konoha. This world has no need for ninja villages. No, not merely to dissolve Konoha. We must forge a grander organization, expanding the ninja village into a nation of ninjas. Only absolute power can usher in true peace. Are you of the Senju clan betraying Konoha? It is not the Senju clan that has betrayed Konoha. It is Konoha that has betrayed its original ideals. The era of ideals has come to a close, yet the war has not ended. The suffering remains. People continue to endure pain. We require the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames shall continue to illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. We shall protect Konoha at all costs. This is the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames will consume all decay of the old world, forging a brand new one. Unyielding transformation and progress embody the true essence of the will of fire. No one wishes to continue burning. We, the Senju clan, are willing to ignite ourselves to illuminate this dreary world. As time flowed slowly in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, crimson began to seep from her gaze, a consequence of the Mangekyo Sharingan being pushed to its limits. Overwhelmed by the agony in her eyes, she was forced to close them. Even though her vision was blurred, Uchiha Izumi still beheld a towering figure, leading the Senju clan away from Konoha. He was not particularly powerful, even somewhat unrefined. He appeared quite ordinary and lacked any ninjutsu. Yet, within him, Uchiha Izumi perceived an unprecedented fervor. It was the will of fire, the true essence of the will of fire. It felt as though she could hear this man roaring in her ear, "Follow me, and let us incinerate the old world." It is well known that the Uchiha clan's faith is love, and because of this profound love, their hatred burns fiercely. Conversely, what beliefs does the Senju clan uphold? What convictions can transcend such extreme love and hate, enabling the Senju of the forest to surpass the Uchiha and become a primary force in the founding of Konoha? The answer is singular: ideals. It is the ideal of ending chaos, creating peace, and sacrificing everything to save humanity. Only the grandest ideals can surpass the most extreme feelings of love and hate, becoming the force that concludes the Warring States period. The following morning, Uchiha Izumi rubbed her blurry eyes and yawned as she stepped out of the room arranged by the Akatsuki. After a night of rest and contemplation, she had unraveled the mystery of the Senju clan's disappearance through her observation of the Sharingan. Thus, she sought out Nagato and Konan, utilizing Genjutsu to report her findings. The demise of the Senju clan must be traced back to the first Great Ninja War. In a blank space of illusion, Uchiha Izumi addressed Nagato and Konan. 17 years after Konoha's founding, the first Hokage passed away, triggering the onset of the first Great Ninja War. The flames of conflict swiftly engulfed the entire ninja world, and the newly established Konoha faced unprecedented challenges. The prominent clans, Senju, Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Nara, began dispatching their ninjas to the front lines, and reports of death and sacrifice poured in, as pain and confusion swept through the village, including the Senju clan. All Konoha ninjas began to ponder a pressing question. Was the first Hokage's decision to establish the ninja village truly correct? Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's account, Nagato and Konan began to empathize. If they were among the Konoha ninjas 17 years after its founding, how would they feel facing the outbreak of the first Great Ninja War? It is crucial to remember that at that time, Konoha had only been established for a little over a decade, and the ninjas who had once lived through the Warring States period were not only surviving, but were also the backbone of Konoha. These ninjas had forsaken their families to gather around the first Hokage. aspiring to achieve lasting peace through the village system and to end the suffering of the Warring States era. Yet, just over a decade after Konoha's true establishment, the world of ninjas erupted into an unparalleled conflict. Previously, although there had been wars, they were limited by the constraints of ninja clans, resulting in relatively small-scale battles. Even the most brutal battle would involve at most 1,000 combatants. However, with the advent of the ninja village system, the nature of conflict shifted from family to village, transforming skirmishes involving merely hundreds into desperate battles with thousands of participants. War did not cease with the establishment of the ninja village system. Rather, it became increasingly sanguinary and violent. The villages, originally founded in pursuit of peace, ultimately engendered more devastating conflicts. The actions of the first Hokage in creating the ninja villages can hardly be regarded as benevolent. Reflecting on the establishment of the ninja village system, the Land of Rain found itself ensnared in relentless strife, prompting Konan to sigh and lament. In stark contrast to Konan's sentimentality, Nagato's stance was resolute. The true harbinger of peace was not the ninja world order instituted by the first Hokage, but rather the sage-like power wielded by the first Hokage himself. Once the ninja world lost the absolute power to suppress, the outbreak of war became inevitable. Ultimately, only the suffering born of strength can secure peace. After their reflections, Uchiha Izumi continued. Although the first great ninja war affected the internal stability of Konohagakure, the village ultimately triumphed in the war, thanks to the capabilities and prestige of the second Hokage. However, even as peace returned, the shadow of the great ninja war lingered. Despite the second Hokage's assertions that the first great ninja war was merely a historical accident, and that the ninja village system established by the first Hokage would usher in enduring tranquility, Konohagakure found itself compelled to bolster its strength in the face of threats from other ninja villages, preparing for the next conflict. Thus, 2 decades later, in the year 37 of Konoha, the second Great Ninja War erupted once more. With the resurgence of the Great Ninja War, the ninjas of Konoha finally recognized that the village system could not possibly yield peace. Instead, it only perpetuated a cycle of conflict every 20 years. Consequently, discontent towards the village was ignited, leading to unprecedented internal discord within Konoha. This internal strife was spearheaded by the Senju clan, the very architects of Konoha. The village system was instituted by the first Hokage, hailing from the Senju clan, in the name of peace. Given the evident failure of this system to deliver tranquility, the Senju clan naturally sought to abandon it in pursuit of a new paradigm. However, as an outlier within the Senju clan, the second Hokage embodied a pragmatic realist. He believed that the ideals upheld by the Senju clan were excessively ethereal, asserting that the proper course of action for the ninjas of Konoha was to dedicate their lives to safeguarding the village. Thus, a historic ideological conflict erupted within Konoha, centered around the Senju clan and the second Hokage. Upon hearing this, Konan came to a realization. Is this the reason behind the Senju clan's lack of enthusiasm during the Second Great Ninja War? It was not a mere struggle for power nor dissatisfaction with the second Hokage's arrangements, but rather the idealistic Senju clan's disagreement with the overly pragmatic path taken by the second Hokage. Nagato contemplated. Perhaps it was precisely due to the ideological rift within Konoha that no members of the Senju clan emerged among the disciples of the second Hokage. At that time, the Senju clan might have regarded the identity of Hokage's disciple with disdain, desiring instead the authority to govern the village and continue to realize their vision of peace. And what happened next? Following the outbreak of this internal discord, how did the Senju clan vanish without a trace? Konan inquired. Uchiha Izumi remarked. Although a fierce struggle for power erupted internally, it was still during the Second Great Ninja War, and thus the Senju clan refrained from engaging in intense conflict with the higher echelons of Konoha. Even with the death of the second Hokage and the ascension of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Senju clan prioritized the greater good. Hence, the true confrontation regarding the path within Konoha awaited the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. Upon hearing that the Senju clan had chosen restraint during the Ninja War, Konan could only shake her head in resignation, while Nagato scoffed, calling them childish. You are indeed correct. The Senju clan is remarkably naive, Izumi acknowledged. They failed to grasp the terrifying nature of the struggle for power, lacking the psychological preparedness for a life-and-death battle. This also correlates with the internal atmosphere of Konoha. As there had been no large-scale power struggles during the tenures of the first two Hokage, the Senju clan's inexperience allowed the third Hokage to lead Konoha to victory in the Second Great Ninja War, solidifying his position and missing the optimal opportunity for internal triumph. From the very moment the Second Great Ninja War concluded, the downfall of the Senju clan became inevitable. Lacking the strength of the first Hokage, they were incapable of challenging a Hokage who had just secured victory for Konoha. Moreover, they grossly underestimated their opponent. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though not as powerful as his predecessors, possessed a cunning and guile far superior to theirs. Most crucially, he was ruthless. The essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rise to the position of third Hokage lay in his decisiveness and ferocity, in contrast to Danzo's indecisiveness and hesitation. Hiruzen's methods were strikingly decisive and ruthless. Even when confronted with the Senju clan, the very founders of Konoha, he opted for the most merciless tactics. Initially, he imposed various restrictions on the Senju clan's activities, and subsequently utilized propaganda and barriers to undermine their influence. Gradually, he encroached upon the Senju clan's existence, relentlessly forcing them into opposition against the majority of Konoha's populace. Ultimately, it culminated in a thunderous strike. As Uchiha Izumi reached this point, Konan comprehended the fate awaiting the Senju clan. Just like the Uchiha, the once mighty Senju of the forest seemed destined to vanish from history, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, that seemed implausible. If the Senju clan disappeared in such a manner, how could the Uchiha, as witnesses, have been entirely unprepared when faced with similar tactics? In response to Konan's confusion, Uchiha Izumi nodded, affirming, "You are correct. While the third Hokage's methods were indeed ruthless, the Senju clan was far more astute than the Uchiha clan. Just as Danzo's route was poised to enact a massacre, the upper echelons of the Senju clan finally recognized their peril. Consequently, at the precipice of annihilation, they opted to flee the village, seeking refuge with their kin. The Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan. At this revelation, Nagato, also of the Uzumaki lineage, expressed astonishment. Are you suggesting that the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools was also due to the Senju clan? Indeed. Uchiha Izumi nodded and remarked. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan has always been a source of trepidation. Now, with the addition of the Senju clan, the strength of the Land of Whirlpools has undeniably surpassed that of a mere small nation. Moreover, upon arriving in the Land of Whirlpools, the Senju clan has not abandoned their ideal of peace. Through strategic alliances with the Uzumaki, they have seized control over this nation's governance, embarking on yet another endeavor following the establishment of the Hidden Village system. This time, the Nation of Ninjas system. The Nation of Ninjas system? Shaonan exclaimed in astonishment. Does this imply that the Senju clan aspires to create a nation where every individual is a ninja? Indeed, Uchiha Izumi affirmed. The failure of the Hidden Village system led the Senju clan to realize that the coalition of a mere few ninjas is futile. To bring about peace in this world, it is essential to mobilize the majority to attain absolute power, thereby unifying the entire ninja realm. Consequently, they sought to promote ninja education throughout the Land of Whirlpools, aiming to assemble a formidable army of ninjas numbering in the tens of thousands, thereby decisively ending the era of chaos and ushering in true peace. Remarkable. Truly. They are worthy of the title Senju of the forest. Nagato could not help but commend the Senju clan's audacity upon hearing this. To relinquish their identity as the founders of Konoha, to even forsake the most noble bloodline in the ninja world, merely to disseminate the power of ninjas among the masses for the sake of establishing a peaceful world and rescuing those in suffering. This is a testament to the Senju clan's strength. They undoubtedly deserve far more respect than the vast majority of ninjas in this world. Yet, in the end, they still failed, Shaonan sighed. The Nation of Ninjas system is far more radical than the Hidden Village system, positioning itself in stark opposition to the elite of all hidden villages. Thus, once this system was proposed, it was bound to face severe backlash from the entire ninja world. It seems likely that this was the reason for the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools. Nagato concurred. It is indeed plausible that this is why the history of the Senju clan has been thoroughly obscured. Not only Konoha, but even other nations have failed to propagate it. For although the Nation of Ninjas system is radical, it aligns with the interests of the majority within the ninja world. Should this ideology spread, it would inevitably inspire a continuous stream of attempts to pursue this path. As he spoke, Nagato gradually descended into contemplation. The original intent behind the founding of Konoha, the ideal of world peace, the internal disputes within Konoha, the rift between pragmatists and idealists, the threat posed by the nation of ninjas. All these elements, through Uchiha Izumi's perspective, unveiled a history that had long been concealed. It revealed not the glorified and noble portrayal propagated by Konoha, nor the hypocritical and sordid views held by outsiders, but rather a pure and authentic historical narrative that illustrated how Konoha, once so close to the Akatsuki organization, gradually descended into decay, ultimately becoming a faction that suppressed progressive forces. It was through this historical lens that Nagato came to recognize the Senju clan, this embodiment of ideals and transformation, how they lost all power and dignity under the oppression of old forces, until even the traces of their existence were obliterated, leaving only a dim symbol in the annals of history. Observing Nagato's deep reflections, Uchiha Izumi inquired with curiosity, "Does Nagato harbor some special sentiments towards the Senju clan?" It seems his recent demeanor suggests a desire to delve deeper into this history. Beside them, Conan elucidated, "Are you not aware? Nagato's father belongs to the Uzumaki clan, while his mother hails from the Senju clan. It was only after the fall of the Land of Whirlpools that his parents sought refuge in the Land of Rain. The reason he proposed the investigation into the Senju clan yesterday was not solely to assess your capabilities, but also to gain insight into his own lineage through your skills." "Alas, Nagato possesses the bloodline of the Senju?" exclaimed Uchiha Izumi, astonished. "Indeed. Interestingly, neither you nor I, nor even Nagato himself, were aware of this until recently." At that time, Nagato began to question the origins of his Rinnegan and delved into the identities of his parents, ultimately uncovering notes left behind by them. It was through the names in those notes that he discerned their true identities. It stands to reason that it was due to his heritage that Konoha's shinobi sought to eliminate Nagato's parents. The revelation of Nagato's Senju bloodline, coupled with the ideals upheld by Akatsuki, sparked a realization in Uchiha Izumi. "Conan, have you not noticed something intriguing? In contrast to the decayed Konoha of today, Akatsuki seems to embody the true legacy of Konoha. Here, we not only uphold the principles once cherished by Konoha, but also possess the bloodlines of its founders." "Indeed. It is rather ironic," Conan replied. "We, who have resolutely severed ties with Konoha, have inadvertently established an organization that mirrors Konoha most closely, especially now, as we bear not only the blood of the Senju, but also the remnants of the Uchiha clan." As she spoke, Conan glanced at Uchiha Izumi and continued, "History appears to be cyclical. Everything seems to have returned to its former state. However, this time, we shall not repeat Konoha's mistakes." At this moment, having concluded his contemplation, Nagato spoke with solemnity, "We must inherit the path of the Senju, wielding absolute power to eradicate the divisions within the shinobi world and usher in true peace for this realm. I shall make it known that the flames of Konoha, no matter how radiant, can only warm a select few. Only the dawn's light of the sun can illuminate this dark world." Uchiha Izumi remained unaware of the significance that the historical truth of the Senju clan and Konoha held for Akatsuki. She merely observed that Nagato's attitude towards this history was markedly more reverent than his perspective on the Otsutsuki clan's legacy. To the leaders of organizations like Nagato and Conan, the Otsutsuki clan appeared merely as primitive beings, engaging in treachery for the sake of power, stripped of their strength. The actions of these extraterrestrial beings seemed immature and tedious. In contrast, the factional disputes, ideological divergences, and moral decay during Konoha's founding were far more significant warnings for Akatsuki than the erratic use of chakra by a group of primitive beings. Nonetheless, the transformations within Akatsuki's upper echelons bore little relevance to Uchiha Izumi, a peripheral member of the organization. Her immediate priority was to fulfill the tasks mandated by Nagato while adhering to the history of the Senju clan. Simultaneously, she sought to procure the first Hokage cells through this mission to elevate her own power. Thus, after reporting via Jinjutsu, Uchiha Izumi began to prepare for the mission. She initially gathered extensive intelligence through the Akatsuki organization, identifying several potential locations within the ninja world where the remnants of the Senju clan might reside. Subsequently, she employed the art of disguise inherent to ninjas, transforming her appearance. The first step in her masquerade involved a change in hairstyle. Her long, flowing locks, which were too distinctive, had to be altered. However, Altering did not equate to cutting, as the ninja world harbors relatively conservative views. Most women, even those engaged in combat as ninjas, typically sport long hair, with only a minority of rebellious spirits opting for shorter styles. Thus, she sought out a hair salon in the Land of Rain, where she fashioned her long hair into a more traditional Heim cut. Once her hair was styled, the beauty mark beneath her right eye presented a new dilemma. Previously, she had taken a liking to this mark, but now, as a rogue ninja, its conspicuousness could easily betray her identity. After careful consideration, she decided to visit an optician to procure a pair of glasses. Intentionally, she selected the thickest frames available, which effectively concealed the beauty mark on her cheek. Additionally, due to the decline in her vision caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan, although these black-framed glasses could not entirely rectify her sight, they were better than nothing. In summary, after her meticulous transformation, the once vibrant and spirited girl had vanished from this world. The reflection in the mirror revealed a soft, scholarly maiden with a traditional Heim hairstyle and thick black glasses. Following this alteration in appearance, she began to cultivate a new demeanor in accordance with the teachings from the Ninja Academy. She curled her body inward, habitually clasping her hands at her chest, her head lowered slightly, her gaze imbued with the timidity and caution characteristic of an introverted girl. At this moment, the essence of Uzumaki Karen was a fusion of two souls, endowing her with life experiences far richer than those of an ordinary girl. Furthermore, having been a diligent student at the Ninja Academy, her initial attempts at altering her demeanor proved remarkably effective. She no longer exuded the aura of a formidable ninja, but rather embodied that of a timid bookworm, the kind often found in schools. Quietly engrossed in her studies in a corner of the classroom, seldom attracting attention. In her current guise, even acquaintances from her past would find it challenging to recognize her at first glance. Having successfully completed her disguise, she resumed her perusal of the intelligence gathered by the Akatsuki organization. Among the numerous potential locations for the descendants of the Senju clan, she meticulously selected one, the capital of the Land of Fire. Although this location did not appear in the original narrative of Naruto, as the capital of the most powerful nation in the ninja world, it undoubtedly ranks among the wealthiest and most populous cities in existence. Should the remnants of the Senju clan seek refuge, the capital of the Land of Fire would be an exceptionally advantageous choice. In such a vast metropolis, the presence or absence of a few individuals would go unnoticed. Moreover, even if the Leaf Village ninjas were to conduct a search, considering the stance of the daimyo, it would be improbable for them to engage in any significant conflict within the capital. Furthermore, as the most affluent region, the capital of the Land of Fire naturally boasts a significantly higher standard of living than the war-torn areas such as the Land of Rain, rendering it particularly enticing for the ordinary members of the Senju clan. In summary, based on Uchiha Izumi's observations of the parallel world, many members of the Senju clan infiltrated the capital of the Land of Fire. Although numerous individuals were assassinated by the Konoha ninjas lurking in the capital, a substantial number managed to evade the pursuit of Konoha, adopting new identities to lead tranquil lives within the capital. Moreover, aside from the descendants of the Senju clan, the capital of the Land of Fire possesses another aspect that greatly attracts Uchiha Izumi. It serves as the most advanced medical training center in the entire ninja world. While the ninja world does have medical ninjas, they only cater to a select few, and the majority of ordinary individuals must visit hospitals for medical attention. Among these doctors, a minority may possess medical ninjutsu, yet most are akin to conventional doctors, treating patients through standard methods. Nevertheless, the medical technology in the ninja world is considerably more advanced than that of the real world. For instance, the cloning technology surpasses that of the real world by at least 30 years. To establish a foothold in the ninja world, mere diligence and training is insufficient. The world places little value on effort. For ordinary individuals seeking to alter their fates, the sole recourse lies in emulating Orochimaru, utilizing knowledge to transform their own lineage. Therefore, after infiltrating the capital of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Izumi aims not only to acquire the cells of the first Hokage through the Senju clan, but also to master the most advanced medical knowledge. Otherwise, even if the cells of the first Hokage were presented to her, without the requisite skills, she would be powerless to implant them within herself. In conclusion, having made various preparations, Uchiha Izumi approached Conan to share her intentions. She also requested the Akatsuki organization to forge a false residency identification for the capital of the Land of Fire, enabling her to disguise herself while searching for traces of the Senju clan and learning medical techniques. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's plans, Conan's expression turned somewhat awkward, although the organization was eager to assist due to the previous focus of both herself and Nagato on the various ninja villages. The Akatsuki's influence in the capital of the Land of Fire was rather limited. Currently, the organization only had one intelligence team in the capital, with no more than 10 affiliates. Their primary task was merely to gather less confidential information through newspapers and other public sources. Upon learning that the Akatsuki's intelligence team in the capital of the Land of Fire possessed such limited capabilities, Uchiha Izumi felt a chill in her heart. An intelligence team of fewer than 10 individuals, primarily engaged in reading newspapers. What utility could that possibly serve? It seemed unlikely she could even procure a fake identification. The nominal leader of the Akatsuki's intelligence team in the capital was a merchant named Yanagi, engaged in frequent trade between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. He was entrusted by the Akatsuki to gather intelligence in the capital. However, being merely a merchant, Yanagi held little interest in the intelligence work. The true mastermind behind this intelligence group is, in fact, an elderly gentleman named Mickey, who serves under Lu Yin. In his youth, Mickey accompanied Lu Yin in the realm of commerce, but after encountering bandits during a trade journey, his health significantly declined. Consequently, once Lu Yin accepted the Akatsuki's commission, he entrusted the affairs of the intelligence group to Mickey, ostensibly to collect information, but in reality, it was a means to allow the old man to spend his twilight years within the group. Given that this intelligence group is largely disregarded, no one genuinely expects to glean significant information from it. As long as Mickey manages to compile and report on the newspapers from the capital of the Land of Fire periodically, he is deemed to have fulfilled his duties adequately. Upon examining the intelligence gathered by the capital's intelligence group, Uchiha Izumi was overwhelmed with disbelief. She had not anticipated that the Akatsuki, in the bustling capital of the Land of Fire, comprised such a meager assembly of misfits. After all, this city is the most developed within the ninja world and the economic heart of the Land of Fire. Is such neglect truly permissible? However, Uchiha Izumi could comprehend the Akatsuki's predicament. Despite having seized power in the Rain Country from Hanzo just a few years prior, they were, in essence, no more than a makeshift troop. Moreover, with the looming threats posed by the major ninja villages, the Akatsuki's focus was undoubtedly drawn towards them. In such a tense climate, the mere establishment of an intelligence group in the capital of the Land of Fire is a testament to Nagato's foresight as the leader. In summary, under the guise of a false identity and with the intelligence support provided by the Akatsuki, Uchiha Izumi returned to the Land of Fire from the Rain Country and successfully infiltrated the capital. Amidst the dazzling lights and vibrant neon of the bustling city, she followed Conan's guidance and located a quaint little shop named Mickey's Used Bookstore. Indeed, to legitimately gather various newspapers, the elderly Mickey opened this bookstore, allowing him to collect important news under the pretext of acquiring old books, subsequently organizing the significant information to submit to the Akatsuki. Upon entering the used bookstore, Uchiha Izumi was greeted by a young attendant clad in an apron, who was busy sorting through recently acquired books and selecting those suitable for sale. Noticing Izumi's scholarly demeanor, which made her appear as a studious young lady, the attendant enthusiastically began to introduce the latest acquisitions. She presented a book titled Tales of the Resolute Ninja, extolling its virtues to the skies. During her introduction, the attendant made a point to mention the author, a certain Jiraiya, whose reputation was quite notable. Although Tales of the Resolute Ninja was his debut work, it was undeniably worth a read. Uchiha Izumi was well aware of who Jiraiya was. Thus, she took the book Tales of the Resolute Ninja into her hands and began to read. However, after only a few sentences, she found herself unable to tolerate the tale, as the protagonist bore the name Naruto. Regarding Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Izumi felt little sympathy. After all, she believed her own circumstances to be far more pitiable. On the other hand, Uchiha Izumi harbored no animosity towards him. Even though Naruto Uzumaki could be regarded as the most steadfast watchdog of the conservative faction within the Hokage realm, Uchiha Izumi found it difficult to despise him. In her eyes, Naruto was merely an innocent, naive youth, having acquired immense power with relative ease, yet lacking the requisite knowledge to complement it. His ascension to Hokage rendered him a mere traditionalist, incapable even of performing the role of a mere craftsman. Consequently, the entire shinobi world remained ensnared in its existing state, perpetually caught in the inextricable cycle of the great ninja wars. The true architect of this predicament was not Naruto Uzumaki, but rather the fourth Hokage who sealed the nine tails within him, alongside the villagers of Konohagakure who guided him towards the Hokage position, and those who, through their machinations, facilitated Naruto's effortless rise to the status of a hero in the shinobi world. It was akin to ancient power brokers elevating a child to the throne, neglecting to impart the wisdom necessary for governing the realm. Essentially, it was merely the vested interests supporting an inconsequential idol to uphold their own dominion. Even if this idol possessed unparalleled strength, such power, much like the emperor's supreme authority, necessitated an equally profound cunning to wield effectively. Should the possessor of such strength lack the means to utilize it, or should the wielder of power be oblivious to the intricacies of governance, then no matter how formidable Naruto became, he would remain a mere tool in the hands of those intent on maintaining their rule. His significance bore little difference from the imperial seals of the past, seemingly unattainable, yet fundamentally no more than a mere stone. Thus, Uchiha Izumi regarded Naruto Uzumaki with indifference, for she had little interest in engaging with a mere stone. Casting aside the unremarkable tales of steadfastness, Uchiha Izumi began her search for medical textbooks within the antiquarian bookstore. If one were truly to pursue knowledge, few tomes could rival the value of textbooks. After a brief search, she indeed discovered a number of annotated textbooks within the old bookstore. The previous owners of these textbooks had likely succeeded in their entrance examinations, eager to part with their educational materials. Now, these annotated treasures had become the property of Uchiha Izumi. Thus, she lingered in the antiquarian bookstore for quite some time, continually exchanging old books with her colleagues and gradually familiarizing herself with the layout of the establishment. It turned out that adjacent to the bookstore was a rather concealed room. While the attendants outside entertained customers, individuals within the room were engaged in various tasks, utilizing her enhanced auditory senses granted by chakra. Uchiha Izumi overheard that the person next door was meticulously cutting newspapers and organizing important news into a notebook. This way, when the higher-ups of the Akatsuki organization received the notebook, they would easily grasp the recent happenings in the Land of Fire. Consequently, Uchiha Izumi employed the shadow clone technique, leaving a clone behind in the bookstore to continue reading, while her true self utilized the stealth techniques of a ninja to quietly infiltrate the interior of the bookstore. Arriving at the threshold of the concealed room, upon observing the elderly gentleman in the dimly lit room meticulously cutting newspaper, Uchiha Izumi realized that he was none other than the head of the Akatsuki's intelligence division in the Land of Fire, Old Man Sammu. However, when Izumi utilized her Sharingan to scrutinize Old Man Sammu, she was taken aback by a startling revelation. He possessed chakra. Beyond the ninjas of the various villages, there are indeed many others within the shinobi world who also wield chakra. For instance, the ninja monks of the Fire Temple and the samurai of the Land of Iron. A notable example is the 12 guardians of the Fire Daimyo, of whom only Sarutobi Asuma hails from the Land of Fire, while the other 11 are not from Konoha. This illustrates that in the shinobi world, at least in the Land of Fire, ninjutsu and chakra are not exclusive to the ninja villages. Nevertheless, even with this in mind, those capable of harnessing chakra remain a minority. In fact, according to Izumi's observations through her Sharingan, among 100 individuals, there may not even be one who can perform ninjutsu. Thus, upon discovering that Old Man Sammu possessed chakra, a sense of vigilance immediately arose within her. The intelligence division of Akatsuki might not be as straightforward as she had initially presumed. Contemplating this, Izumi decided to temporarily forego any interaction with the intelligence division. Quietly, she slipped out of the hidden door of the old bookstore, employing the body replacement technique to switch places with her shadow clone. After spending some time reading within the bookstore, she eventually approached the counter to settle her bill, departing the establishment like an ordinary customer. After leaving, Izumi sought refuge in an underground inn that did not require identification for check-in. First, she transformed into the guise of the time traveler Zhao Angui to ensure her identity remained concealed before opting to stay. Subsequently, she employed the Jinjutsu of her Sharingan to inquire with the innkeeper about information, locating local gang members who could assist in procuring counterfeit identification. She filled in the name Mayano Shiho on the forged identification, Though merely a fictitious name, it served as a source of encouragement and aspiration for Izumi. She hoped that through diligent study, she could master the advanced biological techniques akin to those of Shio. Once her identification was arranged, Izumi returned to Sanmu's old bookstore. This time, however, she did not enter in her original form, but rather assumed the appearance of the time traveler Zhao Angui, disguised as an inconspicuous man. She approached the attendant and directly requested to meet with the owner of the bookstore. The attendant, not daring to be negligent, quickly fetched the owner from the inner rooms. Soon after, a kind-hearted, balding elderly gentleman emerged, Old Man Sanmu. He appeared to be an ordinary old man, and no one would suspect that he held multiple identities. Upon meeting Sanmu, Izumi stated, "Senior Sanmu, I have come from my hometown. Boss Yanai asked me to find you." Upon hearing this, Old Man Sanmu was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he responded, Oh, is there something from Lord Yanai? Very well, let us ascend to discuss this. It is not convenient to converse here. Subsequently, Elder Sanmu guided Uchiha Izumi up the stairs, engaging in a seemingly ordinary conversation about the current situation in the Land of Rain. However, beneath this facade lay a covert exchange of signals, a method for the Akatsuki organization to verify identities. Through a series of inquiries and responses, Elder Sanmu ultimately deduced that Uchiha Izumi was not affiliated with Boss Liu, but rather an undercover operative sent by the Akatsuki to establish contact with him. Once the identity was confirmed, Elder Sanmu did not lead Uchiha Izumi into another room. Instead, he brought her directly to the restroom on the upper floor. As he turned on the faucet, the small space filled with the sound of rushing water. This simple yet effective method served as a means to thwart eavesdropping, a tactic favored by many ninjas during their covert operations, proving to be quite successful. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, Elder Sanmu whispered, "Does the organization have any tasks for us? There have been indications of a traitor within the organization in the capital of the Land of Fire. Given the immense damage this traitor has inflicted, the organization has assigned us to execute an assassination mission," he continued. "What do you require from me?" Uchiha Izumi inquired. The clues suggest that this traitor may be hiding within the Faculty of Science at the Capital University, though their exact identity remains unclear. To investigate further, I need you to infiltrate that faculty with our personnel. That seems exceedingly difficult. The Capital University is the finest in the Land of Fire. Many scions of the elite cannot gain admission, and our intel team lacks the necessary resources. Elder Sanmu frowned. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi asked, "Would it be easier if our personnel were capable of passing the university's entrance examination? Capable of passing the entrance exam for the Capital University?" Elder Sanmu replied, somewhat astonished. The entrance examination is notoriously challenging, especially for the Faculty of Science, which is deemed the most difficult among all faculties, even surpassing the Faculty of Medicine. Do we possess such exceptional young talents in our organization? That is not your concern. Simply affirm that such individuals exist, and whether they can be arranged into the Faculty of Science. Uchiha Izumi replied with a hint of impatience. Of course, it can be arranged, and it wouldn't even require much effort. All that is needed is to provide her with a forged identification and arrange for her to take the entrance examination in 2 months, Elder Sanmu explained. Is that so? Uchiha Izumi responded, retrieving a photograph from her bosom. However, the person depicted was neither Uchiha Izumi herself nor her disguised appearance, but rather Uchiha Itachi. Furthermore, it was not the current Uchiha Itachi, but the version from the original narrative at the age of 17. Uchiha Izumi possessed this photograph as a result of her transformation technique. His name is Suzaku. He is the individual we intend to place in the Capital University. Please arrange for a forged identification for him in due course, and use it to register him for the entrance examination in 2 months. If this task is successfully accomplished, I shall commend your merits to the organization. Given Elder Sanmu's questionable identity, Uchiha Izumi could not divulge any genuine intelligence to him. From the very onset of their communication, whether regarding task objectives, departmental information, or even the overarching goals of the academy, Uchiha Izumi provided nothing but fabricated information. The true aim of Uchiha Izumi is to assume a false identity as a professor at the private Baoking University's School of Medicine, all while being a member of the Senju clan. Contrary to what one might expect, the university that Uchiha Izumi intends to enroll in is not the prestigious Kudo University's Faculty of Science, but rather the private Baoking University's School of Medicine. While Kudo University is renowned as the foremost institution in the Land of Fire, the Baoking University is not significantly inferior in terms of its medical program. This is largely due to Baoking University's affiliation with a financial consortium in the Land of Fire, which clandestinely conducts numerous human experiments. And its cell transplantation technology remains unparalleled within the ninja world. Uchiha Izumi seeks to master the highest echelon of medical knowledge, specifically the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, making Baoking University the optimal choice for her aspirations. As for why Uchiha Izumi chose to relay false information to Old Man Sanmu, it serves a dual purpose. First, as a means of testing the waters, and secondly, to divert suspicion. Should Old Man Sanmu prove to be trustworthy, Uchiha Izumi could leverage the old bookstore to gather intelligence and establish contact with the Akatsuki organization. Conversely, if Old Man Sanmu harbors ulterior motives, the misinformation would effectively redirect the attention of any potential adversaries away from her true intentions. In the event that trouble does arise, their focus would be misled towards Kudo University's Faculty of Science, oblivious to her real target, which is Baoking University's School of Medicine. Thus, this exemplifies Uchiha Izumi's prudence as a ninja. She understands the importance of not easily placing trust in others and always retaining a measure of caution. After all, she is not like Naruto Uzumaki, who can effortlessly forge profound friendships. As a rogue ninja of Konoha, her only reliance in this world is her own vigilance. Indeed, Uchiha Izumi's caution proved to be well-founded. Shortly after she divulged the false information to Old Man Sanmu, he stealthily exited his old bookstore one night and sought out a safe house where he encountered several masked ninjas. Notably, none of these maneuvers escaped Uchiha Izumi's notice. Following her interaction with Old Man Sanmu, she had dispatched her shadow clones to covertly monitor his activities. All of Old Man Sanmu's actions on that day were meticulously observed by Uchiha Izumi's clones. Through this prolonged observation, she ultimately confirmed the identities of these individuals as Konoha ninjas. Despite the significant transformation in Old Man Sanmu's demeanor and the masked ninjas obscuring their faces, the familiar aura they exuded unmistakably revealed their true identities. Including Old Man Sanmu, these individuals were covertly stationed by Konoha in the capital of the Land of Fire, clandestinely surveilling the most prosperous city in the realm. It seems that unlike the Akatsuki, Konoha places considerable emphasis on the capital of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Izumi mused. However, it appeared that Old Man Sanmu was not intentionally assigned to the capital by Konoha. His original mission likely involved infiltrating the Akatsuki through his connections with the merchant Liu Yi from the Land of Rain. Who would have thought that after finally gaining entry into the Akatsuki, he would be relegated to clipping newspapers in an old bookstore? As Uchiha Izumi pondered this, Old Man Sanmu commenced his report. As he spoke, the elderly Sanmu produced two photographs. One depicted a 17-year-old Uchiha Itachi, transformed by Uzumaki Izumi, while the other portrayed the time traveler Zhao Angui, also altered by Uzumaki Izumi. In summary, neither was a true representation of Uzumaki Izumi herself. Subsequently, Sanmu remarked, according to a member of the Akatsuki organization, their current mission involves the assassination of a traitor within an organization. This traitor is believed to be lurking within the Faculty of Engineering at East Capital University, potentially masquerading as a teacher. They plan to instruct this young member to gain admission to East Capital University through the entrance examination, thereby executing the assassination. Upon hearing Sanmu's account, Uzumaki Izumi felt bewildered. Did she not mention Capital University? How had Sanmu reported it as East Capital University? Was he not a Konoha ninja? Why would he relay false information to his superiors? Or was it possible that this elder possessed an identity far more intricate than just being a Konoha ninja? In any case, this sudden turn of events deepened Uzumaki Izumi's confusion and made her realize that the world of ninjas was far more complex than she had previously imagined. Figures like this Sanmu and even Kabuto from the original narrative, who navigated the ninja world as spies, had identities and allegiances that surpassed ordinary understanding. In the capital of the Land of Fire, at the desk of an underground inn, Uzumaki Izumi, absorbed in her studies, felt the memories of her shadow clone surfacing. She set down her book and murmured to herself, "It truly is a case of espionage within espionage." Who would have thought that a seemingly unremarkable elder could possess such a convoluted background? Soon after, Uzumaki Izumi devoted her entire focus to her studies. Although Baoping University was not the most prestigious institution in the Land of Fire, the difficulty of its medical entrance examination was hardly less than that of Capital University. Originally, Uzumaki Izumi was merely a 13-year-old kunoichi with limited knowledge. The time traveler Zhao Angui had only average academic performance, having been a student of a second-tier institution. And after several years post-graduation, he had long since forgotten much of what he had learned. Thus, even with their souls merged and knowledge shared, the reality remained that Uzumaki Izumi was academically challenged. If she were to take the exam in a conventional manner, she might only manage to randomly select answers from the choices provided. However, perhaps due to the fusion of souls and her inherent talent, Uzumaki Izumi discovered that her memory and comprehension abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Medical knowledge, which seemed profound to the average person, was not difficult for her to grasp. In just a month, she managed to achieve a passing score on the collection of entrance examination questions. Of course, a mere passing score was insufficient for her admission to Baoping University. Fortunately, this was a world of ninjas. Despite her lackluster grades, Uzumaki Izumi had an advantage. She could emulate the scenarios described in the original narrative of the ninja exams, utilizing her Sharingan to replicate the actions of other candidates. As long as she chose a target who exhibited exceptional skill, passing the entrance examination would be quite feasible. Thus, as she prepared for the entrance examination while discreetly observing Samu, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the first day of the entrance examination, the weather had grown decidedly frigid. Early in the morning, Uchiha Izumi was greeted by the sight of snowflakes drifting gently outside her window. Observing the wintry weather, she adeptly put on her glasses, arranged her hair, donned a thick coat, and wrapped a scarf snugly around her cheeks. After 2 months, Izumi had become quite accustomed to her current persona, silent and introverted, exuding the aura of a timid girl with minimal presence. No one would suspect that this seemingly delicate child was, in fact, an S-rank rogue ninja sought by Konoha, possessing strength comparable to that of a shadow. Braving the snowstorm, Izumi made her way to the examination venue. Noticing that her fellow candidates were accompanied by parents and family, she instinctively lowered her gaze, focusing on her toes as she walked forward. After a straightforward security check, Izumi entered the examination hall and commenced her entrance exam. The process unfolded smoothly, as she leveraged the prowess of her Sharingan, coupled with 2 months of intensive preparation, to easily pass the entrance examination. While her scores did not place her at the very top, they were certainly respectable. However, on the day the results were announced, Izumi was taken aback to find a familiar name on the acceptance list, Kabuto Yakushi. This character, a loyal subordinate of Orochimaru in the original narrative, adeptly navigated various factions. And now he had sat for the same examination as her. What astonished Izumi the most was that he had secured the first position among all candidates, achieving a near-perfect score on what was deemed an exceedingly challenging entrance exam. Such remarkable achievements were the subject of widespread discussion as Izumi arrived at the entrance of Baokuen University. Who would have thought that Konoha, known for its rough and untamed ninjas, could produce such an exceptional candidate? Do not underestimate Konoha, they remarked. While many of these ninjas may be uncouth, the medical ninjas generally possess the caliber of graduate students from prestigious institutions. In fact, they once produced a genius like Kabuto. Are you referring to Tsunade? I recall some content in our university textbooks was authored by her, truly, a prodigious talent. Yet, lamentably, such brilliance was found among the ninjas of Konoha. If she were to focus on academia, her achievements would be boundless. Actually, aside from Tsunade, Orochimaru from that same era was also extraordinarily gifted. Oh, but what does it matter? The more talented they are, the less likely they are to shine in Konoha. Do you not know who Sarutobi Hiruzen is? The illiterate ninjas of Konoha may not understand, but surely you university students do? Why would we not understand? He is the head of a cult. Our law professors incessantly use Konoha as a reference. They've exhausted the topic. Well, Konoha is merely a sample of a peculiar human organization under observation. I hear they've recently had incidents of genocide, with one individual wiping out an entire clan. My goodness, does anyone genuinely believe such nonsense? Let us not overestimate the intelligence of Konoha's ninjas. Many graduate by age 12, having spent most of their school years studying ninjutsu. In terms of education, they are only at a 3rd grade level, a gathering of illiterates. Anyone congregating at the university entrance typically possesses a decent level of education. In the discourse of these individuals, Uchiha Izumi distinctly perceived the characteristic arrogance of intellectuals. They looked down upon the culturally challenged ninjas of Konoha. Yet, paradoxically, these seemingly unrefined ninjas wielded formidable power, which infused their condescension with an undercurrent of jealousy and resentment. It is noteworthy that not only the external intellectuals held such views. Based on Uchiha Izumi's experiences over the past 2 months, the common folk of the Land of Fire harbored a similar disdain for Konoha. To draw a parallel, the villagers of Konoha regarded the Uchiha clan in much the same light as the commoners of the Land of Fire viewed the ninjas of Konoha. And the perception of Uchiha Madara among Konoha villagers mirrored the sentiments of the commoners towards the third Hokage. This reflects the cyclical nature of human society, where the commoners of Konoha deemed the Uchiha clan as a malevolent and corrupt lineage, oblivious to the fact that they too were perceived similarly by others. Were it not for the lack of formidable military might in the Land of Fire, the night of the Uchiha clan's demise would inevitably be reenacted within its borders, with the obliteration encompassing not merely a single clan, but an entire ninja village. As Uchiha Izumi listened to the idle chatter around her, she redirected her focus to the admission list. Upon seeing the name of Yakushi Kabuto at the pinnacle of the list, her thoughts wandered to the enigmatic Sannin, who was akin to a master of subterfuge. Instinctively, Uchiha Izumi lowered her head, aware that her expedition to the capital was unlikely to unfold as smoothly as she had envisioned. Following the entrance examination, Uchiha Izumi commenced her preparations for the new academic term. Aware that her admission may have been secured through dubious means, she dedicated herself to diligent study during this period, striving to address her deficiencies before the commencement of classes. Simultaneously, she did not neglect her surveillance of Sannins and the ninjas of Konoha. Utilizing information gathered through her shadow clones, Uchiha Izumi uncovered a considerable uproar within the engineering department of the Eastern Capital University. The conduct of Konoha's ninjas in the capital surpassed her expectations in terms of assertiveness, rather than covertly investigating the esteemed institution. They dispatched ninjas to conduct widespread searches within the university. The outcome of these searches, however, exceeded everyone's anticipations. The intelligence provided by Uchiha Izumi was, in fact, fabricated, and the information reported by Sannins was equally misleading. Neither party possessed a genuine understanding of Eastern Capital University, and both had presumed that Konoha would glean no valuable insights from the searches. Contrary to their expectations, Konoha ninjas astonishingly uncovered that the engineering department of Eastern Capital University was preparing to manufacture ammonium nitrate on a large scale. Most Konoha ninjas were illiterate, having barely completed elementary education, and were blissfully ignorant of the implications of ammonium nitrate. When they heard the university professors claim that ammonium nitrate was intended for fertilizer production, they nearly believed it, had it not been for a medical ninja among them, who informed his comrades that ammonium nitrate could also be utilized in the production of military explosives. Konoha might have remained oblivious to its perilous nature. In summary, the revelation of Eastern Capital University's endeavors to develop ammonium nitrate manufacturing equipment sent shockwaves throughout the Land of Fire, particularly for Konoha. The actions of Eastern Capital University were akin to undermining the very foundations of their existence. Imagine if the Land of Fire were to truly amass a significant quantity of ammonium nitrate, even if this substance were solely utilized for the creation of explosive devices. It would wield destructive power comparable to Class C ninjutsu. The efficiency of industrial production is undoubtedly far superior to the arduous training of ninjutsu. Consequently, once ammonium nitrate is produced in abundance, the Land of Fire could assemble a military force equipped with firearms, surpassing in numbers any ninja village, thus possessing the potential to dismantle the current world order. Upon discovering the activities of the Eastern Capital University, Konoha swiftly initiated a thorough purge. Professors and scientists capable of developing related equipment, regardless of their personal stance, were subjected to sealing techniques that erased their pertinent memories, thereafter expelled from the university. As for the core scientists involved in the research, they were executed by Konoha ninjas on charges of developing weapons of mass destruction, without any judicial proceedings. Following this incident, the Eastern Capital University, the strongest engineering institution in the Land of Fire, was severely weakened, with numerous esteemed engineers and scientists persecuted, many of whom were leaders in their respective fields. It can be said that due to Konoha's suppression, the entire engineering development of the Land of Fire has stagnated. As an observer of these events, Uchiha Izumi increasingly comprehended the essence of the ninja village system. The 5 great ninja villages monopolized the military and diplomatic powers of their nations, thus becoming the dominators of the world order, primarily because they have a monopoly on violence. By harnessing chakra, a force exclusive to a select few elites, these villages can transcend the limitations of various countries despite their relatively small size. However, this mode of governance, characterized by the dominance of the few over the many, is inherently sensitive and fragile. The foundation of this system rests solely on a minority endowed with special powers. Should these individuals lose their strength, or should a majority acquire even greater power, the so-called ninja village system would abruptly collapse. It is precisely this awareness of risk that compels the 5 great ninja villages to impede the progress of the times and the advancement of technology through various means. Their objective is to maintain the stability of the ninja village system and preclude the emergence of forces that could undermine their rule. Consequently, despite the ninja world possessing a robust foundation in basic science, many areas of development remain grotesquely stunted. For instance, despite the advanced state of biological sciences, the ninja world has not adopted the widespread use of chemical fertilizers. This is not due to ignorance of their existence, but rather because fertilizers themselves are akin to explosives, possessing significant military value. Thus, ninja villages, including Konoha, would never permit the establishment of fertilizer plants, as such a facility would signify the potential for tons of high-powered explosives, capable of obliterating Konoha. Moreover, the distorted development in various scientific fields within the ninja world is equally a result of suppression. Otherwise, given the current technological level in the ninja world, the manufacture of tanks, aircraft, and other weapons would pose no challenge. Even the creation of nuclear weapons would merely be a matter of time. After all, the ninja world also possesses computers and other electronic devices, with foundational physics development on par with that of the real world. In summary, through a period of observation, Uchiha Izumi has equated the so-called ninja village system with the 8-banner system of the Qing dynasty. Both represent a governance model that prioritizes a small elite, ultimately resulting in immense warfare and calamity for the world. Their rule hinders the progress and development of the majority. Consequently, at this moment, Uchiha Izumi harbors a profound disdain for the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. To ninjas, he may be revered as the god of ninjas. But from the perspective of most within the ninja world, he embodies the role of a colonial oppressor. Were it not for him, the ninja world would not have endured 3 consecutive great ninja wars, nor would its technological advancements have stagnated. In the face of the Otsutsuki threat, the ninja world could have effectively utilized nuclear weaponry to vanquish them, rather than relying on a handful of protagonists with extraordinary abilities. In the old bookstore of Elder Samu, Uchiha Izumi's shadow clone transformed into the likeness of Zhao Angui and re-entered the establishment. Upon locating Elder Samu, Izumi entrusted him with a letter, urging him to deliver it promptly to the Akatsuki headquarters. In truth, the letter was not urgent. It merely informed Konan and Nagato of recent events in the capital of the Land of Fire, concluding with Izumi's own reflections on the system of hidden villages. The insights were rooted in the perspective of a time traveler and offered significant enlightenment for the ninja world, yet held little intelligence value. Izumi's motive for handing the letter to Elder Samu was a test. She was eager to ascertain which side this elder, who traversed between Konoha and the Akatsuki, truly belonged to. After delivering the letter, her shadow clone resumed its vigilant watch. She observed as Elder Samu, upon receiving the letter, did not act immediately but instead carefully concealed it. Later that night, when silence enveloped the night, the elderly man rose from his bed, cautiously retrieved the letter, and, using prepared ninja tools, sliced open the envelope to read by the faint light. In the darkness, Izumi's shadow clone noted the furrowed brow of Elder Samu, clearly puzzled as to why such an ordinary letter warranted haste. However, as he reached the conclusion, an unexpected spark lit up his aged face, as if he had glimpsed a beacon in the dark. Suddenly, he stood up, murmuring to himself, "No wonder Konoha has become what it is. So this is how it is." Alas, Konoha. Despite having conveyed false intelligence to Konoha, Izumi sensed a genuine affection for the village emanating from Elder Samu's voice, akin to a parent addressing their child. Ultimately, he resealed the letter with his ninja tools and returned to bed, suggesting that this Elder Samu was indeed a Konoha ninja. His sentiments towards Konoha were unmistakable, revealing a disappointment with the current state of affairs, possibly due to life's circumstances, leading him to choose to safeguard the Akatsuki with his intelligence. Perhaps, before this venerable elder who has witnessed the history of Konohagakure. The current Akatsuki organization is akin to the former Konoha itself. On the inaugural day of the semester, Uchiha Izumi walked through the brisk spring winds, contemplating the intelligence relayed through shadow clones. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at the entrance of Baoqing University. As a prestigious private institution, the gates of Baoqing University were modest, lacking the grandeur of contemporary Chinese universities. Only upon entering could one behold the pavilions and intricately adorned structures within. Following the directional signs, Uchiha Izumi located the classroom for the molecular cell biology major within the medical department. Upon entering, she observed her fellow new students either engrossed in their studies or engaging in quiet conversations. Uchiha Izumi refrained from greeting her peers, instead opting to settle into a seat by the window at the back of the classroom, where she picked up her textbook to review her lessons. Before long, another individual took a seat beside her. Uchiha Izumi turned to glance at him, her pupils narrowing in surprise. The person beside her wore round glasses, sported short silver hair, and bore a gentle smile, none other than Kabuto Yakushi. Although Uchiha Izumi had anticipated the possibility of sharing classes with Kabuto, given their mutual research interests, she had not expected to intersect with him on her very first day. Noticing Uchiha Izumi's gaze, Kabuto smiled and greeted her. "May I ask your name?" "Yoshino Shio." Uchiha Izumi replied, presenting her fabricated alias. "Yoshino, is it? Pleased to meet you. I am Kabuto Yakushi, a ninja from Konoha." "Konoha? Ninja?" Uchiha Izumi responded timidly, adhering to her constructed persona. "Haha, surprised are you? It's quite unusual for a ninja to attend university. But I am not just any ninja. I am a medical ninja. While ordinary ninjas graduate after 6 years of training, medical ninjas must master combat skills alongside medical knowledge equivalent to that of a doctor. Such extensive knowledge cannot be acquired within the confines of a ninja village, which is why medical ninjas pursue further education at universities. In their initial encounter, Kabuto exuded a remarkably amiable demeanor. His gentle tone and cheerful disposition gave him the air of a supportive older brother. However, Uchiha Izumi was acutely aware that he was one of the foremost spies in the narrative of the Hokage. Much of the charm he exhibited was, to a large extent, merely a facade. Faced with such a masterful spy, Uchiha Izumi had little interest in engaging in conversation, as any unnecessary dialogue could jeopardize her true identity. Thus, after listening to Kabuto's introduction, she redirected her attention to her textbook, disregarding him entirely. Sensing his lack of success in engaging her, Kabuto too withdrew into his studies. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Izumi divided her essence into 3 forms. One shadow clone attended classes in her stead, while another gathered intelligence around the used bookstore. Meanwhile, her original self diligently trained at home, honing not only her martial arts, but also developing her water chakra properties. Despite being divided into 3, Uchiha Izumi felt no mental fatigue. Who would have imagined that her current soul is a product of the fusion of 2 beings, endowing her with a mental prowess far beyond that of ordinary individuals? Uchiha Izumi swiftly completed her studies and even found leisure time to correspond with Nagato and Conan, sharing her perspectives on the ninja village system. Time has flown by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have elapsed. During this period, Uchiha Izumi relied on her extraordinary mental strength and the technique of shadow clones to master a curriculum that would typically take a regular person 5 years to complete, graduating from university 3 years ahead of schedule. Under normal circumstances, such an achievement would have sent shockwaves through the medical department. However, when Uchiha Izumi graduated early, the medical department hardly stirred. The reason was simple. Yakushi Kabuto, who enrolled in the same year, had completed 5 years' worth of coursework in just 1 year and graduated effortlessly. Moreover, after graduating in a year, Yakushi Kabuto obtained a master's degree in another year and published several groundbreaking papers. Had it not been for his doctoral advisor's intention to extend his studies by 2 more years, he could have completed his doctoral studies within a year, surpassing the legendary medical ninja Tsunade, who graduated in 3 years, thus becoming the first of his kind in the history of the medical department. As a fellow student who enrolled on the same day, Uchiha Izumi had initially worried that prolonged interaction might reveal her identity, especially since she attended classes using shadow clones. Little did she know that her concerns were unfounded. Yakushi Kabuto had advanced to the second year within 2 months, reached the third year after 5 months, and applied for early graduation in less than a year. They had barely exchanged a few words at the beginning of their enrollment, and she hardly ever encountered him thereafter. What a prodigy! Uchiha Izumi's assessment of Yakushi Kabuto's medical talent did not surprise her, for in the original Naruto, he stood alongside Uchiha Obito, wielding his intellect to stir the tides of fate without the support of bloodline or destiny. If he had not demonstrated such remarkable prowess at university, it would have been the true anomaly. In a basement of a rental apartment in the capital of the Fire Nation, a carp lay before Uchiha Izumi, its body marred by a wound from which blood flowed incessantly. Gazing at the fish, Uchiha Izumi formed hand seals, and a faint green glow began to emanate from her hands. She then placed her hands upon the carp's body, and the gruesome wound swiftly began to mend, healing completely in no time. After 2 years of diligent training, I can finally consider myself a competent medical ninja. Satisfied with her healing results, Uchiha Izumi nodded and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the fish for dinner. The ninja world is not solely dominated by the 5 great ninja villages in the mastery of medical ninjutsu. Medical universities in the outside world also offer teachings in this art. Although most individuals lack the bloodline to support their mastery of medical ninjutsu, relevant courses have always existed as electives. Uchiha Izumi began her training in medical ninjutsu through these elective courses, and over the course of 2 years, she has acquired some proficiency in medical techniques. In summary, the past 2 years have been exceedingly significant for Uchiha Izumi. Although she possessed an extraordinary level of strength 2 years prior, that prowess was largely a consequence of the kaleidoscopic enhancement. Stripping away the power of the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Izumi's abilities could be likened to that of a particularly skilled jonin. However, after 2 years of diligent training and introspection, Uchiha Izumi has developed the nature transformation of water release, mastered medical ninjutsu, and significantly enhanced her chakra control. At this moment, even without relying on the kaleidoscope Sharingan, her overall strength is comparable to that of an elite jonin, akin to Sarutobi Asuma. Despite her remarkable progress, Uchiha Izumi is acutely aware of the limitations imposed by her lineage. Her father was not a ninja of the Uchiha clan. She inherited the Uchiha bloodline solely from her mother. In comparison to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, her bloodline is not as pure. Thus, her innate talent and potential cannot be equated with that of the untainted Uchiha clan, even with the enhancement of her mental faculties through soul fusion, which granted her the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It simultaneously indicates that her bloodline is being further strained. Consequently, today, Uchiha Izumi distinctly feels that her strength has reached an impasse. No matter how hard she strives to train, her power is unlikely to see significant improvement, as her bloodline can only support such potential, with no possibility for further advancement. At this juncture, if Uchiha Izumi wishes to grow stronger, the sole recourse lies in modifying her own bloodline. To this end, she has dedicated the past 2 years to acquiring knowledge in relevant medical sciences, and now possesses a sound understanding of cellular transplantation. With the acquisition of the first Hokage's cells, she plans to transplant them into herself, thereby facilitating her further enhancement. Currently, the first Hokage's cells are within her grasp. Upon completing her university studies after 2 years, Uchiha Izumi's exceptional talent garnered recognition from numerous professors within the medical department. Although she may not rival the prodigious abilities of Kabuto Yakushi, she is indeed a rare genius encountered only once in several years. Consequently, following her graduation, several professors approached her, eager to invite her to join their research teams. In the face of these offers, Uchiha Izumi resolutely chose to work with a relatively obscure professor named Hiroyo Fukuhara, who specializes in genetic editing technology. This field of study is of paramount importance to Uchiha Izumi, as it would allow her to perfectly transplant the cells of the first Hokage, embedding the power of wood release into her very genes. Without this method, a mere cellular transplant could result in her developing a visage akin to that of the first Hokage, much like Uchiha Madara, or suffer from the grotesque tissue anomalies reminiscent of Danzo. As a young woman, Uchiha Izumi naturally desires to avoid any grotesque transformations of her body. Moreover, such transplants carry significant risks. Therefore, the approach of utilizing genetic editing technology to directly embed the hereditary information of wood release into her DNA is decidedly the most reliable option. Besides the relevance of the research project to her own aspirations, Uchiha Izumi has another, more significant reason for choosing Professor Fukuhara. Fengsu is merely a pseudonym adopted by this professor. His true name is Ingushu, a member of the esteemed Jinhu clan who fled from Miet. Having inherited the clan's remarkable aptitude for medical ninjutsu, he changed his name and entered Buchingisha, ultimately becoming a professor at this institution. Buchen infiltrated the university not only to acquire knowledge in medicine, but also to engage with this descendant of the Jinshu clan in hopes of obtaining the cells of the first Hokage. Now presented with the opportunity to become his student, Buchen would not let it slip away. Thus, amidst the lamentations of renowned professors, she officially became Fenggangshu's disciple. In Fenggangshu's laboratory, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. "Yao Shido, is that you?" exclaimed Buchen, a blend of surprise and caution evident in her voice. "It truly is Gongyet. I never anticipated our paths would cross again in Fenggangshu's lab. We seem to be fated to meet." Likewise, Yao Shido was taken aback by her presence. Considering Buchen's exceptional academic performance, which typically would not lead one to select a relatively obscure professor like Fenggangshu. "By the way, Gongyet, what prompted you to choose Fenggangshu as your supervisor? Are you also intrigued by gene editing technology like I am?" With a slight nod, Buchen replied softly. "If gene editing technology reaches maturity, humanity could eradicate numerous hereditary diseases. I find this technology profoundly meaningful, which is why I chose Fenggangshu." "I see. It seems we share the same perspective," Yao Shido remarked, adjusting his glasses. "I too believe that gene editing is far more significant than merely treating illnesses after they arise. If this technology can be fully realized, humanity is bound to usher in an extraordinary evolution." "That's absurd. You, like me, seem intent on using gene editing to alter your own lineage," Buchen silently mused. Under Yao Shido's guidance, she began to familiarize herself with the laboratory. During their exchange, Fenggangshu, their instructor, finally made his delayed entrance. The elderly man, over 60, wore gray hair and a face lined with wrinkles, his eyes lacking the fervor for science typically seen in younger scholars. His weary and aged demeanor suggested he merely drifted through life. Had it not been for Nguyen's observation of a parallel world through Herwin, where she glimpsed this man adorned with the Miid headband, she would never have surmised that he was the illustrious descendant of the Jinshu clan. Fenggangshu, devoid of youthful zeal, calmly introduced himself. Even in the presence of prodigies like Yao Shido and Buchen, his only directive for the newly admitted Buchen was to follow Yao Shido and complete her graduate courses before she could assist in the laboratory with menial tasks. The majority of the research responsibilities were delegated to senior students in the lab. After imparting these instructions, he hastily departed to attend an academic conference. Before departing, he smacked his lips, clearly anticipating a delightful feast during the tea break. Observing Fukuhara Hiroyo in such a state filled Uchiha Izumi with a sense of despair. This instructor did not appear particularly reliable. Would he truly be able to learn the most advanced gene editing techniques under his tutelage? Noticing Uchiha Izumi's apprehension, Yakushi Kabuto offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not worry. It is perfectly fine." Although Professor Fukuhara is currently in a semi-retired state, his academic prowess remains intact. As for your current coursework, my senior colleagues and I will suffice. You must understand that during your graduate studies, your professors are largely akin to employers, while your seniors are your true educators. Indeed, the situation unfolded precisely as Yakushi Kabuto had described. As a newcomer, Uchiha Izumi spent most of his time either washing flasks, caring for laboratory mice, or assisting in experiments, with the majority of his learning occurring under the guidance of his seniors. Given the limited availability of each senior's time, Uchiha Izumi's studies were effectively a relay of instruction among them. These seniors were not actual teachers, leading to numerous challenges in their pedagogical methods. However, thanks to Uchiha Izumi's remarkable talent and his ability to utilize shadow clones for assistance, he effortlessly kept pace with the instructional tempo set by his seniors. This prompted them to remark on the arrival of yet another prodigy in their laboratory. After diligently studying for 6 months, Uchiha Izumi finally completed the coursework required for his graduate studies. It was only thereafter that he began to delve into the gene editing techniques he had long yearned for, experimenting with the manipulation of fly genes and continually cultivating various bizarre specimens. During this half-year period, Uchiha Izumi gradually grew familiar with Fukuhara Hiroyo. He learned that this professor, now in his 60s, remained unmarried and childless, still living as a solitary old man. His sole pastime seemed to be rummaging through a second-hand bookstore for novels to read. Coincidentally, Uchiha Izumi discovered that this very bookstore was the one he had been particularly interested in, the old bookstore of Mr. Sanmuki. Noting the connection between Fukuhara Hiroyo, a descendant of the Senju clan, and Mr. Sanmuki, Uchiha Izumi quickly realized the latter's true identity. It was highly plausible that Mr. Sanmuki was once a subordinate of the Senju clan, having distanced himself from Konoha due to the clan's fate. Moreover, due to his ties to the Senju, Konoha harbored distrust towards him, which likely resulted in Mr. Sanmuki's expulsion from the village, relegating him to undertake covert missions even at such an advanced age. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Izumi felt a profound sorrow for Mr. Sanmuki, for Fukuhara Hiroyo, and for himself. All three were once ninjas of Konoha, yet for various reasons, they had diverged paths, even becoming adversaries of the village. Just as Uchiha Izumi lamented their intertwined fates, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly approached him. Mayano-kun, did you know that Professor Fukuhara has been secretly conducting clandestine experiments all along? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi shook her head. For the past 6 months, she had been diligently studying, devoting her leisure time to honing her ninjutsu skills, and had not paid attention to what Fukuhara Hiroyo was secretly researching. However, after completing her half-year course, Uchiha Izumi had indeed planned to conduct a covert investigation into Fukuhara Hiroyo to uncover clues regarding the first Hokage's cells. Little did she expect that before she could begin her inquiry, Yakushi Kabuto would come knocking at her door. Is it unusual for a university professor to engage in private research? Uchiha Izumi inquired. Yakushi Kabuto replied, certainly, conducting private research is not uncommon. But do you know what direction the professor's secret research is taking? It is human gene editing. Although the future of gene editing technology aims at modifying human genes, this field is far from mature. Recklessly altering human genetics could potentially have a profound impact on the entire human race. Thus, in the current scientific community, human gene editing is an absolute taboo. If Fukuhara Hiroyo's clandestine activities were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly invite fierce condemnation from the entire research community. It would not be surprising if extremists resorted to hiring ninjas to assassinate Fukuhara Hiroyo, as the future of humanity could very well be jeopardized by his research. Upon hearing this revelation from Yakushi Kabuto, Uchiha Izumi expressed her astonishment. Kabuto, is your source reliable? The professor seems to have long since settled into a life of complacency. How could he possibly engage in such dangerous endeavors? Absolutely reliable, he asserted. Let us not forget that I am a ninja hailing from Konoha, and I am adept at information gathering. Just a few days ago, I stealthily infiltrated the professor's home and witnessed firsthand his research on gene editing. Yakushi Kabuto declared with certainty. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback by the professor's actions, and after a moment of reflection, she questioned, but Kabuto, if you know this, why not report it? Why share this with me? At this, a sly smile crept across Yakushi Kabuto's face. He replied meaningfully, report it? Why would I do such a thing? Uchiha Izumi paused, taken aback, as Yakushi Kabuto continued, while I am aware of the professor's research, I have never viewed it as erroneous. Particularly as a ninja, I abhor the existing bloodline monopoly in this world. Why should certain individuals be born with the ability to wield powerful Kekkei Genkai, while ordinary people like us struggle to even harness a modicum of chakra? Therefore, I have no intention of reporting the professor. In fact, I plan to join him in his research. After listening to Yakushi Kabuto's explanation, Uchiha Izumi expressed her confusion. Is that so? But Kabuto, if you wish to explore this research with the professor, why share this with me? Observing Uchiha Izumi's feigned ignorance, Yakushi Kabuto scoffed, stop pretending. Mayano, I have long recognized that you, like me and Professor Fukuhara, are individuals yearning for change. When you were introduced to the gene editing technology, I sensed a longing in your eyes. That desire is all too familiar to me. You, like me, yearn for a powerful lineage. Since we share a common ambition, Mayano, why not join us in our research? Imagine if the technology of gene editing were to become widespread. The world would no longer be shackled by lineage monopolies. In such a scenario, whether it be the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Senju clan's would release, anyone could possess them if they desired. As one of the foremost spies in the ninja realm, Kabuto Yakushi excels at manipulating hearts and minds. A typical individual might easily fall under his spell, but Izumi Uchiha, as a time traveler aware of the original narrative, knows Kabuto all too well and is not easily ensnared. Even when Kabuto spins his elaborate tales, Izumi's gaze remains serene. Once Kabuto completes his monologue, Izumi softly replies, "I regret to inform you, Kabuto. While you present a compelling argument, I must prioritize my studies for now. If you truly require assistance, perhaps you should seek out other senior students. I believe some of them may resonate with your and the teacher's ideas." As she attempts to depart, Kabuto suddenly seizes her arm. When Izumi turns back, she discovers a sharp kunai pressed against her neck. "Mayano, have you forgotten that I am a ninja? As a ninja, I am unafraid to employ any means necessary to achieve my goals." Izumi knows that her strength surpasses Kabuto's, and his actions cannot remain hidden from her. However, she is also aware that too readily acquiescing to his request might incite suspicion. After all, her current persona is that of a timid, diligent student, unlikely to recklessly engage in perilous research. Thus, Izumi employs a strategy of feigned vulnerability, retreating to advance, hoping to compel Kabuto to exert his ninja prowess to coerce her, thereby making her eventual cooperation appear more natural. Gazing at the kunai at her throat, Izumi immediately channels the acting skills she has honed over the past 2 years. Her pupils constrict, her body trembles, and she resembles a startled quail, quaking as she stammers, "Kabuto, what do you intend to do?" "Quite simply, you will agree to collaborate with me," Kabuto replies coldly. "Why me? Surely there are those senior students." Are you jesting with me?" Those so-called seniors, despite being disciples of teacher Fukuhara, took at least 4 years merely to grasp the basics of gene editing. In stark contrast, you and I have achieved results in just over half a year. How could we possibly conduct meaningful research alongside such incompetence? Furthermore, Mayano, I must confess, I have been observing you since day one. Upon your enrollment, I utilized my sensory abilities as a medical ninja and discovered you had misrepresented your age. While we all entered at 17 or 18, you, not yet 15, managed to pass the entrance examination. Your talent in research is undoubtedly on par with mine, perhaps even surpassing it. Only by collaborating with a genius like you can our studies in gene editing with teacher Fukuhara truly advance. This is precisely why I sought you out, Mayano. You are the only prodigy I acknowledge in this institution." As he spoke, Yakushi Kabuto's kunai drew perilously close to Uchiha Izumi's neck. Just as it was about to graze her skin, Uchiha Izumi hastily implored, You must put that down." I agree." Upon hearing the response he desired, Yakushi Kabuto released the kunai, observing the tears beginning to well in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. He shook his head and gently caressed her hair, saying, "There is no need to be afraid, Mayano. As long as you wholeheartedly cooperate with me, I shall not harm you. After all, a genius like you is the most precious asset in this world." He anticipated that, through their collaboration, advancements in gene editing technology would herald a breakthrough, dismantling the decaying monopoly of bloodlines in this realm. Conclusively, Yakushi Kabuto informed Uchiha Izumi of his intention to confront Fukuhara Hiroyo that very night. However, Uchiha Izumi was left perplexed by Yakushi Kabuto's unwavering confidence. Their relationship with Fukuhara was hardly intimate, and she questioned from whence this confidence to persuade him arose. Nevertheless, Yakushi Kabuto's actions aligned with Uchiha Izumi's interests, prompting her, after a moment's hesitation, to acquiesce to join him that evening. As night enveloped the world, after departing from the laboratory, Uchiha Izumi followed Yakushi Kabuto to Fukuhara Hiroyo's residence. As a professor at Baukai University, one would presume Fukuhara lacked for nothing. Yet, the reality was starkly different. His abode was a dilapidated single-family home, and the wear evident on its walls suggested it had not been maintained for quite some time. They rang the doorbell, and soon Fukuhara emerged, his expression one of curiosity upon seeing the two prodigious students. "Yakushi Kabuto and Mayano Shiho, what brings you here?" he inquired. Uchiha Izumi, adhering to her persona, recoiled slightly and cast a fearful glance at Yakushi Kabuto. In contrast, he smiled and replied, "Professor Fukuhara, we are here to express our desire to partake in the experiment you are conducting, specifically the clandestine human gene editing research in your basement." Fukuhara was visibly taken aback by Yakushi Kabuto's revelation, astonished that his hidden secret had been so effortlessly uncovered. However, regaining his composure swiftly, he recognized that if Yakushi Kabuto sought to cause him trouble, as a leaf ninja, he could simply report his circumstances to the village, which would undoubtedly dispatch Shinobu to apprehend him. Yet, The fact that Yakushi Kabuto had discovered his secret only to approach him with a classmate indicated that he was not merely a straightforward leaf ninja. He harbored his own ambitions. Glancing at Uchiha Izumi, Fukuhara noticed her evasive demeanor and realized she was likely coerced by Yakushi Kabuto to act alongside him. This further solidified Fukuhara's suspicions. Yao Shido possesses his own ambitions, which is why he seeks collaboration with the prodigious Uchiha Izumi, aiming to grasp more advanced gene editing technologies. Observing such an ambitious individual, Fukuhara Hiroyo could not help but exclaim, "What an extraordinary young man you are. Yao Shido, you remind me of another student I once taught. Like you, he was also a leaf ninja, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire." Upon hearing Fukuhara Hiroyo's sigh, Yao Shido adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "I know to whom you refer. In truth, my enrollment at Baoqing University and my subsequent 2 years as your student were inspired by him. He imparted to me that a ninja devoid of lineage must rely on the knowledge imparted through higher education to achieve greatness. He further revealed that you, Professor Fukuhara, are the person he admires most in life, for you unveiled the power of science to him and opened the gateway to scientific research." At this juncture, Yao Shido respectfully bowed to Fukuhara Hiroyo, declaring, "Professor Fukuhara, your former student, Lord Orochimaru, sends his regards." Uchiha Izumi had long known Yao Shido was associated with Orochimaru. Yet she was taken aback to learn that Fukuhara Hiroyo was Orochimaru's mentor. This revelation elucidated why Yao Shido had chosen to become Fukuhara Hiroyo's student, not solely for gene editing technology, but also due to the connection between Fukuhara Hiroyo and Orochimaru. "Since you are one of Orochimaru's subordinates, please, come in," Fukuhara Hiroyo said, his tone noticeably more relaxed upon acknowledging Yao Shido's affiliation. As Yao Shido stepped into Fukuhara Hiroyo's home, Uchiha Izumi hesitated for a moment before following suit. Fukuhara Hiroyo, observing the timid Uchiha Izumi, refrained from speaking further and simply led the two deeper into the house. Uchiha Izumi soon found herself in a storage room, where Fukuhara Hiroyo opened the floor to reveal an entrance to a basement. The trio descended into the dimly lit underground chamber, and Yao Shido, perhaps concerned for Uchiha Izumi's apprehension, took her hand. Naturally, he may have also feared she might flee in fright. As they traversed the darkness, it gradually dissipated to reveal an underground laboratory brimming with advanced equipment. The cost of these devices was substantial, with the electricity alone required to operate them representing a considerable expense. It was evident that Fukuhara Hiroyo, as a professor at Baoqing University, had invested all his resources into this endeavor. Otherwise, he would not be residing in such a dilapidated dwelling. Standing under the basement's lighting, the aged Fukuhara Hiroyo finally exhibited the spark characteristic of a true scientist. He glanced at Yao Shido and then addressed Uchiha Izumi, "Mayano, you are aware of what I have been secretly researching, are you not?" Uchiha Izumi nodded, and Yao Shido interjected, "You intend to utilize gene editing technology to alter human genetic information, democratizing what has previously been the privilege of a select few, thereby dismantling the monopoly of the great clans over bloodline limits in the ninja world." As he spoke, the fervor ignited in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes, his tone resonating with conviction. "Teacher Fukuhara, your research is dismantling this decaying ninja world, poised to usher in a magnificent era. Lord Orochimaru has recognized your greatness, which is why he has sent me to stand by your side. Let us strive together to forge a new epoch in the ninja realm." Observing Yakushi Kabuto's fervent demeanor, Uchiha Izumi remained silent, while Fukuhara Hiroyo sighed. "Indeed, you are a true disciple of Orochimaru. Your current enthusiasm mirrors that of a young Orochimaru himself. Alas, I am not as radical as you presume. I have never contemplated the widespread proliferation of bloodline limits." Upon hearing Fukuhara Hiroyo's response, the once enthusiastic Yakushi Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, while Uchiha Izumi regarded Fukuhara Hiroyo with astonishment, perplexed by his true intentions. "Are you surprised? It is understandable. For both you and Mayano are young. The youth often harbor radical thoughts, incessantly yearning to create monumental changes. However, I am different. I have aged, and thus my perspective tends to be more conservative." With that, Fukuhara Hiroyo approached Yakushi Kabuto and inquired, "Kabuto, you aspire to dismantle the monopoly of bloodline limits, seeking to democratize the powers that belong to a privileged few. But do you comprehend the implications of such an endeavor for this world? Every individual would possess the potential to seize their destiny, Yakushi Kabuto asserted with determination. Incorrect, Fukuhara Hiroyo countered. It is this world that would crumble under the weight of overwhelmingly powerful beings. A single jonin can cleave mountains, while an elite shinobi could obliterate a peak. Currently, there are fewer than 100 shadow-level shinobi in the ninja world, and the destruction they can wreak is sufficient to reshape the geographical landscape of our realm. What do you believe would happen if everyone possessed jonin-level powers? In the event of a war, with thousands of shadow-level shinobi clashing, what fate awaits our world? At this, Yakushi Kabuto found himself momentarily speechless. Fukuhara Hiroyo then turned to Uchiha Izumi, who whispered, "It would be the end of the world, right?" Fukuhara Hiroyo nodded, "Indeed. Great power must be constrained. The mightier the power, the more stringent the limitations should be. Should bloodline limits become widespread, this force would inevitably spiral out of control. Thus, shattering the monopoly of lineage and democratizing bloodline limits does not herald a brighter world. Rather, it portends an apocalypse for our existence." Gradually regaining his composure, Yakushi Kabuto regarded Fukuhara Hiroyo and inquired, "So, Teacher Fukuhara, what is it that you are secretly researching?" "I am indeed studying genetic modification in humans," Fukuhara Hiroyo replied. "But my aim is not to proliferate bloodline limits. Rather, it is to eradicate them." Eradicate bloodline limits? With that, Fukuhara Hiroyo guided the two to a computer screen, poring over data as he elucidated. "Our objective in advancing gene editing technology is to eliminate the ailments that arise from genetic defects. From a genetic perspective, the bloodline limit is indeed a form of genetic defect. If we can identify the hereditary code responsible for this genetic flaw, we can eradicate it entirely. At that moment, the bloodline limit will vanish from this world, along with the power of chakra." The words of Fuyuin Hiroyo resonated with Yakushi Kabuto. With the disappearance of chakra, the profession of ninja will also fade into the annals of history. This world will no longer be merely the realm of ninjas. Its fate will revert to the hands of the masses. Fuyuin Hiroyo sighed, envisioning a world devoid of chakra, where destiny is no longer governed by a privileged few, a world in which ordinary individuals can create miracles. In such a realm, the bloody ninja wars will cease to exist, and the decaying ninja village system will be dismantled. Peace shall descend, and the majority will no longer endure the oppression of ninjas. This beautiful world, born from the essence of the ordinary, is the new era I yearn for. As he spoke, it seemed as though starlight flickered in Fuyuin Hiroyo's eyes. However, Yakushi Kabuto fell into a deep silence upon hearing his words. Clearly, the ideals of Fuyuin Hiroyo diverged significantly from his own imagination, leaving Yakushi Kabuto profoundly impacted. Only Uchiha Izumi, after listening to Fuyuin Hiroyo's musings, retorted coldly, "It's futile. Professor Fuyuin, your fantasies shall not come to fruition." Taken aback, Fuyuin Hiroyo stared in astonishment, while Yakushi Kabuto regarded Uchiha Izumi with equal surprise. Uchiha Izumi continued in her frigid tone, "Human desires are akin to towering mountains, while the fate of the world resembles mere pebbles. One has only heard of pebbles tumbling down slopes. Has anyone ever heard of them ascending to the summit? Knowing the power of chakra and bloodline limits, how could human desire and yearning ever relinquish such strength so easily? Even if your research, Professor Fuyuin, succeeds in terminating the bloodline limit in the short term, as long as the yearning for power exists in the hearts of humanity, the bloodline limit will inevitably return to the stage of history. Thus, the bloodline limit will surely proliferate, regardless of whether your research succeeds or fails. It cannot defy this destiny, for it is the tide of historical development, the inevitable choice of the era." Uchiha Izumi's voice was as icy as the pronouncement of the goddess of fate, delivering a heavy blow to Fuyuin Hiroyo. This elder, having surpassed 60 years, truly understood the human heart better than Uchiha Izumi. Yet, he had once been lost in fantasy, neglecting humanity's insatiable thirst for power. Now, his illusions were shattered by Uchiha Izumi, leaving him in a state of shock, as if life had lost its purpose and direction, rendered rigid in his seat. Meanwhile, beside Uchiha Izumi, Yakushi Kabuto regarded her with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. He had originally perceived the girl, named Mayano Shiho, as a talented scientist, but was astonished to discover her profound insights in sociology. Especially the formidable presence she exhibited while speaking reminded him of Orochimaru. No, she was even stronger than Lord Orochimaru. Mayano, Where did you acquire such knowledge? Fuyuan Hiroyo asked, regaining his composure. Simultaneously, Yakushi Kabuto cast a wary glance at Uchiha Izumi. At this moment, he began to harbor doubts about the identity of Uchiha Izumi. In response to the astonished gazes of the two, Uchiha Izumi nonchalantly remarked, "Is there really anything surprising about this? After all, I am a university graduate, and possessing a certain reservoir of sociological knowledge is quite normal. Wouldn't you agree? Have you not read relevant literature before? Indeed, you make a compelling point. Being a university student, a member of the intelligentsia, who among us does not enjoy challenging the status quo? Even Einstein authored a couple of works on sociology. What of others? Intellectuals in reality exhibit such tendencies, much like those in the ninja world. Professors from various disciplines often gather to discuss and criticize one another, engaging in conversations that stray far from academia. Thus, it is not surprising that Uchiha Izumi, as a graduate student, exhibits such insights. It would be more peculiar if she did not. It is only the likes of Yakushi Kabuto and Fukuhara Hiroyo, ninjas hailing from Konoha, who are astonished. Had it been professors from other institutions, they might have already embarked on a debate with Uchiha Izumi regarding the essence of humanity. Does that mean my path is misguided? Fukuhara Hiroyo lamented. But if the powers of bloodline limits go unchecked, and if in the future every ninja possesses strength akin to that of a Kage, can our planet truly endure the wars that would ensue? As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Uchiha Izumi, with Yakushi Kabuto doing the same. Both were eager to see if this taciturn girl would express any astonishing insights. Then Uchiha Izumi declared, "This world is not limited to just one habitable planet. The world is vast, and the universe even more so. Why must humanity confine ourselves to this singular planet? Once bloodline limits are widely disseminated, we can utilize their powers to transform other planets into habitable realms, facilitating interstellar migration. By harnessing wood release and space-time ninjutsu, interstellar migration presents no technical challenge for the ninja world. When the time comes, humanity's footprints will be scattered across the cosmos. Even if wars were to obliterate one or two planets, it would hardly be a grave matter." Upon hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto and Fukuhara Hiroyo were once again engulfed in shock. While most in the ninja world remained confined to their own small territories, Uchiha Izumi had already set her sights on the cosmos and the stars. In contrast, both Yakushi Kabuto and Fukuhara Hiroyo suddenly perceived their previously held beliefs as narrow and antiquated. "How remarkable it could be! How truly remarkable!" Fukuhara Hiroyo murmured. This elder, descended from the Senju clan and weathered by life's trials, found a new world opened before him in his twilight years. At this moment, he felt fortunate, for he had glimpsed humanity's future, witnessing a world far broader and more magnificent than the ninja realm. Yet simultaneously, he felt a profound sadness, for he realized that he, now aging, would be unable to witness humanity shatter the stars. "Mayano, how I wish you had been born 50 years earlier." Fukuhara Hiroyo sighed deeply, while Yakushi Kabuto, filled with curiosity, inquired of Uchiha Izumi, "Classmate Mayano, did you derive your recent perspective from sociological texts?" This question was not one of mere probing. Rather, it was a sincere inquiry from Yakushi Kabuto. The breadth of Uchiha Izumi's insights had far surpassed what Yakushi Kabuto had previously comprehended. Even if Uchiha Izumi were to reveal her true identity now, Yakushi Kabuto would remain utterly unfazed, for it paled in significance compared to the path of forging stars. As a spy ninja hailing from humble beginnings, Yakushi Kabuto had long grown weary of the murky depths of the ninja world. He now felt akin to a rat in a sewer, having caught his first glimpse of the vast, starry sky. In the face of such boundlessness, the conflicts of the ninja realm appeared trivial, akin to the squabbles of flies in a drain, utterly meaningless and valueless. In contrast to these trivialities, he yearned to understand the origins of Uchiha Izumi's thoughts. In response to Yakushi Kabuto's question, Uchiha Izumi replied candidly, "It is not from sociological books. I discovered it in science fiction novels." Science fiction? Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's answer, the two individuals, both of whom were pure ninjas, exchanged bewildered glances once more. To be fair, neither of the Konoha-born individuals had ever encountered such literature. Observing their perplexed expressions, Uchiha Izumi could only shake her head in exasperation. One of you is a brilliant doctoral student, and the other a renowned university professor. It's one thing not to have read sociological texts, but how could you have never encountered science fiction? Surely you have heard of fantastical works like Night on the Galactic Railroad. Alas, I suddenly feel a pang of pity for both of you, particularly in terms of your intellectual engagement. It is profoundly lacking." As she spoke, Uchiha Izumi finally grasped why the internal struggles within Konoha seemed so abstract. It turned out that these ninjas were not only ignorant of sociology, but also woefully deprived of imaginative pursuits and aspirations. They were essentially a group of uneducated provincial bumpkins. How could such individuals possibly guide the healthy development of this world? Thus, Uchiha Izumi earnestly advised the two before her. Do not spend all your days engrossed solely in ninjutsu and scientific research. Make time to read. Whether it be sociological literature or fantastical works, their existence holds intrinsic value. Read more, cultivate a love for reading, and seek out quality literature. The more you read, the sharper your mind will become, and your perspective will expand. Otherwise, no matter how formidable your power may be, without corresponding vision and understanding, such strength will merely become a scourge upon human civilization. Uchiha Izumi mentally added, akin to Naruto Uzumaki. According to the persona Uchiha Izumi had crafted for herself, she ought not to have spoken so much in the presence of Yakushi Kabuto and Fukuhara Hiroyo. However, how could she possibly accept Fukuhara Hiroyo's misguided research direction? Was it possible that he had been traumatized in his youth? The scion of the Senju clan, contemplating the termination of bloodline limits? It was simply unacceptable to Uchiha Izumi. If he were allowed to continue his research unchecked, how could she ever proceed with the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells? Hence, Uchiha Izumi had no choice but to risk the collapse of her persona, persuading him to return to the rightful path of promoting the bloodline limits. However, considering the current circumstances, Uchiha Izumi's adventure proves to be worthwhile. Realizing that the bloodline limit cannot vanish, Fukuhara Hiroyoshi must recommence the dissemination of research on bloodline limits. Although Yakushi Kabuto also harbors suspicions regarding Uchiha Izumi's identity, he would never conceive of her as a rogue ninja from Konoha. After all, the insights and perspectives expressed by Uchiha Izumi are far beyond the narrow confines that Konoha could nurture. Kabuto's foremost speculation regarding Uchiha Izumi's true identity is that she is likely a descendant of some noble figure from the Land of Fire. In Kabuto's view, only the offspring of a high-ranking official could possess such a profound outlook and understanding. In summary, due to Uchiha Izumi's words, Fukuhara Hiroyoshi has resumed the promotion of bloodline limit research. Thus, in the eyes of Uchiha Izumi and Yakushi Kabuto, Fukuhara Hiroyoshi ventured into the cold storage of the underground laboratory and retrieved a precious vial of cellular tissue. Fukuhara-sensei, could this be the cell of the first Hokage? Kabuto exclaimed with excitement, gazing at the insignificant cellular tissue within the test tube. Uchiha Izumi, too, observed the vial with a spark of intrigue in her eyes. However, Fukuhara Hiroyoshi shook his head and replied, "No, this is the cell of the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito." Uzumaki Mito. Fukuhara Hiroyoshi elaborated. While the popularization of bloodline limits is an inevitable historical progression, I believe that the bloodline limits of the Uzumaki clan are more suitable for initial promotion compared to the extreme powers of wood release and the Sharingan. As for the cells of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, we shall address them at a later time. Upon hearing Fukuhara Hiroshi's implication, Uchiha Izumi expressed her astonishment. Fukuhara-sensei, do you possess not only Uzumaki Mito's cells, but also those of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara? Fukuhara Hiroyoshi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have collected the cells of both individuals. With a shift in his tone to one of sternness, he cautioned Uchiha Izumi and Yakushi Kabuto. However, I advise you both to refrain from pursuing these two individual cells in the near term. Through years of research, I have discovered that both cells harbor a unique chakra. This chakra does not originate from the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara themselves, but rather from a residual consciousness that possesses a potent corrosive nature. If this chakra cannot be separated from the cells, any reckless transplantation of their cells may lead to the recipient's psyche being influenced by the lingering consciousness. It is likely that the extraordinary prowess exhibited by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara was a result of this chakra's influence. Yet, due to the corrosive nature of this chakra, both individuals' minds and identities underwent aberrations, ultimately becoming obstacles to progress within the ninja world. Upon hearing Fukuhara Hiroshi's warning, both Uchiha Izumi and Yakushi Kabuto instinctively swallowed hard, suppressing their inner covetousness for wood release. Particularly for Uchiha Izumi, a wave of trepidation washed over her. The special chakra mentioned by Fukuhara-sensei must refer to Ashura and Indra. No wonder Orochimaru in the original story acquired the cells of the first Hokage early on, but never proceeded with any transplantation. It seems he has come to realize the uniqueness of the first Hokage's cells, fearing that he might become a puppet of Ashura's will, which is why he has consistently restrained himself. Initially, I had hoped to enhance my strength through the cells of the first Hokage, overcoming the blindness caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan. In retrospect, I was rather naive. If even Orochimaru dares not transplant such cells, how could I dare to proceed recklessly? Yet, without resorting to the first Hokage's cells, how can I surmount the blindness of the Sharingan? Should I rely on the power of the Uzumaki clan? Or perhaps utilize cloning technology to create another pair of eyes? Despite the confusion within, Uchiha Izumi devoted herself wholeheartedly to the research conducted by Fukuhara Hiroyo. Leveraging her innate talent and the cheat of shadow clones, Uchiha Izumi played a significantly more pivotal role in the study. Through this endeavor, she also acquired a wealth of advanced knowledge in gene editing, gradually evolving into an expert in this field. As time passed, 6 months slipped by in the trio's research. During this period, they finally unearthed genetic fragments documenting the bloodline limit from the vast genetic information of Uzumaki Mido. By employing a specially designed targeted reagent, the three could endow anyone with the bloodline limit of Uzumaki Mido, marking a considerable breakthrough in the realm of gene editing. This implied that anyone could now possess the bloodline limit of Uzumaki Mido, along with the chakra and vitality of the Uzumaki clan. The success of such an achievement was undoubtedly attributed to the trio's efforts. However, what astonished Uchiha Izumi was that the one playing a leading role among them was not Fukuhara Hiroyo, but rather Yakushi Kabuto. Whenever their research encountered a bottleneck, Kabuto would always offer astonishing insights that effortlessly resolved the dilemmas they faced. Both Uchiha Izumi and Fukuhara Hiroyo were well aware of the reason behind Kabuto's remarkable performance. Behind him stood Orochimaru, who indirectly participated in this research through his subordinate. It can be said that Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation. Even his indirect involvement allowed him to become a key figure in this study. After so many years of being a time traveler, Uchiha Izumi found herself genuinely in awe of a person for the first time. If only Orochimaru had been born in the real world. With his intellect, humanity would have long achieved immortality and ascended to a divine state. Following the completion of this phase of research, Uchiha Izumi and the others refined 2 vials of the targeted reagent. Although theoretically successful, these reagents still carried certain risks without human trials. Thus, Kabuto proposed, I could contact Lord Orochimaru. He has many excellent subjects for human experimentation. To this, Fukuhara Hiroyo shook his head, stating, as scientists, we must maintain our ethical boundaries. How can we recklessly conduct human experiments? He then attached 1 vial of the targeted reagent to a syringe, addressing Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi beside him. This is the reagent I developed. If there are to be experiments, I shall conduct them myself. After all, I am already in my 60s. Even if I were to perish as a result, it would not be a significant loss. Kabuto, Izumi, as my students, you must diligently document my condition following the injection of this reagent. If I have lived for half a month and traversed the cycle of cellular replacement, it would indicate that our research is sound. However, should any aberration occur within my body during this fortnight, I implore you not to intervene. Instead, you should meticulously document the transformation and continue your studies based on that. Remember, my life or death is inconsequential. The success of the experiment is paramount. With that, Fukuhara Hiroyo injected the agent into his own body. As she observed Fukuhara administering the targeted agent, Uchiha Izumi felt a surge of impulse within her. She yearned to halt her mentor's reckless actions, unwilling to see Fukuhara, at his advanced age, risk his life. Yet, after he had completely injected the substance, she refrained from intervening. She stood silently, watching her mentor engage in this perilous human experiment. When did I become so callous? Removing her laboratory coat, Uchiha Izumi mused self-deprecatingly. After donning a thick cotton coat, she prepared to leave Fukuhara's underground laboratory and return to her rented accommodation for rest. Just as she was about to exit, Fukuhara suddenly called out to her. Wait, Mayano. Uchiha Izumi turned back to see Fukuhara approaching her side, inquiring, Now that this phase of the experiment is complete, would you care to join me for a celebratory drink? He then addressed Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto, would you like to join as well? I know a renowned izakaya with exquisite food and drink. Kabuto waved his hand in response. I wouldn't mind going, but are you certain it's appropriate to take Mayano to such a place? From my observations, she seems to be underage. Fukuhara was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, no way. Mayano has already graduated from university. How could she still be a minor? Mayano, how old are you? Uchiha Izumi hesitated for a moment before softly replying, 16. Is that true? Fukuhara exclaimed in astonishment. So, you passed the university entrance exam at 13 and amassed knowledge comparable to a doctoral candidate in less than 3 years? That is what one might call genius. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and chuckled. While I too consider myself a genius, it seems I pale in comparison to Mayano. You both flatter me, Uchiha Izumi humbly replied. My rapid graduation is merely due to a slightly superior memory. When it comes to the aptitude for experimentation, I fall far short of you, Kabuto. In fact, the significant breakthroughs in this project were primarily achieved through your efforts, while I merely assisted in the experiments. Uchiha Izumi recognized her own circumstances. Her remarkable performance stemmed from an enhanced memory following her soul fusion, allowing her to absorb and comprehend knowledge more swiftly. Additionally, she relied on the shadow clone technique for an unfair advantage, studying with 2 clones alongside her main self, resulting in a learning efficiency 3 times that of an average person. If we were to disregard these hacks and cheats, Uchiha Izumi's talent would merely be somewhat superior to that of an average person. To suggest that she could complete her university education in 2 years is far-fetched. Even graduating with honors in 4 years would be quite challenging. In response to Uchiha Izumi's modesty, Fukuhara Hiroyuki shook his head and remarked, Mayano, there is no need for such self-deprecation. Your performance in this experiment has been nothing short of astonishing. It is entirely normal not to compare yourself to Kabuto, as the knowledge and experience he possesses are beyond your reach. He sighed. Well, since you have yet to come of age, let us find a barbecue restaurant or a similar venue to celebrate. With that, Fukuhara Hiroyuki began to change clothes, and the 3 of them left the underground laboratory together. As the year drew to a close, the sky over the capital was shrouded in a gloomy gray, and the corners of the streets were blanketed with snow. The 3 walked side by side along the damp and chilly streets, the yellowish light reflecting off the puddles, creating a scene of desolation. Yet, in stark contrast to the somber environment, the shops lining the streets buzzed with activity. After all, the old year was about to end, and a new beginning was on the horizon. Even though the people of the ninja world might not celebrate the new year in the traditional sense, it remained the most festive occasion in this realm. As they turned a corner, they spotted several children engaged in a snowball fight. Nearby, parents gathered, discussing the events of the past year, their faces alight with the joy that the new year brings, laughter echoing in the air. Observing the lively children, Fukuhara Hiroyuki suddenly remarked, it feels rather lonely with just the 3 of us. Kabuto, Mayano, do you have any close friends at school? If so, invite them along. The new year should be a time of merriment. Upon hearing Fukuhara Hiroyuki's suggestion, Yakushi Kabuto shrugged apologetically. I'm afraid not, Fukuhara-sensei. As a ninja from Konoha, I don't have many friends at school. And Mayano? He inquired. I mostly devote my energy to studying, she replied. Fukuhara Hiroyuki shook his head. This simply won't do. You too. At your age, how can you lack friends? One cannot exist in isolation. We must rely on one another. So, Fukuhara-sensei, do you have many friends? Uchiha Izumi asked. Of course. Fukuhara Hiroyuki replied proudly. I remember when I was a child, I had many friends back in my hometown. We would even give each other nicknames. For instance, my nickname was Tree Brother, and a chubby friend of mine was called Thunderball. There were others too, like Monkey and Iron Pot. In short, they were dear friends, and their presence made my childhood wonderfully fulfilling. I recall during the new year, we often gathered for snowball fights. Thunderball, being quite rotund, frequently became the target of our collective efforts. Monkey, being the fastest and most clever, always emerged victorious in our snowball skirmishes. Iron Pot, on the other hand, was rather dim-witted. One time, he even brought out a metal pot from home to use as a shield in an attempt to defeat Monkey. Not only did his mother scold him for that, but we also nicknamed him Iron Pot thereafter. As the conversation unfolded, Fukuhara Hiroyo's face was suffused with nostalgia. Fragmented memories flowed like quicksand in his narration, merging the joyful laughter and playful antics of his youth with the surrounding crowd. as time seemed to pause momentarily. In a fleeting reverie, Fukuhara Hiroyo envisioned his younger self, affectionately dubbed Tree Brother, peeking out from beneath a giant tree, while a monkey frolicked above, tossing snowballs. Not far away, a cast-iron pot waved its cooking utensils, continually provoking the monkey, while a nearby mirror quietly alerted the pot that her mother was approaching with a feather duster in hand. Seizing the opportunity, the mischievous four-eyed boy hurled a snowball, only to have it ricochet off the enraged Thunderball, who retaliated furiously. However, Four-Eyed Boy dodged too swiftly, and instead, the snowball struck Xiaochun, who was busy building a snowman. As a young girl, Xiaochun despised her nickname, and when she was irate, everyone refrained from calling her Mother Yasha. Sighing, Fukuhara Hiroyo soon departed the bustling market with his companions. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves at a dilapidated old bookstore. Fukuhara knocked gently on the door, and the portly Mr. Sanmoku emerged, his expression revealing his displeasure. Dressed in pajamas, he regarded Fukuhara's aged visage with irritation and exclaimed, "What brings you here at this late hour? Thunderball, going to bed this early?" Upon hearing that familiar yet distant nickname, Mr. Sanmoku paused momentarily, then grew increasingly irate. "At your age, still calling me by that nickname? Oldwood, have you lost your mind? If you have issues, go see a doctor. Surely there are plenty at your school." Facing the irate Mr. Sanmoku, Fukuhara Hiroyo chuckled. "Thunderball is indeed still the same, even with age and a slimmer frame. Your thunderous temper remains unchanged. So, why are you going to bed so early? Would you care to join me for a meal? I just completed a project with my students and was planning to celebrate. Considering you're getting on in years, without your wife and children around, I thought it would be nice for you to join us." "Join you? What are we eating?" Mr. Sanmoka hesitated. "If it's an izakaya, count me out. My recent health checkup advised against alcohol. A barbecue place, surely your favorite," Fukuhara suggested. Upon hearing this, Mr. Sanmoku sighed. "Barbecue is also out. It's too greasy. No alcohol, no meat. What can you possibly eat now?" Fukuhara expressed his surprise. "Ramen will do." "Something lighter," Mr. Sanmoku replied, lamenting, "Ah, this is the plight of aging. Can't eat this, can't eat that. Life has become rather flavorless. Oh, how I long for the days of my youth." Indeed, those were the days. Fukuhara concurred. In contrast to barbecue, ramen failed to ignite their enthusiasm. Each person consumed a bowl of ramen, and before long, the conversation dwindled, leading them to part ways. In the subsequent days, Uchiha Izumi no longer immersed herself solely in her research, but began to focus intently on Fukuhara Hiroyo's health. After a period of observation, Uchiha Izumi discerned that Fukuhara Hiroyo's spirit had markedly improved compared to before, and his physical condition seemed to have regained some of the vitality reminiscent of his youth. It was evident that the experiment involving gene editing to transplant the bloodline limit had been successful. After acquiring the genes from Uzumaki Mido, Fukuhara Hiroyo now possessed the life force characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Naturally, the three, Uchiha Izumi and her companions, were elated by such results, especially for Uchiha Izumi, who was now eagerly yearning to obtain the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. After all, the bloodline limit of Uzumaki Mido not only enhances chakra and vitality, but also has the capability to suppress tailed beasts. Although it may not rival the wood release of the first Hokage in terms of power, it would significantly bolster Uchiha Izumi's strength. However, just as the trio was preparing for the transplantation of the bloodline limit, Old Man Seiki unexpectedly arrived. Bursting into the underground laboratory, he urgently informed Fukuhara Hiroyo, "Old man, trouble is brewing. The monkeys have come to capture you." Upon hearing this alarming news, Fukuhara Hiroyo stood frozen in shock. After a moment, he turned to look at Yakushi Kabuto, who was ostensibly a Konoha ninja. Kabuto stood there with an air of calmness, devoid of any signs of tension or unease. Fukuhara then turned his gaze to Uchiha Izumi, only to find her equally perplexed, seemingly unaware of who the monkeys were. There were only 3 individuals in the entire laboratory, and the flawless reactions of both Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi made it impossible for Fukuhara Hiroyo to discern who had leaked the information to Konoha. It was baffling that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, had personally led a team to eradicate him, a remnant of the Senju clan. "Old man, you no longer have the luxury of time to ponder your studentess betrayal. We must leave now. If the monkeys catch you, given their methods, your demise is assured." Seeing Fukuhara Hiroyo's panic clouding his judgment, Old Man Seiki hastily urged him. Without waiting for Fukuhara to process the situation, Old Man Seiki turned to Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi, saying, I don't care which of you betrayed your teacher. Just leave this place immediately. The farther, the better. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi, wishing to keep her identity concealed, whispered in accordance with the persona she had previously crafted, what exactly is happening? Old Man Seiki, now exasperated, bellowed, do you not comprehend? Your research on popularizing bloodline limits has been exposed, and now the Hokage himself has come to eliminate you. I need not explain the ruthlessness of Konoha's ninjas, do I? Think back to the purges at the Eastern Capital University. If you do not leave promptly, not only will you be in peril, but your family and friends will be at risk as well. The entire medical department of Baoqing University could face a catastrophic cleansing due to your research. What? How could this be? Fukuhara Hiroyo lamented. This is the consistent approach of Konoha. When faced with a threat, they resort to absolute annihilation. So, Mayano, and you too, Kabuto, you must flee at once. Even the Senju and Uchiha clans, who founded Konoha, have been exterminated. If you fall into Konoha's hands, there will be no favorable outcome. As he spoke, Fukuhara Hiroyo retrieved a vial of targeted medication from the cold storage. This was an experimental product prepared earlier. One vial had been used by Fukuhara himself, while the other remained in the cold chamber. Given the urgency of the situation, he took the remaining vial. After a brief moment of hesitation while gazing at his two students, Fukuhara approached Uchiha Izumi. Although he knew nothing of her background, she was evidently more trustworthy than Kabuto, who had defected from Konoha to serve Orochimaru. In Fukuhara's eyes, even if Uchiha Izumi harbored secrets, her strength could not possibly rival that of Kabuto. With all three preparing to flee, Fukuhara naturally preferred to entrust the vial of medication to the weaker yet reliable Uchiha Izumi, thereby enhancing her chances of escaping the wrath of Konoha. Ultimately, for Fukuhara, what mattered most was not his own life or death, but whether the research on the bloodline limit could be disseminated further. As long as one among Uchiha Izumi and the other two could survive and continue the relevant research, Fukuhara would consider it a victory. Standing before Uchiha Izumi, he tore open her sleeve, injecting the serum from the syringe into her body, slowly altering her genes to grant her the strength of the Uzumaki clan. Beside them, Kabuto observed with an expression of calm and composure, seemingly indifferent to the precious vial being handed to Uchiha Izumi. Clearly, as a subordinate of Orochimaru, acquiring any bloodline limit would not pose a challenge for Kabuto. Thus, he held no jealousy towards Uchiha Izumi. Once the injection was complete, Fukuhara had neither the time nor the inclination to explain further to the two students. Instead, he hurriedly gathered essential research materials and items necessary for their escape, sealing these into scrolls with sealing techniques, before preparing to leave the capital and seek refuge elsewhere. Evading the pursuit of Konoha, together with the three of them and the elderly Sanmuki, they departed from the underground laboratory. However, to their astonishment, upon emerging from the underground, they encountered a pale-faced man clad in a pink kimono, his long hair cascading down. His golden eyes gleamed with an unsettling allure. Upon seeing Fukuhara, the man smiled and remarked, "It has been a long time, Teacher Yukio." He then turned to the elderly Sanmuki, exclaiming, "I did not expect to see you here as well, Teacher Kazufu. Though your current physique hardly resembles that of the last clan leader of the Akimichi clan." Upon seeing this man, Fukuhara's previously taut nerves visibly relaxed. He inquired, "Orochimaru, could it be that you are behind all of this?" "It is I, but not solely my doing," Orochimaru replied with a grin. Just then, Kabuto had already moved to Orochimaru's side and addressed Fukuhara. "I deeply apologize, Teacher Fukuhara. It was I who reported the research findings to Konoha. The reason the third Hokage personally came to apprehend you was due to the intelligence I provided." As Fukuhara appeared ready to erupt in anger, Kabuto continued to elucidate. "However, my intention in doing so was not to betray my teacher. In truth, all of this is part of Lord Orochimaru's scheme." "A scheme?" Fukuhara Hiroyo questioned, perplexed. "What are you planning, Orochimaru?" "Quite simple," Orochimaru retorted with a cold smirk. "I have grown weary of this decaying ninja world and yearn to become a gust of wind that propels the era forward. To advance the times, one must first eradicate the stubborn remnants of the old era. Therefore, Master Yukio and Master Kaze, would you be interested in joining me to eliminate Lord Sarutobi? In this world, It is not only Fukuhara Hiroyo and the Akatsuki organization who are dissatisfied with the current state of the ninja realm. As one of the foremost scientists in the ninja world, Orochimaru also harbors discontent toward the present-day Konoha. In his eyes, the village led by the third Hokage resembles a decaying corpse, its putrid stench detectable from afar. Orochimaru despises such a Konoha and loathes the third Hokage's unwavering, extreme conservatism. Thus, he deliberately instructed Kabuto to relay information to Konoha, intending to draw the third Hokage out of the village and subsequently eliminate him. Now, events have unfolded as Orochimaru anticipated, with the third Hokage indeed coming to apprehend Fukuhara Hiroyo personally. Faced with this rare opportunity, Orochimaru was not willing to let it slip away. He approached with the intent of uniting Fukuhara Hiroyo and the elderly Master Sanmuki, both esteemed veterans of Konoha, to collectively pronounce the death sentence upon the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, despite Orochimaru's ambitious aspirations, both Fukuhara Hiroyo and Master Sanmuki displayed signs of hesitation. Fukuhara Hiroyo voiced his concerns. Orochimaru, are you certain you wish to act against Sarutobi? Not to mention the number of elite shinobi he has brought with him. His own strength should not be underestimated. In comparison, my abilities have waned over the years due to constant evasion. Furthermore, Kaze has recently recovered from a serious illness, and his current prowess barely qualifies him as a special jounin. Even if we unite our efforts, we cannot contend with Sarutobi and his forces. Fukuhara Hiroyo's apprehensions were well-founded. Although he and Master Sanmuki had once been formidable shinobi of the highest caliber, the ravages of time and various ailments had taken their toll. Now, even if they joined forces, they might struggle against the current Kabuto, despite Orochimaru also being a shinobi of considerable strength in his prime. Fukuhara Hiroyo remained unconvinced that their combined might would rival the elite shinobi led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In response to Fukuhara Hiroyo's concerns, Orochimaru offered no further explanation. Instead, he clasped his hands together, performing a series of seals to summon two coffins with the summoning technique. The lids of the coffins remained ajar, revealing two exceedingly familiar figures before the audience. What is this? The first Hokage and Master Tobirama? Master Sanmuki, formerly known as a Kimichi Kaze, gasped in astonishment. Impure world reincarnation. Fukuhara Hiroyo exclaimed, shocked. Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate the dead? Mutual understanding. Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile. Master Yukio, your manipulation of human genetic sequences is also a form of desecration of life, is it not? Moreover, the creation of such techniques originally stemmed from the second Hokage. As your descendant, I merely seek to perpetuate the spirit you imparted to me. Orochimaru, do not rejoice too soon. The Edo Tensei is a forbidden technique devised by our Senju clan, and I am fully aware of its drawbacks. Fukuhara Hiroyo added. Even if you summon the souls of the two Hokage from the netherworld, without sufficiently exceptional vessels for them to inhabit, they will be unable to unleash their full potential as they did in life. Indeed, that is true. However, I must express my gratitude to you, Master Yukio, for your research. Orochimaru continued. Thanks to your gene editing technology, I have successfully created countless vessels with remarkable bloodlines. By utilizing these individuals as sacrifices, the power of the deceased summoned through Edo Tensei can be significantly amplified. Of course, excessive strength could render the two Hokage beyond my control, so I have imposed certain limitations on their abilities. Currently, the power they can wield should be comparable to that of an average Kaga-level shinobi. While they may no longer represent the pinnacle of combat prowess in the shinobi world, they should suffice against Lord Sarutobi. After all, Lord Sarutobi is no longer young. It is time for him to step aside. As he spoke, Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly animated. After all, Fukuhara Hiroyo was also one of his mentors, and boasting about his achievements in the presence of his elder was enough to fill the reverent Orochimaru with pride. With the power of the two Hokage at his disposal, it seemed that Lord Sarutobi was doomed. Fukuhara Hiroyo, while observing the Edo Tensei forms of the two Hokage, bore a complex expression. Although he was not a disciple of the two Hokage, he was a descendant of the Senju clan, making them his uncles by blood. Witnessing his blood relatives reduced to mere puppets was not a source of joy for Fukuhara Hiroyo. Meanwhile, the irascible Akimichi Takufu, observing Orochimaru's arrogance, disdainfully remarked, Orochimaru, you are nearly 50 years old. Must you flaunt your accomplishments like a peacock? Remember, Sarutobi has been Hokage for decades, and even with the power of the two Hokage, we must never underestimate him. Furthermore, I have heard that accompanying him is a young man named Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi? Upon hearing this name, Orochimaru failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and merely responded with curiosity. Takufa-sensei, are you referring to that mad dog raised by Lord Sarutobi? A mad dog? That is indeed an apt description. After all, a beast that could slay its own parents is nothing short of a mad dog. Upon hearing Takufu's words, Fukuhara Hiroyo, who was typically absorbed in research and lacked access to information, inquired with confusion. Takufu, wasn't he the Uchiha clan ordered to be exterminated by the higher-ups of Konoha? Even if someone were to carry out such an order, it should have been root under Danzo's command. Who is this Uchiha Itachi? Is he a survivor like Uchiha Izumi? Not a survivor. He is the very executioner who perpetrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Takufu explained. This fool was misled by Sarutobi into believing that by bearing the sins of murdering his own kin, he could preserve the image of Konoha and prevent war. Thus, on the night of the massacre, he personally executed all of his Uchiha brethren, including his parents, having only released his little girlfriend, Uchiha Izumi, and his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. In comparison, the root merely sealed off the Uchiha clan's territory. After all, you are aware of Danzo's temperament. While he appears outwardly radical and ruthless, he is fundamentally indecisive, often faltering at critical moments. Otherwise, given his connection with Uchiha Kagami, how could he have annihilated the Uchiha clan so thoroughly? To think he even slaughtered his own parents and kin, what a lunatic. Fukuhara Hiroyo remarked, casting a glance at Orochimaru. Clearly, in Fukuhara Hiroyo's eyes, Orochimaru was also a madman. The emergence of a single madman in a village might be deemed normal, but the presence of two is indeed extraordinary. Coupled with the tragedies of the Senju and Uchiha clans, the darkness within Konoha had swollen to unimaginable proportions. Contemplating this, Fukuhara Hiroyo turned his gaze toward the reanimated forms of the two Hokage, pondering, Uncle Hashirama, Uncle Tobirama, is this the Konoha you so painstakingly endeavored to create? Due to the implications of the Edo Tensei, Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akimichi Torafu had resolved to ally with Orochimaru. However, before their collaboration could commence, there remained a matter to address. This Miyano Shiho is also a student of Master Yukio, correct? How do you intend to deal with her? Shall we kill her or imprison her? Orochimaru inquired, observing the timid Uchiha, Izumi beside him. Let her go? Fukuhara Hiroyo declared. If we are to be defeated by Sarutobi this time, I will need her to carry on my gene editing techniques. Master Yukio, are you not concerned that she might inform Konoha of our activities after leaving? Orochimaru pressed further. Fukuhara Hiroyo fell momentarily silent, while Uchiha Izumi quivered and implored, Fukuhara-sensei, please let me go. I promise I will never speak of today's events. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's defense, a faint smile crept upon Orochimaru's lips. He approached Uchiha Izumi, gently caressing her neck, and asked, Miyano Shiho, are you truly certain you will not divulge what transpired today? Izumi nodded. I trust you. But you may not comprehend the methods of a ninja. Through ninjutsu, even if you wish to keep a secret, your lips may betray you. Therefore, to ensure absolute secrecy, I regret to inform you that I must perform an indiscreet act. With that, Orochimaru's neck elongated abruptly, and with lightning speed, he sank his fangs into Uchiha Izumi's neck, chakra surging from his teeth into her body. Clearly, Orochimaru intended to leave a cursed mark upon Uchiha Izumi to ensure she would never divulge their secrets. Just as he bit into her neck, however, Uchiha Izumi's form transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished. This turn of events astonished everyone present. Even Orochimaru paused, bewildered before exclaiming, what is this? A shadow clone? Impossible. I just injected her with the targeted drug. Fukuhara Hiroyo responded in astonishment. Indeed. At that moment, Kabuto Yakushi analyzed. This means that during our time in the underground laboratory, Miyano-san was indeed the original, which is why she could accept the injection of the targeted drug. Once she exited the underground laboratory, she employed a substitution technique to replace herself with a shadow clone. However, how could this be possible? Just moments ago, everyone had been present here. Even if Professor Fukuhara and Lord Torikes were aging and their perception diminished, there was still Lord Orochimaru among them. At this juncture, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly recalled the impression that Uchiha Izumi had left on him. While Uchiha Izumi spoke of the vast cosmos, Kabuto sensed that her aura seemed to surpass even that of Orochimaru. At that moment, he believed it to be an illusion, but now it appeared that the formidable aura emanating from Uchiha Izumi was indeed her true self. He chuckled, "Professor Fukuhara, it seems you have acquired an extraordinary disciple." Judging by the manner in which Mayano Shiho discreetly extricated herself, her prowess is likely not far inferior to mine, Orochimaru remarked with a disdainful sneer. At this moment, Fukuhara Hiroyo gradually emerged from his astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "Incredible. She appears to be only 16 years old. At such a tender age, while also dedicating herself to research. How could she possibly possess such strength? This must be what they call genius. A genius always transcends conventional limits." Conversely, Kabuto Yakushi expressed his displeasure. "Humph, speaking of which, this Mayano character previously claimed her talent was average, merely attributing her abilities to good memory. It is evident now that she has been dismissive of both me and Professor Fukuhara. Her excessive humility is but a facade, concealing her true disregard for us." Observing Uchiha Izumi's performance, Akimichi Torike's recalled a certain matter. There had been a mysterious individual associated with the Akatsuki organization who had been making contact with him. One who also preferred to employ shadow clones and transformation techniques to mask their identity. Upon reflection, he wondered if that individual could indeed be this Mayano Shiho. If that were the case, then her formidable prowess would be understandable. As a member of the Akatsuki, she must have intentionally approached Fukuhara to acquire gene editing technology from him. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Fukuhara Hiroyo sighed, yet a smile gradually spread across his face. Within that smile, there was no trace of despair or despondency, but rather an indescribable sense of comfort. The others were perplexed, and Akimichi Torike's inquired sharply, "I say, old man, what on earth is the matter with you? Your student is clearly approaching you with ulterior motives. Your life's work has been deceived by someone with ill intentions. How can you appear so pleased when you have been so thoroughly taken advantage of? Surely, you haven't been driven to madness by such a harsh betrayal? You are the one who is mad." Fukuhara Hiroyo retorted, casting a disparaging glance at Akimichi Torike's. He continued, "I am a legitimate university professor, not a deluded ninjutsu instructor like Sarutobi. As an educator, I care not for the origins or intentions of my students. What matters to me is whether they can inherit my knowledge and elevate it further. I am aware of Mayano Shiho's dubious intentions, but I remain unconcerned. For I have already grasped the currents of the times and discerned the trajectory of humanity's future development, regardless of the future position occupied by Mayano Shiho. As long as she disseminates my research findings, the tides of time will surge forth, sweeping away the backward decay that includes Konohagakure. Thus, the stronger, more cunning, and more adept she becomes at the art of concealment, the greater my joy. What truly concerns me now is the conscience that resides within her heart. When I initially proposed to use my body for human experimentation, she instinctively sought to prevent me. This reveals her inherent lack of ruthlessness. She is not a schemer like Sarutobi. My greatest fear is that she might return, benevolently seeking to rescue me, only to entangle herself in the same predicament. If she were to act in such a manner, it would only deepen my disappointment, for it would signify that she, like Danzo, is indecisive and unworthy of trust. Alas, I hope she does not let me down." As Fukuhara Hiroyuki spoke, Uchiha Izumi had already discerned the intentions of several individuals through her shadow clone. Upon realizing that Orochimaru was preparing to strike against Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Uchiha Itachi, she found it difficult to contain her excitement. She immediately returned to her rented accommodations to prepare for the impending battle. As she placed various ninja tools into her pouch, Uchiha Izumi began to subconsciously simulate the potential encounters that awaited her. Orochimaru s. Edo Tensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen s. Shiki Fujin, and Uchiha Itachi s. Tsukuyami and Amaterasu. These thoughts coursed through her mind, gradually restoring her composure. She began to realize that even with the power of Edo Tensei, Orochimaru might not prevail against the combined might of the third Hokage and Uchiha Itachi. Furthermore, with her current abilities, she too might find herself unable to defeat Uchiha Itachi. Rationally speaking, Uchiha Izumi's best course of action should be to depart from this place and promote the bloodline limit within the Akatsuki organization. Once the Akatsuki amassed thousands of bloodline ninjas, the destruction of Konohagakure would become an inevitable reality. In contrast, To recklessly engage in a perilous battle carries immense risks, and it is uncertain whether she could truly eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi. Contemplating this, Uchiha Izumi prepared to abandon the forthcoming battle and quietly leave the capital. Yet, just as she was about to depart, another thought crossed her mind. The battle against the third Hokage is exceedingly dangerous. Can Fukuhara-sensei guarantee his own safety? Although she approached Fukuhara Hiroyuki with ulterior motives, it is undeniable that he has provided her with the most advanced gene editing technology. He is indeed her mentor. Now that her teacher is in peril, Uchiha Izumi finds it difficult to leave without hesitation. To stay or to go, facing these two starkly different choices. Uchiha Izumi fell into a state of turmoil. After a painful deliberation, she finally resolved her inner conflict. I am sorry, Fukuhara-sensei. Your student may disappoint you. Ultimately, Uchiha Izumi chose to remain in the capital, not for the sake of vengeance, but solely to ensure her teacher's safety. As the year draws to a close, the snow continues to fall heavily. In a dilapidated house, Fukuhara Hiroyuki no longer engaged in research as he usually did. He chose to languidly recline by the warm stove, allowing the blankets to envelop his frail body. Meanwhile, he fiddled with the coffee table before him, gently warming the steaming tea. Opposite him, Akiyama Takafu was peeling an orange while using the remote control to switch on the television positioned at the corner of the table. Observing the static-laden screen of the antiquated television, Akiyama expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "After all, you are a university professor. How can you not possess a better television?" Fukuhara Hiroyo retorted, "If you have the money, why not purchase one for yourself? Televisions are quite expensive these days. A second-hand one will suffice." After some further fiddling with the remote, Akiyama finally located a channel that was barely clear. As he watched the news anchor report on the earthquake that had struck the Land of Fire just days prior, highlighting the urgent need for aid among the victims, Akiyama shook his head and remarked, "The samurai of the Land of Fire are truly unreliable. In the wake of such a significant earthquake, hardly anyone has come to assist." Well, isn't that obvious? If the samurai of the Land of Fire were dependable, what would the ninjas of Konoha be needed for? With that, Fukuhara took another sip of his tea. On that snowy day, the two elderly gentlemen, both nearing their 70s, nestled together, engaging in casual conversation before the television. Their dialogue was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Upon hearing it, Fukuhara said, "It seems they have finally arrived." Extricating himself from the warmth of the stove, Fukuhara calmly walked to the entrance and opened the door. Standing before him were two snow-covered ninjas. The elder of the two wore a Hokage hat, a pipe clenched between his teeth, and a warm smile that suggested a kind-hearted disposition. Beside him stood a youth of about 16 or 17, his face etched with deep lines of experience, emanating an aura as frigid as ice, deterring any approach. "It has been quite a while, Yukio," greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, with a smile upon reuniting with his old friend. "You have indeed come, Sarutobi," Fukuhara replied, stepping aside to allow both men entry. Upon entering, Sarutobi chuckled at the sight of Akiyama lounging by the fireplace, watching television. "I didn't expect Takufu to be here as well. How delightful. Had I known, I would have invited Danzo and the others. We haven't gathered in many years. While we are still able, we should reunite more often." With that, Sarutobi made himself comfortable, squeezing into the warm blankets and reaching for an orange from the table. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi stood vigilantly behind him, maintaining a posture of unwavering alertness. Fukuhara also took a seat, pouring a cup of tea for Sarutobi. After sipping his tea, Sarutobi noticed the occasional snowflake appearing on the television screen and curiously inquired, "Yukio, I've heard that you've become a university professor over the years. Surely you must be financially stable. Why then is your television in such poor condition? At your age, you ought to indulge a little." "Indeed, Sarutobi, you raise a valid point," Fukuhara nodded, then sighed deeply, "but alas, who can blame me for being a member of the Senju clan? Our clan is not destined for indulgence. As long as there is breath left in me, I shall relentlessly strive for my ideals. But your ideals are misguided." With a resounding crash, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcefully slammed his teacup onto the table. His tone stern as he declared, "To live in this world is to exist for one's own bonds, to live for those who matter most. To fight in defense of the important ones is the essence of being a true ninja, the embodiment of the will of fire. Unlike your Senju clan, who embrace grandiose ideals, merely drowning in an empty dream of ambition, in response to Sarutobi's reprimand. Fukuhara Hiroyo did not retort directly, but instead cast a curious glance at the distant Uchiha Itachi, mockingly stating, "Did you hear that, lad? To live in this world is to exist for one's own bonds, to live for those who matter most. To fight in defense of the important ones is the essence of being a true ninja, the embodiment of the will of fire. This is the teaching of your Hokage. If you were unaware before, remember it well from now on. Do not, like our Senju clan, drown in an empty dream of ideals, lest you find yourself at a loss when Konoha commands you to slay your most cherished ones." Fukuhara's words were evidently a jibe at Uchiha Itachi's actions in annihilating his own family. The gruesome act of Itachi slaughtering his parents and clan starkly contrasted with the will of fire that Sarutobi espoused. Simultaneously, he was also mocking Sarutobi, who, while ostensibly teaching ninjas to fight for their loved ones, covertly manipulated others into betraying their kin under the guise of Konoha's greater good. Sarutobi's own action stood as the most profound rebuttal to his own words. As this exchange unfolded, while Sarutobi's reaction remained unspoken, Uchiha Itachi's heart was tumultuously stirred. After all, Itachi's prior life had been exceedingly insipid, lacking sufficient experience to discern right from wrong. Those who guided his growth were either the young Uchiha Shursui, only slightly older than him, or the scheming Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo, who harbored ulterior motives. Under the influence of these calculating figures, Uchiha Itachi mistakenly believed himself to be sufficiently mature. He thought he was treading a path that, albeit ruthless, was correct, convinced that his actions would ultimately improve the world. Little did he anticipate that encountering a seasoned veteran like Fukuhara Hiroyo would nearly shatter his resolve with just a few words. Confronted with Fukuhara's mockery, he could only retort defensively, "Everyone in Konoha is my most important person. To protect Konoha is to safeguard my most vital bonds. You need not worry, Senior Fukuhara. I know what to do when it matters most." Upon hearing Itachi's response, Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction and turned to Fukuhara, saying, "Do you see, Fukuhara? This is our Konoha ninja. This embodies the will of fire. Konoha is a great family, where everyone regards each other as their most important person. Interdependence, mutual support. The bonds between people unite us, forming the foundation of Konoha's invincibility and the very reason for your Senju clan's downfall. You have disregarded the bonds established with Konoha, betrayed those most important to you, all to protect a group of civilians you do not even know beyond the village. Even your desire to protect the civilians extends to wanting the entirety of Konoha to join in your madness. Have you ever considered the thoughts of the people of Konoha? Why should they struggle or even sacrifice themselves for a group of strangers? Simply because we are human." Fukuhara Hiroyuki asserted with conviction, "To be born as humans. Is it not a natural duty to assist one another? If everyone fights solely for their loved ones, for their own bonds, this incessant clinging will merely lead humanity to form distinct groups, families, villages, cities, and even nations. People, bound by their connections, become sharply divided, thinking only of protecting their own ties while disregarding the greater good, inevitably leading to conflict, which gradually deepens into hatred, culminating in blood-soaked wars. This is the root of the 3 shinobi world wars that have occurred in less than 60 years since the establishment of the shinobi village system. The fervent will to protect the village is the greatest source of turmoil in the world. In your quest to safeguard Konoha, you first exterminated the Senju clan. Then, to further protect Konoha, you annihilated the Uchiha clan. This was merely an internal cleansing of Konoha, and already the bloodshed is profound. How many atrocities have you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, committed in the name of protecting Konoha, a scale tenfold greater than this? The land of whirlpools, the land of rain, and the internal factions within the land of fire that seek reform and progress. How many innocents have perished because of Konoha? Can you count the magnitude of this sin?" Fukuhara Hiroyuki coldly remarked, "It is not I who is drowning in delusions of grandeur, but you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for according to your methods, unless you eradicate every being outside of Konoha, the bloody massacres conducted in the name of protecting Konoha will never cease." Fukuhara Hiroyuki spoke passionately, while Uchiha Itachi felt his mind nearing a breakdown. He once believed that unwaveringly protecting Konoha would maintain peace in this world. Yet, through Fukuhara Hiroyuki's discourse, he now realized that it is precisely this ruthless pursuit of Konoha's protection that has brought about war. In other words, his acts of slaughtering his own kin, even going so far as to kill his parents, not only failed to fulfill his aspirations, but instead propelled the onset of war. How could this be so? Uchiha Itachi found himself engulfed in pain and confusion, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, confronted by Fukuhara Hiroyuki's accusations, merely replied coldly, "If that is the case, then let everyone outside of Konoha perish." Upon hearing these words, not only Uchiha Itachi, but also Fukuhara Hiroyuki and Akimichi Chozo were left in a state of shock. Sarutobi, you? What is there to be astonished about? Those who do not belong to Konoha, those who have not formed bonds with Konoha, what do their lives mean to me? If they refuse to obediently die for Konoha, or even harm Konoha's interests, should I not, as the Hokage, send them to their deaths? Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, to be born as humans, we should assist one another? That is merely humanity's false pretense of benevolence. The history of mankind has long revealed our true nature, that of merciless annihilation. Any kindness or compromise is merely a facade of the victors. Terror and bloody means are the very foundation for maintaining peace. Sarutobi Hizashi spoke with a calm demeanor, as if articulating something self-evident. Yet, the shock this brought to Fukuhara Hiroyo was akin to a thunderclap. He gazed at Sarutobi Hizashi's aged countenance, for the first time realizing how alien his childhood friend had become. Though he had anticipated this moment, a wave of sorrow washed over him. The once jovial boy who had engaged in snowball fights with them was no more. Now, only a demon named Sarutobi Hizashi remained. Noting Fukuhara Hiroyo's stunned silence, Sarutobi Hizashi turned his attention to Akimichi Torikase. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Torikase, I know it was you who alerted the Senju clan, allowing them to escape at a crucial moment, but I fail to comprehend your motives. Do you, hailing from the Akimichi clan, share the same unrealistic dreams as the Senju?" Akimichi Torikase shook his head in response. "Dreams? Don't jest, monkey. We have played together since childhood. Do you not know me? Among us, I am the most pragmatic. Not to mention, having suffered a severe illness a few years back and nearly crossing into the afterlife, I have come to realize that grand ideals are but illusions. Only family is real. Then why not return to Konoha to enjoy your twilight years?" Sarutobi Hizashi questioned with puzzlement. What purpose does this old bookstore serve in providing cover for the floating world? What purpose? Akimichi Torikase replied. It is, of course, for Konoha. The research on the floating world can lead to the proliferation of bloodline limits. If this technology can be disseminated in Konoha, it will undoubtedly become the strongest force in the shinobi world. At that point, we could unify the shinobi realm, eliminating war and all divisions. Allowing the people of Konoha to rise above all, what could be better than that? In stark contrast to Fukuhara Hiroyo's absolute idealism, Akimichi Torikase embodied extreme realism. Concepts like the well-being of the shinobi world or the protection of Konoha held no significance for him. His support for Fukuhara Hiroyo was merely a means to empower Konoha to an unprecedented degree, ultimately to dominate the shinobi realm. In that scenario, every villager in Konoha could live in abundance, far superior to hollow ideals and beliefs. Thus, when Akimichi Torikase spoke, Uchiha Itachi fell into a deep stupor. His mind was in turmoil, grappling with how compellingly reasonable these seniors sounded. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi retorted coldly, "Torikase, are you not aware of the dangers of proliferating bloodline limits? Do you not fear that such widespread distribution could backfire on Konoha?" "I do not worry." Akimichi Torikase shrugged. "Because, according to our vision, after the unification of the shinobi world, Konoha must inevitably disband. We cannot rely on a single village to govern the world, can we? Moreover, the people of Konoha must venture beyond the village to wield their power across the globe. What purpose would Konoha serve at that point? Wouldn't it be better to have a farewell feast and go our separate ways?" "What did you say?" Upon hearing that Konoha would disband after unification, Sarutobi Hizashi seethed with anger. "Do you intend to destroy Konoha as well? If the destruction of Konoha could lead to a better life for the majority of its inhabitants, then why should we preserve it?" Akimichi Takafumi first inquired loudly, then sneered. "Yet I understand the source of your anger. After all, according to our vision, most of the villagers would benefit, while only a select few would suffer. For instance, after the fall of the Senju and Uchiha clans, would the Sarutobi clan, having finally ascended as the foremost clan in Konoha, truly wish to witness its dissolution? Even without considering the village's potential disbandment, let us reflect on the present. If everyone in Konoha were to gain the power of bloodline limits, How would they regard the Sarutobi clan? Sarutobi, you must realize that during your tenure as Hokage, you have garnered numerous enemies within the village. The Hyuga, the Root, and other clans have watched you force out the Senju and annihilate the Uchiha. Do you believe that once they seize power, they would not emulate you, the third Hokage, and seek to erase the Sarutobi clan from history? Ha ha ha, Sarutobi. Cease with your incessant rhetoric about protecting Konoha. Do you think we, your childhood friends, are unaware of your true intentions? At your age, clinging to the Hokage's seat, do you not feel a sense of discomfort in your position? Fukuhara Hiroyo held steadfast to his ideals and, by extending empathy, believed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's commitment to safeguard Konoha. However, Akimichi Takafumi was a staunch realist. He held no belief that Sarutobi's current actions were truly for the sake of the village. He perceived Sarutobi merely as a power-hungry creature, an old man still ensnared by the Hokage's throne, wary of any threat to his position. In response to Takafumi's derisive laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from a direct retort. Instead, he pondered over Takafumi's use of we, and then asked, Takafumi, does your we also include Danzo? Is that not obvious? Otherwise, how could an ailing old man like myself protect the world for so long? Takafumi replied candidly. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Fukuhara Hiroyo and said, I once believed you to be an extreme idealist, yet I am astonished that you would ultimately associate with Danzo. Fukuhara Hiroyo chuckled. Sarutobi, I do indeed cherish ideals, but I shall not lose sight of reality. My aim is to transform the ninja world through technology, ushering in peace while leading humanity into a new era. Whether that transformation is brought about by Danzo, the Akatsuki, or Orochimaru is inconsequential to me. It all amounts to the same. With this understanding of the intentions of his former friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly produced 3 kunai, placing one before himself while handing the other 2 to Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akimichi Takafumi. Remember our childhood snowball fights? Today, as it happens to snow once more, let us engage in one final battle of snowballs in our lives. Ultimately, our paths diverge, and words cease here. Only a battle remains. Boom. Amidst the swirling snow, the dilapidated structure collapsed with a thunderous crash. The figures of Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akimichi Takafumi soared from the ruins, followed by 2 blazing fire dragons. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. The searing heat of the flames melted the accumulated snow, surging directly towards Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akidu Torikase. Observing this, Fukuhara Hiroyo hastily formed hand seals and summoned a surge of water. Water release, water barrier. The chilling torrent coalesced into a formidable barrier, standing resolutely between Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akidu Torikase. Thanks to the frigid weather and the water flowing from the melted snow, the potency of the water barrier was amplified by more than 30%. Yet, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire dragons, this barrier was but a trifling defense. The 2 fire dragons, laden with intense heat, collided with the water barrier with a thunderous crash. Scalding steam instantly enveloped the surrounding streets, and the water barrier, unable to withstand the onslaught, began to evaporate within mere seconds. Truly, the might of Sarutobi was fearsome. The power of fire release remained as terrifying as ever. As Fukuhara Hiroyo's water technique teetered on the brink of collapse, Akidu Torikase dared not linger. After forming hand seals, a vibrant aura of lightning emanated from his body as he struck the ground with force. Lightning release, lightning strike. Due to the afflictions plaguing him, Akidu Torikase was unable to execute the secret techniques of his clan, resorting instead to simpler ninjutsu to aid from the sidelines. His target, however, was not the distant Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather the network of water pipes coursing beneath the city. The moment the lightning strike was unleashed, a nearby sewer pipe suddenly ruptured, gushing forth pure water. The once mighty fire dragons gradually extinguished, failing to breach the defenses of the water barrier. With this, both Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akidu Torikase exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept in from the distance. The air turned tumultuous, coiling into a serpentine form of azure and white, laden with swirling snowflakes, once again advancing towards the 2. Wind release, wind dragon bullet. The tempest, intermingled with blizzard-like snow, swept Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akidu Torikase off their feet. As they fell, Fukuhara Hiroyo managed to maintain his footing, while Akidu Torikase collapsed into the snow, gasping for breath, clearly on the verge of succumbing. Torikase, are you all right? Fukuhara Hiroyo inquired with deep concern. I'm fine, Just as Akidu Torike spoke, blood spilled from his lips. Gazing at the crimson liquid before him, he chuckled. In every snowball fight back in the day, I was always the most wretched one. Who would have thought? After all these years, it remains the same. With that, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. At that moment, the blizzard intensified, the howling wind grew fiercer. And the elderly, wounded Akidu Torikes fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Torikes. Fukuhara Hiroyo rushed towards him, filled with worry, but before he could reach Akidu Torikes, a heavy staff swung through the air. It was the Rui Jingu Bang of Sarutobi Hiruzen's summon, capable of sending even the Nine Tails flying from Konoha with a single blow. Despite his advanced age and frailty, the potency of this strike was not to be underestimated. Seeing this, Fukuhara Hiroyo quickly dodged, but after years of neglecting his training, he could not keep pace with Sarutobi Hiruzen's speed. First, his kunai was knocked away by the staff, and then another blow sent him flying. Were it not for the vitality bestowed upon him by the Uzumaki clan, that strike would have surely spelled his demise. Falling clumsily into the snow, a piercing chill enveloped me, penetrating to the very core. Feeling my body warmth swiftly dissipating, Fukuhara Hiroyo grimaced bitterly, acknowledging the passage of time. Alas, I am indeed growing old. I recalled my childhood days when I reveled in rolling about in the snow, heedless of the warnings from elders who cautioned against succumbing to the cold. In my youthful exuberance, I failed to grasp their earnest concerns. Now, with the weight of years upon me, I have come to understand the profound discomfort of frolicking in the snow at my age. It is truly freezing. Struggling to my feet, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed Akiyama Torikes also grappling with the snow, attempting to rise. Further away, Sarutobi Hisashi approached, wielding his golden staff, intent on eliminating his two childhood companions. As Akiyama trembled but managed to stand, I exclaimed, Torikes, I knew you wouldn't perish. Spare me the pleasantries. Akiyama retorted, wiping the blood from his lips. By the way, where is Orochimaru? Wasn't he supposed to assist us? Why is he yet to show himself? At this, Sarutobi halted in disbelief, incredulously asking, you mean Orochimaru? Indeed, you heard correctly, Sarutobi. It is your most cherished disciple, the very one you drove out of Konoha. He remembers your immense kindness and seeks to repay you, Akiyama replied with a smirk. Were it not for him, do you think Fukuhara and I would foolishly linger here, waiting for your arrival? Fukuhara then interjected, Sarutobi, for the sake of our friendship, I advise you to turn back. Do not cling to the position of Hokage. This world is no longer a stage for us. Just look around. Who stands with you? We, your companions, have long since parted ways. And which of your three disciples remains in Konoha? The loneliness must be unbearable. Sarutobi's expression darkened, but Akiyama continued, Fukuhara, it is not merely about students and comrades. Sarutobi's actions over the years have even driven his own son to despair. You may not be aware, but after the Uchiha massacre, his eldest took his own life alongside his wife, leaving behind a newborn grandson, utterly alone and in tragic circumstances. Moreover, their second son has departed Konoha, becoming a guard in the capital. This man is truly a solitary figure. Upon hearing this, Fukuhara expressed his astonishment. You mean that Shinjiro committed suicide? How can this be? He seemed so strong. What other reason could there be? Akiyama scoffed. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, as the leader of the Umbu, Sarutobi Shinjiro and his wife had their own mission, to scour the Uchiha clan's territory for any survivors. Upon encountering any living remnants from that fateful night, they were to eradicate them without mercy. As ninjas, the couple executed the task assigned by the Hokage flawlessly. 3 children hiding in a well to escape calamity, a pregnant woman lying amidst a heap of corpses, and a girl concealed in a closet. All were mercilessly slain by them. Upon hearing this, Fukuhara Hiroyo turned his astonished gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, increasingly alarmed by the latter's ruthless disposition. He exclaimed furiously, Hiruzen, you are the father of Shino. Why would you compel your own son to undertake such a brutal task? Are you not aware that after executing such a mission, Shino's conscience would never forgive him? He would surely resort to suicide as penance? Of course, he was aware. Amidst the swirling snow, Orochimaru, clad in a pink kimono, approached languidly. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru chuckled softly. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated, and the most likely candidate to succeed as Hokage from Konoha is none other than the Hokage's eldest son, Sarutobi Shino. Yet, how many princes have ever ascended the throne without turmoil? Thus, Sarutobi-sensei intentionally assigned Shino this cruel task, aiming to force his demise. As he spoke, Orochimaru advanced in front of Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akimichi Tokufu, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. It has been quite some time, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru, why couldn't you have appeared sooner? Upon seeing Orochimaru, Akimichi Tokufu sighed in relief, only to turn his grievances towards him. If you had arrived any later, we might have had to collect the remains of our two old bones. Well, seeing you two reunite with Sarutobi-sensei and engage in such amiable discourse, I simply could not bear to intrude. To be frank, your recent exchange with Sarutobi-sensei has deeply resonated with me. Had either of you become the third Hokage, Konoha would not be so dull today. As he beheld the timely arrival of Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. I spared you once, believing you would retreat to study some form of immortality. I never anticipated you would conspire with Senju Fukuhara. It seems my mercy was misplaced. Haha, Sarutobi-sensei, do you jest? Your decision to spare my life was not out of compassion, but rather due to Danzo's threats, which rendered you incapable of eliminating me. Orochimaru retorted with a cold laugh. Moreover, do you truly possess the strength to kill me now? Observe your condition. The battle barely lasted 3 minutes, and your breath is already ragged. You have grown old. It is time to retire while you still can. Otherwise, as your disciple, I may reluctantly have to end your life. Indeed, I have aged. Taking a breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen steadied himself and declared resolutely, Yet, even in my old age, I am still Hokage. Perhaps I alone cannot vanquish you, but the shinobi of Konoha under my command certainly can. With that, a tumult arose around them. Uchiha Itachi, leading a cadre of ANBU ninja, had already encircled the area. Prior to entering Fukuhara Hiroyo's residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen had strategically stationed 30 elite ANBU operatives in ambush. Each of these shadowy figures possessed the strength of elite jounin, with Uchiha Itachi himself boasting the prowess of a Kage. Observing the imposing assembly, Orochimaru remarked with a laugh, to capture Fukuhara-sensei. You have dispatched such a multitude of elite shinobi. Sensei Sarutobi, your regard for teacher Yukio is truly remarkable. One can only ponder how some might perceive your level of concern. With that, Orochimaru performed a summoning technique, calling forth 2 coffins from beneath the earth. As he opened their lids, 2 familiar figures emerged before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first Hokage and the second Hokage? Sarutobi gasped. Orochimaru, you have indeed mastered the Edo Tensei. Let us set aside the astonishment for now. First, let us see how you plan to eradicate the Senju clan with the assistance of these 2 Hokage. Orochimaru declared as he formed another set of hand seals. The reanimated forms of the first and second Hokage gradually opened their eyes, gazing upon the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, inquired, Who are you? Ah, it's you, Sarutobi. I cannot fathom how many years have passed. You have aged considerably. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, observed their surroundings and remarked, It appears someone has summoned us from the afterlife with Edo Tensei, intending for us to battle you, Sarutobi. Upon witnessing the 2 elder statesmen regain their consciousness, the younger Fukuhara Hirotaka stepped forward to greet them. It has been a long time. Uncle Hashirama, Uncle Tobarama. Who might you be? Upon seeing the frail and disheveled Fukuhara Hirotaka, Hashirama speculated, Could you be that boy Yukio? Fukuhara nodded, prompting Hashirama to exclaim, Huh? I never envisioned that the boy who was once so engrossed in his studies would grow into an old man. Uncle Hashirama, Uncle Tobarama. Akimichi Kirifu also approached to pay his respects. Kirifu, you too have aged. However, you appear to have lost quite a bit of weight. Have you endured hardships in recent years? I suppose so. At this age, simply being alive is a blessing, Kirifu chuckled. How amusing it is. Those mischievous little rascals from the village have all transformed into old men. Even in death, I find myself witnessing such delightful occurrences. By the way, what has become of Kakashi? And what of Danzo? Hashirama pondered aloud. Kakashi should have become the first Uchiha Hokage by now. And Danzo, that hot-headed fellow, must have had his share of quarrels with Kakashi. As Hashirama spoke, the atmosphere around them gradually grew somber. What is the matter? Did I utter something inappropriate? No. Uncle Hashirama, Fukuhara hesitated before continuing. Kakashi did not become Hokage. He sacrificed himself in his 20s. As for Danzo, he is now the dark underbelly of Konoha. primarily dealing with the village's unsavory affairs. How could this be? Hashirama exclaimed in disbelief. It is understandable that Kakashi did not ascend to Hokage, considering he is from the Uchiha clan. But Danzo, such a bright individual, is now tasked with such grim responsibilities? At that moment, Hashirama finally noticed the positioning of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fukuhara Hirotaka, and Akimichi Kirifu. Even while conversing with him, the three maintained an air of vigilance, wary of one another. It seems that much has transpired among you in these years. Indeed, much has occurred. At this moment, Orochimaru remarked, "Esteemed Hokage, are you aware that the Senju and Uchiha clans no longer exist in Konoha?" After Master Sarutobi ascended to the position of Hokage, the Senju clan parted ways with the village, and the Uchiha clan was annihilated due to their rebellion. The two founding families of Konoha have now exited the annals of history. How could this have happened? Senju Hashirama expressed his astonishment. In contrast to Hashirama's surprise, Senju Tobirama, who was cognizant of the internal divisions within Konoha, appeared to comprehend Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. Observing Hiruzen's advanced age, he could not help but inquire, "Hiruzen, are you still Hokage at this age?" Hiruzen, upon hearing this, remained silent, essentially acquiescing. "I do not blame you for the destruction of the two clans, for no Hokage would permit excessively formidable forces to exist within Konoha. Families like the Senju and Uchiha, as long as they exist, will always be a source of instability. What I cannot fathom is why, at your age, you still hold the title of Hokage. Is it that Konoha lacks capable successors under your leadership? Or do you cling to power and refuse to yield? Answer me, Hiruzen." Faced with his mentor's probing questions, Hiruzen finally replied, "I appointed a younger fourth Hokage long ago, but regrettably, he passed away prematurely. Thus, I had to return to office at this advanced age, taking up the mantle of Hokage once more. It is not my desire to cling to this position until my demise. I can only attribute it to fate. Tobirama, you should understand this anguish. For if it were not for a moment of crisis, you would not have entrusted the Hokage title to me. Then why did you fall out with the likes of Fushigi and the others? Were they not your good friends? And what of Danzo? Why did you orchestrate such actions on his part?" Hashirama inquired further. "Because this is the nature of the Hokage, esteemed first Hokage," Hiruzen asserted resolutely. "Not everyone possesses divine strength as you did. A mere mortal who becomes Hokage is destined to be misunderstood, with no one to share the burden. While appearing radiant on the surface, one must be ruthless and decisive behind closed doors. Enduring suffering alone, even one's children may become strangers in the face of such responsibility. Solitude is the inevitable fate of the Hokage. Given this, there is little more to discuss," Tobirama sighed. "However, your awareness of such truths signifies that you are a worthy Hokage." Hashirama, too, recognized the harshness of the situation. He gazed at the resolute Hiruzen, then turned to the equally determined Fushigi and Akito, and sighed. "I remember when you all were the best of friends in your youth. Back then, the laughter of your camaraderie echoed throughout Konoha. Now, Konoha similarly resonates with the laughter of children. To protect the laughter of these children, I must transform into a harbinger of destruction, eliminating all threats to Konoha." As Hiruzen spoke, he commanded the elite Umbu surrounding him to gather close. Meanwhile, Orochimaru initiated a technique to control the reanimated forms of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Simultaneously, within Fushigi's underground laboratory, Uchiha Izumi stealthily infiltrated the chamber, where she found Yakushi Kabuto seemingly awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing Uchiha Izumi, Yakushi Kabuto smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "Though Professor Fukuhara possesses remarkable research capabilities, he lacks discernment when it comes to people. He merely wishes for you, Mayano, to depart swiftly. However, I know that you are inherently good. A person like you would never stand idly by while their teacher faces demise. Therefore, Mayano, would you be inclined to collaborate with me?" Uchiha Izumi expressed her astonishment. "You anticipated my return and awaited my arrival on purpose?" "Indeed," Yakushi Kabuto nodded. "Once I learned that you, Mayano, are also a ninja and likely possess strength akin to that of a shadow, I realized you would inevitably return here. As an exceptional ninja, you would undoubtedly uncover the traps and mechanisms that Professor Fukuhara had devised for the destruction of this underground laboratory during its construction." As he spoke, Yakushi Kabuto approached the right side of the laboratory, caressing the wall. Behind this wall lies the main gas pipeline of the Hidden Leaf Village. Theoretically, a single explosive tag would suffice to create a substantial breach, unleashing a torrent of gas into this laboratory and subsequently triggering a violent explosion. This contingency was Professor Fukuhara's way of leveraging his ninja experience, aiming to obliterate the laboratory while simultaneously ensnaring the pursuing leaf ninjas. However, while such traps might deceive others, they cannot elude the discerning eyes of elite ninjas like you and me. After our prolonged interaction, I trust you, Miyano, have discerned these intricacies, much like I have. Therefore, if you were to return with the intent to rescue Professor Fukuhara, it would be improbable for you to neglect these ready-made traps. You would likely leave your own means of intervention before acting. As evidenced, my assumptions were not mistaken. Indeed, Yakushi Kabuto's deductions were accurate. Uchiha Izumi intended to exploit the laboratory's unique structure to set her own traps. When the time came for action, she could utilize the gas explosion to create chaos, allowing her to maneuver amidst the confusion. Of course, she was also aware that Fukuhara Hiroyoshi might have made preparations in advance. Thus, her visit to the underground laboratory was primarily to assess the situation. Yet, she never anticipated that Yakushi Kabuto would be waiting for her. Are you here to collaborate with me? Or is it Orochimaru who seeks this alliance? Uchiha Izumi inquired. Undoubtedly, it is I, Yakushi Kabuto affirmed. Uchiha Izumi furrowed her brow upon hearing this response. According to the original narrative, Yakushi Kabuto was fiercely loyal to Orochimaru. She found it difficult to fathom that he would undertake clandestine actions without his master's knowledge. Is there anything surprising about this? I am a spy from the Hidden Leaf, having once served under Danzo's root, and later allied with Lord Orochimaru, even infiltrating the Akatsuki on his orders. For someone like me, who navigates multiple factions, harboring my own intentions is hardly abnormal, Yakushi Kabuto elaborated. While many may act thusly, it is quite irregular for you, Yakushi Kabuto, to do so. Uchiha Izumi thought to herself before asking, what do you wish to collaborate on? My objective is quite simple, the annihilation of the Hidden Leaf. Annihilation of the Hidden Leaf? Uchiha Izumi expressed her confusion, stating, as far as I know, Orochimaru is also a rogue ninja from Konoha. If your intention is indeed to annihilate Konoha, why not approach your superior directly? You could easily seek my collaboration under Orochimaru's name. What compels you to act in secrecy? Indeed, Orochimaru is a defector from Konoha. Logically, rogue ninjas often harbor deep-seated hatred towards their former villages. However, the matter at hand is that Orochimaru is no ordinary ninja. Kabuto shrugged, explaining, as a disciple of the third Hokage, Orochimaru has held a revered status in Konoha since childhood. Even if he harbors some resentment towards the third Hokage for not ascending to the position himself, he bears no animosity towards Konoha. In truth, had Konoha not obstructed the current tide of progress, Orochimaru would have had no interest in confronting the third Hokage. Ultimately, Orochimaru still harbors hope for Konoha. After all, it is his homeland, and he desires for the village to flourish according to his vision rather than languish in stagnation. Unless absolutely necessary, Orochimaru would never wish for Konoha's destruction. I see. So it is Orochimaru's lack of motivation to obliterate Konoha that leads you to seek my partnership. Uchiha Izumi nodded slightly, somewhat in agreement with Kabuto's assertion. Indeed, in the original narrative, Konoha first coerced Kabuto into perilous infiltration tasks, only to later betray him by forcing a confrontation with Yamanaka Ino. If one were to weigh grievances against Konoha, Kabuto's resentment is scarcely less than her own. In contrast, Orochimaru has consistently enjoyed respect and privileges as the Hokage's disciple. Thus, their attitudes towards Konoha are undoubtedly disparate. Of course, Uchiha Izumi's agreement was only partial. Being aware of Kabuto's reputation as one of the foremost spies in the ninja world, she would be foolish to place her complete trust in him. However, Kabuto, how can you be so certain that I would join you in the destruction of Konoha? Perhaps I harbor no grudges against the village. What incentive do I have to collaborate with you? Uchiha Izumi remarked. Moreover, Konoha is the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. It seems implausible that we alone could bring about its demise. Reasons? Kabuto replied with a cold smile. Miyano, how many individuals in this world do not wish for Konoha's destruction? Setting aside the other 4 great ninja villages, even smaller nations situated at the heart of the ninja world, such as the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, yearn for Konoha's immediate downfall. They would seize the opportunity to encroach upon the Land of Fire's territory and gain strategic depth. Ultimately, aside from the ninjas of Konoha itself, The majority of ninjas actually desire Konoha's disappearance. As for the means to annihilate Konoha, Kabuto adjusted his glasses habitually and continued, Mayano. Are you familiar with Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Remarkable, Mayano. I never anticipated that not only do you possess strength at the level of a shadow, but you also know the name of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I am increasingly curious about your true identity. Kabuto chuckled lightly before adding, Indeed. The method I envision for Konoha's destruction lies with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto, you cannot be suggesting that you intend to unseal the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and harness the beast's power to obliterate Konoha? Uchiha Izumi shook his head and remarked, I must remind you that although the Nine Tails is the most formidable of the tailed beasts, its power alone cannot annihilate Konoha. In fact, I had contemplated utilizing the Nine Tails to obliterate Konoha, but upon reflecting on Uchiha Itachi, I realized that such a notion is utterly infeasible. The Mangekyo Sharingan possesses an overwhelming restraint over tailed beasts. Even if the Nine Tails were to break free from its seal, Uchiha Itachi could effortlessly subdue it with his ocular prowess. Naturally, being a ninja hailing from Konoha, I am acutely aware of its profound legacy. It is inconceivable that a mere Nine Tails could bring about the downfall of Konoha. Yakushi Kabuto, clearly not so naive, harbored a different ambition. What I truly seek to harness is the forbidden technique recently perfected by Lord Orochimaru. This forbidden jutsu is known as the impure world reincarnation. From the perspective of the Hokage, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was indeed exceptional. Upon assuming the mantle of Hokage, he recognized the most critical issue confronting Konoha, the stability and succession of power. In essence, the question of who may ascend to the title of Hokage. Yakushi Kabuto articulated, the stability and succession of power form the cornerstone of all systems. A system incapable of ensuring stable power succession, regardless of its inherent excellence, is destined to be ephemeral, bringing chaos to the world without serving any meaningful purpose. This is why the third Hokage resisted reform, until the issue of power succession is resolved. Any reform would merely lead to Konoha's destruction. Those who rise to power through reform will inevitably clash violently with the old forces. With the old guard failing to establish the legitimacy of their power succession, they can only maintain their rule through extreme violence. If this problem remains unresolved, whether Konoha adheres to the idealism of Master Fukuhara or the realism of Lord Takafu, it will only usher in endless calamity for the ninja world. The third Hokage recognized this dilemma. Thus, his decades-long tenure was dedicated to a singular purpose, establishing a system of Hokage succession based on the master-disciple relationship. He spent years cultivating the notion within Konoha that the position of Hokage could only be inherited by the disciples of a Hokage, ensuring that the ultimate authority of Konoha remained within the Hokage lineage. The third Hokage aimed to instill in every citizen of Konoha the understanding that only through diligent effort to become a Hokage's disciple could one aspire to inherit the next Hokage's mantle. Conversely, if one was not a disciple of the Hokage and lacked that master-disciple bond, no amount of prestige or achievements would suffice to elevate them to Konoha's upper echelons. It was this ideology that led the third Hokage to employ almost ruthless measures to eradicate the Uchiha and Senju clans. This was not merely due to their immense power, but also because they were founding elders of Konoha. The members of the Senju and Uchiha clans inherently possessed the legitimacy to inherit the title of Hokage. Yet, this legitimacy was intolerable within the framework of the Hokage succession based on the master-disciple relationship. Therefore, the third Hokage had to obliterate these two clans to sever that legitimacy. Moreover, it was for this reason that the third Hokage indirectly caused the demise of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, and even his own son, Hiruzen. Although these two individuals are esteemed figures in Konoha, with Sarutobi Shinjiro being the son of the third Hokage, they do not possess the qualifications to inherit the title of Hokage, as they are not disciples of the Hokage nor part of the direct lineage. Therefore, when their growing prestige suggests they might ascend to the role of Hokage, the third Hokage must ultimately conspire for their demise. Likewise, based on this principle, some individuals who commit grave transgressions face outcomes starkly contrasting with those of the aforementioned. For instance, despite frequently challenging the third Hokage, Danzo was still indulged by him. Similarly, Orochimaru, who was disgraced due to his inhumane experiments, was not eliminated by the third Hokage. Additionally, even when Kazekage made significant errors during his tenure in Konoha's upper echelons. The third Hokage refrained from total annihilation. The reason for sparing them is not due to the third Hokage's benevolence. Rather, it is because Danzo, Orochimaru, and Kazekage are all disciples of the Hokage, central to the master-disciple legacy. The disciples of the Hokage are distinct from others. Even in error, their preservation is essential. Such indulgence and preferential treatment are necessary to ensure the stability of the master-disciple transmission system. Before Uchiha Izumi, Kabuto spoke extensively on matters concerning the power succession within Konoha. This was not Kabuto attempting to exonerate the third Hokage. Instead, he sought to demonstrate to Uchiha Izumi a significant truth. After decades of effort from the third Hokage, the master-disciple system of the Hokage has firmly been established. It is from this system that we can easily ascertain the core of power among the next generation of Konoha's elite. For instance, examining the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, allows us to deduce that the forthcoming Hokage must meet specific criteria. Firstly, they must belong to the Hokage lineage. Even if one is not a disciple of the Hokage, their teacher must have a master-disciple relationship with the Hokage. Secondly, there must be a connection to the Nine Tails, for the tailed beasts represent Konoha's most formidable strength, the very foundation of power being violence. Thus, as Hokage, one must have ties to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Based on these 2 points, I can assert that the next Hokage, even if not Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, will inevitably be a close friend or teammate of Naruto. As for Naruto himself, the Jinchuriki, he will undoubtedly be taken in as a disciple by the Hokage lineage, thereby entering the core of power in the next generation of Konoha. Upon hearing Kabuto's extensive explanation, Uchiha Izumi finally realized Kabuto's intentions. You seek to utilize the impure world reincarnation to seize Naruto's body, thereby assuming his identity to become Hokage and ultimately annihilate Konoha with that power? Izumi inquired. Not exactly, but close enough, Kabuto replied, shaking his head. To be honest, I do wish to use the impure world reincarnation to take Naruto's body. However, considering he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I cannot guarantee that unexpected complications won't arise during the process due to the immense power of the beast within him. Therefore, my true target for reincarnation is actually one of Naruto's classmates. After all, did I not just mention? According to the power succession system established by the third Hokage, Naruto will undoubtedly ascend to Konoha's elite in the future, and thus his teammates will share that destiny. Compared to the spotlight on Naruto, his teammates are not only easier to manipulate, but also simpler to conceal after the deed is done. Thus, the astute Uchiha Izumi mused. You wish for me to infiltrate Konoha, to uncover the class allocation information of Naruto Uzumaki upon his graduation. Subsequently, you would covertly seize the body of Naruto's teammate, thereby allowing you to ascend the ranks of Konoha's elite, potentially even to the position of Hokage, ultimately wielding such power to subvert Konoha from within? Indeed, Mayano, you are remarkably perceptive. Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses and remarked, Konoha is, after all, a robust tree. It is exceedingly difficult to uproot it solely through external forces. To annihilate it entirely, one must strike from within. However, I must candidly admit, the risks involved are significant. The internal defenses of Konoha are formidable, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to remain undetected for an extended period. Moreover, to acquire advanced knowledge of class allocations and assist me in seizing another's body is a daunting task. Among all I know, only you, Mayano, possess such remarkable skills in disguise and intelligence gathering. You have evaded my notice for several years, a truly formidable individual. Despite Kabuto's words, Uchiha Izumi remained somewhat skeptical. Nevertheless, she chose to agree to this collaboration, albeit with her own conditions. I am willing to cooperate with you, but you must also agree to certain conditions of mine. Upon hearing her use you, Kabuto smiled subtly, thinking, indeed, Mayano does not believe I am acting independently. Yet her intuition is correct. I have indeed reported this matter to Lord Orochimaru. Otherwise, I would not have discerned that the third Hokage's relentless efforts over the years were merely for a system of master-apprentice succession. What conditions? Kabuto inquired. I require Edo Tensei, wood release, divine tree birth. Amidst the swirling snow, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, formed hand seals, causing lush trees to emerge from the ground. Be cautious. This is the wood release of the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned his subordinates while deftly evading the onslaught of the wood release. At that moment, the Edo Tensei of the second Hokage also initiated an attack. Ice release, Ice Dragon Bullet Technique. The snow, under the control of Tobarama Senju, began to coalesce, instantaneously transforming into a magnificent ice dragon. The dragon exhaled a chilling breath, soaring towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing the imposing ice dragon, Akimichi Choser exclaimed, "Is this? The second Hokage has actually mastered the ice release Kekkei Genkai? Not a Kekkei Genkai. This is a special water release technique employed by Uncle Tobarama in a frigid environment." Fukaru Hiroyo clarified. Regardless, the power of this ice release cannot be underestimated. It rivals that of the Mizuki clan's ice release. As the ice dragon soared, Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smirk. Truly, the second Hokage is the one I admire most. A mere display of his skill leaves one in awe. Faced with the combined assault of wood and ice releases, Sarutobi Hiruzen constantly maneuvered, rapidly forming hand seals. As the ice dragon and branches approached, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, a scorching wave surged forth, flames enveloping the surroundings and reducing the trees to mere charred remnants. The formidable ice dragon swiftly evaporated under the intense heat, and the rising steam obscured everyone's vision. A soft chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips as he remarked, "Who would have thought that the Hokage, responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, would resort to using their fire techniques at such a crucial moment? However, Sensei Sarutobi, you must be feeling quite unwell now. Although the Great Fire Destruction is classified as a B-rank jutsu, it is notorious for its immense chakra consumption. Given your current state, how many more times can you wield such a grand technique?" Veiled by the mist, Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, contemplating. "I never anticipated that employing the Great Fire Destruction would leave me in such distress. Indeed, I am aging. Yet, Itachi, after entangling with the two Hokage for so long, you must have made your move by now." As Sarutobi pondered this, a flurry of shuriken shot forth from Orochimaru's side, colliding in midair at precarious angles before launching an assault from various directions. "Ah, so that is the Uchiha clan's shuriken technique," Sarutobi mused. "Sensei was merely distracting me to allow you to approach, wasn't he, Uchiha Itachi?" Amidst the swirling mist, a shadowy figure approached Orochimaru swiftly, concealed by the barrage of shuriken. Orochimaru, entangled with the onslaught, could do little but evade. Once he had dealt with the shuriken, Itachi had already closed the distance between them. A sharp clank echoed as Itachi's kunai clashed with Orochimaru's grass-cutting sword. Gazing at the youth before him, no older than 16 or 17, Orochimaru licked his lips with intrigue. Remarkable. Such prowess at such a tender age. However, regrettably, you still lack the experience to contend with someone of my caliber, a legendary Sannin. As he spoke, Orochimaru deftly twisted his sword, shattering Itachi's kunai in two. In quick succession, the blade sliced through, leaving a gaping wound across Itachi's chest. A resounding thud followed. Despite being gravely injured, Itachi did not collapse but transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, one of the kunai that had just flown towards Orochimaru morphed instantaneously into Itachi's likeness. It was revealed that the attack on Orochimaru had been a mere shadow clone, designed to divert Orochimaru's attention and lower his guard. The real Itachi had stealthily utilized a transformation technique to hide beside Orochimaru, preparing for a surprise assault. Just as Orochimaru triumphed over the shadow clone, Itachi's true form had already positioned itself behind him, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, a subtle smile crept across Orochimaru's face. Then came a loud bang as he activated his summoning technique. A massive serpent coiled around Itachi, restraining his movements. "Did I not tell you? Uchiha Itachi, you are still too inexperienced. Did you think that, as one of the legendary three, I would be unable to see through the mere shadow clone technique? Just now, while I stood against your clone, the Kusanagi sword in my hand served as a rear-view mirror, observing the situation behind me. Every move you made was under my control." With that, Orochimaru turned to face Uchiha Itachi, gazing into his Sharingan, and said, "However, do not be disheartened. Uchiha Itachi, having such strength at your age is indeed remarkable. Especially your eyes, they are truly beautiful. But in time, These eyes will belong to me. Pleased with his control over Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru momentarily basked in triumph. Yet, at that instant, Fukuhara Hiroyo shouted from a distance, "Orochimaru, what are you doing?" Startled by the voice, Orochimaru awoke from his reverie. The Uchiha Itachi he had been controlling vanished abruptly, and the real Uchiha Itachi had already lunged towards him, his kunai aimed directly at Orochimaru's chest. Impossible. I fell into a jinjutsu. Could it be? In that moment of peril, Orochimaru suddenly recalled that while he used the Kusanagi sword to observe behind him, the sword also reflected Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. Could it be that merely seeing the reflection of the Sharingan in the Kusanagi sword caused me to fall under the illusion? How could this be possible? In truth, it was not only Orochimaru who was taken aback. Uchiha Itachi was equally surprised. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi had noticed Orochimaru employing the Kusanagi sword to observe his surroundings, and he had instinctively cast a jinjutsu upon the mirror's surface. What had begun as a mere tactic to disrupt Orochimaru's movements unexpectedly resulted in such a potent effect. The esteemed Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, had been so easily ensnared. Recognizing a rare opportunity, Uchiha Itachi seized the moment to pursue. Having just escaped the jinjutsu, Orochimaru was incapable of mounting an effective defense in such a short time and could only raise his left hand to shield his heart. The kunai from Uchiha Itachi sliced through, and although Orochimaru's heart was not pierced, his left hand was severed cleanly. With a decisive strike, Uchiha Itachi sought to eliminate the greatest threat to Konoha, but at that critical moment, several kunai flew in from a distance. These kunai were bound with explosive tags, forcing Uchiha Itachi to retreat several steps, thereby missing the optimal chance to slay Orochimaru. Following a series of loud explosions from the detonating tags, Kabuto Yakushi swiftly arrived at Orochimaru's side, employing medical ninjutsu to treat him. Observing Orochimaru's severed left hand, Kabuto urged, "Lord Orochimaru, we must retreat." For a ninja, losing a hand is undoubtedly a significant detriment. Particularly for a master of ninjutsu like Orochimaru, the loss of his left hand rendered many techniques temporarily unusable, and even his control over the Edo Tensei diminished considerably. With the first and second Hokage on the brink of escaping his grasp, Orochimaru reluctantly formed hand seals with his right hand alone to release the Edo Tensei. As the reanimated forms of the first and second Hokage dissipated into the ether, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a profound sigh of relief. Even though the strength of the two resurrected Hokages had significantly diminished, their collaboration still placed immense pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Were it not for Uchiha Itachi's timely and severe blow to Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have had no choice but to retreat with his subordinates. At this moment, the mist had dissipated, revealing the forest created by the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly traversed the branches of the trees to reach Uchiha Itachi's side, followed closely by Konoha Zumbu, who encircled Orochimaru and his associates. Observing Orochimaru, who had been gravely injured by Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile, "Orochimaru, it seems you have underestimated Itachi after all." It was not entirely surprising that Orochimaru had underestimated Uchiha Itachi. Individuals like Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, possessing the strength of a Kage at the tender age of 12 or 13, were indeed anomalies within the ninja world. Even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara did not exhibit such exaggerated power at that age. Typically, a ninja achieving the strength of an elite jonin by the age of 17 or 18 was already remarkable, so Orochimaru could hardly fathom the peculiarity of Itachi's prowess. Furthermore, Orochimaru had not anticipated the overwhelming counteractive force of Itachi's jinjutsu against him. A seemingly simple ocular technique, merely reflected by the Kusanagi sword, had managed to restrain Orochimaru for an extended period. This occurrence was decidedly unusual, prompting Orochimaru to ponder. Could this be a side effect of the Edo Tensei? As I occupy another's body, must I also consume their soul? Has the complexity of the soul compromised my mental fortitude, thus diminishing my resistance to jinjutsu? In that moment, Orochimaru found himself thoroughly perplexed. However, in light of his confusion regarding the jinjutsu, his foremost priority was to devise a means of escape. After all, he was currently gravely injured, and Kabuto Yakushi's strength was clearly no match for Uchiha Itachi. As for Fukuhara Hiroyo and Akimichi Torafu, merely standing was a considerable challenge for them at this point. The situation had grown exceedingly dire. The surrounding Umbu ninjas, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, continued to close in, while Uchiha Itachi advanced steadily, intent on eliminating the threats posed by Konoha. At this critical juncture, Uchiha Izumi erupted from behind Kabuto, wielding a Rasengan that stirred a tempest as it surged toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is that the fourth Hokage's Rasengan? The sight of Uchiha Izumi's technique startled everyone present. Only Uchiha Itachi, gazing at the dramatically transformed Uchiha Izumi, exclaimed, "Izumi?" With that utterance, the gathered individuals finally discerned Uchiha Izumi's true identity. Fukuhara Hiroyo, astonished, remarked, "So that's it. Mayano is actually a descendant of the Uchiha clan." In the face of Uchiha Izumi's sudden strike, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed the remarkable composure characteristic of a seasoned ninja. Even with his chakra nearly depleted, he managed to force his body to retreat, while simultaneously transforming his staff back into the form of the Monkey King to obstruct Uchiha Izumi's advance. Yet, as the Monkey King transformed, Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated instantaneously. Under the influence of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Izumi's soul split in two, with half of it departing from his body and entering the form of the Monkey King. Although unable to manipulate the body of the monkey demon directly, the movements of the creature were significantly delayed, rendering its attempts at obstruction futile, allowing Uchiha Izumi to effortlessly pass through. What could possibly be the reason? Has the monkey demon aged significantly? Why have its actions become so peculiar? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, Uchiha Izumi's Rasengan had already surged toward him. The azure sphere of chakra pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's weakened arms, sending him flying. Given his advanced age and the considerable depletion of his physical strength from the recent battle, the impact of the Rasengan caused him to crash into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Blood gushed from his mouth, indicating he had sustained grave injuries. In the immediate aftermath, it was clear that he could neither engage in combat nor even rise to his feet. Lord Hokage, witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen being thrown aside, Uchiha Itachi and a group of elite Umbu swiftly abandoned their assault on Fukuhara Hiroyoshi and others, intent on rescuing their Hokage. However, just as Uchiha Itachi and his companions had taken only a few steps, Uchiha Izumi suddenly extended her right hand while forming seals with a single hand, softly uttering, "Explosion." Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from below, originating from the underground laboratory of Fukuhara Hiroyoshi. It turned out that prior to their arrival, Uchiha Izumi had breached the laboratory's walls, allowing the space to fill with flammable and explosive natural gas. She had also strategically placed explosive tags, waiting for the opportune moment to detonate them. At this moment, the surroundings were teeming with trees created by the first Hokage's would release. Once the basement was ignited, the flames from the burning gas swiftly engulfed a majority of the nearby trees, spreading rapidly. The unsuspecting Umbu ninjas and Uchiha Itachi were immediately swept up in the intense heat of the flames. Only Kabuto, having anticipated the event, had constructed a barrier using water release to shield Orochimaru and the others from the blast's aftermath. However, the explosion arrived as swiftly as it departed. Once the surrounding trees were nearly consumed, the flames gradually extinguished under the relentless snowfall. Regrettably, many of the Leaf Village elite caught in the inferno had been reduced to charcoal, with only a handful of agile ninjas managing to escape with their lives. As for Uchiha Itachi, he had activated his Susanoo at a critical moment. Thanks to the protection of Susanoo, he emerged unscathed from the catastrophe. But the strain of the Mangekyo Sharingan took its toll, leaving his eyes bleeding and his vision significantly impaired. Observing the devastation wrought upon so many of Konoha's elite by Uchiha Izumi, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at her, gritting his teeth. Uchiha Izumi, hearing the voice laden with fury from Sarutobi Hiruzen, was music to Uchiha Izumi's ears. She was eager to press on and eliminate him. Yet, just as she prepared to strike, Uchiha Itachi surged toward her, wielding his Susanoo. The colossal figure of Susanoo brandished the Totsuka blade, aiming to seal Uchiha Izumi within an illusion. In response, Uchiha Izumi had no choice but to activate her own Mangekyo Sharingan, summoning her Susanoo as well. Thus, amidst the ruins, two colossal forms of chakra collided with one another. The Susanoo of Uchiha Izumi wielded a long blade, deflecting the assaults of the 10 Kusanagi. Yet it was thwarted by the 8-span mirror. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Observing the titanic clash not far away, Kabuto marveled. Beside him, Orochimaru gazed at the eyes of Susanoo, filled with covetousness. The collision of Susanoo was indeed earth-shattering, yet the toll on its wielders was equally formidable. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi had unleashed their Susanoo for less than a minute, and both their eyes were already suffused with blood. Their ocular strength waned rapidly, and their vision deteriorated incessantly. Uchiha Izumi distinctly sensed everything before him becoming increasingly blurred, akin to the affliction of severe myopia. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi had activated his Mangekyo earlier and had utilized it more frequently, leading to a far more pronounced decline in his vision. If Uchiha Izumi was afflicted with acute myopia, Uchiha Itachi's eyes, under the swift depletion of Susanoo, were perilously close to blindness. This cannot continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the battlefield, keenly recognized that Uchiha Itachi had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Should the stalemate persist, the excessively drained Uchiha Itachi would inevitably be outlasted by Uchiha Izumi. At that moment, not only would Uchiha Itachi perish, but he too would face a grave fate. Resolving himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded Uchiha Itachi, "Itachi, cease your entanglement with Uchiha Izumi and unleash Amaterasu upon the area behind him." "What did you say?" Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi were momentarily taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. Uchiha Izumi turned to glance, observing the myriad lights sparkling like stars beneath the overcast sky, and exclaimed in anger, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you scoundrel! Do you possess any humanity?" Uchiha Itachi added, "Lord Hokage, behind Uchiha Izumi lies the very heart of the Fire Nation's capital. If we were to ignite Amaterasu in such a densely populated area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Due to the expansive area of the university, several academic institutions in the Fire Nation's capital were situated in its outskirts. As a university professor, Fukuhara Hiroyoshi naturally resided on the periphery of the capital. Moreover, foreseeing the impending arrival of Konoha, Fukuhara Hiroyoshi had preemptively taken measures to evacuate the civilians in his vicinity. Otherwise, the recent ninja battle would have undoubtedly resulted in substantial civilian casualties. Unlike the sparsely populated outskirts, the capital of the Fire Nation, as one of the most prosperous regions in the ninja world, boasted a central district whose populace, though not reaching 1 million, was certainly close. Igniting the inextinguishable flames of Amaterasu in such a crowded locale would lead to an unfathomable toll in lives. And what of it? Sarutobi Hiruzen thundered, "Uchiha Itachi, do not forget the will of fire that our Konoha upholds. We must fight for the sake of Konoha, to protect those who matter most. As for those who hold no significance to Konoha, why should you concern yourself with them?" The resolute intent to safeguard Konoha inherently translates to the willingness to harm those beyond its borders. The unwavering commitment to protect cherished individuals ultimately equates to the readiness to inflict suffering upon those deemed unimportant. The light, known as the will of fire, can only ever illuminate the small village of Konoha. As for the multitude beyond its borders, they are, in essence, merely the fuel that sustains the flame. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi finds himself ensnared in a dilemma. He cannot reconcile the notion of sacrificing countless innocent lives to safeguard Konoha, yet he is equally unwilling to allow Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, to perish here. On one side lies the significance of Konoha, on the other, the chains of humanity. Uchiha Itachi once again plunges into the depths of anguish as he grapples with this harrowing choice. At this juncture, the words of Hiroyo Fukuhara echo in his mind. Unless all those outside Konoha are annihilated, the bloody massacres conducted in the name of protecting Konoha will never cease. Is it truly so? All I desire is to safeguard the village where I exist and maintain the stability of the world. Why must such a simple intention come at such a tremendous cost? Just as Uchiha Itachi stands at this pivotal crossroads, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjects, "Have you forgotten the sacrifices of the Uchiha clan, as well as your parents? Do you wish to render their sacrifices in vain?" Having served as Hokage for decades, Hiruzen is acutely aware of Itachi's turmoil. Thus, at this critical moment, he invokes the memory of the Uchiha clan and Itachi's parents, not to awaken a sense of benevolence in him, but to remind him of the immense sunk costs he has already incurred in his quest to protect Konoha. Parents, clan, kin, and beloved ones. Uchiha Itachi has relinquished nearly everything of significance for the sake of Konoha. He now resembles those who have been deceived and lost their fortunes, unable to accept the truth of his betrayal. To attain psychological solace, he must convince himself that his path is correct, thereby compelling him to invest even more in this so-called righteousness. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the cunning elder, urges him to relinquish the last vestiges of his humanity. He desires Itachi to transform into a complete killing machine, one capable of mercilessly slaying millions to protect Konoha. For Hiruzen knows that Uchiha Izumi is a disciple of Hiroyo Fukuhara and has likely inherited the deranged spirit of the Senju clan. Willing to sacrifice the lives of worthless civilians, he intends to use the hundreds of thousands of lives in the capital as hostages to coerce Uchiha Izumi into allowing both him and Itachi to depart. As history would reveal, Hiruzen proves himself to be an exceptional Hokage. Following his reminder, Uchiha Itachi is abruptly reminded of the parents he has slain, as well as the fallen members of his clan. The anguish of the past resurfaces, making it impossible for him to accept that his choices could be erroneous. Consequently, he can only choose self-deception, muttering to himself, "This is to protect Konoha. This is to maintain world peace. This is to safeguard Konoha, to protect Konoha." With these words, the Susanoo he commands gathers a massive orb of black flames, Amaterasu, and hurls it towards the city center behind Uchiha Izumi. Alas, this is disastrous. Uchiha Izumi, having no inclination to linger on the entanglements with Uchiha Itachi, swiftly activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, utilizing the Susanoo to shield herself from Itachi's onslaught. The Susanoo, a manifestation of condensed chakra, would protect her from harm even if engulfed by the flames of Amaterasu. However, just as she withstood the initial strike, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a barrage of Amaterasu attacks, sending forth a dozen black flames directly toward the heart of the city. In a desperate bid, Uchiha Izumi managed to deflect only 5 or 6 of the fiery projectiles, while the remainder descended upon the city center, transforming what was once a vibrant and peaceful urban landscape into a hellish inferno. The black flames ravenously consumed everything in their path, and the anguished cries of the populace echoed from afar, resonating deep within Uchiha Izumi's soul. Despite her fury, she found herself powerless, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen, utilized the Susanoo to make their escape. Watching their departing figures, Uchiha Izumi vowed silently, "One day, I shall ensure that you wretches pay for your deeds." As the Susanoo gradually dissipated, Uchiha Izumi instinctively covered her eyes. The recent battle had placed immense strain upon her vision, and as she relaxed, fatigue and pain surged, prompting her to close her eyes and rub them tenderly. "Mayano, are your eyes all right?" In the aftermath of the confrontation, Fukuhara Hiroyo hurried to Uchiha Izumi's side, inquiring with concern. Though aware that Mayano Shiho was merely a pseudonym for Uchiha Izumi, Fukuhara Hiroyo still preferred to address her as Mayano, just as Uchiha Izumi and others habitually referred to him as Teacher Fukuhara. "I'm fine, not blind yet," Uchiha Izumi replied. "Your eyes?" Orochimaru, disregarding his own injuries, asked curiously. "I have heard that excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan can lead to blindness. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true. Did you think such immense power came without a price?" Uchiha Izumi retorted, somewhat irked. "But as far as I know, Uchiha Madara also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. And it seems he has not suffered from blindness," Orochimaru countered. "That is because he seized his brother's eyes, gaining eternal Mangekyo through the power of kinship." Uchiha Izumi explained candidly. Fukuhara Hiroyo added, "Indeed, it was through his brother Izuna's eyes that Madara-sensei attained perpetual vision. However, Madara did not forcibly take the Sharingan. It was willingly offered by Izuna. After all, it was a brutal era of warring states, where sacrifices were necessary for the survival of one's clan. Is that so?" Orochimaru's disappointment was evident upon hearing Fukuhara Hiroyo's account. He had initially hoped to take advantage of Uchiha Izumi's exhaustion to catch her off guard. After all, she had activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, wielding power on par with the Kage, and, having inherited the Uzumaki clan's lineage from Fukuhara Hiroyo, she possessed an exceptionally rare physique. Yet, he had not anticipated the risk of blindness associated with her Mangekyo, nor that, lacking a blood relation, she would be unable to evolve her eyes into Mangekyo. This profound flaw instantaneously extinguished Orochimaru's interest in seizing the body of Uchiha Izumi, redirecting his ambitions towards her brother, Uchiha Sasuke. In truth, Uchiha Izumi had already surmised Orochimaru's intentions to a significant extent. Her forthright revelation regarding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was a calculated move to sever Orochimaru's covetous gaze upon her. After all, her very essence was a fusion of two souls, and she wished to extricate herself from any grotesque entanglement with Orochimaru's spirit. Yet, despite the diminished allure of Uchiha Izumi's body, she was still the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru then inquired, "Uchiha Izumi, would you be interested in striking a bargain with me?" "What sort of bargain?" She replied, "Disclose to me the secrets you hold regarding the Sharingan, and I shall offer an appropriate recompense." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi recognized that Orochimaru had likely succumbed to an obsession with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Much like in the original tale, his inquiries into the secrets of the Sharingan were likely motivated by a desire to usurp Uchiha Sasuke's body and, subsequently, obtain Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo, thereby gaining a power akin to the terrifying eternal Mangekyo possessed by Uchiha Madara. To this, Uchiha Izumi found herself quite pleased. Although she understood that Sasuke, harboring Indra's chakra, would not easily be subjugated, she hoped Orochimaru would indeed trouble him. If he could manipulate Sasuke as he did in the original story, causing a rift between the brothers, or even inciting them to conflict, it would be even better. Thus, Uchiha Izumi slowly opened her eyes and countered, "I wish to forge a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave. Is this condition acceptable to you?" "Certainly," Orochimaru assented readily. For the summoning contract with the Uchiha clan's eternal Mangekyo was of lesser significance to him. He promptly commanded Kabuto to utilize his own blood to summon the contract scroll of the Dragon Cave. Observing this, Uchiha Izumi did not hesitate and inscribed her name upon the scroll. Subsequently, Uchiha Izumi divulged all she knew regarding the secrets of the Sharingan, including the revelation that acquiring the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with the power of the Senju of the forest, could grant one a force comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing such pivotal secrets, Orochimaru was elated, reflecting that this transaction was indeed worthwhile. He also recognized that Uchiha Izumi's willingness to divulge such crucial information aimed to complicate matters for himself and Uchiha Itachi. However, in the face of the allure of the eternal Mangekyo, Orochimaru was wholly unconcerned. Thus, after concluding this exchange, Orochimaru departed joyfully alongside Kabuto. Observing this, Fukuhara Hiroyo interjected, "Mayano, Orochimaru is no benevolent soul. By sharing such critical information with him, the shinobi world is likely to face numerous calamities in the future." In response, Uchiha Izumi gazed into the distance, watching the increasingly fervent flames engulfing the city center, and sighed softly, "I am well aware that Orochimaru is no saint. But in comparison to the actions of Konoha, his transgressions pale in significance." Once again, Orochimaru's desire for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would inevitably lead to conflicts with Konoha. It is far better for these malevolent individuals to engage in their own strife than to unite in the persecution of the common folk. Fukuhara Hiroyo gazed into the distance, observing the flames of Amaterasu growing ever fiercer, impervious to the feeble attempts of ordinary people to extinguish them. His gaze grew solemn, and a resolute determination began to take root within him. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi inquired, "Oh, by the way, Fukuhara-sensei, I just heard you refer to Uchiha Madara as Sensei Madara. Are you perhaps a disciple of Uchiha Madara?" In a sense, Fukuhara Hiroyo nodded. "However, my time studying under Sensei Madara was brief, and my focus was not on ninjutsu, but rather on various aspects of biology." At this point, Fukuhara Hiroyo chuckled. "You might find it hard to believe, but the seemingly wild and ferocious Uchiha Madara is, in fact, a remarkably talented scientist. In terms of human biology, his knowledge is on par with that of Uncle Tobarama. It was his influence that guided me onto the path of medical research. Oh, by the way, Mayano, since you still wish to address me as Fukuhara-sensei, would you be interested in hearing this old man ramble for a moment?" These words were imparted to me by Sensei Madara, but back then I was too young to grasp their significance. It is only in recent years that I have begun to comprehend their weight. Listening to Fukuhara Hiroyo's tone, Uchiha Izumi felt a flicker of doubt, pondering. "The way you speak makes it sound as if you are preparing for your final words, though you appear gravely injured. You seem to be in no danger of losing your life. You should be fine for another couple of years." Nonetheless, Uchiha Izumi replied, "Once a teacher, always a teacher. If you have any teachings to impart, please speak plainly." "Very well, Mayano. Remember this." Fukuhara Hiroyo's tone grew increasingly serious. True power does not stem from bloodline. It is knowledge that holds true strength. I understand your motivation for approaching me is to acquire a more potent bloodline through gene editing technology. Yet, I must caution you, power that is easily obtained is equally easy to lose. The so-called bloodline is merely a power created by others through knowledge. Since it is derived from another's knowledge, it can just as easily be reclaimed by them. Thus, the most reliable route to true power is to accumulate your own knowledge and forge a strength that is uniquely yours. Do you understand? True power does not stem from bloodline. It is knowledge that holds true strength. Fukuhara Hiroyo's brief discourse was akin to a thunderclap for Uchiha Izumi. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Izumi came to realize the essence of bloodlines. Ultimately, bloodlines are merely a fixed set of genetic information within cells. As long as one understands the genetic coding of various Kekii Genkai, anyone can effortlessly acquire them through gene editing technology. Therefore, bloodlines themselves hold little value. It is the knowledge that can alter them that constitutes the most formidable power. Furthermore, if other forms of knowledge were to be combined with chakra, what kind of extraordinary abilities might be created? For instance, the shadow clones produced by the shadow clone technique possess negligible quality, yet bear weight comparable to that of a normal person. If one could fully harness this particular trait, might it be possible to conjure a shadow clone that, while possessing an infinitesimal quality, bears an infinitely great weight? Such a shadow clone, upon its emergence, would inevitably collapse under its overwhelming mass, suggesting that the pinnacle of shadow clone techniques could potentially fabricate a black hole. If such a feat could truly be accomplished, what then would the so-called bloodline limits signify? And what of space-time ninjutsu? If one could establish coordinates for space transfer upon the sun, one could directly transport an adversary to the sun's core. Surely, even the Ten Tails would be instantaneously vaporized. Furthermore, consider the mechanism of transformation between matter and chakra. Should one unravel the mystery of how humans extract chakra, and how chakra transitions from matter into energy, theoretically, anyone could possess nearly limitless chakra. This would surely surpass the cost-effectiveness of a Jinchuriki and the cells of the first Hokage, would it not? Moreover, techniques such as transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu, among countless others, which initially appear simple, suddenly reveal themselves as an infinite treasure trove before Uchiha Izumi. Behind every single ninjutsu lies a profound and intricate body of knowledge. The true path for a formidable warrior is not merely to master these techniques, but to delve into the essence of various ninjutsu, to discern the underlying principles governing their operation, and to transform this understanding into personal wisdom. For it is this knowledge that constitutes genuine power. What I must pursue now is not the acquisition of obscure bloodlines, but the mastery of the theoretical knowledge underpinning diverse ninjutsu, utilizing it to my advantage. The theoretical essence behind any ninjutsu can yield a power far surpassing that of bloodline limits. So it is. In this moment, Uchiha Izumi finds herself ensnared in a tempest of thought, murmuring to herself. Observing her rapt fascination, Fukuhara Hiroyo nods in approval, reflecting, "This girl is unlike me. She is a true genius. The insights I have only recently grasped, she comprehends with but a slight nudge. Alas, how infuriating it is to be outshone. If only you had encountered her instead of me, Madara-sensei, perhaps you would not have departed from Konoha. I often ponder why you chose to confront Hashirama. After all, your vision had long since eclipsed his. That battle was utterly devoid of purpose. Why sacrifice your life for such futility? Or was there a deeper motive? Ah, forget it. It is all a matter of years past. I am nearing 70. What difference does it make if you still harbor schemes? Time is the greatest force. All has transpired." With these thoughts, Fukuhara Hiroyo gradually advances forward. At this moment, a Kimichi Takefumi, severely wounded, is slumped on the ground resting. Observing Fukuhara Hiroyo stride toward the inferno of the city center, he exclaims in astonishment, "Old man, what do you intend to do?" Uchiha Izumi, now regaining her senses, gazes anxiously at Fukuhara's retreating figure and implores, "Fukuhara-sensei, the flames in the city center are intensifying. We should hasten our departure to avoid being engulfed by the fire." Faced with the pleas of the two individuals, Fukuhara Hiroyo shook his head and said, "It has been nearly 30 years since I departed from Konoha. For 3 decades. I have been hiding, and now I am approaching 70. I have lived enough. It is time to depart." As he gazed into the roaring flames before him, a hint of sorrow tinged his words. Moreover, the true architects of this calamity are, in essence, our Senju clan. It was we who founded Konoha, thereby ushering in the darkness known as the protection of Konoha. Over the past 60 years, 3 great shinobi wars, the annihilation of various bloodlines, the suffering of smaller nations like the Rain Country, the purging of scientists within the Land of Fire, and the countless innocent lives harmed by Konoha. All these sins ultimately stem from the errors committed by our Senju clan. We established Konoha, creating a dark system of shinobi villages that has brought endless suffering and disaster to this world. Thus, heaven has punished our Senju clan, bringing us to the brink of extinction. This is our retribution, and we have no one to blame but ourselves. Therefore, in order to atone for the sins of our Senju clan, I can no longer evade my fate. What must be faced must ultimately be confronted. With these words, Fukuhara Hiroyo loosened his garments, revealing the myriad of seals adorning his aged body. Upon seeing these seals, Akimichi Torikase exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that the 4-symbol seal of the Uzumaki clan?" "Indeed, it is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan," Fukuhara replied with a smile. "Moreover, after my modifications, its sealing capabilities have been significantly enhanced. Our Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are indeed related by marriage. So although I did not inherit the wood release of the Senju, I have mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki quite well. Originally, I intended to use this sealing technique to perish alongside Sarutobi, but it seems this technique can serve an even greater purpose." With that, Fukuhara Hiroyo began to unravel the seals, and Akimichi Torikase urgently urged, "This is not good. We must leave at once." Uchiha Izumi, witnessing this, dared not delay and promptly took Akimichi Torikase away from the scene. At that moment, the seals on Fukuhara Hiroyo's body activated, drawing the inferno from afar like a great whale siphoning water, converging into his very being. Even the relentless Amaterasu flames were drawn into him, sealed away with his own life. As the flames amassed, Fukuhara Hiroyo distinctly felt his life ebbing away. Yet, as he beheld the fierce blaze diminishing and the once gray sky revealing a sliver of sunlight, a smile returned to his face. The flames would eventually extinguish, but the sun would rise anew. The warmth of the sun's light is indeed more comforting. Bathed in its radiance, Fukuhara Hiroyo's life gradually faded away. Fukuhara Hiroyo had passed. Shortly after his demise, Akimichi Torikase also succumbed to illness and departed from this world. In Konoha, at the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the latest intelligence in his hands. Inhaling deeply from his pipe, he then exhaled a cloud of smoke, sighing softly, "At last, this day has come." Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Token, Senju Fumi, Uchiha Kagami, Tenten Komatsu, and Mito Gate and had once been allies. Apart from the early demise of Uchiha Kagami, the remaining companions had finally reached the age of parting. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt neither elation at the passing of Senju Fumi and Akimichi Token, nor sorrow for their departure. Regardless of whether these two were adversaries, friends, colleagues, or comrades, they were all elderly nearing their 70s. At such an age, even without his intervention, their time left was limited. In this instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen increasingly sensed the terror of time. It could wash away all grievances, sever all ties, bring an end to all glories, and grant liberation to the world's entanglements. Even the lingering echoes of reminiscence, that sunset known as memory, would ultimately fade in the currents of time. Aging, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed, a reaction stemming from the injuries inflicted by Uchiha Izumi's Rasengan. For the first time in his life, he yearned for eternal life, desiring to return to his youthful days. In those times, he was spirited and vibrant. Regardless of the circumstances, even amidst the turmoil following the second Hokage's death, he possessed the confidence to resolve everything. For he was still young then, youthful, which meant boundless possibilities. Now, however, he felt aged, his frail body and accumulated injuries relentlessly entwining his spirit, causing him discomfort and awakening him from dreams and pain. He recognized that his life was nearing its end, and he fervently wished for a worthy successor to inherit the legacy he had devoted his life to build. He began to reminisce about the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and with the enhancement of nostalgia, that already extraordinary fourth Hokage became even more splendid in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Under the affection for his late mentor, he grew increasingly attentive to Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto. He hoped Naruto would mirror his father's brilliance, evolving into an exceptional Hokage, and ultimately, his heir. Yet, reality proved disappointing. Naruto's mischievousness was merely a trivial concern. A child's mischief suggested potential for future greatness. Thus, even as Naruto caused chaos in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained indifferent. What truly troubled him was Naruto's indolence. This laziness was not physical, but rather a mental lethargy. His mind resisted learning, and his academic performance was abysmal. Consequently, despite Naruto's physical efforts, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself disheartened. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto's physical endeavors were futile. The power others needed to cultivate was innately his. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's insight, he could foresee Naruto's future, a passionate ninja lacking in mental acuity, destined to be a valiant warrior in battle but incapable of becoming a sagacious leader. Nevertheless, even so, Uzumaki Naruto is destined to ascend to the position of Hokage, for he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the son of the fourth Hokage, and the natural heir of Konohagakure. The qualifications that others must toil generations to attain are inherently bestowed upon him. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself in a dilemma, tasked with selecting two exceptional companions for Naruto. First and foremost is Uchiha Sasuke, an undeniable choice. His Sharingan alone justifies his inclusion. Not to mention that Sasuke is a prodigy, undoubtedly the foremost among his peers. Such a talent must be integrated into the direct lineage of the Hokage, even if he belongs to the Uchiha clan. After all, Konohagakure cannot afford to witness the emergence of another White Fang. As for the second teammate, Sarutobi Hiruzen initially considered Hyuga Hinata, for his anticipated Hokage was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. As Hokage, Naruto would inherently require the support of a prominent clan. The Hyuga clan, having faced past oppression, equally necessitated some form of reassurance. However, Naruto's recent conduct has sadly fallen short of Hiruzen's expectations. Moreover, the young lady from the Hyuga family does not appear to possess the qualities of a supportive partner, thus leading to her exclusion from consideration. After dismissing several candidates, Hiruzen reluctantly settled on Haruno Sakura as the third member. The rationale, of course, was not due to Sakura's commendable achievements, but rather because Naruto harbors feelings for her. The Jinchuriki essentially serves as the village's fierce guardian, and a marital bond serves as the most effective seal to secure such a guardian. Therefore, Hiruzen's choice of Sakura is aimed at facilitating a union between her and Naruto. Thus, even if Naruto does not attain the position of Hokage, having a beloved spouse will ensure he remains loyal to Konohagakure. As for the next Hokage, after some contemplation, Hiruzen suddenly recognized that his grandson, Konohamaru, would be an apt candidate. Firstly, Konohamaru is not lacking in talent. Furthermore, he is of the same age as Hyuga Hanabi, a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and their amicable relationship makes them ideal candidates for a union. Their marriage would also serve to placate the Hyuga clan. Lastly, with Hiruzen's careful guidance, Konohamaru is destined to excel even further. Upon reflecting, Sarutobi Hiruzen increasingly felt that his grandson was indeed suitable. It appears to be fate's design. The Sarutobi clan is destined to contribute 2 generations of Hokage to Konohagakure, and he can only accept this responsibility with grace. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen began to meticulously plan for the future of Konohagakure, the distant sound of children at play suddenly echoed through the streets. Following the sound, he beheld Uzumaki Naruto, akin to a monkey, darting about the streets, hurling snowballs. Inuzuka Kiba swung a frying pan he had pilfered from his mother's kitchen, launching snowballs towards Naruto. However, he miscalculated his strength and inadvertently struck Akimichi Choji, who was indulging in snacks. Upon witnessing this, Choji's companion, Akamaru, erupted into excited barks, filling the air with noise. Meanwhile, the crafty Nara Shikamaru lounged in a street corner, observing the ruckus with an air of disinterest, rolling his eyes in boredom. Although oil-toed Haruka yearned to partake in the festivities, it seemed that his presence was overlooked by all. Only the stoic Uchiha Sasuke displayed no interest in the snowball fight, instead honing his chakra control amidst the frosty terrain. Not far off, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino gazed at Sasuke's diligent efforts, their eyes filled with admiration. Witnessing this familiar scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, suddenly realizing that his various plans might be in vain. The relentless tide of history surged forward, while the passing of elders was inevitable. Who among the new generation would rise to prominence was beyond his control. He began to focus on the children engaged in the snowball battle, as memories from the past surged forth from the depths of his heart. In that moment, past and present appeared to converge entirely, these children frolicking in the snow might, like their predecessors, bear burdens, part ways, support one another, or engage in fierce rivalry. The so-called flame of legacy continued to be passed down, suggesting that everything was merely a repetition of history. Much like the sun in the sky, it cyclically rose in the east and set in the west, illuminating a world that held little novelty. Thus unfolded the recent events. In the land of rain, at the Akatsuki headquarters, utilizing the illusionary space, Uchiha Izumi recounted his recent experiences to Nagato and Konan. Upon hearing about Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders for Uchiha Itachi to unleash Amaterasu upon the densely populated city center, resulting in the horrific deaths of over 100,000 in the capital of the Land of Fire, even Nagato and Konan, hailing from war-torn regions, were taken aback. The third Hokage is, after all, Jiraiya-sensei's master. How could he commit such an atrocity? Konan exclaimed. I thought my heart was steeled enough after annihilating the entire Hanzo family. But it seems I pale in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nagato remarked. This is not entirely a bad thing, Nagato, Konan cautioned. No matter how much suffering we endure, we must uphold the baseline of our humanity. If we abandon that line, then even if we defeat Konoha, we merely become a new Konoha ourselves. The world will not change due to our efforts, and the sacrifices of Yahiko and the others would be rendered meaningless. I understand. We are human, thus, we must have limits, Nagato nodded. However, this limit does not extend to Konoha. Once our plan is complete, my first act will be to use Konoha as a banner of sacrifice. I intend to instill fear of the Akatsuki's power through the blood of the strongest ninja village in the world. If the commoners of Konoha suffer, then they will have brought it upon themselves. Plan? Upon hearing Nagato's words, Uchiha Izumi questioned, Are you still planning to gather the nine-tailed beasts and resurrect the ten tails? On the surface, of course, we must appear to do so, as Kagaya has been lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. If we do not follow the script he has written to collect the tailed beasts, he could revive Uchiha Obito at any moment. The power of Obito is beyond our means to confront. However, we have devised new strategies regarding the collection of the tailed beasts, Konan explained. Initially, we intended to recruit powerful rogue ninjas and form elite squads with them. With the intelligence gathered through White Zetsu's efforts, we attempted to capture the Jinchuriki from various ninja villages through infiltration and assault, thereby collecting all the tailed beasts. However, in retrospect, this plan seems excessively naive. Not only are the Jinchuriki the strongest forces of their respective ninja villages and thus heavily protected, but even if we were fortunate enough to capture a few tailed beasts, the major ninja villages would swiftly recognize the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization. Faced with a coalition of these villages, it is uncertain whether the Akatsuki could endure. Even if we could maintain a standoff, our chances of continuing to gather tailed beasts would diminish significantly. Konan's perspective is quite valid. In the original narrative, the 5 great ninja villages only began to form a ninja alliance after all 7 tailed beasts were taken, and after Sunagakure and Kanehagakure were successively attacked, with even the mightiest 8 tails and 9 tails falling victim to the Akatsuki's onslaught. This was inherently absurd. Logically, after the Shikaku was seized and Sunagakure was assaulted, the other ninja villages should have acted. At the very least, they should have safeguarded their own tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. How could they permit the Jinchuriki to fight alone, only to be systematically defeated by the Akatsuki? What are your plans? Uchiha Izumi inquired. We have a dual approach, Nagato replied. On one hand, we shall continue to assemble elite squads composed of rogue ninjas to capture tailed beasts and Jinchuriki on a small scale through infiltration. On the other hand, we aim to promote bloodline limits to form a ninja army that does not belong to the 5 great ninja villages, serving as a counterbalance to their power. As for how to promote the bloodline limits, we will require your abilities, Uchiha Izumi. We hope you will continue your research on gene editing technology to develop methods for the mass production of targeted medications for these bloodline limits. Once such targeted medications can be produced in bulk, we will swiftly assemble a ninja army far surpassing any single village. At that point, whether in gathering tailed beasts or unifying the ninja world, the Akatsuki will possess ample strength. Upon hearing Nagato's intentions, Uchiha Izumi did not immediately express his opinion, but instead furrowed his brow in contemplation. Noticing his troubled expression, Conan asked, "What is it? Is there an issue with our plan, or are there technical difficulties in the research of the targeted medication?" Uchiha Izumi reflected, "There are two concerns. Firstly, would Kaguya agree to the proliferation of bloodline limits? Would it permit the Akatsuki to wield such formidable power, risking potential loss of control?" To this, Conan responded, "We have already communicated this idea to Black Zetsu. After discussions with Obito, he ultimately consented to our plan. After all, unless we can replicate the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, the potential power limits of ordinary bloodline limits are quite restricted, incapable of halting the infinite Tsukuyomi, and pose little threat to Kaguya Otsutsuki. Moreover, the promotion of bloodline limits would increase the amount of chakra the god tree can absorb, thereby enhancing the likelihood of Kaguya's resurrection. There is another issue regarding the conditions for researching and producing targeted medications," Uchiha Izumi continued. "Medical research is an expensive endeavor. Does the Akatsuki possess sufficient financial resources to support this? Moreover, even if we possess adequate funding, we still require a plethora of talented individuals from relevant industries. After all, contemporary scientific research necessitates collective efforts. Only prodigies like Orochimaru or the second Hokage can achieve significant breakthroughs through solitary endeavors. Furthermore, even if we were to attain results, the production conditions for targeted medications are undoubtedly stringent. While we might substitute workers with white zetsu, what about the requisite infrastructure? Power plants, water treatment facilities, and climate-controlled workshops. Such supporting infrastructures in the land of rain are woefully underdeveloped, rendering them incapable of sustaining the production of advanced pharmaceuticals. Even if we could resolve the infrastructural issues, we still face the necessity of essential equipment for drug manufacturing. For instance, vital sterile preparation apparatuses, such as high-performance liquid chromatographs or gas chromatographs, are non-existent in the land of rain. Importing such large quantities poses a significant risk of supply chain disruptions, and developing our own would take no less than a decade or 8 years. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi articulate the myriad potential challenges, Nagato and Conan's expressions grew somber. They had not received formal education and were unaware of the complexities involved in producing a targeted medication. Once Uchiha Izumi had enumerated all the difficulties, Conan, somewhat dazed, inquired, "Are there solutions to these issues?" "Certainly," Uchiha Izumi replied with a smile. "The simplest solution is to produce in the land of fire instead of the land of rain." "Produce in the land of fire?" Conan pondered for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, "Miss Izumi, do you intend to indeed?" "I wish to promote bloodline limits in the land of fire. For the past 2 years, I have resided in the land of fire, and I am acutely aware of the sentiments of its people," Uchiha Izumi explained. "On one hand, as the foremost superpower in the ninja world, the citizens of the land of fire are proud. They look down upon other nations, inherently believing themselves to be superior to the impoverished denizens of other lands. Particularly regarding the land of wind, when the two nations formed an alliance, it was not uncommon for citizens of the land of fire to complain. Those wretched desert dwellers have come to beg in our land of fire. Conversely, the citizens of the land of fire also feel repressed. Despite being the leading nation in the ninja world, their country lacks the prestige befitting such a status. Throughout the first 3 ninja world wars, the land of fire has consistently faced assaults from the other 4 great nations, even though they emerged victorious in these confrontations. The experience of enduring such attacks is undoubtedly unpleasant. Therefore, the citizens of the land of fire are rather dissatisfied with their current situation. They yearn for military strength commensurate with their national power. However, the military and diplomatic reins of the nation are held by the insular Konoha village. Consequently, numerous individuals have suggested dissolving Konoha village and implementing a system of ninja nations. It can be said that the Senju clan's advocacy for this system is not without foundation. Their actions truly reflect the sentiments of the majority of the people in the land of fire. Moreover, if we delve into various social strata, we can ascertain that a significant portion of the populace in the land of fire harbors discontent towards Konoha and the existing village system. Take, for instance, the impoverished farmers at the bottom of the social hierarchy. They still utilize primitive tools for cultivation, relying entirely on fate for their harvests. Do they not wish to use fertilizers? Do they not wish to implement mechanization? Certainly not, for fertilizers can be utilized as explosives, and the machinery produced by agricultural factories can be repurposed to manufacture steel weaponry. Thus, Konoha has obstructed the large-scale production of fertilizers. It can be asserted that a significant portion of the suffering endured by the farmers of the Land of Fire is attributable to Konoha, inciting a deep-seated animosity towards them. As for the urban residents of the Land of Fire, their sentiments towards Konoha are equally unfavorable. To cite a recent example, the Inferno incident in the capital has ignited the fury of these citizens. Over 100,000 lives were lost due to a single utterance from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Can they possibly harbor gratitude towards Konoha for such a tragedy? Furthermore, the bureaucratic elite of the Land of Fire also harbor disdain for Konoha. After all, military and diplomatic matters ought to fall under the purview of state institutions. What business does a ninja village have meddling in such affairs? Does Konoha possess diplomatic acumen? If they did, could they have instigated 3 great ninja wars within a mere 60 years? Additionally, consider the scientists of the Land of Fire. They are the true pioneers of progress, developing the myriad electrical devices in use today. Yet do they receive the respect they deserve? With various purges taking place, even a slight breakthrough may lead to persecution by ninjas. Countless distinguished scientists have seen their futures, dignity, and even lives stripped away by Konoha. How could they possibly regard Konoha favorably? In truth, the only entities within the Land of Fire that still express gratitude towards Konoha are the feudal lord and the royal family. After all, we live in an era where computers have been invented and information technology has become widespread within the Land of Fire. The rapid evolution of accessible information has rendered the feudal lords insignificant in the eyes of the populace. Were it not for Konoha's military support, the feudal lord would have long been dragged to the guillotine by the very citizens of this nation. Let us not forget that the concept of rebellion against authority is deeply ingrained in the fabric of this society. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi recount the internal conflicts of the Land of Fire, Konan and Nagato suddenly realized that the plight of the lower classes in this world is strikingly similar. The common folk of the Rain country suffer immensely, and those of the Land of Fire are not faring any better. In this world, only a small fraction can revel in power, while the vast majority merely struggle to survive. So, Miss Izumi, are you suggesting that the Akatsuki organization infiltrate the Land of Fire and incite its citizens who harbor animosity towards Konoha to ignite a civil war? Konan inquired. Uchiha Izumi nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, once civil war erupts in the Land of Fire, the global landscape will undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. In the ensuing chaos, the Akatsuki can effortlessly seize the tailed beasts from the various ninja villages. Furthermore, this upheaval would allow the Akatsuki to fragment the Land of Fire, one of the mightiest nations in the ninja world, and together with the Rain country, establish a new superpower. Wouldn't this be swifter than merely developing the Rain country on its own? Moreover, if all proceeds favorably, the Akatsuki could potentially obliterate Konoha through this civil war, seize the 9 tails, the most formidable of the tailed beasts, and dominate the Land of Fire, the strongest nation in the ninja world. With the Akatsuki's vision, coupled with the manpower and resources of the Land of Fire, achieving world unification would be a mere formality. Hearing Uchiha Izumi's grandiose ambitions, both Nagato and Konan were left in astonishment. They had previously recognized that Uchiha Izumi harbored her own ambitions, yet they never anticipated the magnitude of her aspirations. While the Akatsuki organization directed its attention towards the Land of Rain, Uchiha Izumi sought to seize control of the mighty Land of Fire, aiming to unify the ninja world in a single, decisive stroke. Upon further contemplation, both individuals deemed Izumi's scheme remarkably feasible. After all, the discontent of the citizens of the Land of Fire towards Konoha was a well-known truth. Mobilizing and arming them to confront Konoha, driven by their inner animosities, seemed far more reliable than relying on a handful of rogue ninjas to gather tailed beasts. However, after the initial shock, Nagato began to comprehend the underlying implications of Izumi's plan. He realized that while her strategy was indeed plausible, it also bore her own ulterior motives. Engaging the Land of Fire against Konoha mirrored the historical conflict where Konoha had once dealt with the Uchiha clan. Konoha was a sovereign entity within the Land of Fire, just as the Uchiha were an integral part of Konoha. Clearly, Izumi's scheme was fundamentally a quest for vengeance against the Uchiha's past tormentors. Yet her form of retribution was not merely one of bloodshed. She intended to wield the very methods employed by Konoha against the Uchiha, turning them back upon Konoha itself. In the spirit of tit for tat, Uchiha Izumi sought to make Konoha experience the suffering it had inflicted upon her clan. orchestrating a fate akin to that of the Uchiha. Nagato even speculated that Izumi might compel Uchiha Itachi to repeat a similar act of betrayal. Just as Konoha's elite had once manipulated Itachi into slaughtering his own kin for the sake of the village, Izumi could very well coerce him into exterminating Konoha for the sake of the Land of Fire. If sacrifices could be made for the collective known as Konoha, then similarly, sacrifices could be demanded for the collective known as the Land of Fire. The rationale behind Konoha's destruction of the Uchiha could just as easily serve as justification for Konoha's own annihilation. Such an occurrence would not be unprecedented. History is often cyclical, with familiar tales repeating beneath the sun. Confronted with such parallels, Uchiha Itachi would inevitably face a harrowing choice, one that would be far more agonizing than mere death. Uchiha Izumi craved not only the act of killing, but also the torment of the heart. Izumi harbored her own schemes. Yet Nagato and Konan were not devoid of their own ambitions. In their prior discussions, they had merely touched upon the collection of tailed beasts and the future development of the Akatsuki, never addressing a critical issue: how to confront the Otsutsuki clan, led by Kagaya Otsutsuki, and their looming threat over the ninja world. The shadows of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki Ishiki, Kurizetsu, the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura, Indra, and Uchiha Madara loomed ominously over the history of the ninja world, each one hauntingly influencing its course. The grotesque evolution of this world's history could largely be attributed to the enigmatic Otsutsuki clan. It could be asserted that confronting them would pose the greatest challenge for both the Akatsuki and Uchiha Izumi in the future. Yet, paradoxically, in the face of such an essential dilemma, Izumi, Nagato, and Konan instinctively chose to avoid the topic altogether. Is it because the three individuals remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Or do they believe that merely promoting the bloodline limit will empower the shinobi world to confront the Otsutsuki clan? Neither is true. In fact, both Nagato and Konan, as well as Uchiha Izumi, have their own schemes regarding the Otsutsuki clan. Nagato and Konan each harbor their own calculations, and privately, they have not reached a consensus. Why do they handle matters with such secrecy and caution, to the extent that within the illusionary realm, all three instinctively choose to evade the issue? Ultimately, it is the ominous shadow of the Otsutsuki clan that looms too terrifyingly large. To speak of it, the White Zetsu are ubiquitous throughout the shinobi world, making it nearly impossible for them to conceal their overt actions from the Black Zetsu lurking behind. Not to mention the immortal Sage of Six Paths, the ever-persistent Ashura and Indra, and the intelligence-gathering capabilities of Otsutsuki Kinshiki in Boruto. Even if they do not surpass those of White Zetsu, they are certainly not far behind. To plot against such a formidable assembly of beings who have nearly opened their third eye is no trivial endeavor. Should their schemes be exposed, the three currently lack the power to confront the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, they find themselves compelled to conceal their true intentions, akin to the wall-facers in the three-body problem, instinctively hiding their plans at all times. Even in an illusion, a realm theoretically devoid of danger, they still subconsciously opt to sidestep the issue. This very avoidance serves as the finest testament to their awareness of the situation's seriousness and their readiness to calculate against the Otsutsuki clan. Consequently, a conversation laden with subtext draws to a close, and Nagato and Konan ultimately agree to the proposal for action in the Land of Fire. Although this implies that the future activities of the Akatsuki will predominantly focus on the Land of Fire, which may inadvertently overshadow their homeland of the Rain Country. Such neglect might also serve as a form of protection. The Rain Country is exceedingly weak, and its civilians endure immense suffering. Given that they have already borne such anguish, it would be prudent for the Akatsuki to refrain from attracting further turmoil to this small nation. After dispelling the illusion, Uchiha Izumi resumes discussions regarding his collaboration with Orochimaru. Upon learning that Orochimaru intends to utilize the reanimation jutsu to seize another's body and ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha, Nagato swiftly concludes, this Orochimaru cannot be trusted. Konan concurs, I believe that Orochimaru indeed harbors animosity toward Konoha, but I do not think such hatred will sustain his desire to annihilate it. Especially once he attains power within Konoha, I find it hard to believe he would destroy it. It is well known that power has a corrupting influence on individuals. Agreeing with their perspectives, Uchiha Izumi adds, you both are correct, even if Orochimaru articulates his vendetta against Konoha with great fervor. I do not genuinely believe he wishes to obliterate it. Rather, I suspect he seeks to assume a new identity through the reanimation jutsu, thereby seizing control of Konoha to fulfill his ambitions. Of course, it is also possible that he is driven by the ambitions of Orochimaru lurking behind him. So what now? Are you prepared to abandon your collaboration with him? Conan inquires. Why abandon it? Uchiha Izumi raised her hands in a gesture of exasperation, saying, as the most formidable ninja village in the shinobi world, opportunities to infiltrate Konoha are few and far between. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization is poised to launch a large-scale operation in a few years, leaving the very existence of Konoha in question a decade from now. Even if Kabuto infiltrates the inner circle of the Hokage, can he truly seize control of Konoha within 10 years? Ultimately, Kabuto's schemes are nothing more than a fleeting illusion. By the time his plans come to fruition, the shinobi world will have transformed beyond recognition. Even if he were to become Hokage by then, what significance would it hold? Given these circumstances, why not utilize his and Orochimaru's intelligence network to place a few spies within Konoha? Nagato and Conan expressed their agreement with Uchiha Izumi's perspective. However, a new dilemma soon arose before the trio. Conan spoke up, but if you truly agree to collaborate with Kabuto, what becomes of the Akatsuki? While infiltrating Konoha is undeniably crucial, the research on targeted pharmaceuticals and the dissemination of bloodline limits are of even greater importance. If you depart, our operations for the coming years will be severely hindered. Unless you can somehow divide your focus, you must make a choice. Infiltrating Konoha is an exceedingly perilous task, demanding exceptional strength and quality from the infiltrator. To avoid exposure in a village teeming with shinobi, the infiltrator must possess an intimate familiarity with Konoha. In truth, only Uchiha Izumi from the entire Akatsuki organization meets these stringent requirements. As Conan pointed out, unless Uchiha Izumi can somehow split herself, she will have to relinquish one of the two endeavors, aiding the Akatsuki in research or infiltrating Konoha. Naturally, based on Nagato and Conan's thoughts, they would prefer that Uchiha Izumi dedicate herself wholly to research in Konoha. After all, no matter how vital infiltration may be, it pales in comparison to the significance of popularizing bloodline limits. However, unbeknownst to Conan and Nagato, Uchiha Izumi indeed possessed the ability to divide herself. Within the Akatsuki's laboratory, Uchiha Izumi began to harness the astonishing cloning technology of this world to create another version of herself. As the cloning process initiated, with the clone still in its embryonic stage, Uchiha Izumi employed her Sharingan abilities to ensure that her spirit entered the embryo. By occupying the body before the clone's soul fully formed, Uchiha Izumi's essence could seamlessly adapt to the cloned physique, thus allowing one individual to inhabit two bodies. This way, Izumi's original form could undertake the perilous infiltration task while covertly orchestrating actions against Konoha, while the comparatively weaker clone remained within the Akatsuki to focus on the research for the proliferation of bloodline limits. Observing the gradually forming clone within the nutrient solution, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Izumi's lips. Only a child would make a choice. An adult naturally desires both. After dedicating half a month to nurturing the clone, Uchiha Izumi left her doppelganger at the Akatsuki for research, while her original self quietly approached the borders of the Land of Fire to rendezvous with Kabuto. Once again, they met. It's been a while, Mayano-san. Although Kabuto was now fully aware of Uchiha Izumi's full name, he still preferred to address her as Mayano-san. Likewise, Kabuto-kun. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Yakushi Kabuto, who had not even made an effort to disguise himself, Uchiha Izumi expressed his surprise. In light of the recent events in the capital, Kabuto, you should be considered a rogue ninja of Konoha, just like me. Are you not concerned about being targeted by Konoha for boldly appearing on the soil of the Land of Fire? In response, Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a hint of pride and replied, Mayano, while you and I share the same origins in Konoha, it seems you lack a deep understanding of the internal conflicts within the village. Although I serve under Lord Orochimaru and have, at his behest, plotted against the third Hokage, it does not render me a rogue ninja of Konoha. The true mastermind behind the operation against the third Hokage was Danzo, the leader of the root. As the shadowy foundation of Konoha, Danzo's influence is beyond your imagination. This operation may have failed, but the third Hokage was nonetheless severely wounded. Currently, he is preoccupied with dealing with the difficulties posed by Danzo and has little interest in concerning himself with someone of my insignificance. Furthermore, following this incident, I have strategically aligned myself closer to Danzo, reporting significant intelligence to Root, which has earned me his considerable favor. Consequently, the third Hokage, wary of potential repercussions, has not declared me a rogue ninja. Thus, I remain a legitimate Konoha ninja, and my actions within the Land of Fire require little restraint. Yakushi Kabuto spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet Uchiha Izumi was once again astounded by Kabuto's espionage abilities, deftly navigating between the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that Yakushi Kabuto is a remnant of the ninja world, and in certain aspects, he surpasses even Uchiha, as he lacks the latter's merciful weaknesses. The two subsequently exchanged recent intelligence, after which Yakushi Kabuto began to outline the plan for their current operation. Since our target is a classmate of Uzumaki Naruto, the most advantageous location for infiltration would undoubtedly be the Konoha Ninja Academy. Fortunately, Lord Orochimaru had previously embedded an agent within the academy, a chunin known as Mizuki. Upon hearing the name Mizuki, Uchiha Izumi immediately recalled the first chapter of the original story, where the chunin teacher was comically defeated by Naruto's shadow clone technique. He mused, this Mizuki may be merely a minor antagonist in the manga, yet in the reality of Konoha, he is far from ordinary. To become a teacher at the Ninja Academy, one must possess a clean background and impeccable credentials. If the academy were to admit individuals of questionable character, it could significantly impact the next generation of Konoha. Yet, this seemingly reputable chunin teacher is, in fact, a subordinate of Orochimaru. One can only imagine the extent of Orochimaru's influence when he was at the height of his power in Konoha. It is likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen, wary of Orochimaru's might, chose to abandon his support for him to become the fourth Hokage. As Uchiha Izumi pondered these matters, he inquired, are you suggesting that this Mizuki will help arrange a false identity for me, enabling me to infiltrate the Konoha Ninja Academy? Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Izumi, Yakushi Kabuto let out a cold laugh. Classmate Mayano, do not jest. In such a significant place as the Ninja Academy, how could a mere chunin assist you in an infiltration mission? Lord Orochimaru and I truly intend for you to directly assume the identity of Mizuki and become the teacher of Naruto Uzumaki's class. This way, obtaining information regarding Naruto's class assignment in advance will be exceedingly simple. Directly replacing Mizuki's identity, Uchiha Izumi questioned in confusion. Why complicate matters so? Since we already have Mizuki as a pawn, you could simply have him cooperate. Moreover, even if you were to assume Mizuki's identity, you could easily accomplish that yourself. I would think that with your abilities, impersonating Mizuki would pose no challenge. You make a valid point. My initial plan was indeed to have Mizuki assist me. Yakushi Kabuto replied, shaking his head. However, upon interacting with Mizuki, I discovered that he is an arrogant fool who dismisses me, a mere unknown, entirely. Even when I invoked Lord Orochimaru's name, he displayed no interest in collaborating with me. According to my investigations, this imbecile is even scheming to steal Konoha's sealing techniques. It's utterly absurd. How could a lowly chunin aspire to covet the most classified ninjutsu scrolls of Konoha? As for why I do not simply replace Mizuki's identity, I initially intended to act in such a manner. Yet, the capital's operation against the third Hokage failed. Lord Orochimaru lost an arm to Uchiha Itachi, and Danzo did not ascend to the Hokage position. Furthermore, both Fukuhara-sensei and Lord Torikes, who had been covertly collaborating with Danzo, have since passed away. It can be said that our side has also suffered significant losses in this operation. Currently, we are struggling merely to contend with the third Hokage, leaving us with no leisure to target Mizuki. Deceit. Despite Yakushi Kabuto's insistence, Uchiha Izumi saw through his lies. Having read the Naruto manga, she was aware of the forthcoming events. Orochimaru was undoubtedly in contact with Tsunagakure, secretly advancing the plan to obliterate Konoha. As Orochimaru's most essential aide, Yakushi Kabuto was naturally bound by his obligations. Thus, he sought Uchiha Izumi to infiltrate the Ninja Academy in his stead. The early approach to Uchiha Izumi for cooperation likely stemmed from their awareness of her ties to the Akatsuki organization, seeking to leverage her to draw them into the fray. This would undoubtedly amplify the momentum of the plan to destroy Konoha, significantly increasing Orochimaru's chances of eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Uchiha Izumi's lineage as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, it was likely an unexpected boon for them. Having grasped Yakushi Kabuto's intentions, Uchiha Izumi naturally acquiesced to his plan. Furthermore, she intended to lend her support to the endeavor. After all, in the original narrative, the plan to annihilate Konoha not only eliminated the cunning third Hokage, but also severely wounded the village, delivering a staggering blow to Konoha. As a sworn enemy of Konoha, how could Uchiha Izumi refrain from being invested in the plan to destroy it? On the other hand, the weakening of Konoha has conveniently facilitated the actions of the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Fire. If Uchiha Izumi does not involve herself in this endeavor, she is unworthy of the Uchiha name. Mizuki, a 27-year-old chunin from Konoha, presents a facade of gentleness with a teaching style that is tolerant and friendly, guiding her students with care, earning a respectable reputation within the ninja academy. However, beneath this exterior lies immense ambition, greed, and treachery. She has been covertly gathering intelligence on forbidden jutsu while harboring resentment toward her colleague Irika, who is held in higher esteem by the higher-ups than she is. This information is what Kabuto has procured regarding Mizuki. In summary, she is an ordinary individual who perceives herself as extraordinary, making it easy to impersonate her. Kabuto's only concern is Uchiha Izumi's female identity, as there is a significant difference in skeletal structure and cognitive patterns between the sexes. Even trained ninjas cannot convincingly masquerade as the opposite gender for extended periods. As long as Uchiha Izumi can control her feminine instincts and refrain from instinctively adopting feminine gestures during the impersonation, prolonged infiltration should pose no significant challenge. However, Kabuto is unaware that Uchiha Izumi's soul is inherently male, making the portrayal of a man effortless for her. After reviewing Mizuki's dossier, she immediately employed a transformation technique, adopting Mizuki's appearance. With her exceptional acting skills and disguise techniques, Uchiha Izumi embodied Mizuki flawlessly, particularly with an air of disdain in her gaze that surpassed even Mizuki's own pretentiousness. Remarkable. Kabuto nodded in approval. As a master of disguise himself, he acknowledged that, purely in terms of performance, he could not rival Uchiha Izumi's innate talent. Having previously disguised himself as a female ninja, he understood the magnitude of the challenge involved in transforming into another gender. Now, witnessing Uchiha Izumi's instinctive masculine demeanor, Kabuto was naturally impressed. Nonetheless, simple transformation techniques can be easily discerned. Thus, a higher-level transformation technique is required for effective infiltration. With that, Kabuto retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Uchiha Izumi. Upon receiving the scroll, she saw that it contained Orochimaru's face-stealing technique. This high-level transformation technique allows one to directly seize another's visage, thereby impersonating them. It is through this very jutsu that Orochimaru has managed to maintain his appearance without resorting to reanimation. Of course, the cost of the face-stealing technique is gruesome. After all, it involves taking another's skin, and those deprived of their faces are unlikely to survive. However, Uchiha Izumi felt no sympathy for a petty character like Mizuki. After perusing the scroll, Uchiha Izumi posed another question. Kabuto, do you know where the final resting place of our Uchiha clan lies? The final resting place? That would be the graveyard. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's query, Kabuto was immediately reminded of her earlier request for the Edo Tensei technique. Thinking to himself, this individual is likely plotting something significant. As he contemplated, Kabuto remarked, the corpses of the Uchiha clan are indeed precious treasures. Thus, following the clan's annihilation, the majority of their shinobi bodies were dispatched to the root for various studies. Even Lord Orochimaru, through his connections with Danzo, managed to acquire several remarkable specimens. If you wish for them to rest in peace, that may prove impossible. As for the Uchiha civilians, they were hastily interred in a common grave. Inquiring around the village would reveal this, though I doubt their remains hold any significant value. After all, despite being part of the Uchiha clan, these individuals lack the capability to become shinobi. Upon hearing Kabuto's disdain for the civilians, Uchiha Izumi felt a surge of discontent. She responded, Kabuto, never underestimate the strength of the common folk. Their support becomes ever more crucial in times of need. Is that so? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, skepticism evident in his tone. As a shinobi from humble origins, he had witnessed too many instances of civilians suffering oppression. They lived and died in silence, unnoticed. Such was the plight of the common people in the shinobi world. Kabuto found it hard to fathom that such a frail group could possess any formidable power. Ultimately, once everything was clarified, Uchiha Izumi followed Kabuto toward the direction of Konoha. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki organization, the morning in the Land of Rain continued to be drenched with incessant rain. Uchiha Izumi's clone stirred awake amidst the sound of the rain. Groggily, she made her way to the bathroom, grooming herself while examining the somewhat unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. At this moment, the other half of Uchiha Izumi's soul had fully seized control of the clone body. In the mirror, the clone bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Izumi. Yet its hair was not the characteristic ash brown, but a vibrant red. This change stemmed from Uchiha Izumi having been infused with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan by Hirose Fukuhara, incorporating that lineage into her genetic makeup. While this alteration had little impact on the already fully developed original body, the clone, formed from an embryo, was inevitably influenced by the Uzumaki bloodline, resulting in a more distinct appearance akin to that of the Uzumaki clan rather than the Uchiha. Of course, despite the clone's pronounced Uzumaki features, it remained ultimately a member of the Uchiha clan. Shortly after the clone awakened, Uchiha Izumi activated its Sharingan. Though it bore only a single tomo, it was enough to attest to the clone's remarkable potential. With the experience of previously awakening the Sharingan, it was merely a matter of time before the clone could attain the 3-tomo Sharingan. As for the awakening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through transplantation to revive the original Izumi, that would necessitate further research. Gazing at the familiar yet slightly alien visage in the mirror, Uchiha Izumi nodded in approval of the clone. She had initially considered naming the clone Zhao Angui, but, upon realizing the clone was female, felt that assigning a masculine name would be somewhat inappropriate, thus she abandoned the idea. After grooming and changing her attire, the clone departed from her chamber. Her primary objective was no longer to conduct experiments, but rather to engage in rigorous training. After all, emerging from the nutrient solution, this clone was as fragile as an infant. Only through dedicated exercise could she build the strength required for the demanding research tasks ahead. However, owing to her lineage from the Uzumaki clan, the clone's training yielded remarkable results. In just a matter of days, she had achieved strength at the level of a lower ninja. If she persevered, it was likely that within 2 years, Uchiha Izumi would possess the prowess of an elite jonin. Furthermore, there existed the potential to awaken the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan, granting her the might of a shadow-level ninja. After half a day, the weary clone made her way to the Akatsuki's dining hall, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. From a distance, Konan noticed Uchiha Izumi's movements and approached her, stating, "Our members have begun engaging with the Land of Fire. However, due to the threat posed by Konoha, they show little interest in collaboration. For now, we have only procured some experimental equipment, and you will be able to commence preliminary research soon." The clone nodded and inquired, "What about research assistance? Can the Akatsuki provide any?" Although the Land of Rain is a small nation, there are some university students available. Most of them have experience studying in the Land of Fire, and their professional qualifications are trustworthy. However, one must remain vigilant, as there is a possibility of spies from Konoha among them, Konan cautioned. "I understand," the clone replied, taking a bite of her meal. "My original body recently had an interaction with Kabuto. From this exchange, I discovered something intriguing. The essence of Uchiha Izumi and her clone shared the same soul, and even after their separation, they maintained a connection. Thus, the clone was acutely aware of all that transpired with her original self. What occurred? Orochimaru appears to be collaborating with Tsunegakure, intending to launch an assault on Konoha. Is that so?" Konan mused for a moment before responding. "Tsunegakure's recent activities have been quite peculiar. I had been pondering their intentions, and it seems they are indeed targeting Konoha. What do you think? Is the Akatsuki interested in intervening?" The clone asked. "Is that not a given? If Konoha is weakened, it would benefit the Akatsuki in various ways," Konan reflected. "However, while participation is one thing, the Akatsuki currently prioritizes clandestine operations. Premature exposure could easily render us the target of the entire shinobi world. I will discuss this matter with Pain, and the specifics of our actions will depend on the outcomes of our deliberation." Having finished her lunch, Konan prepared another meal before leaving the dining hall. Uchiha Izumi understood that this meal was intended for Nagato, who, due to his disabilities and the need to maintain the facade of Pain, never dined openly in front of others. His daily sustenance required Konan's assistance. After Konan's departure, the clone concluded her own lunch for the day. After a period of midday repose, the clone, under the guidance of Shao Nan, arrived at the laboratory of the Akatsuki and commenced further research into gene editing technology. Concurrently, the original body of Uchiha Izumi, led by Kabuto Yakushi, entered the village of Kanahagakure. The complex and perilous barriers surrounding the village appeared to be mere trifles before a master spy, like Kabuto. With a simple detour and a few techniques, the two evaded the barriers and arrived at the Ninja Academy. Do you see that person? That is Mizuki. Following the sound, Uchiha Izumi beheld Mizuki instructing students in taijutsu on the academy's grounds. His face bore a gentle smile, and even when students made mistakes, he exhibited no anger. Instead, patiently guiding them to recognize their errors and encouraging them to persevere. He truly seems to be an excellent teacher, Uchiha Izumi remarked. In terms of teaching, Mizuki was indeed commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the responsibility of educating the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the scions of prominent clans. It was his teaching prowess that had once attracted the attention of Lord Orochimaru, leading him to become one of his subordinates. Yet, upon learning of Orochimaru's defection, he severed all ties with him. Kabuto commented, in the years since Lord Orochimaru departed from Kanahagakure, Mizuki has not achieved much of note. Driven by resentment, he sought to reconnect with Lord Orochimaru, but upon meeting me, he deemed me unworthy of his association, just a mere opportunist. I have no doubt that when faced with greater interests, he would betray Lord Orochimaru. After observing for a while, Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi departed from the Ninja Academy. They proceeded to the village cemetery, where Kabuto pointed to a section and said, "This is the resting place for the Uchiha commoners. I recall that your mother, Mayano, was also a member of the Uchiha clan. She must be interred here as well." Uchiha Izumi nodded in silence, gazing at the vast expanse of graves before her. Memories of the fateful night of the massacre surged forth, and driven by anger, her aura grew increasingly cold. Kabuto, sensing this shift, mused, "The Uchiha clan possesses an eerie essence. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru will experience something similar after seizing Sasuke Uchiha's body." As the original's emotions fluctuated, the clone also underwent a transformation. The Akatsuki researchers, under the guidance of the clone, felt the chilling aura emanating from her. These ordinary researchers trembled in fear, some losing their composure entirely, with one collapsing to the floor. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom," the clone announced, leaving the laboratory. Only then did the researchers breathe a sigh of relief, their reverence for Uchiha Izumi's clone growing ever deeper. Once in the restroom, the clone gazed into the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. At that moment, her eyes were no longer the single Tomo Sharingan. The memories of the massacre had catalyzed her evolution, and now she possessed the double Tomo Sharingan. Observing the rapid evolution of her Sharingan, the clone let out a soft sigh, remarking, "It appears the evolution of the Sharingan is swifter than I had anticipated." At last, as the tumult of emotions within her gradually subsided, Uchiha Izumi exhaled deeply, then turned to the nearby Kabuto Yakushi, saying, "In the coming days, I shall continue to discreetly observe Mizuki's behavioral patterns and utilize the body replacement technique to usurp his identity. However, once I have assumed Mizuki's identity, how shall I communicate with you? Shall we rely on summoning techniques?" Kabuto nodded and replied, "The summoning beasts of the Dragon Cave are mostly on good terms with Lord Orochimaru. Simply convey your message to them, and Lord Orochimaru will soon receive the intelligence and inform me." As Kabuto prepared to depart from Konoha to fulfill Orochimaru's mission in Sunagakure, he added, "Oh, there is one more thing I must mention. The young scion of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, sometimes comes here to pay homage to the deceased members of his clan. Be cautious upon your next visit, for if Uchiha Itachi discovers your anomaly through him, it could prove problematic." Uchiha Izumi nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him of her vigilance. Yet, once Kabuto had left, she murmured to herself, "Uchiha Sasuke, is it?" In the stillness of the night, the cold moonlight cast its glow upon the Uchiha clan's graveyard in Konoha. Uchiha Izumi stealthily approached this desolate cemetery, first employing the shadow clone technique to set up several clones, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, her true self utilized earth release to excavate the graves, meticulously extracting bodily tissues that preserved genetic information from the decaying remains and safeguarding them with care. Though the Uchiha graveyard was vast, the excavation was a swift endeavor for the shadow-level powerhouse, Uchiha Izumi. Within just 2 days, she had collected over 1,000 samples of Uchiha civilian remains. After organizing these numerous samples, Uchiha Izumi employed summoning techniques to transport them to the Akatsuki's clone. Upon retrieving the bodily tissues from the mouth of the summoned giant serpent, the clone immediately commenced attempts at the impure world reincarnation. Typically, the impure world reincarnation requires a life as a sacrifice to summon the deceased. However, true to her nature, Uchiha Izumi would never casually sacrifice the lives of innocent individuals. Thus, she resolved to utilize defective experimental remnants, those substandard clone embryos, for the reincarnation process. The clone retrieved an embryo the size of a fist from the laboratory, along with a sample of Uchiha civilian bodily tissue, and began to execute the impure world reincarnation technique. Yet, to Uchiha Izumi's disappointment, the undeveloped embryonic tissue could not sustain the execution of the technique. The earth summoned by the technique dissipated into the air almost as soon as it began to coalesce. Undeterred, Uchiha Izumi procured a more developed embryonic tissue sample. Although this tissue too exhibited deformities, it had already begun to take on a humanoid shape. As Uchiha Izumi extracted it from the cultivation tank, a series of strange sounds emanated from her mouth. As a sacrifice of such life, Uchiha Izumi finally summoned a qualified reincarnation of the impure world. Before her stood a middle-aged woman in her 30s, who, upon being resurrected by Uchiha Izumi, immediately cried out, "Kono, hurry and escape." The name Kono stirred some memories within Uchiha Izumi. He recalled that it belonged to the son of the Uchiha clan's laundromat owner, a mischievous child known for his pranks. It seemed this middle-aged woman was indeed Kono's mother, who, even in her final moments, was consumed by thoughts of her son, hoping he could evade danger at the last moment. Unfortunately, despite her deep concern, her son ultimately could not escape the village and the clutches of Uchiha Itachi. After controlling Kono's mother through the impure reincarnation, Uchiha Izumi's clone proceeded to invoke the remaining 8 deformed embryos in the laboratory. He summoned Uncle Fukuoka from the fruit shop, Aunt Mita from the nail salon, Uncle Jiangya, the rotund businessman, and the literary girl, Chimi, who often loitered in bookstores. One by one, these innocent civilians returned from the netherworld to the present, each displaying their true selves in their final moments. Some begged for mercy, others wailed in agony, while a few cursed Uchiha Itachi. In essence, each of the 9 resurrected souls revealed the most authentic version of themselves, albeit in their humble existence. Uchiha Izumi's clone summoned them forth and subsequently controlled them, silencing their speech while allowing them to retain their consciousness, so they might listen attentively as Uchiha Izumi recounted the events of the fateful night of the clan's annihilation and the circumstances surrounding it. After all, they were merely civilians. Controlling 9 of them posed no challenge. Even with Uchiha Izumi's clone currently possessing only the strength of a low-ranking ninja, it could easily manipulate their every action. The clone began by narrating the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha, followed by an explanation of the strategies employed by Konoha against the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izumi emphasized that the true orchestrators of these events were the higher-ups of Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Uchiha Itachi was painted as a traitor who betrayed his family to align with the powers that be. Naturally, the resurrected Uchiha civilians believed the clone's account. Before summoning them, the clone had transformed to resemble Uchiha Izumi's true form. As a native of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumi was at least somewhat familiar with these civilians. Particularly, the laundromat owner, upon hearing the tale and released from control, exclaimed with excitement, "Aren't you the daughter of Hazuki? You know, I used to hold you in my arms when you were little. Who would have thought how much you've grown?" It turned out that this laundromat owner was a close friend of Uchiha Izumi's mother, who often visited to chat. Their bond was profound. "By the way, what of Hazuki's daughter? Has our Kono survived?" the laundromat owner inquired. Uchiha Izumi shook his head and replied, "After the night of the massacre, only 3 members of the Uchiha clan survived. One is myself, who miraculously escaped with the awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan. The other 2 are Uchiha Itachi and his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Although Uchiha Itachi killed his parents, he chose to spare his brother. Upon hearing that her son had ultimately perished, the matriarch erupted in hysteria, exclaiming, 'Uchiha Itachi, you beast!' In response, the fruit vendor, Uncle Fukuoka, inquired, 'Only 3 have survived. What of the clan leader and his wife? Has Uchiha Itachi truly descended into madness, murdering his own parents?' Uchiha Izumi nodded solemnly. 'Indeed, The clan leader and his wife also fell victim to Uchiha Itachi. He actually killed his own parents? Is he even human? Uncle Fukuoka gasped in astonishment. It has been stated, he is a beast. Another Uchiha clan member interjected. The higher-ups of the village are also beasts. Your power struggles with the clan leader have nothing to do with us common folk. If you possess the capability, kill the clan leader, but why involve us? Has my grandson also perished? He was merely 3 years old. I want my father. I want my mother. I do not wish to die. Witnessing the crowd once more spiral into emotional turmoil, Uchiha Izumi endeavored to regain their composure, assuring them, rest assured, I will find a way to revive you. As for the perpetrators of your demise, I shall not let a single one escape, particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi. I will ensure that you have the opportunity to destroy your enemies. After calming them, Uchiha Izumi's clone sealed away the resurrected dead. Throughout the ensuing nights, Uchiha Izumi's clone perpetually repeated the cycle of resurrection, explanation, reassurance, and sealing. After over a month of relentless effort, Uchiha Izumi's clone finally resurrected all the Uchiha commoners. However, this was not the end of the reanimation process for Uchiha Izumi. With the aid of the Akatsuki organization, she gathered numerous civilian corpses victimized by Konoha from various corners of the ninja world. After reanimating these civilians one by one, Uchiha Izumi formed a summoning contract with the resurrected dead. Once the time was ripe, these civilians would become the greatest asset in attacking Konoha. Besides reanimation, Uchiha Izumi did not neglect another matter. During the 2 days of excavating the Uchiha clan's graveyard, she kept a vigilant eye on Mizuki's every move. Though she maintained a cautious distance, she gained ample insight into Mizuki's behavioral patterns. Once everything was prepared, Uchiha Izumi swiftly chose to act. That very night, she stealthily infiltrated Mizuki's home. Taking him by surprise, she subdued him and employed the body replacement technique to seize his visage. However, Uchiha Izumi was taken aback when she discovered Mizuki's remarkable vitality. Even after losing his face, he stubbornly clung to life. In light of this, Uchiha Izumi opted to utilize the summoning technique, delivering the traitor directly into Orochimaru's hands. As for the treatment Mizuki would receive at Orochimaru's hands, it was no longer a concern for Uchiha Izumi. Considering the vitality of Mizuki, it is reasonable to assume he would serve as a rather commendable experimental subject in Orochimaru's hands. Once Mizuki concluded his tasks, Uchiha Izumi utilized the body replacement technique to transform into Mizuki's likeness, drawing upon the memories and habits of his former male self. Combined with his observations of Mizuki over the past few days, he commenced to imitate Mizuki's every movement. With his extensive knowledge, Uchiha Izumi's emulation was not merely accurate but remarkably profound. Thus, on the following morning, the new Mizuki entered the Konoha Ninja Academy, his face adorned with the familiar smile that exuded warmth, resembling the affable teacher he was known to be. No one suspected the anomaly. Only a few students noted that this Mizuki's teaching prowess seemed significantly enhanced compared to before. Days passed, and while disguised as Mizuki, Uchiha Izumi visited the Uchiha clan cemetery, where he unexpectedly encountered Sasuke Uchiha. The young boy stood alone, melancholic, before the graves of his kin. Observing this, Uchiha Izumi did not conceal his presence, but approached with composure. "Mizuki-sensei, what brings you to the Uchiha clan's cemetery?" Sasuke inquired, puzzled by Izumi's approach. "I once had a friend from the Uchiha clan, who is likely interred here," Uchiha Izumi replied. "Today, with some rare free time, I thought I would pay my respects, and unexpectedly found you here." Sasuke, upon hearing this, remained silent, continuing to gaze solemnly at the graves before him. After some time had elapsed, Uchiha Izumi departed the site. Several days later, the two crossed paths again at the training grounds of Konoha. Observing Sasuke practicing diligently alone, Uchiha Izumi approached him with a greeting before resuming his own training in taijutsu. After several encounters, their relationship gradually grew more familiar. Eventually, one day, Sasuke approached Uchiha Izumi and asked, "Mizuki-sensei, could you guide me in my training?" Uchiha Izumi, taken aback, replied, "Your brother is among the finest of the younger generation in the village and is a jonin. In comparison, I am merely a chunin with limited abilities. If you truly wish to train, would it not be better to seek your brother's guidance?" Sasuke, visibly displeased, retorted, "Since my brother joined the Umbu, he has been perpetually occupied with village missions and seldom returns home, leaving him with no time to instruct me. Is that so?" Uchiha Izumi mused. Very well. From now on, come to this training ground every day after school, and I shall provide you with proper guidance. He continued, however, I must clarify that I am merely a chunin. Even with my efforts, I can only help you solidify your foundation. If you aspire to become stronger, you will eventually need to consult jonin instructors after graduation. To this, Sasuke simply replied coldly, I understand. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, my brother has said that I already possess chunin-level strength. It would be fitting to use Mizuki-sensei as a means to test my abilities. Surely, defeating a teacher who spends his days instructing at the academy should not pose a challenge. With this in mind, Sasuke commenced a tentative first confrontation with Uchiha Izumi, who was disguised as Mizuki. As Sasuke activated his Sharingan, it was evident that under the guidance of Itachi Uchiha, he had surpassed his original self significantly. By the time of his graduation, his Sharingan had already manifested as a double tomo, which he could wield with remarkable proficiency. Utilizing the keen observation afforded by his Sharingan, Sasuke brandished his kunai and charged towards Uchiha Izumi. Unfazed, Izumi effortlessly seized Sasuke's wrist with his bare eyes, remarking, your strength and speed are commendable, yet your movements are rather juvenile. Taken aback by being so easily subdued, Sasuke swiftly executed a somersault, breaking free from Izumi's grasp. He then performed a rapid series of hand seals and unleashed a colossal fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames erupted fiercely at the center of the training ground as Sasuke descended from midair. However, before he could catch his breath, Izumi's voice reached him. Your timing in executing ninjutsu is off, and the duration of the great fireball technique is too lengthy. Such a technique could never strike its target. Sasuke turned to face him again, only to find Izumi relaxed and waving his hand dismissively. All right, Sasuke, I have gained a clear understanding of your capabilities. Although you have mastered B-rank ninjutsu and possess the bloodline limit of the Sharingan, your practical experience is severely lacking. Moreover, your foundational skills are not robust enough, and your control over chakra is insufficient. Among the genin, you would indeed be considered exceptional. However, as your teacher, a chunin, I must inform you that there remains a considerable gap between us. He paused, then inquired, have you practiced tree climbing and water walking? Realizing he was no match for Uchiha Izumi, Sasuke marveled at his strength, pondering, isn't Mizuki-sensei just an ordinary ninja school teacher? How could he be so powerful? Or is it that I am simply too weak? Sasuke replied, I have completed the tree climbing training, but I have only just begun the water walking. I see. Izumi nodded. From now on, you should focus your efforts on mastering water walking, for control over chakra is the foundation of all ninjutsu. Furthermore, I sense that you may not be suited for fire release. Make time to test your chakra nature with chakra paper and explore ninjutsu of other elements. Once you have completed your water walking training, we shall resume our battles to enhance your practical experience. With your talent, I believe you should be able to defeat me, a chunin, before your graduation. Acknowledging this, Sasuke maintained his cold and aloof demeanor, yet Izumi knew that Sasuke had begun to acknowledge him to some extent. During the ensuing days, Izumi diligently assumed the role of a teacher, instructing at the ninja school while simultaneously guiding Sasuke's training. As time passed, the day of graduation approached for Sasuke and his peers. Leveraging Mizuki's identity, Izumi had surreptitiously obtained the class allocation sheet for this year's graduating cohort from the Hokage Tower. Observing the information on the sheet, Izumi could not help but scoff. Only because the class division information for the 7th class prominently listed Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Observing these three individuals, Uchiha Izumi mused. Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails, while Sasuke has already been earmarked by Orochimaru. Among the trio, it seems that the only candidate for Kabuto's reincarnation is Haruno Sakura. He chuckled. Could it be that this fellow intends to reincarnate into the body of a girl? Soon after, Kabuto reappeared in the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon glancing at the class division information in Uchiha Izumi's hand, he exhibited no sign of surprise or panic, merely stating calmly, Haruno Sakura, is it? This girl appears to be the top student in the cultural classes at the Ninja Academy. It is not entirely unexpected that the 3rd Hokage chose her to be Naruto's teammate. Observing Kabuto's composed demeanor, Uchiha Izumi probed, so, you intend to reincarnate into this girl's body? Indeed, is there a problem? Kabuto inquired, puzzled. I see that Haruno Sakura comes from a common background, having relied solely on her intellect and luck to become a companion to the Nine Tails host. Choosing to reincarnate into her should not raise any alarms among the higher-ups of Konoha. Furthermore, as a civilian ninja, there should be no adverse effects upon reincarnation. But Haruno Sakura is a girl. Do you not mind the change in your gender? Uchiha Izumi exclaimed in surprise. Why should I? Kabuto replied, equally bewildered. For us ninjas, is gender truly of such significant importance? Lord Orochimaru's reincarnation into a woman, aside from a few inconvenient days each month, presents no particular issues. Kabuto's nonchalance left Uchiha Izumi momentarily at a loss. Yet, recalling Kabuto's past experiences, she began to comprehend. After all, Kabuto was originally an amnesiac orphan who did not place much value on his current identity, be it gender, personality, or even the persona of Kabuto Yakushi itself. Much of it was merely a passive acceptance of circumstances. Were it not for Yakushi Nono, he might have long forgotten the name Kabuto Yakushi. Thus, in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, changing one's identity and gender is a matter of great significance. However, for Kabuto, who was accustomed to altering various identities, this latest endeavor to seize Haruno Sakura's body was merely another instance among countless transformations in his life. The only distinction this time was the accompanying change in gender. Nevertheless, for Kabuto, the concept of gender was merely a label attached to one's identity, lacking any substantial weight. Since Kabuto himself was indifferent to the matter, Uchiha Izumi saw no reason to press further. Disguised under the identity of Mizuki, she effortlessly lured Haruno Sakura to a secluded training ground. Then, catching her off guard, she incapacitated her and brought her before Kabuto. Upon seeing the unconscious Haruno Sakura, Kabuto nodded slightly. He first examined Sakura's physical condition, confirming that she bore no special bloodline limits or hereditary diseases that might interfere with the reincarnation process. Subsequently, arrangements for the barrier began beside Haruno Sakura, initiating preparations for the impure world reincarnation. Should I withdraw? Observing Yakushi Kabuto's preparations for the impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Izumi thought it unnecessary. Given Mayano's capabilities, it seemed that developing a similar forbidden technique independently would not pose a considerable challenge. For instance, it appeared that a particularly remarkable researcher had recently emerged from the Akatsuki organization, presumably an endeavor of Mayano. Since Mayano had already achieved such proficiency, what significance could there be in retreating? Upon hearing Yakushi Kabuto's words, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly impressive, Kabuto. Your intelligence-gathering skills are astonishing." Although Uchiha Izumi had intentionally left a clone within the Akatsuki to serve as a distraction, it was nonetheless remarkable that Yakushi Kabuto could maintain an understanding of the internal affairs of the Akatsuki while primarily focusing on Sunagakure. This certainly indicated that Kabuto had woven a substantial web of intelligence within the Akatsuki. The less significant information of the organization could not escape the grasp of this master spy. After reflecting on this, Uchiha Izumi activated her Sharingan, meticulously observing the process of Yakushi Kabuto performing the impure world reincarnation. Once the barrier was established, Yakushi Kabuto promptly awakened the unconscious Haruno Sakura. Upon regaining consciousness, Sakura looked around in confusion, but soon became entranced by Kabuto's eyes, unable to resist locking gazes with him. She felt an unsettling aura emanating from his gaze, sending chills down her spine. Although she yearned to break free from his stare, an unknown force compelled her body, drawing her to persistently gaze into his eyes. Within the realm of Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan, it became evident that Kabuto's soul was influencing Sakura's psyche through illusion, causing their spiritual worlds to resonate and gradually merge into one. In this ethereal domain, Sakura retained her youthful form, while Kabuto had transformed into a grotesque being, neither human nor serpent. Clearly, in pursuit of a successful impure world reincarnation, Kabuto had undergone alterations to his soul akin to Orochimaru. Once the spiritual realm stabilized, Sakura's soul regained consciousness, sensing Kabuto's insidious consumption of her essence. Instinctively, she attempted to resist, even resorting to her dual personalities to flee in opposite directions. However, the nature of the spiritual space rendered such attempts futile, as it lacked dimensions of up or down, making all forms of escape inherently meaningless. In fact, this act of personality fragmentation only served to weaken Sakura's soul further, facilitating Kabuto's consumption. Thus, within this bizarre and enchanting spiritual world, grotesque, serpentine masses lunged towards Sakura, beginning to corrode her very essence. Sakura endeavored to resist, yet the disparity in their power rendered her struggles utterly futile. This unfortunate girl could only watch helplessly as her soul was gradually eroded, her identity dissolving, becoming a mere fragment of another. Ultimately, in the physical realm, Yakushi Kabuto's body collapsed to the ground. Having lost its soul, the lifeless shell began to wither rapidly, soon transforming into a corpse. As the expression on Haruno Sakura's face began to transform, a sense of trepidation and unease emerged, followed by a convoluted manifestation of pain, her brows furrowing tightly together. The once innocent gaze of the young girl gradually became hollow, soon turning sinister. Then, a peculiar smile graced her lips as her ethereal voice declared, "Truly, it is no surprise that this is Orochimaru-sama's secret technique. I have indeed seized this girl's body." With the transformation complete, Kabuto Yakushi, now in control of Haruno Sakura, slowly rose, adjusting to his new form. He remarked, "In truth, this Sakura possesses commendable talent as a ninja. However, what astounds me the most is her wealth of knowledge. Despite being merely a student at the Ninja Academy, she has already mastered much that even seasoned chunin do not comprehend. Quite impressive. But now, all of this belongs to me." Upon the completion of the impure world reincarnation, Kabuto took some time to acclimatize to his new body. Initially, he spoke to himself in his former manner, but gradually, his tone shifted until it mirrored that of Haruno Sakura. The playful and endearing lilt in her words made it hard to believe that beneath this youthful facade resided a man. "Classmate Mayano, I leave my original body in your capable hands," the newly reborn Kabuto stated. "Understood," Uchiha Izumi promptly responded, utilizing fire release to reduce Kabuto's original form to ashes. Turning to Kabuto, she inquired, "What are your plans now? Do not refer to me as classmate Kabuto anymore, since I have not only taken control of Haruno Sakura's body, but her soul and memories are also entirely mine. I am effectively indistinguishable from the original Sakura, save for the added memories of a spy named Kabuto. From now on, call me Sakura, and forget about Kabuto," he replied. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi mused. It seems the side effects of the impure world reincarnation are more profound for Kabuto than they were for Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru managed to maintain his identity, whereas Kabuto has been easily influenced by Sakura's original spirit. Perhaps, at this point, she subconsciously considers herself to be Sakura. However, these side effects should have been anticipated by Kabuto. He knew full well that he would become someone else after the resurrection, yet he still chose to proceed. What then? Was his true intention? Was it merely to exact revenge on Konoha, or did he covet the authority of the Hokage? In any case, Uchiha Izumi found herself increasingly perplexed by Kabuto and the newly minted Haruno Sakura. Yet, one thing was certain. This incarnation of Sakura, imbued with Kabuto's memories, had undoubtedly inherited his deepest obsessions. Even with a new identity, a changed gender, and a complete transformation of self, that obsession remained unchanged. As for my future plans, Sakura murmured, pouting slightly, "Naturally, I shall continue to study diligently and live well in Konoha, striving to restore my original strength. When the time is ripe, I shall begin to seize the highest authority within Konoha. However, this is a protracted endeavor, and in the coming years, I may have to sever ties with you and Lord Orochimaru. If that is the case, this collaboration must come to an end, and I shall prepare to depart from Konoha," Uchiha Izumi stated as she prepared to leave, but Haruno Sakura interjected, "Wait, Mayano-kun, are you truly planning to leave? With your capabilities, you must have already discerned the arrangements I made with Lord Orochimaru some time ago, right? After all, I have noticed a marked increase in the Akatsuki's intelligence-gathering activities concerning Sunagakure recently. It seems this is indeed attributable to your influence, Mayano-kun." To Sakura's inquiry, Uchiha Izumi had anticipated this. She replied calmly, "Sunagakure is an ally of Konoha, yet recently they have been drawing uncomfortably close to Orochimaru, a rogue ninja from our village. Such anomalous behavior certainly warrants vigilance from the Akatsuki." "Is it merely vigilance?" Sakura inquired, her playful demeanor shining through as she tiptoed closer to Uchiha Izumi, smiling. "Are you planning to launch an attack on Konoha during the Chunin exams?" Uchiha Izumi speculated. "Indeed," Sakura affirmed with a nod. "The Chunin exams in Konoha will not only feature participants from our village, but also from allied nations. The ensuing chaos will provide the perfect opportunity for an assault." As the most formidable ally of Konoha, Tsunagakure will undoubtedly dispatch a significant number of shinobi to participate. Consequently, the current Kazekage intends to send his son, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, into Konoha, hoping to harness the beast's power to wreak widespread destruction and diminish Konoha's strength. However, relying solely on the one-tail's might is insufficient to truly undermine Konoha's foundations. Thus, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, has proactively reached out to Lord Orochimaru, seeking to collaborate in an assassination attempt against the third Hokage. So it was Tsunagakure that initiated contact with Orochimaru, not the other way around. It appears that after allying with Konoha, Tsunagakure has been severely oppressed by the higher-ups of the Land of Wind, to the extent that the esteemed Kazekage is resorting to desperate measures to wage war. Uchiha Izumi pondered this and then asked, and then? Did Orochimaru agree? Lord Orochimaru is in a cooperative relationship with Danzo. There is no way he would easily acquiesce to Tsunagakure's request. Moreover, he harbors no personal vendetta against Konoha. His aim is solely to target the third Hokage. Thus, while he ostensibly agreed to Tsunagakure's proposal, he discreetly informed Danzo of the matter. Sakura explained. Danzo, given his nature, he must be contemplating a strategy of using the mantis to catch the cicada while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. Uchiha Izumi surmised. First, allowing the one-tailed Jinchuriki to cause havoc, and then when the third Hokage is slain by the joint efforts of Orochimaru and Raza, he would make his entrance at the opportune moment, controlling the one-tail, driving back Orochimaru, and slaying the fourth Kazekage, Raza, thereby emerging as the hero and ascending to the position of the fifth Hokage. Truly remarkable, Mayano-kun. You have accurately discerned Danzo's intentions. Sakura Haruno exclaimed in admiration before continuing. However, Mayano, do you truly believe that Danzo should emerge as the ultimate victor in this matter? At least for Lord Orochimaru. A Danzo who becomes Hokage would undoubtedly eliminate the existence of a rogue ninja like him. And what about me? I have painstakingly become Sakura Haruno. If Danzo ascends to Hokage, would he ever consider passing the Hokage title to me, a descendant of the third Hokage? So then, Izumi Uchiha interjected. Are you suggesting that I should also involve myself with the Akatsuki organization? Is that not expected? Mayano. Once Danzo has exerted all his efforts to control the one-tailed Jinchuriki and has slain the fourth Kazekage, you shall reveal yourself as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, publicly denouncing Danzo's crimes and slaying him on the spot. What better setting could there be for avenging the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing Sakura's words, Izumi Uchiha pondered for a moment and then replied, I will indeed intervene at a critical moment. However, the Akatsuki has its own plans. I cannot ascertain how much they will contribute to this endeavor. I see, but that is already sufficient. Sakura nodded with satisfaction. After all, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Izumi Uchiha was undoubtedly a formidable force, and with such an ally, they would be well prepared for the unpredictable variables that might arise during the destruction of Konoha. Subsequently, Sakura bid farewell to Izumi and made her way towards her original home. Her steps were light, subtly revealing an eagerness that could not be concealed. It seemed that the reincarnated Sakura, inheriting Kabuto's soul, also bore within her a profound yearning for familial bonds. Now, she was impatient to embrace her parents in this new life. Alas, her parents would remain oblivious to the fact that their daughter had transformed into another being. Contemplating this, Izumi Uchiha shook her head in silence as she arrived at another training ground, where Sasuke Uchiha awaited her. Shimizu-sensei, you are late, Sasuke remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Apologies, today Sakura had a question for me, and it took some time to see her off. Izumi replied with an apology before adding, by the way, Sasuke, I recall that just a few days ago, you completed your water walking training, correct? That was ages ago. Not only have I mastered water walking, but I have also grasped the lightning nature transformation that suits me even better. My strength now is incomparable to what it was 6 months ago. Indeed, with the mastery of water walking and 2 nature transformations, Sasuke's prowess was no longer to be underestimated. He had surpassed the typical Chunin level and reached the standard of a special Jonin. In contrast, the former Shimizu would have been effortlessly dispatched in mere moments. However, Izumi Uchiha, as a shadow-level powerhouse, was far from being compared to someone like Shimizu. Even without employing the Sharingan, she could unleash a strength akin to a weak shadow, her chakra now exceeding her former self by more than tenfold. With her summoning techniques alone, she was adequately equipped to handle a standard shadow-level battle. if one were to consider the enhancement provided by the Sharingan. Even the mere 3-Tomo Sharingan would allow Uchiha Izumi to surpass the majority of the shadow-level ninjas within the ninja world. This is the evolution of Bloodline, which has bestowed upon Uchiha Izumi a significant advancement in power. In contrast, the training undertaken over the past 6 months has been little more than a mere formality, serving only to ensure that his strength does not diminish. Therefore, after their subsequent confrontation, Uchiha Sasuke inevitably faced defeat once again. After all, the disparity between a special Jonin and the shadows is far too vast, incapable of being bridged by merely a handful of jutsu. Damn it! Sasuke expressed his displeasure at the recent loss. Is my teacher truly a Chunin? My brother claimed that my current strength would render me nearly unmatched among Chunin. So why am I still unable to best you? What can I say? After all, I am your teacher, Uchiha Izumi replied with a smile. In order to prevent you from easily surpassing me, I have not been idle during these past 6 months. Subsequently, considering that there was little need to continue concealing his identity as Mizuki, Uchiha Izumi boldly posed a question. Sasuke, do you know who annihilated the Uchiha clan? This sudden inquiry, despite the close relationship between Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi, inevitably sparked a twinge of confusion within him. How odd. Why is Mizuki-sensei asking me this? He pondered. Nevertheless, he responded, of course I know. Who is it? Uchiha Izumi. Upon hearing his own name, Uchiha Izumi felt a wave of silent exasperation, yet maintained his facade as Mizuki. Uchiha Izumi. Is it truly her? As far as I am aware, this kunoichi had little renown before the Uchiha clan was wiped out. It is hard to fathom how such a young and obscure ninja could bring about the demise of our clan, the foremost of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Sasuke expressed his own uncertainty. Who knows? Perhaps she was always in hiding. You see, on the night of the massacre, my brother was gravely injured by her. Moreover, the doctors at the hospital mentioned that the technique that harmed my brother was the 4th Hokage's Rasengan. It is truly terrifying that this woman managed to master the 4th Hokage's technique without a sound. Sasuke, you misunderstand my intent. I do not doubt Uchiha Izumi's strength. Rather, I am perplexed as to why the Uchiha clan was eradicated so thoroughly. Uchiha Izumi clarified. Consider this. The Uchiha clan comprised thousands of individuals, with the number of ninjas exceeding 100. Is it truly conceivable that a single person could eliminate them all? Would not the common folk of the Uchiha clan attempt to flee? If among those thousands, a few hundred managed to escape, could Uchiha Izumi truly eliminate all of them alone? Furthermore, even if Uchiha Izumi possessed such power, she would need to employ large-scale ninjutsu. Yet, on the night of the massacre, there seemed to be no signs of such extensive techniques being used. Additionally, the event transpired not long ago, and there are numerous hiding places within the Uchiha clan, such as wells. Is it not possible that someone managed to evade disaster by taking refuge in these locations? Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Izumi, Sasuke felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The doubts that had lingered in his mind regarding the night of annihilation surged within him. As he contemplated Izumi's remarks, it became evident to him that the night of annihilation was far more complex than he had previously imagined. Teacher Mizuki, how do you know all of this? Sasuke inquired, his confusion palpable. Clearly, Sasuke had begun to question Izumi's identity and his intentions in approaching him. In response, Uchiha Izumi smirked and replied, a friend of mine perished during the night of annihilation of the Uchiha clan, so naturally, I seek to uncover the truth behind that fateful night. What I just mentioned was merely a necessary deduction for a ninja, with a modicum of logical reasoning. Even one who is not a ninja could easily perceive the myriad enigmas surrounding that night. What surprises me more is you, Sasuke. As the top student of your grade, have you not yet discerned these inconsistencies? Upon hearing this, Sasuke found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief reflection, he realized that the points Izumi raised were indeed discoverable with a bit of reasoning. It was entirely reasonable for others to notice these discrepancies. Yet it was peculiar that he, the very person involved, had failed to do so for such a long time. It appears, Sasuke, that while you have excelled academically, you have not truly internalized this knowledge. Uchiha Izumi remarked with a shake of his head. Do you know why I chose to share this with you at this particular moment? It is not solely because the events surrounding the Uchiha clan's massacre are of great significance, but also because you are on the verge of graduation. After graduation, you will no longer be merely a student, but a true ninja. And the world of ninjas is vastly more intricate than that of school. With that, Uchiha Izumi ceased speaking and departed, leaving Sasuke with a sense of displeasure as he watched Izumi's retreating figure. Nevertheless, the lessons imparted by Izumi remained etched in his mind. Upon returning home, Sasuke sought out his brother, Uchiha Itachi. In light of Sasuke's imminent graduation from the Ninja Academy, Itachi had temporarily suspended his duties in the Umbu to be present for his brother during this crucial time. Noticing Sasuke's early return, Itachi inquired, "Sasuke, why are you home so early? Did you not train today?" Sasuke refrained from elaborating and instead relayed the questions posed by Uchiha Izumi. He then asked, "Brother, is there truly more to the massacre of our clan than meets the eye? Why is it that only the two of us survived among so many of our kin? Could Uchiha Izumi have been capable of eliminating our entire clan single-handedly?" Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Itachi furrowed his brow and promptly asked, "Who told you these things?" "A teacher at the academy," Sasuke replied, deliberately withholding Mizuki's name, as he sensed that his brother was already aware of the situation. Itachi's reluctance to disclose the truth to him indicated that there were deeper reasons at play. Thus, Sasuke opted for a degree of concealment and remarked, "I overheard their discussion." "So it is," Itachi Uchiha mused for a moment, then gently patted Sasuke on the shoulder, saying, "Sasuke, such matters are not for you to ponder at this time. When you have truly become a ninja, I shall reveal the entire truth to you." As he spoke, Itachi playfully tapped Sasuke's forehead, which only fueled Sasuke's dissatisfaction as he muttered, "Brother, really? You still treat me like a child, even though I am on the verge of graduation." The two brothers then conversed for a while longer about the impending graduation exams at the Ninja Academy, after which Sasuke retired to his room for rest. Once Sasuke had fallen asleep, Itachi, under the cover of night, made his way to the Hokage's office to inform the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, of the situation. "I see," Hiruzen exclaimed. "So there are those who wish to covertly instigate discord between Sasuke and the village?" He took a drag from his pipe and inquired, "Itachi, do you have any suspicions regarding this ill-intentioned individual?" "It is likely Mizuki, a Chunin instructor at the academy," Itachi replied. "From my observations, Mizuki has been making a concerted effort to approach Sasuke for the past 6 months, privately assisting him in his training. At the time, I merely thought it was a teacher's interest in a gifted student. In retrospect, it appears he had ulterior motives when he first interacted with Sasuke. So it is Mizuki, then. That is not surprising," Hiruzen nodded. "Lord Hokage, are you also aware of Mizuki? The village has been monitoring him since half a year ago. This individual not only garnered Orochimaru's attention, but has also been clandestinely gathering intelligence on sealing scrolls. I had considered apprehending him at that time, but since he had not overtly committed any egregious acts, I let him be. Little did I know that he would quietly begin to manipulate Sasuke's relationship with the village. It seems I was too lenient back then." Hearing Hiruzen's use of the term too lenient left even Itachi, with his stoic demeanor, momentarily speechless. Mizuki must be a pawn left by Orochimaru in Konoha. His prior collection of information on sealing scrolls and his attempts to instigate discord between Sasuke and the village are likely directives from Orochimaru, Itachi stated. "Since we are now aware of his nefarious intentions, should we not take immediate action, Lord Hokage?" However, Hiruzen shook his head and replied, "For now, we must refrain from taking action. After all, the graduation season at the Ninja Academy is fast approaching. Among this year's graduates, aside from your brother, there are many significant students, including Naruto and Shikamaru. If we were to hastily arrest their teacher at this critical juncture, it could adversely affect their mindset during the graduation exams. Especially your brother. His relationship with Mizuki is rather special at this moment. Can you guarantee that your brother would not cause a scene if we were to apprehend Mizuki before the exams?" Upon hearing the implications regarding his brother, Itachi acquiesced. "In that case, we shall wait until after graduation to deal with Mizuki. However, Lord Hokage, considering Mizuki's position as a teacher at the academy, an impulsive arrest may have negative repercussions." Hiruzen nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Although we are all aware that Mizuki harbors ulterior motives, he has not acted inappropriately as of now. Without irrefutable evidence, arresting him would be unjustifiable. Moreover, he is a teacher to Sasuke and his comrades, necessitating a cautious approach." At this juncture, Itachi Uchiha suggested, "Lord Hokage, could we perhaps set a bait to lure him out? Are you implying an entrapment operation?" "Precisely. Hasn't Mizuki always shown a keen interest in the forbidden techniques contained within the sealing scrolls? We could use the sealing scroll as bait and apprehend him under the pretext of stealing it. Would that not render our actions justifiable?" That is a commendable idea, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, contemplating assigning this task to Itachi. However, he hesitated, recalling that it was Sasuke's graduation day. Itachi's thoughts were likely preoccupied with Sasuke, which might hinder the execution of this task. Thus he redirected. In that case, let Kakashi handle this matter. His experience in the Umbu is extensive, and I trust he will execute this mission proficiently. As for you, please devote these next few days to accompany Sasuke. Understood, Lord Hokage. The following day, at the ninja school office, Izumi Uchiha entered to find the teachers engaged in animated discussion. Is it truly the sealing scroll? It is said to have been passed down from the second Hokage, containing a multitude of forbidden techniques. Only the Hokage is permitted to peruse this scroll, and even many of the village's elite jonin must complete an S-rank mission to qualify for its teachings. How I wish to learn the forbidden techniques within. If only I were graduating this year. Hearing the teacher's conversation, Izumi Uchiha inquired, "Isn't it the crucial time for students' graduations? Why are you discussing the sealing scroll?" At that moment, Irika chimed in from the crowd. "Mizuki, you may not be aware, but it is said that due to the exceptional caliber of this year's graduates, the Hokage has entrusted our ninja school with the village's important sealing scroll as a reward for the outstanding students. It is rumored that the top 10 graduates will be able to learn one technique from the scroll. If one is the valedictorian, they may even peruse the scroll freely for half an hour. Free access to the sealing scroll for half an hour? Is that true?" Izumi exclaimed, astonished. It is said that many of the techniques within the sealing scroll are perilous forbidden techniques. How could such material be casually entrusted to the students of the ninja school? Who knows? Perhaps this year's graduates are indeed extraordinary. After all, there is Sasuke Uchiha, along with many young clan heirs. I believe the Hokage aims to strengthen ties with the various clans and stabilize the internal dynamics of Konoha, Irika speculated. That makes sense. This year's graduates are exceptionally unique. Izumi nodded in agreement, yet inwardly mused. Such an important artifact as the sealing scroll could not be so readily made available by the village. It stands to reason that the contents of this so-called sealing scroll merely document conventional techniques. The ability to wield a technique that creates multiple shadow clones would indeed be splendid. It is inconceivable that the upper echelons of Konoha would casually produce a forbidden scroll that records such jutsu. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Izumi ceased to dwell upon the matter and dutifully embraced her role as Mizuki, fulfilling her responsibilities as a teacher. Thus, the graduation examination at the Ninja Academy commenced. To the astonishment of many, the top graduate this year was not the anticipated Uchiha Sasuke, but rather a civilian ninja named Haruno Sakura. She not only achieved an almost perfect score in the written examination, but also matched Uchiha Sasuke in subsequent tests involving ninja tools, techniques, and combat. In the final confrontation, she triumphed over Uchiha Sasuke, leveraging her extraordinary mastery of chakra, thereby securing the first position among the Academy's graduates. This outcome left all candidates and their families astounded, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi, who were observing the examination. After all, Uchiha Sasuke, possessing strength akin to that of a special jonin, was already an extraordinary figure among his peers. The fact that a ninja of humble origins, like Haruno Sakura, could surpass him was nothing short of prodigious. Such remarkable performance even evoked memories of the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, among the onlookers. Only Uchiha Izumi, privy to Haruno Sakura's true capabilities, anticipated this turn of events. Pondering, surely, she does not genuinely believe that the Forbidden Scroll is authentic after such a brilliant display in the graduation examination? Subsequently, Izumi observed Sakura eagerly perusing the scroll. After half an hour, she reluctantly relinquished her hold on it. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his capacity as Hokage, inquired about the jutsu she had learned. Haruno Sakura replied without hesitation, "Of course, it is the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage. After all, the fourth Hokage is my most revered ninja. Learning his technique is simply magnificent. What? She has even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique." At this juncture, Uchiha Izumi was thoroughly unsettled. Even if she suspected that someone might be fishing behind this incident, she could not deny the allure of the bait, to say nothing of its worth. The value of the Flying Thunder God technique is incomparable to that of ordinary forbidden jutsu. This rare space-time ninjutsu is a treasure in the ninja world. Consequently, Uchiha Izumi found herself stirred with ambition, contemplating how to acquire the scroll. While her mind raced, a solitary figure caught her eye in the distance. Due to the scroll's significance, this year's graduation examination at the Ninja Academy was markedly more vibrant than in previous years. Particularly, the duel between Sasuke and Sakura ignited fervor among the spectators. Yet, amidst this excitement, the solitude and desolation of the underachievers became starkly apparent. As in the original tale, Uzumaki Naruto failed to pass this graduation examination. At this moment, he sat alone on a swing beneath the setting sun, the whispers of others reaching his ears. Remarks such as "that demon fox boy must never become a ninja" echoed around him, underscoring his plight. In response, Uchiha Izumi's assessment was simply, "Serves him right." The graduation examination at the Ninja Academy is hardly challenging. As long as the results are not excessively outrageous, the instructors are inclined to pass the students. Yet, who would have anticipated that Uzumaki Naruto would be an anomaly? Regarding the academic subjects, the teachers had already highlighted the key points well before the exams. Had he devoted just 2 days to memorization prior to the test, he could have easily achieved a passing grade. But what was the outcome? In subjects such as the history of the ninja world, the will of fire, and battlefield discipline, he failed to secure a single passing mark. He was even oblivious to the most elementary definition of chakra, leaving Uchiha Izumi, the one grading the papers, utterly speechless. As for the ninjutsu examination, the situation was even more dismal. The shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu taught from the early years. Even a civilian-born ninja would have trained for at least 3 years. In that span, not only a human but even the ninja hounds of Konoha could master a basic shadow clone technique. Yet, Naruto's performance in this regard was nothing short of catastrophic. Of course, if Naruto were truly a dullard, Uchiha Izumi would not have looked down upon him. Ironically, Naruto possesses a sharp intellect. For instance, his transformation technique, which he developed into a form of seduction jutsu, is executed with remarkable proficiency, one of the best in the class. Ultimately, the reason for Naruto's poor standing lies in his lack of diligence during lessons. He paid little heed to what the teachers imparted. Had he applied himself even for a single year during his 6 years at the academy, the results would undoubtedly have been different. Clearly, he is not lacking in intelligence. Yet he simply refuses to heed the guidance of his instructors. For someone with potential who chooses to remain unmotivated, Uchiha Izumi cannot help but regard him with disdain. Now, having become one of the few peculiarities to fail the graduation examination, one can only say that he has sought this outcome for himself. He has no one to blame but himself. However, despite her disdain for Naruto, Izumi must concede that his identity holds significant utility. In the original narrative, Mizuki exploited him to steal the sealing scroll, which was indeed a fortunate coincidence. How could anyone else possibly brazenly seize the sealing scroll from Sarutobi Hiruzen's household? Since Mizuki was able to utilize Naruto, why should Uchiha Izumi not do the same? With this thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly approached the solitary Naruto, contemplating, "Since I am soon to relinquish my role as Mizuki, let me, as your teacher, impart one final lesson before I depart from Konoha. Naruto, Mizuki-sensei," she began, "there's no need to feel so disheartened. The graduation examination is not a one-time affair. If you did not pass this time, then dedicate another year to your studies at the Ninja Academy. Study diligently and train in ninjutsu. It is an examination that everyone can pass, and there is no reason you should not succeed." She attempted to console him, albeit with a facade of reassurance. Yet, gazing at the lively crowd before him, Naruto lamented, "But I truly want to graduate this year, alongside everyone else. I wish to become a ninja and gain the recognition of all. If I wait until next year, even if I pass the graduation examination, how many will truly acknowledge me?" Observing Naruto's despondent demeanor, Uchiha Izumi inwardly rolled her eyes and thought, "So, you wish to graduate, do you? Then why didn't you act on this sooner?" Irika, in his earnest desire to see you graduate, would go to great lengths, even offering supplementary lessons daily. The instructors at the Ninja Academy, striving for the success of every student, have continually lowered the difficulty of the examinations, almost to the point of personally filling out the answer sheets for you. Given such efforts, it is disheartening that you remain ignorant of what chakra is. Do you not feel a sense of gratitude towards Irika? What about those who have dedicated themselves to your education, despite any feelings of disdain? Uchiha Izumi maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Alas, there is no helping it. Allow me to share a secret." Later that night, within the confines of Uchiha Sasuke's home, he sat in solitude, much like Naruto Uzumaki, wearing an expression of despondency. Beside him, Itachi Uchiha offered words of comfort. Yet the mask of anguish on Sasuke's face lingered. Come now, Sasuke, do not be disheartened. It is but a matter of not securing the top rank in your class. Achieving second place is commendable in its own right. Encouraged by his brother's reassurances, Sasuke began to regain his composure, yet curiosity soon took hold. Brother, am I truly strong now? Indeed, you are quite formidable. Among the Chunin of Konoha, you have scarcely any rivals, Itachi affirmed with a nod. But why did I lose to a girl? Sasuke questioned, perplexed. And do I genuinely possess Chunin-level strength? It feels as though our Chunin instructors could best me without exerting much effort. I cannot shake the feeling that I am not as talented as I once believed, that I could easily defeat anyone I encounter. In response, Itachi could only shake his head in disbelief. He could understand Sasuke's defeat to Mizuki. Given that he was favored by Orochimaru, such a loss was somewhat expected. However, the emergence of Haruno Sakura was perplexing, coming from humble beginnings. She had utilized only the most basic of techniques during her bout with Sasuke. Yet, through sheer mastery of chakra control and fundamental ninjutsu, Sakura had indeed triumphed over Sasuke. Such a display was comparable to that of the legendary fourth Hokage. In the face of such prodigious talent, one could only conclude that Sasuke had been remarkably unfortunate. Just as Itachi was about to offer further consolation, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he encountered an anxious Umbu ninja who urgently relayed. This is grave, Itachi. Naruto has stolen the sealing scroll from the Ninja Academy. What? Upon hearing the commotion, Sasuke approached the entrance. Itachi, astonished, exclaimed, Naruto Uzumaki? What could he possibly want with the sealing scroll? Upon hearing Naruto's name, confusion washed over Sasuke. Is that fool planning yet another prank? But to steal something as significant as a sealing scroll, is he not courting disaster? Amidst Sasuke's bewilderment, the Umbu ninja continued. He may have been provoked after failing the graduation exam. However, it is highly likely that he was incited by others. According to reports from the Ninja Academy instructors, Naruto was last seen in the company of Mizuki. What? Mizuki-sensei? In a forest of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki was exuberantly perusing a stolen sealing scroll. Muttering to himself, the guardian of the sealing scroll was a masked individual, exuding an air of mystery. I initially thought he was formidable, but to my surprise, he turned out to be just as much of a lecher as Iruka-sensei. My seductive techniques left him utterly defenseless, and ultimately, the sealing scroll fell into my hands. As he spoke, Naruto unfurled the scroll, only to find it contained merely the shadow clone technique. Disappointment washed over him. What is this? Wasn't it said that this scroll held numerous powerful jutsu? Why is there only the shadow clone technique? And it's the one I struggle with the most. How infuriating. That teacher, Mizuki, must be toying with me. Nevertheless, Naruto diligently began to practice the technique as documented in the scroll. As the jutsu that Naruto excelled in within the original narrative, the shadow clone technique was practically tailor-made for him. This ninjutsu, while requiring a certain amount of chakra from the ninja, imposed few other demands. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto possessed an abundance of chakra compared to the average person. Thus, within less than half an hour of practice, he had already mastered the technique. Just as Naruto completed his training and contemplated seeking out Mizuki, who was disguised as Uchiha Izumi, to assist him in passing his graduation exam, the sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. Turning towards the noise, Naruto spotted Iruka approaching, his face contorted with anger. Upon their meeting, Iruka reprimanded Naruto. Naruto, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Come with me to see Lord Hokage and apologize to the villagers. At that moment, Naruto clearly had no intention of apologizing, responding, we can talk about that later. Iruka-sensei, let me tell you something. I've already mastered the jutsu from the scroll. That means I can graduate from the Ninja Academy, right? What graduation? Iruka inquired, confused. Didn't T. Mizuki-sensei say that as long as you can master the jutsu in the sealing scroll, you would graduate smoothly? What? Mizuki? Iruka gasped, suddenly realizing there was a conspiracy at play. Just then, several shuriken flew out from the woods, catching both Naruto and Iruka off guard. It's you, Mizuki, Iruka exclaimed warily, gazing into the depths of the forest. Emerging from the shadows was Mizuki, disguised as Uchiha Izumi. Observing the sealing scroll behind Naruto, Mizuki smirked and remarked, you truly are remarkable, Naruto Uzumaki. To be honest, if it weren't for you, no matter how skilled a ninja, they would never have been able to steal something as significant as a sealing scroll. Naruto, still in a state of panic, looked at Mizuki and asked, "Mizuki-sensei, what is going on? Wasn't it said that if I learned the jutsu from this scroll, I could graduate? Have you been deceiving me all along?" "I have not deceived you," Mizuki replied. "The sealing scroll contains many powerful jutsu, including the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Amidst the myriad of intricate ninjutsu, mastering even a single technique would undoubtedly warrant an exceptional passage through the graduation examination. However, there is a detail I have yet to disclose. The sealing scroll, one of Konoha's most treasured artifacts, is guarded with utmost vigilance. It is virtually impossible for an ordinary individual to pilfer it. Do you truly believe that the ninja tasked with guarding the sealing scroll can be easily outmaneuvered?" Yet, as Uzumaki Naruto was about to voice his thoughts, Uchiha Izumi interjected. "Are you implying that the only guardian of the sealing scroll is a lecherous masked ninja? Huh? Do you genuinely consider that masked ninja to be straightforward? Allow me to enlighten you. That masked ninja is none other than the elite Jonin Kakashi Hatake of Konoha. Even many of the strongest shinobi can merely contend with him on equal footing. To steal the sealing scroll from him is no simple feat, but I managed to do it." Uzumaki Naruto replied, bewildered. Iruka, standing nearby, sensed that the situation was unfolding beyond his expectations. Shielding Naruto behind him, he inquired, "Mizuki, what exactly are you planning to do?" "What am I planning? Naturally, I intend to exploit Naruto's identity to abscond with the sealing scroll and make my escape." Uchiha Izumi mimicked Mizuki's tone with a smirk. "Of course, as a reward, I will also reveal to Naruto the truth about his identity." "What did you say?" Iruka exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but Uchiha Izumi continued, "Naruto, do you know why everyone in the village refers to you as the Demon Fox Kid?" At this, Naruto's attention was fully captured. Iruka, still positioned protectively in front of him, shouted, "Mizuki, do not disclose this matter. The reason is that you are the son of the fourth Hokage." Iruka, who had intended to shout in protest, suddenly found himself faltering as he realized something was amiss. Wait, hadn't everyone said that Naruto was the vessel of the Nine Tails? How did he become the son of the fourth Hokage? Meanwhile, Naruto was engulfed in confusion. He had always believed himself to be an orphan, and the fourth Hokage was the very figure he aspired to surpass. Little did he know that the individual he longed to outshine was, in fact, his father. The Nine Tails had long been sealed within his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. However, on the day of his birth, an attack on Konoha allowed the Nine Tails to break free from his mother's body, leading to the chaos known as the Nine Tails Rampage. To protect Konoha, his father, the fourth Hokage, had made the harrowing decision to seal the Nine Tails within his own son, Naruto himself. Casting a cold gaze at Naruto from a distance, Uchiha Izumi remarked, "One cannot deny that your father left you a most precious legacy. Otherwise, do you think I would exploit your identity to steal the sealing scroll? Kakashi, that fellow, is the fourth Hokage's disciple, your father. Owing to your father's connection, he would allow you to abscond with the sealing scroll with relative ease. Had it been anyone else, they would have met their demise at his hands long ago. Is that truly the case?" After the initial shock, Naruto questioned with uncertainty, "But why? Why does everyone in the village still despise me? I am the son of the fourth Hokage, the child of a hero. Why? Because you are unworthy." Uchiha Izumi scolded. "What are you, to be worthy of being called the son of a hero? Do you have any idea how extraordinarily talented the fourth Hokage was? He was a genius among geniuses, rendering anyone else insignificant in comparison. Your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, was also a prodigy of the Uzumaki clan, mastering their unique bloodline limit and being one of the foremost masters of sealing techniques in the ninja world. With such exceptional parents, you squander your potential on mischief, neglecting your studies and failing even the most basic graduation exam. What right do you have to earn others' respect? It is only fitting that you are disliked by everyone, for your existence tarnishes the illustrious reputation of the fourth Hokage." As Uchiha Izumi spoke, she approached Naruto Uzumaki, intent on seizing the sealing scroll he possessed. Iruka, witnessing this, immediately positioned himself in front of Naruto, urging him to flee. Uchiha Izumi continued, "Naruto, do you think Iruka truly cares for you? Let me tell you, he is merely fulfilling his duty as a teacher. Frankly, I often pity Iruka. Someone like you, who refuses to learn from their mistakes, does not deserve such an admirable teacher." With that, Uchiha Izumi engaged Iruka in combat. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki was lost in a painful silence. He had not anticipated the excellence of his parents, and for the first time, he realized the extent of the hurt his actions had caused them. The thought that such an outstanding ninja as the fourth Hokage had a son like him filled even Naruto, known for his thick skin, with a sense of shame. Observing this, Iruka, while fending off Uchiha Izumi's attacks, urged, Naruto, while Mizuki may not be a good person, he does speak some truth. At times, I do find myself frustrated with you. You do not pay attention in class, are constantly causing trouble, and lack even the most basic knowledge. Yet, despite all this, you are still my recognized student. Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied, do not be defeated by temporary setbacks. Even if you currently find yourself at the bottom, with continued effort, you will eventually become an excellent ninja. Do not forget, your sexy jutsu is something even I struggle to resist. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope finally appeared on Naruto's face. He stood up and declared, isn't that obvious? After all, I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Pointing at Uchiha Izumi, he continued, today, let me show you the strength of Naruto Uzumaki. Shadow Clone Technique. While Uchiha Izumi engaged Naruto under the guise of Mizuki, another Uchiha Izumi had already infiltrated Sakura Haruno's home. The teacher entangled with Naruto was, in fact, merely a shadow clone of Uchiha Izumi. The real Uchiha Izumi had been lurking around the Ninja Academy all along. Once Naruto absconded with the sealing scroll, she executed a clever switch, effortlessly replacing the genuine sealing book with one that merely recorded the shadow clone technique. Subsequently, she manifested a shadow clone, intending to divert attention through entanglements with Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, her true self stealthily approached Sakura Haruno's residence, aiming to leverage Sakura's means to escape from Konohagakure. As for the reason her shadow clone deliberately revealed Naruto Uzumaki's identity, it served to sow discord between Naruto and the village. After all, Konohagakure's treatment of Naruto has indeed been somewhat unscrupulous. Furthermore, Uchiha Izumi had spent 6 months as a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Initially, Izumi felt indifferent towards Naruto, viewing him merely as a tool of the village, a mere launchpad harboring the Nine Tails. However, her perspective shifted through her teaching experiences. At this moment, she found herself akin to Iruka, acknowledging Naruto as a student while simultaneously disapproving of his lackadaisical attitude towards learning. This internal conflict is profoundly paradoxical, a sentiment only those who have experienced the role of a teacher can truly appreciate. Thus, even with the knowledge that Naruto may one day become Konohagakure's greatest shield, Izumi instinctively chose to impart one final lesson, aiming to convey the harsh realities of the ninja world before Naruto fully embraced his path as a ninja. Classmate Mayano, you have certainly stirred quite a commotion, Sakura Haruno remarked, shaking her head in resignation as she observed the activity outside her window. At this moment, she was far removed from her former innocence and naivety. Her deceptive smile mirrored that of Kabuto Yakushi. There was little she could do. After all, the bait offered by Konohagakure was irresistibly tempting. Indeed, Sakura did not dispute Izumi's assertion, recognizing the overwhelming allure of the Flying Thunder God technique. When she unveiled the scroll, she too was immediately captivated by its promise. To be candid, had she not acquired the technique through legitimate means, she would undoubtedly have joined Izumi in mischief that very night. However, classmate Mayano, your actions have indeed disrupted our previous plans. Without the cover of the identity of Mizuki, it will be troublesome for you to participate once the plan to destroy the village commences. This situation is unavoidable, Izumi replied with a hint of resignation. Over the past 6 months, I have noticed the Umbu's surveillance and various examinations of my activities on numerous occasions. Clearly, Mizuki's previous interest in the sealing scroll has drawn the attention of Konohagakure's higher-ups. They devised this bait to lure out Mizuki himself. What they did not anticipate was that Mizuki's identity had long been supplanted by me. Otherwise, after tonight, Mizuki would have been imprisoned in Konohagakure's dungeons to face judgment. Even if I refrained from action tonight, their suspicions regarding Mizuki would not dissipate. Thus, relinquishing this identity has become inevitable. Classmate Mayano, let us defer this rather evasive explanation for later, Sakura urged as the commotion within the village intensified. The most pressing matter now is to arrange a new identity for you within Konohagakure. You sought me out to acquire a new identity to continue your covert existence here. Did you not? Otherwise, with your capabilities, you should have departed the village long ago. Indeed, Izumi nodded in agreement. After discarding the identity of Shuemu, Mayano, who do you wish to masquerade as? Honestly, in such a sensitive period, is there truly someone whose identity you can assume while evading Konoha's scrutiny? Haruno Sakura inquired with a hint of puzzlement. Indeed, there is. This individual has just recently vanished, and their identity is sufficiently sensitive to remain concealed. Furthermore, I possess a deep understanding of them, making it a perfect fit for disguise. Most importantly, as one of the core members of the Konoha destruction plan, their identity will facilitate the advancement of our operation. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's description, Haruno Sakura instinctively adjusted her glasses, managing a wry smile. Mayano, the person you wish to impersonate, could it be? Precisely, I intend to disguise myself as Yakushi Kabuto. Simultaneously, in the woods at the edge of Konoha, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted as Uzumaki Naruto conjured thousands of shadow clones. These clones spread throughout the surrounding forest, collectively exclaiming with pride, "Behold! This is the might of Uzumaki Naruto." Witnessing such a spectacle, Irika, an ordinary chunin, was left speechless in astonishment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi's shadow clone exhibited no semblance of panic, merely smiling slightly, relying on the lineage of the Uzumaki clan to master the shadow clone technique. And depending on the chakra of the Nine Tails to produce such a multitude of clones, Naruto, you are overly reliant on external powers. Or perhaps, as the son of the fourth Hokage, you are merely a waste who depends on your parents' legacy? This remark ignited the ire of the boastful Uzumaki Naruto, prompting thousands of shadow clones to roar in unison. I am not some worthless individual who merely relies on my parents. I am destined to become Hokage. With that proclamation, the myriad of clones charged toward Uchiha Izumi. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Uchiha Izumi's shadow clone displayed no sign of distress, skillfully evading clone after clone. The kunai in their hand moved with the precision of a needle through fabric, continuously targeting the surrounding shadow clones. Simultaneously, Uchiha Izumi's shadow clone remarked, "The kunai you threw lacked arc, indicating your inattentiveness during weaponry class. Your taijutsu movements are utterly chaotic, revealing that your foundational training has not been adequately completed. Despite being the same person's clones, their cooperation is nearly non-existent. The issue of teamwork is significant." By continuously highlighting Uzumaki Naruto's shortcomings, Uchiha Izumi's shadow clone single-handedly dispatched all of Naruto's clones. Once every clone had been defeated, Uzumaki Naruto collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could this happen? Isn't it obvious? Uchiha Izumi's shadow clone replied coldly. You have skipped so many classes and neglected your studies in the academic subjects. Naturally, your fundamentals are in disarray. With such a foundation, even if you inherit your parents' legacy, you will still be at the bottom. With that, Uchiha Izumi's shadow clone seized the scroll from Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Irika beside them seemed to have grasped the underlying meaning and cautiously inquired, "Shuemu, are you giving Naruto a lesson?" "A lesson?" The bewildered Naruto Uzumaki looked towards Irika. "In a sense," replied the shadow clone of Uchiha Izumi, shrugging. "After all, I am Naruto's teacher. Even though our paths have diverged, I do not wish for my disciple to become a failure. Therefore, in this final moment, I consider this to be my last lesson for him. He must understand that the world of ninjas is not like Konoha, where he is coddled simply because he is the son of the fourth Hokage. If he does not strive to improve, especially by engaging his mind, even if he becomes Hokage in the future, he will merely be a puppet in the hands of those with ulterior motives." With that, the shadow clone of Uchiha Izumi departed. What a lesson it was! Harsh yet profoundly unforgettable, a wilderness teaching indeed. Shuemu-sensei. Just then, Sasuke emerged from the thicket, casting a glance towards Naruto in the distance. "I hope this guy can comprehend your intentions and truly grow up." With those words, Sasuke turned back to the shadow clone of Uchiha Izumi and asked, "Are you truly Shuemu-sensei?" The shadow clone smiled silently. Sasuke continued, "Although I am not familiar with the real Shuemu-sensei, I know that as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, his abilities should be on par with Irika-sensei. However, from your recent performance, it is evident that you are far superior to Irika-sensei. Just the fact that you managed to handle Naruto's shadow clones is beyond what an average chunin could manage. Then, Sasuke, how would you fare against Naruto's 1,000 shadow clones?" Uchiha Izumi inquired. Of course, Sasuke replied confidently. With the glaring flaws in Naruto's recent attacks, I could easily manage without relying on my Sharingan. As you previously stated, even a tail end of the class receiving their parents' inheritance remains just that, a tail end. A true genius, however, never overlooks any opportunity for growth. The difference between diligence and laziness in thought is what distinguishes the tail-enders from the geniuses. Is that so? Uchiha Izumi responded. What if Naruto had not summoned 1,000 shadow clones, but 10,000 instead? At this, Sasuke fell momentarily silent, yet stubbornly retorted, if it were with the Sharingan, I might still have a chance, as long as I manage to. What if 10,000 is not enough? What about 100,000? Teacher, are you joking? How could anyone possibly perform 100,000 shadow clones? Sasuke protested. It is indeed possible, Uchiha Izumi stated solemnly. And the one capable of such is none other than Naruto Uzumaki. The recent 1,000 shadow clones consumed merely a trivial amount of chakra from the Nine Tails. If Naruto can fully harness the power of the Nine Tails, he could effortlessly summon 100,000 shadow clones, each potentially stronger than the ones just witnessed. Upon hearing this, Sasuke disdainfully curled his lip and muttered, Isn't that cheating? Yes, it is cheating. But what can you do about it? Uchiha Izumi said, Sasuke, this is a lesson I impart to you today. Do not underestimate those second-generation wealthy heirs who have inherited legacies. Do you believe them to be foolish and inconsequential? In truth, their starting point is a destination that even your years of hard work as a genius may never reach. The accumulation of generations cannot be easily surpassed by your mere few years of effort and a touch of talent. It is truly disheartening. Sasuke turned to Naruto and remarked, I finally understand why I harbor such disdain for this guy. Such formidable power, a strength that many have sacrificed their lives to attain. And yet he was born with it. But the price of this power was the loss of his parents, Izumi reminded him. My parents are also gone. Why then? Have I not received such power? Sasuke shouted in anger, then took a deep breath and said, My apologies, teacher. I lost my composure for a moment. However, this conversation has reaffirmed one thing for me. You are certainly not Teacher Mizuki, are you? I do not believe that a teacher from a ninja academy would utter such words. As he spoke, Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Who are you truly? Regrettably, Sasuke, my true identity is not something you are yet ready to comprehend. Uchiha Izumi waved her hand dismissively. What if I insist you reveal it? You must have exhausted a considerable amount of stamina during our recent battle. If I were to strike now, would your transformation technique still hold? Despite Sasuke's aggressive demeanor, Uchiha Izumi merely smiled. Sasuke, it seems you still underestimate me. Then, with a sudden poof, Uchiha Izumi's shadow clone vanished, and the scroll she had been carrying dropped to the ground. Sasuke was taken aback, realizing that the teacher Mizuki who had effortlessly defeated the shadow clone was merely a shadow clone herself. He then opened the scroll left behind by Uchiha Izumi. Upon seeing that it contained only a shadow clone technique, Sasuke mused, I see now. The true sealing scroll must have been replaced long ago. The reason she left this shadow clone was merely to divert attention. How infuriating that I was completely oblivious. Today marked the graduation of the students from Konoha's Ninja Academy. On this day, both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha received a lesson from Uchiha Izumi before officially becoming ninjas. Naruto collapsed to the ground, for the first time recognizing how much precious time he had squandered over the past 6 years. Meanwhile, Sasuke was astonished by Uchiha Izumi's strength, realizing that his own abilities were insignificant compared to the true powerhouses of the ninja world. Uchiha Izumi herself was at Haruno Sakura's home, receiving intelligence regarding Kabuto Yakushi. This is how I connected with the root and the hidden forces in Sunagakure, Sakura explained, pulling out a human skin mask. This was a ninja tool Sakura had prepared to disguise herself as she once was. Although not made of real human skin, it would suffice to help Uchiha Izumi masquerade as Kabuto Yakushi had in the past. Classmate Mayano, I entrust the identity of Kabuto Yakushi to you for the time being. I hope you can act with caution, for both the Root and the Sans ninjas are not characters to be trifled with. Uchiha Izumi took the human skin mask and subsequently performed the transformation technique, assuming the appearance of Yakushi Kabuto. Observing her former visage manifested upon another, Haruno Sakura felt an unsettling sensation. After transforming into Yakushi Kabuto, Uchiha Izumi mimicked Kabuto's habit of adjusting his glasses and remarked, I possess a modicum of confidence in disguise. Not to mention that I have previously collaborated with Kabuto for a period, thus imitating your demeanor is not an arduous task. Our primary focus should indeed be on this matter. As she spoke, Uchiha Izumi unsealed the scroll behind her, locating the section detailing the Flying Thunder God technique. After scrutinizing it for a moment, she sighed. I never anticipated that the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique would be so straightforward. Indeed, the so-called Flying Thunder God technique is essentially a form of summoning technique. Haruno Sakura added. However, the one performing the summoning is no longer a ninja, but rather a specific technique. The summoned entity is neither a contracted summoning beast nor anything else, but the practitioner themselves or objects in their vicinity. Yet, gazing upon the densely packed characters on the scroll, both felt a chill run down their spines. The principle of the Flying Thunder God technique is undeniably simple, yet executing it is far from easy. If the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique equates to 112, then the difficulty of performing it is akin to proving Goldbach's conjecture. This is not an endeavor achievable through mere effort. Only the most extraordinary geniuses can accomplish such a feat more than 2 months later, outside the village of Konoha, at the entrance of the village. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto gazed upon the familiar Konoha ninja village, feeling as though they were traversing through time. As in the original narrative, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura formed Team 7 post-graduation, becoming disciples of their mentor, Hatake Kakashi. The trio naturally engaged in training while executing various missions. Eventually, under the orchestration of a thoughtful individual, they undertook a mission in the Land of Waves. However, unlike in the original tale, the current Sasuke and Sakura of Team 7 are significantly more formidable. Thus, the primary contributors to the mission's success are indeed Sasuke and Sakura. Particularly, Sakura, despite concealing her true power, shone brighter than Sasuke in her performance. This served as a motivating factor for Sasuke, who mastered the Chidori during this mission. As for Naruto, having a poor foundational skill set, he finally completed the tree climbing exercise, relying on the shadow clone technique and the Kyuubi's explosive power to merely participate. In summary, this mission in the Land of Waves proved immensely rewarding for both Sasuke and Naruto. After their encounter with Zabuza and Haku, Sasuke gained a deeper understanding of the complexities of the ninja world. Meanwhile, witnessing his comrades battle ahead while he could only shout in support with his shadow clones, Naruto came to truly recognize his own inadequacies. Both now yearned for more rigorous training, aspiring to grow stronger. In contrast to their simple desire for strength, over the past 2 months, Sakura has devoted the majority of her energy to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. The cultivation of the Flying Thunder God technique is far more arduous than Sakura Haruno had ever imagined. Despite possessing a wealth of knowledge and a keen intellect, along with a period of contemplation and experimentation, as well as undertaking certain modifications to her own body, she still found herself unable to grasp the threshold of this technique. Sakura felt akin to someone attempting to solve an exceedingly complex mathematical problem, although she had a clear approach to the solution. The intermediate calculations were lengthy enough to warrant a dissertation. Even after 2 months of incessantly simplifying her methods and enhancing her computational efficiency, while also acquiring advanced theoretical physics knowledge, she remained incapable of arriving at an answer within the designated time frame. With a tumultuous mix of emotions, Sakura returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Utilizing a covert communication method, she sought out Izumi Uchiha, who was covertly residing in the village under the guise of Kabuto Yakushi. She yearned to exchange insights on the cultivation of the Flying Thunder God technique with Izumi, contemplating whether she should first practice related sealing techniques before endeavoring to refine this skill further. However, to Sakura's astonishment, upon her initial meeting with Izumi, she was met with a startling revelation. I have already managed to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique, Izumi proclaimed. How did you achieve that? Sakura inquired, astonished. Just a series of fortunate coincidences. After all, beyond the necessary knowledge, what is most essential for the Flying Thunder God technique is that spark of genius, is it not? As she listened to Izumi's explanation, Sakura's heart grew increasingly tumultuous. How infuriating. Is this the essence of true genius? It was the same during the gene editing experiments. No matter how hard I toiled, even with Lord Orochimaru's assistance, I couldn't surpass her. The same holds true for our training in the Flying Thunder God technique. Despite pouring everything I have into this jutsu, she is still the first to master it. Izumi Uchiha, your talent is indeed enviable. Unbeknownst to Sakura, Izumi's ability to master the Flying Thunder God technique ahead of her was not attributed to innate talent, but rather to the powers granted by her Mangekyo Sharingan. Utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan to split her soul, Izumi was not only able to control her original body, but also governed a clone, effectively granting her the capacity of two minds conducting different calculations simultaneously. Thus, with the coordination between her original body and the clone, Izumi could execute the Flying Thunder God technique akin to the collaborative efforts depicted in the original series, significantly reducing the difficulty involved. Yet, even so, it would be a misnomer to claim she had genuinely mastered the technique, for traversing time and space is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. The original narrative had explicitly indicated the dangers associated with the Flying Thunder God technique when it was used to transport the fourth Reikage and Tsunade. To navigate time and space as freely as the fourth Hokage did, continuous optimization of the Flying Thunder God technique was imperative. Consequently, Izumi found herself compelled to once again segment her soul, allowing the new fragment to control an inferior clone, persistently experimenting with the Flying Thunder God technique to refine the transportation process and mitigate the physical toll incurred during transit. After numerous attempts and the sacrifices of several defective clones, Uchiha Izumi finally managed to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique with considerable difficulty. Although she still fell far short of the fourth Hokage's mastery and could not wield the technique with the same finesse in combat, she at least ensured that she could traverse time and space within 3 seconds, all while guaranteeing her own safety during the process. Naturally, Uchiha Izumi could not divulge this information to Haruno Sakura, given the tenuous nature of their relationship. Revealing her most crucial trump card was out of the question. Sakura, understanding this dynamic, redirected her astonishment into a deeper study of the Flying Thunder God technique. She believed that with her accumulated knowledge and the inherent intelligence of her current body, she would inevitably conquer the technique one day. After exchanging recent intelligence, the two parted ways. At this juncture, Uchiha Izumi had indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which significantly enhanced her mobility. Upon leaving, she first arrived at Sunagakure to conduct a final confirmation regarding the plan to annihilate Konoha. Following this, she contacted Danzo's route, reminding him that the plan was imminent. Additionally, she sought out Orochimaru in the Land of Rice to ascertain his current condition. At that moment, Orochimaru's hands were intact, indicating that after Uchiha Itachi had severed one of his arms, he had successfully transferred his consciousness into a new body. Noticing Uchiha Izumi's disguise as Kabuto, Orochimaru remarked with interest, "Uchiha Izumi, your disguise skills are quite impressive, especially that subtle smile on your face, reminiscent of Kabuto." In response, Izumi mimicked Kabuto's habitual gesture of adjusting his glasses and then handed over the intelligence regarding Sunagakure en route to Orochimaru. He merely skimmed through the information on Sunagakure, but he meticulously examined the details concerning route, pondering thoughtfully. It seems Danzo's route is stirring restlessly. Izumi concurred, stating, most likely. He intends to eliminate everyone involved in this operation, aiming to emerge as the sole victor. That's the extent of his ambitions. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, Uchiha Izumi, I believe Danzo's final decision will likely surpass your expectations. Surpass expectations? Izumi pondered, unable to grasp what Orochimaru meant regarding Danzo's unforeseen decision. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, she returned to the Akatsuki organization and found Konan, preparing to take further precautions for their impending actions. This is the support our Akatsuki organization can provide for the plan to annihilate Konoha, Konan stated, gesturing toward a mountain of explosive tags. A total of 10 million explosive tags. Their combined explosive power will be sufficient to inflict substantial damage on Konoha. However, you must take note of one thing. Despite the quantity, the quality of these tags had to be compromised somewhat during their production. Therefore, I did not seal high-purity oxygen within these explosive tags. When such explosive talismans cluster together and detonate, the oxygen in the surrounding air is rapidly consumed. Without the support of oxygen, the remaining talismans are rendered incapable of further explosions, leading to the phenomenon of silent detonations. Furthermore, a vacuum of oxygen forms around the epicenter of the explosion. Should any human venture into this area, they would experience hypoxia. Therefore, when igniting these talismans, it is advisable to avoid gathering large numbers in one place. Upon hearing Xiaonan's warning, Uchiha Izumi nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to store the talismans using sealing techniques. Meanwhile, she calculated in her mind, the energy released by a single explosive talisman is slightly less than that of a modern grenade, approximately around 1,000 joules. Thus, The cumulative power of 10 million talismans would equate to 10 billion joules, roughly equivalent to 24 tons of TNT. While this may seem considerable, it pales in comparison to the energy yield of the Hiroshima atomic bomb, which is approximately 263 trillion joules. However, if we refer to the original text where Shonen produced 600 billion talismans, the resultant explosion would be terrifying. Based on the same calculation of 1,000 joules per talisman, the explosive energy from 600 billion talismans would approximate 600 trillion joules, nearly double that of the Hiroshima bomb. Of course, this calculation only considers energy levels. In reality, while nuclear weapons possess immense energy, their destructive range is quite limited. Although a nuclear explosion generates intense light and heat, the majority of energy is concentrated at the core of the explosion, rendering the damage radius relatively small compared to the energy level. In contrast, 600 billion explosive talismans could disperse over a vast area, and the cumulative destructive power from consecutive detonations would be incalculable, easily surpassing 10 times that of the Hiroshima bomb. Moreover, 1,000 joules represents merely the minimum measurement of the talisman's power. If the talismans were modified, such as by sealing oxygen within them as Shonen suggested, it would not be unreasonable for a single talisman's power to escalate to 10,000 joules. Consequently, the potency of 600 billion explosive talismans could reach 20 times that of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. Under such formidable power, whether one is the Sage of Six Paths or Kagaya Otsutsuki, they would be reduced to mere fragments. It seems that the reason the 600 billion talismans did not unleash their full potential in the original narrative aligns with Shonen's assertion. The explosions consumed all the oxygen in the surrounding space. In the absence of oxygen, the majority of remaining talismans failed to detonate. Otherwise, even with 10 eyes employing Izanagi, Obito would have been rendered powerless in the event of a complete explosion. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Izumi glanced at Shonen, contemplating, this must be Shionen's strategy against the Otsutsuki clan. As long as she can fully unleash the power of 600 billion explosive talismans, she need not fear any adversary. With this realization, Uchiha Izumi bid farewell to Shonen and continued her preparations for the destruction of Konoha. As time passed, the Chunin exams commenced, and Team 7, much like in the original narrative, successfully navigated through the first 2 rounds of tests. In a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, Orochimaru exerted pressure and temptation upon Sasuke during the second examination, leaving behind a cursed seal on his opponent. However, diverging from the source material, Sakura Haruno did not exit the second exam in a draw, as in the original, but rather triumphed effortlessly over Ino Yamanaka. Thus, during the third round of the Chunin exams, Sakura was set to enter as a participant. Nevertheless, the events occurring during the Chunin exams were merely trifles. The true significance lay in the movements outside the arena. In the interval between the second and third examinations, the factions of Tsunagakure, Orochimaru, and the Root were preparing their strategies, poised to launch an assault on Konoha as soon as the third examination commenced. Meanwhile, Nagato and Konan of the Akatsuki had also reached out to the internal forces of the Land of Fire, ready to act as soon as Konoha was sufficiently weakened. Thus, amidst the deceptions and stratagems of various factions, the third examination officially began. In a parallel to the original story, Naruto Uzumaki, harnessing the power of the Nine Tails, defeated Niji Hyuga. Though he earned the adulation of the audience through victory, Uchiha Izumi, disguised as a member of the Umbu and concealed in the crowd, shook her head in dismay. This boy has ultimately begun to rely on the power of the Nine Tails. Alas, it truly is a decayed tree that cannot be carved. All my previous teachings have become futile. Yet, perhaps it is for the best, should Naruto manage to suppress his dependence on the tailed beast's power in this match. Even if it meant losing, it would be a greater headache for Izumi. After all, a Naruto who would rather forfeit the match than compromise his dignity is truly the ninja deserving of becoming Hokage. Following this, the subsequent matches unfolded much like the original. Shikamaru lost the match yet won at life, while Sasuke, leveraging a strength surpassing that of his original portrayal, caught Gaara off guard with his formidable prowess, leaving the audience in awe at the transformation of this mere genin. In truth, Sasuke's explosive power was nearing that of a seasoned jonin. Faced with such an overwhelming onslaught from Sasuke, Gaara found himself struggling to defend. Thus, at the brink of defeat, Gaara fully unleashed the restraint of the one-tail Shikaku within him. The immense chakra propelled Sasuke away, and he transformed into the colossal one-tailed Shikaku. And thus, the appearance of Shikaku heralded the conclusion of this Chunin exam. Even though Gaara did not intentionally release the power of the tailed beast, the emergence of an enemy's tailed beast within the village of a ninja nation signified the onset of war between Sunagakure and Konoha, especially considering that this had all been meticulously orchestrated. With Shikaku roaring within the confines of Konoha, the already prepared ninjas from Sunagakure and the Sound Village immediately commenced their assault on Konoha. Meanwhile, from a vantage point in the stands, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, alongside Orochimaru, swiftly targeted the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, launching a coordinated attack from two formidable leaders. In theory, the combined assault of these two powerful figures should have overwhelmed Hiruzen. However, to the astonishment of all, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seemingly rejuvenated, effortlessly countered the joint assault of the two shadow-level ninjas. What was happening? Below, Uchiha Izumi gazed in astonishment at the agile movements of Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage Raza were equally taken aback by the prowess of the third Hokage. Particularly for Orochimaru, it seemed as though his former teacher had regained his youth. Sarutobi-sensei, I never imagined that one who once scorned the art of life would begin to augment his own body, Orochimaru remarked with a cold smirk, sensing the vitality emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen. In response, Hiruzen calmly stated, to protect Konoha, such sacrifices are necessary. Even if it leads me to hell, I have no regrets. The extent of the third Hokage's strength during his prime was a mystery to Uchiha Izumi and Raza, but Orochimaru, as his disciple, was acutely aware. Thus, upon realizing that Hiruzen might have restored his power through some means, Orochimaru promptly utilized the summoning technique to call forth the reanimated forms of the first and second Hokages. Compared to a year prior, Orochimaru's command of the Edo Tensei technique had significantly improved, allowing him to summon the two former Hokages with far greater strength. Nevertheless, a sense of trepidation lingered within him, for he understood better than anyone the true terror of his former teacher in his prime. In contrast to Orochimaru's cautious demeanor, Raza appeared far more at ease, especially upon witnessing the two Hokages who had once founded Konoha being summoned to confront the current Hokage. He chuckled. How amusing it is that the very founders of Konoha will bring about its destruction. Observing the mocking smile on Raza's face, Hiruzen responded with confusion, Kazekage-sama. Konoha and Sunagakure are allies. Why would you conspire with our rogue ninjas to launch a surprise attack? Are you not aware that such actions could shatter the fragile peace we have maintained and plunge the ninja world into war once more? Hiruzen spoke with righteous conviction. Yet Raza dismissed his concerns. Indeed, Sunagakure's assault on Konoha today could very well herald a new wave of war in the ninja world. But what of it? Kazekage-sama, do you truly not comprehend what war entails? Hiruzen inquired again. I am well aware of what war signifies, Raza replied solemnly. Yet I am equally cognizant of what peace entails. While war brings slaughter and death, does peace guarantee prosperity and flourishing? Not every ninja village is Konoha, nor is every nation the land of fire. Our Sunagakure does not possess the affluence that your Konoha enjoys, nor does the land of wind boast the wealth of your fire nation. Perhaps for Konoha, war signifies sacrifice, and for the land of fire, loss, an unequivocally negative experience. Yet for us in the sandy expanse of the land of wind, peace also entails countless sacrifices and losses. Our farmers do not reap the rewards of their labor as easily as those in the land of fire, and our merchants lack the goods to exchange for wealth from foreign lands. Even diligent toil yields scant harvest, and industrious production generates little wealth. This so-called desert is indeed a realm of desolation. Countless citizens of the land of wind struggle against nature amidst the yellow sands, losing their lives in the agonizing confrontation. The peace you speak of in the land of fire is merely another battle with nature for us in the land of wind. Ultimately, this world offers our nation no alternative but war for survival. With the blood of Sunagakure's shinobi, we shall seize fertile land for our farmers. What Raza articulated is something all present comprehended. The land of fire occupies the most prosperous territories in the shinobi world, while Konohagakure possesses the richest lineage resources. They possess everything, naturally yearning for peace. But what of the other nations? Why must the good fortune reside solely with your land of fire? Do we not have the right to pursue a better existence? while the common folk of the land of fire delight in bowls of ramen. The citizens of the land of wind are relegated to gnawing on unpalatable flatbreads in the desert, as the citizens of the land of fire luxuriate in hot springs. Those in the land of wind must meticulously ration even their drinking water. In the face of such stark inequities in survival resources, the onset of war is but a foregone conclusion. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused thoughtfully. To possess such profound insight into the world's dynamics is impressive, Lord Kazekage. Though you are youthful, you should not be underestimated. However, your impulsive strategy of a sudden assault in alliance with Orochimaru is rather reckless. Given the strength of Tsunegakure, even a surprise attack would scarcely inflict significant damage upon our Konohagakure. Instead, it may only serve to weaken your own forces, inadvertently benefiting other shinobi villages. As Sarutobi spoke, the ninjas of Konohagakure had already begun their counteroffensive against the sudden assault of Tsunegakure and the Sound Ninjas. In the venue of the Chunin exams, Uchiha Itachi was the first to strike, employing his Mangekyo Sharingan to control the rampaging Shikaku, turning it against the ninjas of Tsunegakure. Meanwhile, in a distant village, the returning Jiraiya initiated a summoning technique, unleashing a colossal toad to commence the counterattack with a legion of Konohagakure shinobi, as if they had been well prepared. In the face of the attacks from Tsunegakure and the Sound Ninjas, they efficiently evacuated the ordinary citizens of Konohagakure to shelters while simultaneously launching a coordinated counteroffensive. Witnessing this unfold, Raza's expression darkened as Sarutobi smiled lightly. Do you see, Lord Kazekage? With such a commotion from Tsunegakure, how could we in Konohagakure be unprepared? Even before your assault was set in motion, we had received pertinent intelligence and had made our preparations. In the face of absolute strength, even with your alliance with Orochimaru's Sound Village, you cannot harm the very foundation of Konohagakure. Therefore, rather than persisting in the delusion of striking us with a couple of surprise attacks, might you consider a change of stance? If you were to immediately order the cessation of Tsunegakure's attacks and join forces with us to confront the rogue ninja Orochimaru, we in Konohagakure would be willing to overlook this assault. All the blame shall rest upon Orochimaru, while we of Konoha and Tsunegakure remain allies, do we not? As the Tsunegakure ninjas fell back under the relentless assault of Konoha, even the pivotal strategic weapon, the one-tail Shikaku, was seized, leaving Raza's expression increasingly grim. However, after this moment of dismay, a mocking smile crept across Raza's visage. Hokage, do you truly believe I am as naive as you imagine? You think that by merely switching sides now, we could forget the past? You overestimate Konoha's reputation. With that, Raza turned his gaze towards the reincarnated body of the first Hokage, coldly stating, we once endeavored to place our faith in you, to trust that the original Hokage of Konoha could usher in peace for this world. Yet reality has shown us that Konoha is utterly untrustworthy. You profess to uphold peace, but all you offer are hollow proclamations of understanding. The land and water we of the Wind Country desperately need have never been shared with us. You speak empty words, while failing to devise solutions. Since the time of the first Hokage, Konoha has been a hypocritical glutton, greedily claiming the finest resources without shouldering any responsibilities of a world leader. To believe in you would be akin to trusting a stray dog on the street. At least a stray dog knows how to share bones with its companions, while Konoha has always been miserly. And yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the retreating Tsunegakure ninjas below. Your shinobi have been thoroughly subdued by Konoha. If you, as the Kazekage, do not make a decisive choice soon, the elite of your generation shall perish in Konoha. To this, Raza could only sigh. Indeed, we of Tsunegakure stand no chance against Konoha alone. However, Hokage, when did you develop the illusion that this attack involved only us? What? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi was taken aback. He hastily looked below to see one Tsunegakure ninja after another unveil their masks, revealing the headbands of other ninja villages. In the center of the Chunin exam arena, Uchiha Itachi, controlling the one-tail Shikaku, felt a thunderous presence. Suddenly, a robust ninja, adorned with 7 long swords and chanting in an unusual tone, appeared beside him. It was Kurabi, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails from Kumogakure. Moreover, amidst the chaos in Konoha, the formidable figure of the 5 Tails, Mu, manifested, exuding scalding steam as he rampaged throughout the village. This was Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails from Iwagakure. Alongside him, Chijuro, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and other elite ninjas from various villages emerged, joining forces with the Sunigakure ninjas to dramatically shift the tide of battle in Konoha. Furthermore, several leading ninjas soared to the high platform, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kazekage Raza. Among them were the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, the 4th Reikage, and the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Surveying the assembly of powerful Kage beside him, Raza proclaimed with pride, "Hokage. It is not merely we of Sunigakure who are dissatisfied with the current order of this ninja world. Throughout the entire ninja world, including Uchiha Izumi and Orochimaru, everyone underestimated the 4th Kazekage, Raza, as the leader of the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunigakure. Raza was not naive enough to believe that an alliance with Orochimaru alone could inflict significant damage upon the mightiest village, Konohagakure. Thus, in addition to his collaboration with Orochimaru, Raza reached out to other prominent ninja villages. He sought to unite all possible forces to ensure that the plan for the annihilation of Konoha would indeed result in its devastating downfall. In hindsight, Raza's decision proved to be astute. The Land of Wind harbored discontent with the current state of the ninja world, as did the lands of Earth, Lightning, and Water. The major nations of the ninja world coveted the fertile lands of the Land of Fire, yearning to alter the status quo through conflict and seize its wealth. Their previous lack of unity stemmed from a deficiency in diplomatic prowess and apprehension regarding Konoha's overwhelming strength. Now, with Raza, a skilled diplomat, at the helm, and the current state of Konoha being the weakest it has ever been, the 3 major villages, Yagakure, Humogakure, and Kirigakure, could no longer suppress their inner desires. With Raza stoking the flames of ambition, the ninjas from these villages readily agreed to join the assault against Konoha. Orochimaru could not help but let out a dry chuckle as he observed the 3 figures of power beside him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi, positioned at a distance, was equally astonished by the commotion above. Both had previously regarded Raza merely as a tool for attacking Konoha, unaware that he was orchestrating such a significant upheaval behind the scenes. They now realized that Raza's plan for the destruction of Konoha had always intended to unite the 3 major ninja villages to carve up Konoha among themselves. The invitation to Orochimaru was merely a supplementary gesture. After all, even the strongest village in the ninja world would struggle against a coalition of 4 great ninja villages. However, despite the dramatic turn of events, Orochimaru maintained his vigilance. Not only he, but also Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, floating in midair, shared the same sentiment. "Hey, old man Tsuchikage, why the long face? With so many shadow-level powerhouses here, should we really be concerned about Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Reikage remarked, puzzled by Inoki's grim demeanor. The wind, lightning, and water shadows, Raza, and Mei Terumi, were relatively young. During their rise, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already stepped back from the forefront. By the time they ascended to the level of shadow, Hiruzen had long since faded from his prime and ceased to participate directly in battles. As such, they had no concept of the full extent of Hiruzen's power during his heyday. In contrast, Inoki, as the 3rd Tsuchikage, was a longtime rival of Hiruzen and fully comprehended the terror that this former pinnacle of the ninja world could unleash. Now, however, Inoki had grown old, his strength diminished, while Hiruzen had seemingly regained the prowess of his youth through some means. Faced with this disparity, Inoki understood that he was no match for Sarutobi Hiruzen in the present day. In response to the inquiry from the Reikage, Inoki surprisingly nodded and cautioned, "Exercise caution. For we are currently confronted by a legend of the ninja world, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi." Upon sensing Inoki's demeanor, the least experienced among them, Terumi Mei, expressed her astonishment. "Is it truly necessary? Here we stand, comprising the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages. Alongside Orochimaru and the 2 former Hokages, he summoned through the reanimation jutsu 7 formidable shinobi, and yet we cannot contend with a single 3rd Hokage? Ah, the youthful arrogance." Inoki shook his head and remarked, "You must understand, the individual before you is the one who led the Hidden Leaf Village, successfully repelling 2 assaults from the 4 great ninja villages and securing victory in 2 ninja world wars. Some have referred to him as the Professor of Ninjas, yet more commonly, he is hailed as the God of Ninjas. For when one disregards bloodline limits such as would release and the Sharingan, even the legendary 1st Hokage and Uchiha Madara pale in comparison to his mastery of ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Both the Mizukage Terumi Mei and the Reikage A altered their demeanor to one of solemnity. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observing the assembly of the 7 elite shinobi, furrowed his brows and remarked, "I never anticipated such troublesome adversaries would gather in one place. However, this may indeed be fortuitous. Let us eliminate them together." In an instant, Hiruzen vanished from sight. The swiftest among them, Reikage A, was the first to react, warning the others, "Beware, he is below us." Earth Release, Decapitation Technique. Utilizing the Earth Release, he swiftly concealed himself underground, launching a surprise attack from beneath. This tactic, commonly mastered by many shinobi, emanated an unparalleled aura of intimidation in the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi. With his exceptional manipulation of Earth Chakra, Hiruzen's underground velocity exceeded all expectations. Before Reikage A could finish his warning, Hiruzen surged upward, launching a strike toward Terumi Mei, the least experienced in combat among them. Caught unprepared, she was sent flying by Hiruzen's powerful blow. The speed of his attack was astonishing. Only after being propelled through the air did Terumi Mei comprehend the vast disparity in strength between herself and Hiruzen. Had it not been for the presence of other elite shinobi restraining him, she would have certainly met her demise with that single strike. Seizing the opportunity while Hiruzen attacked, Reikage A charged towards Hiruzen's rear. At that moment, his body crackled with lightning chakra, elevating his speed and strength to their utmost potential. Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter. With a furious roar, Reikage aimed to inflict grievous harm upon Hiruzen. In midair, Inoki observed Reikage A's movement and exclaimed, "Wait." That is, yet before Inoki could finish his warning, Hiruzen's form disintegrated before their eyes. Blades of wind chakra manifested, slicing effortlessly through Reikage A's resilient physique, causing blood to cascade down. Wind Release, Shadow Clone Technique. It was indeed the case that Sarutobi Hiruzen utilized Earth Release to burrow underground. Yet the offensive was not executed by his true self, but rather by his shadow clone. This shadow clone, crafted from wind affinity chakra, harnessed what could be deemed the sharpest wind chakra in the ninja world. Should it be vanquished, the razor-sharp gales would suffice to cleave through all matter in existence. Thus, after a mere exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent the water shadow flying and inflicted injury upon the lightning shadow. Remarkably, he employed only the most fundamental earth and wind release techniques, with none exceeding a B-rank difficulty. This is the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, often referred to as the professor of ninjutsu. Even the simplest and most fundamental techniques in his hands possessed the potency to obliterate shadow-level adversaries. Before the tempest conjured by the wind clone had dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands began to weave seals with remarkable speed. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he was unmistakably forming distinct hand signs, simultaneously executing 2 different attribute transformations and generating 2 separate techniques. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? Utilizing the Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi gazed in astonishment as the chakra within Sarutobi Hiruzen underwent a rapid transformation. In less than 2 seconds, the 2 chakra attributes were fully converted. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon Bullet Technique. Searing flames erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, hurtling towards the lightning shadow. Should this strike find its mark, even A's resilient physique would be gravely wounded, if not mortally so. Furthermore, the bolts of thunder in the sky, under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's Lightning Dragon Bullet Technique, transformed into dazzling arcs of lightning, racing towards the earth shadow, Inoki, who was suspended in midair. At that moment, Inoki was preparing to unleash a dust release attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen, but upon hearing the thunderous roar above, he promptly redirected his dust release towards the sky. Dust Release, Dust Separation Technique. The brilliance of the dust release intertwined with the lightning, and in the face of the dust release's power to deconstruct all, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's lightning release was rendered formless. However, Inoki exhibited no sign of exhilaration. Instead, he furrowed his brow, pondering how Sarutobi's lightning release seemed even more formidable than in his youth. At that instant, the flames of the fire dragon bullet reached the vicinity of the lightning shadow. Just as A appeared on the verge of being engulfed by the fire, the reanimated second Hokage, under Orochimaru's control, swiftly utilized water release to shield her from the impending attack. With the collision of fire and water, a dense vapor enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, The first Hokage and the sealed Raza also commenced their assault, with brilliant sand gold entwined with verdant trees, relentlessly surging towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet undeterred, Sarutobi Hiruzen completed his hand signs with remarkable speed. Shadow Clone Technique. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen conjured 4 shadow clones simultaneously. Together with his true form, 5 entities launched an assault in unison. 5 release Great Barrage Technique. The 5 elemental attributes, perfected to their zenith, unleashed a formidable power through their combined efforts. The flames of fire release, bolstered by wind release, consumed the trees of wood release, while the torrents of water release obliterated the sandy ocean. The lightning of lightning release. Harnessing the conductive properties of the sand and the water dragon, swiftly struck before Rasha. Lastly, the earth release summoned a dragon from below, unexpectedly propelling Rasha into the path of the lightning dragon, inflicting grave injuries upon him in an instant. As the surrounding mist gradually dispersed, Ohyuki, suspended in midair, finally witnessed the situation atop the platform. The recently launched Koji Mei steadied herself as well. They beheld the once imposing foreshadows, now reduced to one severely injured and another drenched in blood. Observing the dire state of the Reikage and the Fuinjutsu, Koji Mei addressed Ohyuki with trepidation. "Old man Tsuchikage, do you think we should consider our options?" Her voice quivered with fear and dread. As the youngest among the 5 shadows, she could no longer bear the pressure exerted by Sarutobi Hiruzen and was contemplating escape. Meanwhile, Ohyuki, witnessing the fierce battle, noted with dismay that Sarutobi's breathing had barely altered despite the intensity of the conflict, which stirred within him a reluctant desire to retreat. After all, he was not in his youth. Perhaps in his younger days, he would have aspired to challenge Sarutobi, but now he felt truly outmatched. Yet, glancing towards Orochimaru, Ohyuki shook his head. "Let us observe the situation further. During our recent skirmish, that rascal Orochimaru has yet to make a move. Being a disciple of Sarutobi, he might just surprise us." Surprise? Koji Mei pondered, recalling information related to Orochimaru. She found it hard to fathom what surprises he could possibly bring with his abilities. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puzzled, turned to Orochimaru. "Why did you refrain from intervening?" "Why should I allow these shadows to test Sarutobi-sensei's current prowess while simultaneously depleting his stamina? Is that not more advantageous?" Orochimaru replied with keen interest. "Are you not concerned that I might eliminate all these shadows, leaving you as my sole opponent, who would stand no chance against me?" Sarutobi inquired. "Not at all," Orochimaru countered, shaking his head. "From the very beginning, I have known that I am not a match for you, Sarutobi-sensei. Though I am unaware of the modifications you have made to your body, it appears that you have grown even stronger than in your youth. Indeed, although you possessed formidable strength back then, your stamina pales in comparison to the present. Oh, so you recognize that you cannot contend with me. Does that imply you have chosen to forfeit?" Sarutobi queried, bemused. "Abandon? Huh." Orochimaru chuckled. "Sarutobi-sensei, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. I concede that I cannot defeat you now, but I have not stated that I cannot eliminate you." The contradiction in Orochimaru's words left all present in a state of perplexity. At this moment, the Reikage had approached the wind shadow Rasha, urgently tending to the severely injured figure while expressing his bewilderment. "Orochimaru, what are you doing? If you have any jutsu, unleash it at once." No sooner had he uttered these words than Sarutobi Hiruzen launched his assault. Utilizing the earth release technique for rapid underground strikes and combining fire and wind release ninjutsu for his attacks, his tactics, though seemingly conventional and predictable, proved utterly unstoppable in his hands. Even with the first and second Hokage's reanimated forms standing before Orochimaru, they could not impede Sarutobi's onslaught. The spectators could only watch helplessly as Orochimaru's body was reduced to ashes beneath the flames unleashed by Sarutobi. Is this the end? Has Orochimaru truly perished? Witnessing the ease with which Orochimaru was dispatched evoked a sense of absurdity among all present. Just moments ago, he had spoken so boldly, yet he was so swiftly annihilated. No, Orochimaru has not died. Noticing that the reanimated forms of the first and second Hokage remained under control, Inoki exclaimed in astonishment. Amidst the confusion, a coffin suddenly burst forth from the platform. As it opened, a slender and beautiful woman emerged before them. Clad in a resplendent pink kimono, she addressed the astonished Sarutobi, truly deserving of the title, Sensei Sarutobi. I was annihilated so swiftly under your full assault. Who are you? Sarutobi asked, taken aback by the unfamiliar figure speaking in a familiar tone. It is I, Orochimaru. But I just, surprised, are you? A radiant smile broke across Orochimaru's exquisite face. Though the previous me has been vanquished, here stands a brand new version of myself, unscathed, confused and unable to comprehend. Hee. It seems the esteemed Sarutobi has indeed aged. Even with your body restored to youth through modifications, your soul and mind remain in a state of decay. Do you believe that mere reliance on formidable jutsu and strength can render Konoha invincible? Face reality, for in this world, the paramount importance lies not in ninjutsu, but in science. Orochimaru's smile was dazzling, while Sarutobi's expression darkened. Though he was indeed recognized as a professor of ninjutsu, his understanding of science paled in comparison to that of an average high school student. Unable to grasp Orochimaru's resurrection, he resolved to launch another attack. Then, as expected, after an impressive series of ninjutsu combinations, Sarutobi successfully struck down Orochimaru once more. However, another coffin materialized on the platform. A second beautiful woman emerged. Gazing at Sarutobi, Sensei Sarutobi, we meet again. Faced with this, Sarutobi could only initiate yet another assault, while Orochimaru revived once more in a new body. After the cycle repeated itself 7 or 8 times, the resurrected Orochimaru gazed at the now breathless Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and remarked with a chuckle, "Ah, teacher Sarutobi, it appears you are not in the best of states. What in the world is this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing he had been driven to a corner, questioned. Orochimaru, with a light laugh, explained, "Teacher Sarutobi, this is my self-developed technique of immortality, the chain rebirth of the undead." Chain rebirth of the undead? Sarutobi echoed. The so-called undead rebirth is the forbidden jutsu I sought to create when you expelled me from Konoha. This technique allows me to seize another's body, thereby attaining eternal life. However, I did not anticipate encountering teacher Senju Uchiha right after completing this jutsu. Orochimaru continued with a smile. With the assistance of teacher Uchiha's gene editing technology, I have further perfected the undead rebirth. Now, I am entirely capable of creating a body that suits my soul without the side effects of usurping another's form. Consequently, I dedicated all my efforts toward enhancing my physical vessel. I began to alter human genetic information continuously, crafting ever more powerful bodies. Observing the multitude of bodies I had created, I felt it necessary to utilize them rather than let them go to waste. Thus, I devised the chain rebirth of the undead. I placed a curse seal on each body I created, should the body that houses my soul perish. The seal would automatically activate the undead rebirth, allowing my soul to transfer into the next body. This cycle continues indefinitely. As long as I have spare bodies, I, Orochimaru, shall not meet my end. The audience, upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, could not help but marvel at his ingenuity. He had accomplished an alternative to the Izanagi technique without the aid of the Sharingan. This fellow is truly a monster, Reikage exclaimed. Tsunade nodded in agreement, while Inoki regarded Orochimaru with a sense of awe, lamenting, "Konoha is indeed brimming with talent. If only we in Iwagakure had someone of Orochimaru's caliber." He then turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, disdain evident in his heart, and remarked, "To drive away such an exceptional talent as Orochimaru, Sarutobi, you truly possess a remarkable capability as Hokage. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I nearly forgot to mention to you, teacher Sarutobi," Orochimaru stated, as if concerned that his teacher had not yet grasped the notion of despair. "To ensure your complete obliteration in this plan to destroy Konoha. Do you have any idea how many spare bodies I have prepared for you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a somber tone, replied, "Given your nature, I would assume you have prepared at least 30 to 50 spare bodies." Simultaneously, he thought to himself, if it's merely 30 to 50, I should be able to manage. "Huh, teacher, you underestimate yourself." Orochimaru laughed. "To definitively eradicate you, I have prepared 3,000 spare bodies, enough for me to resurrect 3,000 times. 3,000 times. Orochimaru's declaration shattered Sarutobi Hiruzen's hopes, and in that moment, he truly felt the weight of despair. "Teacher Sarutobi, let me witness if you, as a master of ninjutsu, can eliminate me 3,000 times in succession. Do not jest." Sarutobi Hiruzen mused inwardly, "Not even in my current state, nor the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara, Could they possibly slay Orochimaru 3,000 times in a row? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a genuine twinge of regret. However, his remorse was not rooted in the decision to not make Orochimaru Hokage. Rather, it stemmed from his failure to eliminate him swiftly, allowing Orochimaru to become the most terrifying threat in the history of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed his greatest folly in life was his hesitance to act decisively against Orochimaru, out of fear of the latter's status as a former Hokage's disciple. Now, he was determined to rectify this error. He would resort to the jutsu of the fourth Hokage. Having made his decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen launched his assault once more. Observing his actions, the likes of Inoki and others had no intention of intervening to assist Orochimaru. The sheer prowess of Orochimaru rendered them unconvinced that Sarutobi Hiruzen posed any real threat to him. In truth, the other Kage were more preoccupied with strategizing how to contend with Orochimaru when the time came for a confrontation. After all, Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu was akin to immortality. If they could not uncover its weaknesses, Orochimaru would loom as an insurmountable threat to all ninja villages in the future. In stark contrast to the attitudes of the other Kage, Uchiha Izumi ascended the platform at this critical juncture. As a time traveler, Uchiha Izumi was aware that the third Hokage still commanded a forbidden technique known as the Shiki Fujin. Witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen close in on Orochimaru while forming the hand seals for the Shiki Fujin, Uchiha Izumi urgently called out, "Orochimaru, be cautious of the Shiki Fujin." What? Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's warning, disregarding her own identity, Orochimaru immediately felt a surge of vigilance. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to succeed, Orochimaru audaciously severed his own neck. Activating the reanimation jutsu, his soul swiftly transferred to a new body, thereby evading the initial onslaught of the Shiki Fujin. With the death of one body, a new coffin was summoned. The reborn Orochimaru emerged from the coffin and inquired of Uchiha Izumi, "What is the Shiki Fujin?" "It is a sealing technique devised by the fourth Hokage in conjunction with the Uzumaki clan, capable of sealing one's soul," she explained. "What? Sealing the soul?" A cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's back as he reflected, "A technique specifically designed to seal souls. Such a ninjutsu is my nemesis." Grateful for Uchiha Izumi's warning, he realized he had narrowly escaped having his soul sealed. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just launched an assault on Orochimaru, transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished. It turned out that the one who initiated the Shiki Fujin was merely Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone, while his true self had only just emerged from the ground. Gazing at the distant Orochimaru, he proclaimed, "Orochimaru, the strength of ninjutsu is not so easily surpassed by science." Glancing past Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes fell upon Uchiha Izumi, who was clad in the attire of the Umbu. Although the face of Uchiha Izumi was obscured by a mask, the presence of her Sharingan allowed one to deduce her identity. "Uchiha Izumi, you say?" Upon hearing this, she removed her mask and smiled. "It has been a long time. Third Hokage, it seems you too, like Orochimaru, have joined this endeavor against Konoha. Isn't it only natural? In gratitude for the immense kindness bestowed upon our Uchiha clan by Konoha, as long as I, Uchiha Izumi, still draw breath, I shall not allow this village to escape unscathed." Although Konoha proclaimed that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated by Izumi herself, anyone with even a modicum of intellect would find such claims hard to believe, particularly for figures like Inoki, who were well acquainted with Konoha's methods. The Uchiha massacre was clearly a pretext concocted by the higher-ups of Konoha to eliminate dissent. Yet, few could have anticipated that Uchiha Izumi, once a mere footnote in the world of shinobi, would emerge as a pivotal player at such a critical juncture. Moreover, her demeanor suggested that she had matured to a considerable extent, to the point where both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru exhibited a palpable wariness in her presence. Who would have thought that besides Orochimaru, there exists another Uchiha Izumi? Sarutobi truly excels at transforming former Konoha ninjas into adversaries of the village. Inoki remarked with a hint of derision. Just as these words left his lips, Terumi May surveyed the surroundings, her brow furrowed with concern. "It is strange. This battle has persisted for quite some time. Yet where are the Konoha ninjas to aid their Hokage? This is the venue for the Chunin exams, surely. The majority of Konoha's shinobi should have noticed that their leader is being besieged." At that moment, Inoki, Terumi May, and Reikage had gathered together. while the gravely injured Kazakage Raza lay unconscious, slung over Reikage A's back. Responding to Terumi Mei's inquiry, Reikage A echoed her sentiments. Indeed, our shinobi may be few, scattered throughout Konoha causing chaos, but what of their own? Even if they are not strong, surely a few would rally to demonstrate their allegiance. To this, Inoki chuckled. Perhaps the ninjas of Konoha are secretly wishing for their Hokage's swift demise. That is inconceivable. He is their leader. Terumi Mei exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. The elderly tend to cling to power, often becoming sources of resentment, Inoki reflected, casting a glance towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was locked in confrontation with Uchiha Izumi. Simultaneously, Inoki mused within, as one ages, suspicion grows. There is a perpetual fear of youthful ambition usurping their authority. Conversely, the youth, witnessing the decline of their elders, may find their ambitions spiraling out of control. In such circumstances, a clash between the old and new orders becomes nearly inevitable. The decline of Konoha in recent years serves as a cautionary tale. I too must arrange for my successor as Tsuchikage sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the events unfolding in Konoha today may very well repeat themselves in our own Iwagakure. As several shadows engaged in communication, Orochimaru gleaned information about the Reaper Death Seal from Uchiha Izumi. Recognizing the imminent threat posed by the Reaper Death Seal, she made a swift decision to once again utilize the kunai at her disposal to commit suicide, thereby initiating the chain reanimation technique. Almost immediately, another coffin emerged. However, this time, the woman who stepped forth from the coffin possessed a beauty that far surpassed that of her predecessors. Not only was her appearance markedly enhanced, but the chakra emanating from her was also several times greater than that of the other bodies. It was evident that this body represented the pinnacle of Orochimaru's creations. Indeed, you have truly crafted an exceptional vessel, Orochimaru. Without relying on the cells of the first Hokage, she had managed to create such a formidable body solely through gene editing technology. Such an achievement was undoubtedly awe-inspiring to Uchiha Izumi. Yet, Orochimaru remained unperturbed, responding with a tone of nonchalance. Having produced 3,000 bodies, such results are only to be expected. Alas, this body has yet to awaken an appropriate Kekkei Genkai. Otherwise, facing Lord Sarutobi today would not prove so arduous. While gene editing technology could indeed yield Kekkei Genkai, these were often latent compared to those acquired through direct cellular transplantation. For instance, both Uchiha Izumi and her clone had already inherited the lineage of the Uzumaki clan, yet, apart from the surge in chakra, neither had awakened the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai. Uchiha Izumi nodded slightly in understanding before casting her gaze towards Inoki and the others nearby, hoping that these shadows could lend their assistance. After all, relying solely on herself and Orochimaru might not suffice to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, just as she turned to look, Inoki suddenly declared, "It is time to conclude this operation." The words of Inoki startled everyone present. The irascible Reikage A exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind, old man? Today is an exceptional opportunity to decisively strike down Konoha. Even if we cannot annihilate Konoha, we can certainly inflict significant damage. If we retreat now, our efforts will be in vain." In response, Inoki surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Consider the situation before you speak." Reikage glanced about and noticed his brother. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee was faltering under the assault of Uchiha Itachi and a host of Anbu ninjas. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han was also struggling against Jiraiya, who had unleashed Sage Mode. Meanwhile, Kakashi had dispatched Shotaro with a Raikiri, and Might Guy had activated the Eighth Gate, pushing the Two-Tails Nico back relentlessly. It became evident that Konoha's ninjas had begun a desperate counteroffensive. Moreover, the ever-duplicitous Danzo had emerged from the shadows, leading Root into the fray, thereby gradually altering the tide of battle. Danzo himself was making a beeline for the high ground. Despite the current standoff, a decisive retreat could mitigate casualties. If the conflict were to drag on, Konoha might gain the upper hand to such an extent that escape would become impossible. Inoki urged once more. Upon witnessing this, even the tempestuous Reikage EI could only helplessly exclaim, "Damn it, we have underestimated the depth of Konoha's resources." Observing the cunning Inoki seemingly wavering at this critical juncture, Orochimaru inquired with confusion, "Has Inoki lost his wits? The battle remains uncertain, and to retreat now would render all our efforts futile." Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi, Utilizing her Sharingan to monitor the flow of chakra within Inoki, gasped, "This is bad. Inoki has fallen under a Jinjutsu." "What?" Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment. How could a seasoned powerhouse like Inoki succumb to a mere illusion? Furthermore, he has not been in close proximity to any other ninja. How could he be ensnared by Jinjutsu? No, there exists a type of Jinjutsu capable of achieving this. Observing the approaching Danzo, Uchiha Izumi stated, "This is Koto Amatsukami." Danzo's right eye, having been implanted with Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, can activate a Jinjutsu known as Koto Amatsukami. This Jinjutsu is regarded as one of the most terrifying in the ninja world, for it directly influences the opponent's brain, altering their thoughts without the need for eye contact, leaving the enemy entirely unaware. At this moment, Inoki was unwittingly following Danzo's line of thought, starting to believe that his side had little chance of victory and that it would be wise to retreat while he still had the strength. Even though such reasoning was utterly illogical for a leader, Inoki was utterly convinced of it. Thus, when Danzo ascended the high platform, Inoki shockingly chose to withdraw. Witnessing Inoki's departure, the indecisive Mizukage Terumi-me, alongside the already injured Reikiji-I, felt compelled to follow suit and also retreated. As several Kage withdrew, the ninja from various villages began to react in kind, each opting to hastily evacuate. Consequently, Konoha's ambitious annihilation plan was abruptly concluded due to the power of Koto Amatsukami. Truly, Koto Amatsukami is formidable, sighed Orochimaru. The more critical the moment for survival, the more crucial the decisions made by the high-ranking leaders become. Hence, a Jinjutsu like Koto Amatsukami, capable of easily altering others' thoughts, is undoubtedly a strategic asset. Only a fool like Uchiha Shursui would casually reveal such an ability. Were it in the hands of a schemer like Danzo or the third Hokage, Koto Amatsukami would serve as an unbeatable trump card in times of dire need. Just as we see now, a single use of Koto Amatsukami has thwarted Konoha's potential demise. As Danzo approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Izumi turned to Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru, do you have any hidden cards left?" While saying this, Izumi glanced around, cautioning Orochimaru to be mindful of the Konoha ninjas below. With the other village ninjas no longer a factor, Konoha's shinobi would soon gather. To this, Orochimaru replied with a smile, "I have no hidden cards left. But the current situation is not as dire as it appears." Not as dire. Uchiha Izumi was perplexed, while below, the Konoha ninjas, seeing their Hokage and Danzo locked in a stare with the enemy, hesitated to intervene. Might Guy was eager to intervene, yet Kakashi restrained him, saying, "Guy, trust them. After all, those are our Hokage and the leader of the root." Taken aback by Kakashi's words, Might Guy pondered, why do Kakashi's words sound so peculiar? Just because we believe in them, should we, the Leaf Ninjas, refrain from protecting our Hokage? Although Might Guy may appear somewhat dense, he is far from foolish. While he may not comprehend the intricate machinations of the Leaf's upper echelons, he chooses to place his faith in Kakashi. As a close friend, he understands that listening to Kakashi in critical moments is always prudent. Thus, he halted his advance, remaining alongside the other elite Jonin, watching as their Hokage faced the adversary. Apart from Might Guy, only a few newly minted genin were eager to join the fray. For instance, Naruto Uzumaki wished to make a mark at this moment, to prove his worth to the villagers of the Leaf. However, after taking just a few steps, he was ensnared by Jiraiya's toad with its tongue. Jiraiya, perched on the toad, lamented, "You foolish boy, do you truly believe this is a battle you can engage in?" Similarly, Sasuke Uchiha, aware that his long-cherished nemesis, Izumi Uchiha, was confronting their Hokage, also yearned to fight. Yet, Sakura Haruno, standing beside him, restrained his impulse, while their teacher Kakashi advised, "You are not yet a match for Izumi Uchiha." Ultimately, the only ones who chose to stand beside Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo were the Root Ninjas, controlled by Danzo's cursed seals and the notorious Itachi Uchiha. It was indeed a remarkable sight, observing the majority of Leaf Ninjas below, who were merely spectators, and then glancing at the infamous figures before him. Izumi Uchiha chuckled. It seems that most Leaf Ninjas have opted for neutrality between their Hokage and the traitors. Does this not imply that in their eyes, you upper echelons of the Leaf and we traitors are indistinguishable? In response, Hiruzen Sarutobi stubbornly retorted, "That is because the ninjas of the Leaf believe in us. They have faith that their Hokage can defeat the enemy and protect their village." "Is that so?" Izumi Uchiha scoffed, then formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully, invoking a summoning technique. In an instant, nearly 10,000 coffins materialized on the high platform of the leaf, densely clustered like white tombstones, transforming the once hallowed ground into a chilling graveyard. Izumi Uchiha, what are you doing? Orochimaru questioned, puzzled by Izumi's actions. Being well-versed in the reanimation jutsu herself, she understood its inherent flaws. As the quantity and strength of the reanimated corpses increased, the control the caster held over them would drastically diminish. In the case of Izumi Uchiha attempting to reanimate nearly 10,000 individuals simultaneously, it was beyond her capacity to manage these resurrected souls. Not only Orochimaru but also the leaf ninjas below, as well as Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, were baffled by Izumi's intentions. It was only when the lids of the coffins began to creak open that they grasped the malice behind Izumi Uchiha's actions. Who were these people? As Kakashi gazed upon the figures emerging from the coffins, he was taken aback. Elderly men, children, portly gentlemen, and matronly women. These were all common folk. This cannot be true, exclaimed Sasuke, his voice trembling as he recognized familiar faces within the crowd. Brother Ono, Uncle Fukuoka, Aunt Miton, Uncle Janya, and Sister Chimi. How could this be? Realization dawned upon Izumi Sarutobi, observing the scene from the crowd of Konoha. Are these not the members of the Uchiha clan who were exterminated? Not solely the Uchiha. Jiraiya interjected, noting the attire of the individuals. Some among them must be commoners from the capital of the Land of Fire, while others appear to be from the Land of Rain. In essence, they are all innocents. The reason for their demise lies in. At this point, Jiraiya fell silent. Why the abrupt halt, you lecherous sage? Are they not victims of Uchiha Izumi, resurrected by a wicked woman to attack Konoha? Naruto expressed his frustration. However, Sakura interjected, it is not Uchiha Izumi. These are commoners who perished because of Konoha. The shocking revelation rendered not only Naruto speechless, but also left Sasuke on the brink of despair, momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Wasn't the Uchiha clan annihilated by Uchiha Izumi? What connection does Konoha have in this matter? Sakura, what are you implying? Sasuke, despite your genius, how can you fail to grasp this? Sakura replied, no matter how powerful Izumi may be, she is but one individual. How could she possibly eradicate an entire clan of thousands? The only entity capable of executing such a complete extermination in this village is Konoha itself. It was the upper echelons of Konoha who issued the orders to seal off the entire Uchiha clan, leading to their total annihilation. As for Izumi, she merely escaped by chance, yet Konoha's higher-ups have pinned the blame for the Uchiha massacre upon her. Impossible. You must provide evidence, Sasuke retorted, his voice tinged with hysteria. Is evidence truly necessary? Sakura waved her hand dismissively. The discord between Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha clan was common knowledge throughout the village. Anyone of significance in Konoha is well aware of the reasons behind the Uchiha's extermination. It is only someone as naively oblivious as you who remains in the dark to this day. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke instinctively glanced around. He noticed that many Konoha ninjas began to avert their gazes, clearly indicating they had long known the truth behind the Uchiha clan's demise. Yet none were willing to divulge it to him. Among them were his classmates, Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka, who, as young leaders of their respective clans, were undoubtedly aware of the truth surrounding the Uchiha's tragedy. Ah, so you all knew, while I remained utterly in the dark. Uchiha Sasuke erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. His Sharingan, initially bearing 2 tomo, began to spin rapidly, seemingly evolving into a 3-tomo form, with a subtle inclination towards the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Observing Sasuke on the brink of a breakdown, Naruto Uzumaki felt a twinge of concern. Yet, before he could approach, Sasuke miraculously regained his composure. He surveyed the assembled leaf ninjas, his gaze cold as ice, before turning to Sakura Haruno and inquiring, I have one more question. Why did I survive the night of the massacre? Sakura shrugged, replying, as a ninja of common origins, my knowledge is limited. Sasuke then shifted his attention to Kakashi, who felt an overwhelming headache at the situation. Just as he pondered how to respond, Izumi Sarutobi interjected, the primary executor of the massacre was your brother, Itachi Uchiha. As the one who destroyed his own clan and bore the weight of the greatest sin, you were spared as his brother. What? Sasuke exclaimed, astonished. Moreover, besides Itachi, 2 others were involved in the massacre. My brother, the then leader of the Leaf S. Umbu, Shinosuke Sarutobi, and his wife, the mother of Konohamaru. They were responsible for the aftermath, ensuring that no surviving civilians from the Uchiha clan escaped after your brother's actions. Asuma you? Kurinai Yuhi gazed incredulously at Asuma, baffled as to why he would divulge his brother's misdeeds. However, Asuma knelt before Sasuke, declaring, "It is also due to the heinous act of slaughtering the innocent that my brother and sister-in-law took their own lives in repentance after this mission. In their final moments, they wept to me of their anguish and struggles. Thus, as their brother, I implore you to forgive them. They were merely obeying orders as ninjas, and they have already atoned with their lives." Witnessing Asuma's heartfelt plea, the assembly was inevitably moved, yet Sasuke's voice remained icy as he retorted, "I have no interest in your lamentations. Tell me, who issued the order to annihilate our Uchiha clan? Was it your father, that esteemed Hokage of ours?" Asuma fell silent, tacitly accepting the implication. Observing this, Sasuke turned his gaze towards the high-ranking Sarutobi Hiruzen, devoid of any respect, his eyes now filled with a chilling intent to kill. Amidst Sasuke's turmoil, another soul was equally tormented. Naruto, witnessing the grim fate of the innocents, turned to Jiraiya with dread. "Pervy Sage, there were many among the deceased who were not even Uchiha, were there? How did they meet their end? Were they also slaughtered under the orders of Grandpa Hokage?" Jiraiya, reluctant to answer, remained silent. In the midst of the crowd, there were many disgruntled ninjas expressing their discontent with the higher-ups of Konoha. They spoke of the civilians in the capital of the Land of Fire, who were ordered to be burned alive by Sarutobi Hiruzen, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 10,000 individuals. It was suggested that the slaughter of the Rain Country's civilians stemmed from their potential lineage to the Senju clan. Furthermore, those who sought refuge in the Land of Fire were mercilessly eliminated by the Konoha ninjas stationed at the borders. As for the civilians of the Grass Country, they were predominantly scientists striving to develop a machine for tilling the land, only to be exterminated by the Roots ninjas, without sparing even their children. Such a sorrowful fate. So many innocents, including countless children, perished in this manner. Thus, it was only fitting that they found themselves surrounded by vengeful spirits. Initially, only a few voices rose in protest, but gradually, the clamor against Konoha's leadership grew tumultuous. It was no longer merely a matter of advocating for the civilians. Many ninjas began to voice their own grievances, or those of their clans. For instance, a member of the Yuhi clan lamented the tragic fate of his relative who was forcibly conscripted into Root by Danzo. Another ninja from the Akimichi clan recounted how a cousin of his faced oppression from the third Hokage due to a certain incident. What began as reasoned complaints soon spiraled into wild accusations. Tales emerged of the Inuzuka clan losing a ninja dog, the Yamanaka clan suffering the loss of a flower, and even someone claiming that a simple fall on the street was a transgression of Konoha's leadership. Ultimately, the Hyuga clan, witnessing the high-ranking officials of Konoha becoming increasingly isolated, finally revealed the circumstances surrounding Hyuga Hayashi's demise, openly stating it was a result of the oppression from Konoha's hierarchy. It was pitiful that the Hyuga clan, so loyal to Konoha, nearly met the same fate as the Uchiha clan. Observing the overwhelming tide of public sentiment, Haruno Sakura could not help but recall the words once spoken to her by Uchiha Izumi. Never underestimate the power of the common people. The support of the populace becomes ever more critical in pivotal moments. Now, Sakura comprehended the true terror of public opinion. The once dominant Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had ruled over the village hidden in the leaves for decades, saw the foundations of his regime crumble amidst the fury of the villagers. Even though he remained locked in confrontation with Uchiha Izumi, Sakura understood that as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was effectively dead. Everything had come to an end. Upon witnessing the coffins containing the remains of civilians who perished due to Konoha's actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized this truth. Unlike Sakura, Hiruzen, having been Hokage for 30 years, was acutely aware of the significance of the villagers' support for a Hokage. If a Hokage lacks the near-divine power of the first Hokage and cannot suppress dissent through personal strength, he must seek the villagers' endorsement through various means. Only when the majority of the village acknowledges him can he truly claim the title of Hokage. However, once the villagers begin to doubt him, his position becomes precarious. In this present moment, the situation has transcended mere doubt. Utilizing the technique of impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Izuna has laid bare the darkest corners of Konoha before all its ninjas. The once bloody, despicable, shameless, and sordid dealings are now exposed to the light of day. Everyone is taken aback by the weight of this darkness, yet no one considers that this very darkness serves as a crucial pillar supporting the grand tree that is Konoha. The villagers of Konoha do not contemplate shouldering this sin, even as they reap its benefits. For it is common knowledge that the burden of such sins is immense. No one wishes to live under the weight of guilt. In such circumstances, the act of shifting blame becomes a collective subconscious reflex, an instinctual response of the villagers in their pursuit of psychological solace. This is the essence of human nature. No one relishes the feeling of admitting fault. Shifting blame is an inherent trait of humanity. Faced with the collective error of Konoha, all will direct their condemnation towards the third Hokage. Only the Hokage can bear such a burden. Only the Hokage is deemed worthy of shouldering the villagers' collective blame. As for Danzo, often referred to as the Blame Hokage, at this moment, he is not even worthy of being named. Thus, even from a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen can faintly hear the murmurs of the villagers casting blame. The once respected and beloved villagers of Konoha have now transformed their expressions. Those who once lived happily in Konoha will instantly morph into victims under the oppression of its higher-ups. The praises once sung in honor of the Hokage will swiftly turn into curses directed at the third Hokage. Even the lofty Hokage rock will now appear exceedingly bothersome. Amidst the crowd, Naruto Uzumaki listens to the villagers' vitriol aimed at the third Hokage. He finds their words harsh, their faces repugnant. While he acknowledges that the third Hokage has made numerous mistakes, he still believes that he should not be treated in such a manner. Particularly, the sight of these villagers cursing the third Hokage evokes memories of when they despised him. It is all too familiar. In this moment, he suddenly realizes that the Hokage seems different from his imaginings. It appears that the Hokage cannot garner universal approval. The one who becomes Hokage bears a striking resemblance to himself, who has been ridiculed as the underperformer. Contemplating this, Naruto turns to Jiraiya beside him and inquires, "Hey, perverted sage, is this what it means to be Hokage?" Jiraiya responds with a sigh, "This is what it means to be Hokage. In ordinary times, everyone will flatter you. But when something goes awry, they will turn against you. So, do you still wish to become Hokage?" "I don't know. I just feel a bit confused right now." Just as Naruto grapples with his doubts, a voice rises from the crowd. "What are you all doing?" Following the sound, Naruto sees Sakura Haruno passionately declare, "No matter what mistakes the third Hokage has made, he is still the Hokage. He is the Hokage of our Hidden Leaf Village, the nominal leader of all leaf ninjas." At this moment, he stands in confrontation with the enemy, facing the grave possibility of perishing at their hands. Should we, as leaf ninjas, not step forth to assist him? However, the third Hokage has indeed committed grave errors, remarked Chunin. Indeed, it was that Uchiha Izumi who was ordered to be slain along with her entire clan by the third Hokage, and Orochimaru was also banished from the leaf under his command, added a Kunoichi. Those who were resurrected through the impure world reincarnation were merely innocent civilians slaughtered by the orders of the third Hokage. If he were to die at their hands, would it not be a fitting retribution for his transgressions? In the face of the leaf ninja's doubts, Haruno Sakura interjected, "So what? Even if the third Hokage is steeped in sin, what of it? Even if he deserves 1,000 deaths, does that grant us the right to allow 2 rogue ninjas to dispose of him at will? If the third Hokage were to truly perish at the hands of those traitors, how would the other ninja villages perceive us? How would the entire shinobi world regard the leaf? Just because the third Hokage has erred, can we permit others to trample upon the dignity of the leaf?" Sakura's words rang with conviction, instantly igniting a new fervor among the crowd. Indeed, he is our Hokage. Even in death, he should not fall to outsiders. The third Hokage has already brought enough shame upon us. Should he die at the hands of rogue ninjas, our embarrassment would only deepen. Should we not then, in fact, protect the third Hokage? Yes, save him first, then deliver just punishment. With her impassioned rhetoric, Sakura managed to sway public opinion within the leaf. Those ninjas who had once desired to witness their Hokage's demise now found themselves stirred to action, eager to rescue him and subsequently seek justice. For this not only served to absolve their own guilt, but also upheld the honor of the leaf. However, Sakura's actions incited discontent in 2 individuals. Uchiha Sasuke observed her rallying the public with a cold detachment, having discerned her ulterior motives. Yet, this was merely a minor concern. The true source of his dissatisfaction lay with the leaf itself. Indeed, Within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan was an outcast. Even with the third Hokage's numerous misdeeds, the villagers still sought to protect him. Yet, for the Uchiha clan, which had lost thousands, there was nary a soul who cared. What manner of village is this? What sort of leaf is this? Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, allowing blood to trickle from beneath his nails. For the first time in his life, he felt a profound discontent towards the leaf. The other individual harboring discontent was Uzumaki Naruto. Yet, with his limited understanding, he could not fully grasp Sakura's intentions. What truly displeased him was a remark made by Jiraiya beside him. Naruto, it seems that the one destined to become Hokage in the end will be that little girl from your class. As for you, it is perhaps best to relinquish your ambitions early. Below, the crowd surges and clamors incessantly, while atop the platform for the Chunin exams, an inexplicable silence reigns. Uchiha Izumi, having summoned nearly 10,000 unfortunate souls through the reanimation jutsu, stands there with an air of serenity. She refrains from lifting the seal on these hapless spirits. Instead, she allows the sins of Konoha to be laid bare before the world. She awaits the inevitable collapse of the foundation upon which the third Hokage's rule is built, eager to witness her own transformation into a solitary outcast. Moreover, she yearns for the arrival of a particular individual, longing for that person to appear before her and to experience, under her machinations, the most profound agony. Opposite her, Sarutobi Hiruzen also bides his time. He seeks to restore his strength while anticipating the return of Danzo's eyes to their full potency, and he waits for the final loyal ninja to reveal themselves. Most importantly, he is anxious to discover what fate the ninjas of Konoha will bestow upon him. The two figures are entwined in a shared waiting, yet their sentiments diverge greatly. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi's heart is filled with delight. What could be more exhilarating than unmasking a hypocrite and witnessing their demise in a manner befitting a jester? In stark contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen is engulfed in torment. The reputation he has upheld throughout his life, the legacy of his tenure as Hokage, has been effortlessly obliterated by Uchiha Izumi. From this point forth, the annals of Konoha's history will no longer bear witness to his glory. His name, his lineage, and his sole grandson will become objects of disdain and contempt. Meanwhile, by their sides, Danzo and Orochimaru also await the unfolding events. Orochimaru observes with keen interest, finding the spectacle before him irresistibly captivating. Particularly, he is drawn to the aged, grotesque visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose agony appears as though it has been etched into his very features, simultaneously repugnant and fascinating. For the first time in his life, Orochimaru ponders whether longevity is truly a blessing. Perhaps, for an individual, prolonged existence is desirable, but for one in power, the wisdom lies in departing at the opportune moment. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen lacks such sagacity. Or perhaps he understands this truth, yet remains unable to quell his insatiable thirst for power. Even as he employs various means to conceal this desire and manipulates Danzo as a scapegoat, he clings tenaciously to the mantle of Hokage, his stubbornness rooted in a dark and terrifying yearning. Besides Sarutobi, Danzo's emotions are the most complex among them all. As the shadowy underbelly of Konoha, he has long contemplated the day when its darkness would be laid bare. He envisioned a scenario where he would be vilified, scorned by the masses. Or perhaps he would find himself a target of stones hurled by the village's children, enduring humiliation, or even face an uprising led by a promising young ninja, surrounded by a spirited throng of genin, proclaiming the dawn of a new era atop his lifeless body. However, Danzo never anticipated that when this day truly arrived, his experience would be utterly unlike his imaginings. There were no curses, no humiliation, and certainly no death or slaughter. In the face of the darkness that enveloped Konoha, the villagers bestowed upon this embodiment of shadows nothing but blatant disregard. No one acknowledged that it was Danzo who had truly orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan, nor did they care that it was the roots of Konoha that had long pursued the Senju clan. Even less did they concern themselves with the slaughter of innocents in the Land of Rain, which was equally the doing of Konoha's dark underbelly. The unspeakable deeds hidden within Konoha were predominantly his doing. Yet, when the truth was unveiled, not a soul rose to condemn him, for in the collective subconscious, he had been relegated to the status of a mere instrument of the third Hokage, a mere hound. All his actions, his relentless endeavors, his burdens and endurance, the humiliations he bore for the sake of Konoha, were rendered inconsequential in the eyes of the world. To be ignored was the greatest humiliation. Observing the silhouette of Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, Danzo clenched his teeth, a silent resolve forming within him. The four waited in silence. But it was not long before the Konoha ninjas surged forth from below the platform, clamoring to rescue the Hokage, only to later judge him. They charged towards the coffins summoned by Uchiha Izumi. The civilians within those coffins were jolted awake, their consciousness restored from the seals placed upon them by Uchiha Izumi. And one by one, the reanimated civilians stirred back to life. Seeing themselves surrounded by the very Konoha ninjas who had once slaughtered them, they were engulfed by terror. Pleading for mercy from these ninjas, only a few impassioned individuals, driven by righteous fury, charged towards the Konoha ninjas with gritted teeth. Then came the thunderous blasts. These civilians bore no trace of chakra, and despite their desperate efforts, they were no match for the Konoha ninjas. However, prior to their awakening, Uchiha Izumi had inscribed explosive tags upon the reanimated civilians. The moment these reanimated souls made contact with the Konoha ninjas, the seals would activate, summoning the explosive tags to their bodies, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Conan had provided Uchiha Izumi with a staggering 10 million explosive tags, and each reanimated body would only consume 10 tags upon detonation. On average, each reanimated civilian could trigger at least 100 explosions. The force of 10 explosive tags was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary Konoha Chunin in an instant. Thus, amidst the unforeseen cascade of explosions, several Konoha ninjas were reduced to mere remnants. This is bad. These civilians have explosive tags. The detonations startled the Konoha ninjas, dispelling any lingering contempt they held for these civilians. As the most esteemed ninja present, Jiraiya promptly commanded, "Where is the sealing team?" The reanimated dead possess bodies that are nearly immortal, and ordinary ninjutsu will be ineffective against them. It will only trigger their explosive tags. We must urgently seal these corpses. Yet, scarcely had Jiraiya's command been issued when a member of the sealing team interjected, "That is impossible, Lord Jiraiya. We cannot seal them. There are simply too many." Realizing their own existence as immortal beings capable of triggering violent explosions, the civilians, once victimized by Konoha, were now consumed by wrath. Confronted by a throng of Leaf Village ninjas, they charged forth, wielding their feeble fists, seeking vengeance for their loved ones, friends, and themselves. Faced with such a multitude of undead civilians, endowed with an array of jutsu and the grim ability to self-destruct, the assembled ninjas of the Leaf had no choice but to retreat yet again. Although the frail bodies of the civilians could not match the swift pace of the ninjas, the humiliation of being pursued by these commoners left the Leaf ninjas in a state of silent distress. "How infuriating!" exclaimed one of the fleeing ninjas. "They cannot be killed, and there are so many of them. I have never encountered such a repugnant adversary. Cursed be Sarutobi Hiruzen. For all this calamity was wrought by his sins against the Leaf." The ninjas continued to withdraw, but soon, they found their retreat obstructed. Behind them lay the refuge of the Leaf villagers. Should the bitterly vengeful undead catch sight of the innocent civilians, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the retreating ninjas were forced to grit their teeth and engage in combat with these self-destructive zombies, succumbing to death in the process. Some of the reincarnated civilians took note of the ninjas, and they cheered, "Look, those are the villagers of the Leaf. It turns out these beasts from the Leaf have families and children too. Ha ha ha, let us eliminate all these civilians. I want the ninjas of the Leaf to taste the agony that I endure. Die, you detestable scum of the Leaf." In that moment, the air was filled with explosions and wails of despair. Countless Leaf civilians fell victim to the blasts, and despite the ninjas fighting with all their might, their efforts appeared futile against the relentless tide of the undead. Uchiha Izumi, witnessing the devastation of the Leaf, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself. At this moment, he resolved that, come what may, he must eliminate Uchiha Izumi today. However, just as he prepared to strike, a horde of enraged civilians charged toward him. Although these civilians were weak, they possessed an almost immortal resilience and the capability to self-detonate, encircling many of Orochimaru's creations under the guidance of Uchiha Izumi. This rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo unable to act effectively in the short term. Even utilizing Earth release to emerge from the ground resulted in being besieged by a throng of undead civilians. Realizing the futility of the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen resorted to employing the shadow clone technique. commanding his clones to perform the dead demon-consuming seal, attempting to seal the souls of these civilians. Yet, this effort rapidly drained his chakra, and the number of sealed undead was barely a fraction of those he faced. Breathing heavily, he was left to listen in despair as one after another, leaf villagers fell to the hands of the undead. The suffering that the leaf had once inflicted upon other villages was now returning to haunt its own civilians. The ninjas of the leaf fought valiantly to protect the villagers, with only a handful harboring their own agendas, such as Uchiha Sasuke. Opposite him stood the civilians of the Uchiha clan. They did not partake in the massacre of the villagers of Konoha. Instead, they sought out Uchiha Sasuke. One elder remarked, "I never imagined that in the blink of an eye, young Sasuke has grown up so much." It had been a long time since they last met. And Sasuke greeted the elder, "Hello, Uncle Fukuoka." He then inquired, "Are you here to kill me?" "Haha, Sasuke, what are you talking about? Why would we want to kill you?" Uncle Fukuoka replied with a hearty laugh. Sasuke murmured, "Uncle Fukuoka." At that moment, Aunt Mitian interjected, "You are just a child. What do these matters have to do with you? We have come to see you out of concern. After all, Konoha is not a good place. We worry that you might be deceived or bullied here. We watched you grow up. How could we possibly harm you?" At this, tears glistened in Sasuke's eyes. "Sasuke, heed your sister's advice and leave Konoha at once. This is ultimately not the home of our Uchiha clan, and staying here will not yield good results. Depart from Konoha and seek your sister Izumi. Do not pursue the life of a ninja, nor seek revenge for us. Simply live as an ordinary person in peace, understand?" "Sister Chimi, ha ha ha." Sasuke is crying. He is even taller than I am now, yet he is still tearing up. Ha ha, he truly is still a child. Brother Ono, you all. In that moment, Uchiha Sasuke finally broke down, exclaiming, "Please, do not treat me with such kindness. Everyone is already gone. They were all killed by my brother. Why do you not hate me?" Faced with Sasuke's desperate questions, Uchiha Kyuya smiled and replied, "What can we do? We are Uchiha after all. Rather than hatred, isn't it more important that our family can find happiness? If the Uchiha clan were to cease to exist with you, we would surely be the most deranged individuals present. However, you are right about one thing. We do indeed want to kill someone. But that person is not you. It is your brother, Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke was taken aback, and then Uchiha Chimi, referred to as his sister, said, "Please forgive us for wanting to kill your brother, Sasuke. It is for your own good. After all, we understand better than you what kind of person your brother is, especially when he took our lives." The coldness in his eyes made him seem like a mad beast. "We cannot allow such a dangerous individual to live, particularly after you leave Konoha. Given your brother's volatile nature, he would surely turn against you. We do this to protect you, though the means may seem cruel." With that, Uchiha Chimi questioned, "Now Sasuke, where exactly is Uchiha Itachi?" Under the weight of their scrutiny, all the Uchiha clan members turned their gaze towards Sasuke. Overwhelmed, Sasuke glanced toward the high platform, contemplating. "If my instincts are correct, my brother is likely by the side of the Hokage. If there is still one ninja in Konoha who would heed the orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it could only be Uchiha Itachi. This is not solely due to Uchiha Itachi's cerebral patterns being unlike those of ordinary individuals. Rather, it stems from the fact that he has no alternative. When Uchiha Itachi personally slaughtered his own clan, he had already become a solitary figure within the village of Konoha. Especially after the truth of the Uchiha clan massacre was unveiled, he found himself devoid of any recognition from the ninjas of Konoha. Even his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, harbored a profound hatred for him in that moment. Thus, a solitary soul could only seek solace in another similarly isolated soul. Not to mention that Uchiha Itachi's thought processes diverged significantly from those of the common man. While the villagers of Konoha harbored intense disdain for Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Itachi regarded the duplicitous and ruthless Hiruzen with a sense of admiration. Considering himself a possessor of the Hokage's mindset, he believed that Hiruzen's manner of conduct represented the true essence of a Hokage. Therefore, as the entirety of Konoha endeavored to protect its citizens, Uchiha Itachi stealthily infiltrated the high platform. His intention was to employ the Koto Amatsukami technique to control Uchiha Karen, compelling her to release the Edo Tensei. Achieving this would instantaneously alleviate the predicament confronting Konoha. Subsequently, with the combined efforts of himself, Hiruzen, and Danzo, he aimed to eliminate Uchiha Karen and Orochimaru, thereby safeguarding Konoha once more. Thus, when Hiruzen found himself at a loss against a throng of Edo Tensei zombies, Uchiha Itachi took decisive action. He leapt from the high platform, accompanied by a crow adorned with Uchiha Shirsui's Sharingan, and directed the Koto Tsukumi towards Uchiha Karen's mind. Karen's body trembled in response. Yet what transpired next was baffling. The Koto Tsukumi had been initiated, but aside from Karen's initial physical reaction, no further anomalies occurred. Contrary to Uchiha Itachi's expectations, the Edo Tensei was not undone, nor did any other movement manifest. Could it be that Koto Tsukumi was ineffective? Surprised, "Are you Uchiha Itachi?" Without turning, Uchiha Karen was already aware of Itachi's presence. Although Koto Tsukumi is indeed a formidable genjutsu, it is not invincible. At that moment, Uchiha Karen possessed both her original body and a clone, each harboring distinct souls. While Koto Tsukumi could alter the original's thought patterns, it could not influence the clones. Thus, when Koto Tsukumi was activated, although Karen's original body instinctively sought to release the Edo Tensei, the clone, connected to her original's consciousness, promptly issued a warning, enabling Karen to escape the genjutsu's grasp in an instant. Of course, Uchiha Karen would reveal none of this to Uchiha Itachi. Instead, she turned to him and inquired, "Do you know why I have been waiting? I have been waiting for you. For I understand that under Hiruzen's misguided leadership, very few ninjas in this village regard him as Hokage anymore. Only you, the beast who slaughtered your own kin, still views him as such. What do you intend to do?" Uchiha Itachi demanded. "What I wish to accomplish is quite simple. I merely seek to return to Konoha what you once took from it." With that, Uchiha Karen once more formed hand seals, resurrecting a deceased individual through Edo Tensei. The identity of this individual was known to all present: Fukuhara Hiroyo, or perhaps more fittingly referred to as Senju Fushio. "Are you aware of how Master Fukuhara met his demise?" Uchiha Izumi recounted that he sacrificed his life to save the innocent denizens of the Fire Nation's capital, employing the forbidden technique known as the Four Symbols of Sealing to contain the inferno that threatened to engulf the city. In his final moments, he sealed away the raging flames, which, upon his death, were transported alongside his spirit to the Pure Land. Now, his soul has been resurrected through the technique of impure world reincarnation, meaning the very flames he once contained have returned to the realm of the living. What do you say to that? Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's account, both Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen were struck with a profound sense of dread. Let us ponder a scenario. Should the flames that once ravaged the Fire Nation's capital, intertwined with the black flames of Amaterasu, be reignited in Konoha, what calamity might ensue? To witness the flames that once consumed one's most cherished possessions reignite before one's eyes must surely evoke a curious sensation. Wouldn't you agree, Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Izumi maintained her control over Fukuhara Hiroyo's consciousness, guiding her former teacher toward the heart of Konoha. Despite his advanced age from the impure world reincarnation, Fukuhara Hiroyo, once a formidable shadow-level ninja, retained a remarkable speed, making him a rarity even among jonin. In the blink of an eye, he surged forth, covering considerable ground. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi, undeterred by his nearly failing eyesight, summoned Susanoo. The colossal manifestation brandished the Totsuka blade, charging at Fukuhara Hiroyo with the intent to seal both the inferno within him and his very soul within the illusion of the sword. However, as Itachi initiated his attack, Uchiha Izumi swiftly activated her own Susanoo. In contrast to Itachi, her vision remained considerably clearer, just as Itachi's Totsuka blade was thrust forward. Izumi's Susanoo deftly deflected it with its long blade. Itachi, desiring to retaliate, found his vision deteriorating to the brink of collapse. He could scarcely discern Fukuhara Hiroyo in the distance, let alone the Susanoo of Uchiha Izumi beside him. Consequently, he was forced to rely on sound to navigate his surroundings, controlling Susanoo to wield the Totsuka blade. This approach, of course, failed to inflict any harm upon Uchiha Izumi. Instead, many impure world reincarnated civilians and Konoha ninjas fell victim to Itachi's Totsuka blade, triggering numerous self-detonations among the civilians and resulting in the deaths of more Konoha ninjas. Thus, Itachi's image among the Konoha shinobi further deteriorated. Simultaneously, Fukuhara Hiroyo, under Uchiha Izumi's guidance, arrived at the center of Konoha. Upon her command, he released the seals binding him, unleashing a torrent of searing flames alongside the indomitable black flames of Amaterasu from his very being. The black-red inferno surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly engulfing the vicinity of Konoha. Those Konoha ninjas and civilians caught in its path were incinerated to mere ash in an instant. Some villagers sought refuge in nearby ponds. But even the water could not extinguish the black flames of Amaterasu. Those who submerged themselves were tragically cooked alive by the relentless fire. In the depths of the underground shelters, many villagers of Konoha sought refuge. Yet, the relentless flames consumed the oxygen within, leading to the suffocation of those trapped below. As the fire continued to spread and intensify, it reached the resurrected civilians, igniting their cursed forms and triggering a series of explosive detonations. The inferno and explosive tags ravaged the village, transforming Konoha into a veritable hell on earth. Desperate to escape, the villagers, along with a majority of the ninjas, found their paths obstructed by the surrounding walls. Unable to utilize chakra to scale the barriers, they could only watch in despair as flames and explosions surged toward them, claiming lives amid the searing heat and shockwaves. The ferocity of the flames surpassed all expectations. Even Uchiha Izumi could not fathom the terrifying might of the inferno sealed within Fukuhara Hiroyo. This catastrophe had once engulfed half a city, resulting in the demise of countless souls in the land of fire's capital. Moreover, the black flames of Amaterasu were impervious to water techniques, allowing the blaze to swiftly engulf over 80% of Konoha. In the face of such devastation, everyone fled. Jiraiya hurriedly led Naruto away, while the Jonin instructors guided their students to safety. Ninjas adept in the shadow clone technique exerted every effort to create clones in a bid to save as many as possible. Even Uchiha Izumi, the architect of this calamity, found herself in flight. Initially, her intent had been to return the suffering she had inflicted upon the citizens to Uchiha Itachi, to make him taste the pain he had caused. In the throes of his torment, she planned to join forces with Orochimaru to eliminate him, followed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, thus achieving a sense of completeness in her mission to annihilate Konoha. Who could have anticipated that the once revered Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi would be responsible for such monumental sins? As she observed the two fleeing figures in the distance, Uchiha Izumi suddenly laughed, exclaiming, "I never imagined the flames sealed within Fukuhara-sensei could wield such tremendous power. Haha, I must thank you both, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi. If it weren't for the transgressions you committed, I would never have envisioned that this operation could inflict such grievous harm upon Konoha. Look at the current state of Konoha. Whether ninja or civilian, if a third of them survive, it would truly be a blessing from Amaterasu." Uchiha Izumi reveled in her elation. Nothing was more gratifying than avenging a great grievance. Especially satisfying was the fact that her former adversaries unwittingly aided her in exacting revenge. It was their own sins that led to the destruction of the village they so cherished. The thought filled her with a giddy joy, causing her to tremble with delight. In this heightened emotional state, the eyes of her clone began to transform, the original three-tomo gradually merging into a singular form. In stark contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi bore an intense hatred for Uchiha Izumi, particularly Hiruzen, who had never harbored such animosity towards anyone before. He harbored a profound resentment towards Uchiha Izumi for tarnishing his reputation. Yet his loathing deepened as he realized that Uchiha Izumi had nearly obliterated the decades of legacy that Konoha had built. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back to gaze upon the remnants of his beloved village. The black and crimson flames raged like the fires of hell, relentlessly consuming the once thriving ninja community. All that had been cherished and esteemed was reduced to ash amidst the searing heat and explosions. Was this the end? Just as despair began to envelop Sarutobi Hiruzen, a towering figure emerged from behind the towering walls of Konoha, concealed beneath the inferno. It was Danzo. Confronted by the roaring flames, Danzo shed his garments, revealing the intricate seals of the Shiki Fuin technique. In the face of the impending annihilation of Konoha, Danzo made a choice reminiscent of the late Fukuhara Hiroshi. He resolved to sacrifice his own life to seal the flames, offering a glimmer of hope for the village. Was that Lord Danzo? Amidst the crowd's despair, some caught sight of Danzo's silhouette. What could Lord Danzo possibly intend? Could he have a means to save the village? Among the fleeing ninjas, a voice of inquiry arose. But wasn't Lord Danzo known as the shadow of the ninja world? Everyone spoke of him as a heartless individual, consumed by ambition to become Hokage. How could he possibly contemplate saving Konoha? Questioned a ninja, futilely employing Suetun to combat the inferno. Is it conceivable that Lord Danzo has been the one safeguarding Konoha all along? That holds some merit. Sarutobi Hiruzen has led us astray for far too long. Yet Konoha has not faced any significant calamities. Could it be that all of this is actually Danzo's doing? Hence, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has summoned such a great disaster upon Konoha, is Lord Danzo once again left to rectify his mess? Lord Danzo, we beseech you, save Konoha. Lord Danzo. Under the gaze and anticipation of the crowd, Danzo activated the Shiki Fuin. The flames that threatened to consume Konoha were instantly drawn into his being. As if a great whale were siphoning water. Danzo. Gazing at the imposing figure of Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. As the flames subsided, Danzo approached the brink of death. In his final moments, he turned to Hiruzen, whispering, Sarutobi, now I am the Hokage. Orochimaru had once stated that Danzo's actions in the plan to destroy Konoha would undoubtedly surpass Uchiha Izumi's expectations. Yet, even Orochimaru could not have foreseen Danzo's ultimate act of self-sacrifice at such a critical juncture. The most pivotal aspect of a ruler is knowing when to meet their demise, and Danzo chose the most opportune moment for his departure. Due to this timely sacrifice, Shimura Danzo may have perished, yet he achieved a form of rebirth. His death salvaged the nearly crumbling Konoha, and he departed as a hero. Thus, even in death, he lives on in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha. Moreover, his sacrifice irrevocably altered the public's perception of him. Once regarded as the dark root of Konoha, a figure loathed by many, Danzo's selflessness transformed his image from a shadowy schemer into a great ninja who dedicated himself to the welfare of Konoha. Moreover, alongside the subversion of Danzo's image, the once interdependent figures of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo now find their evaluations completely reversed in the hearts of the people. Henceforth, Danzo is no longer seen as the dark side of Sarutobi. Rather, he is recognized as the true light upholding the village of Konoha. In stark contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen now embodies the shadow that looms over Konoha. The blame that was once cast upon Danzo by Sarutobi now reverts to the latter, while the accolades of Sarutobi's tenure as Hokage will shift to Danzo in light of this transformation. Just as Danzo proclaimed before his demise, he is now regarded as the Hokage in the hearts of all Konoha's inhabitants. When he fell from the heavens after sacrificing himself for the village, a wave of emotion swept over the people of Konoha, who gathered around Danzo, bestowing their utmost reverence upon his lifeless form. Some may have perished, yet he shall live on eternally. Observing the assembly of Konoha ninjas around Danzo, Uchiha Izumi remarked with intrigue, yet some live on, while they are already dead. Turning her gaze to the distant Sarutobi Hiruzen, she smiled and said, Isn't that the essence of it, Mr. Sarutobi, the root of darkness within Konoha? Hearing the nickname once attributed to Danzo now associated with him, Sarutobi's expression darkened further. At that moment, a pang of regret surged within him. Why was it not he who had just sacrificed himself? Nevertheless, before anything else, he yearned to accomplish but one thing, to eliminate Uchiha Izumi. Meanwhile, as the two faced off, Uchiha Itachi was engaged in battle with Orochimaru. Despite Itachi's Totsuka blade being a formidable counter to Orochimaru, his own eyes had now lost their brilliance. In this state of blindness, even Itachi could not contend with Orochimaru. He was left with no choice but to rely on Susanoo for protection, cautiously confronting Orochimaru. On the other hand, Uchiha Izumi and Sarutobi Hiruzen had both expended considerable chakra, rendering them less potent than in their prime. Furthermore, Izumi had exhausted her trump card, the Edo Tensei, and could now only rely on her pure strength to battle the third Hokage. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed a greater reserve of chakra than Izumi at this moment. Thus, the odds favored Izumi as she chose to initiate the first attack. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A brilliant blaze erupted from Izumi's mouth, forcing Sarutobi to evade while forming hand seals. Summoning Technique, Monkey King. Wielding the transformed staff of the Monkey King, Sarutobi charged toward Izumi. After a fierce exchange, Sarutobi, clearly fatigued, gasped for breath, realizing the dire situation. I must eliminate this adversary swiftly. With this thought, Sarutobi dispelled the transformation technique, entangling himself with Izumi while he executed the shadow clone technique, creating a clone that then concealed them both underground. Is he planning to launch a surprise attack from beneath? As Uchiha Izumi contemplated her next move, she found herself entangled with the formidable monkey creature, Enma. In this moment, she was unable to free herself. As the summoned beast of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Enma's prowess was not to be underestimated, especially in his prime state. While Uchiha Izumi was still reeling from the exhaustion of previous battles, the two were locked in a stalemate. It was only when Uchiha Izumi, utilizing the dynamic vision granted by her Sharingan, identified a flaw in Enma's defense and struck him with a powerful blow that Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly emerged from underground. I've caught you. In this critical moment, Hiruzen swiftly employed the Shiki Fujin technique. Fueled by his deep-seated hatred for Uchiha Izumi, he intended to drag her soul into the depths of hell along with his own. However, just as he seized her, a cloud of white smoke erupted from Uchiha Izumi, transforming her into a massive wooden log. Substitution jutsu? Huh. Uchiha Izumi, you are still too inexperienced. Did you think I had not anticipated this? After she executed the substitution, a shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen surged forth from below. It was evident that Hiruzen had foreseen the difficulty in dealing with Uchiha Izumi, and even in his state of exhaustion, he had employed the shadow clone technique to create a clone, ensuring her escape route would be sealed at the crucial moment. This is the end. An invisible hand, the Grim Reaper's hand, erupted from the shadow clone. Through the Shiki Fujin technique, the Grim Reaper had descended upon the mortal realm, ready to harvest Uchiha Izumi's soul. Yet, Hiruzen's maneuver did not escape the keen perception of Uchiha Izumi, endowed by her Sharingan. Just as the Grim Reaper's arm was about to touch her soul, she vanished. Is this space-time ninjutsu? Impossible. Could it be that this fellow witnessing her disappearance? Hiruzen was taken aback. Simultaneously, Uchiha Izumi's voice resonated from behind him. Indeed, it is the Flying Thunder God technique. The moment you executed the substitution, I had already prepared a coordinate on the log for my jutsu, just in case. It appears that in the end, my skill surpasses yours. With that, Uchiha Izumi delivered a decisive blow, sending Sarutobi Hiruzen crashing to the ground. His aged body curled in agony, blood spilling from his lips. Though he yearned to retaliate, the Grim Reaper, growing impatient, extended his hand to claim Hiruzen's soul, disregarding his final thoughts. Through her Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi witnessed the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen being dragged away in cries of despair, ultimately swallowed by the Grim Reaper. The once third Hokage of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, met his demise in such a manner, lacking the valor of sacrifice as depicted in the original tale, with no mourning from the village's shinobi for his loss. Like an ordinary ninja, he perished in a battle that was not particularly fierce. Such an ending elicited a sigh even from Enma, who remarked, Hiruzen, you did not depart beautifully. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally breathed his last. Gazing down at the aged corpse beneath her feet, Izumi Uchiha felt an unexpected release wash over her. A long-forgotten sensation of relief surging within her heart. It was the exhilaration of revenge fulfilled, mingled with the emptiness that follows the satisfaction of one's life goals. Yet, this feeling lingered only for a fleeting moment before Izumi's rationality compelled her to regain her composure. Turning her gaze to the side, she observed Orochimaru, who had successfully subdued the blind Itachi Uchiha. However, lacking offensive capabilities, Orochimaru found it impossible to breach Itachi's Susanoo, especially with the protection of the Yata Mirror. Orochimaru was at a loss for how to proceed. Where on earth did Itachi acquire the Kusanagi sword and the Yata Mirror? Witnessing the power of the Yata Mirror, even Izumi felt a headache brewing. After all, in the original narrative, Itachi had utilized this shell to withstand the Raiden technique, Kirin. Presently, Izumi had no ninjutsu powerful enough to rival the celestial might of Kirin. If even Kirin could not penetrate Itachi's defenses, it was clear that Izumi stood no chance. Damn it! Izumi clenched her teeth in frustration, acutely aware that without mastering mightier ninjutsu, the prospect of defeating Itachi Uchiha was utterly bleak. The enhancements granted to Itachi in the original story were simply too formidable. Numerous individuals had accessed Susanoo, yet none possessed the Kusanagi sword and Yata Mirror as he did. As Izumi contemplated a retreat from Konoha, determined to conclude her mission of destruction, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the distant forest. It was the Uchiha clan's reanimated civilians, who, after locating Sasuke, had left Konoha, thereby escaping the inferno that consumed the village. When Izumi engaged in battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen, they, guided by their connection to her, had brought Sasuke to her. Upon arrival, The elder Fukuoka addressed Izumi. Sasuke is in your care. Sasuke stepped forward, greeting her. Sister Izumi, it has been a while. Indeed, it has not been long. We met just a few months prior, Izumi replied with a smile. Months ago? Sasuke paused, then suddenly realized. Could it be that Mizuki-sensei was? Izumi nodded. I infiltrated Konoha under the guise of Mizuki to unearth the remains of our clan and resurrect them through Edo Tensei. I never anticipated encountering you. So, have you come to see Konoha's true nature and are now prepared to leave? Sasuke nodded, casting a glance into the distance. At that moment, Itachi and Orochimaru were locked in a standoff, unable to harm one another. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, both harbored divergent thoughts. Sasuke, are you planning to leave the village? Itachi inquired. What other option do I have? Even if I wished to stay in Konoha, would it ever accept me again? Sasuke replied coldly. And what are your plans after you depart? Sasuke first looked at Izumi, then turned to Orochimaru, declaring, I intend to ally with Orochimaru. What? Upon hearing Sasuke's decision, Itachi Uchiha and the other Uchiha's reanimated spirits were taken aback. Izumi Uchiha was likewise startled, but soon felt a wave of resignation, while Orochimaru's face bore a thoughtful smile. Why? Itachi Uchiha expressed his discontent. Not only he, but the other reanimated spirits of the Uchiha clan also urged, Sasuke, Orochimaru is far too dangerous. Follow your sister Izumi. She will protect you. Do not throw a tantrum. Heed the elder's advice, understand? At this moment, Izumi Uchiha added, Are you certain you wish to ally yourself with Orochimaru? Do you comprehend the peril that entails? Orochimaru covets your body. Sasuke nodded in response. I am well aware. But I also understand that only Orochimaru can grant me the power necessary to obliterate Konoha. He then turned to Izumi and said, I recognize that you, Sister Izumi, are formidable, yet I fear that if I follow you, you would not have the heart to train me rigorously. Moreover, you would not desire me to continue down the path of a ninja. You may provide me with sufficient strength for self-preservation, but you would never encourage me to seek vengeance alongside you. As an elder of our clan, like the rest of the Uchiha, you likely wish for me to relinquish my hatred and live a life of normalcy and tranquility. As for the clan's vendetta, let it rest upon your shoulders alone. It must be acknowledged that Sasuke spoke the truth. Izumi did not wish for Sasuke to embark on the path of revenge, as it was fraught with danger and bloodshed. However, she also recognized that Sasuke had made up his mind. Despite the opposition from all his kin, he was resolute in pursuing the thorny road of vengeance. Gazing at the distant, blind Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke silently vowed, In order to avenge our clan, I shall surely kill you, brother. Thus, amidst the heartfelt pleas of the reanimated spirits of the Uchiha, Sasuke ultimately stood beside Orochimaru. The latter smiled and welcomed him. Welcome, Sasuke-kun. However, Sasuke coldly retorted, Less chatter. Hasten to devise a training regimen for me. I need to grow stronger in the shortest time possible. You would not wish for your future vessel to be a mere husk, would you? Of course not. Orochimaru nodded affirmatively. I will employ every means at my disposal to make you stronger, Sasuke-kun. I assure you, within 3 years, you will surpass your brother. Naturally, that will also be the moment I seize your body. Is that so? Then let us see whether I can kill you in 3 years. Or if you can take my body, Sasuke replied. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Orochimaru, Sasuke felt a sense of satisfaction. Only by remaining close to such a perilous individual could he maintain constant vigilance and strive relentlessly to grow stronger. In contrast, Izumi Uchiha was somewhat too gentle. At this juncture, the greatest fear for Sasuke was the tenderness of his kin, for it would rob him of peace. Observing that Sasuke had firmly resolved his course, Izumi felt there was little more to say. She merely cast a glance towards Itachi Uchiha and concluded, Itachi Uchiha, I hope that when I next act against Konoha, you will still be alive. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi expressed his anger, saying, You have already turned the village into this state, and even the third Hokage has perished at your hands. Is that not enough? Uchiha Izumi, however, retorted with a cold smile. Who is it that chose to eradicate our Uchiha clan when Konoha decided to strike? Since Konoha has treated our clan in such a brutal manner, it is only fitting that we respond with the same fervor. Konoha has opted for genocide, and I shall choose to annihilate the village in return. Moreover, I intend to transform every aspect of Konoha's history into a testament of disdain. I shall ensure that the Hidden Leaf Village faces eternal damnation, rendering all its ninjas From the first Hokage to the present, infamous. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The humiliations endured by the Uchiha clan at the hands of Konoha shall be repaid 100-fold. If Konoha seeks the extermination of the Uchiha family, then Uchiha Izumi shall obliterate the entirety of Konoha. If Konoha maligns the Uchiha as a malevolent clan, then I shall cast Konoha as a wicked shinobi village. I am a proponent of fairness. The plan for Konoha's destruction had reached its conclusion. Even Uchiha Izumi was taken aback by the magnitude of losses inflicted upon Konoha. Originally boasting a civilian population nearing 400,000, at least 200,000 had perished. Among the remaining populace, nearly half were injured or disabled. The number of civilians still able to walk in Konoha had dwindled to fewer than 100,000. As for the shinobi, the ranks of nearly 20,000 had suffered the loss of at least 10,000, with countless others wounded or incapacitated. Although elite ninjas managed to sustain minimal losses due to their prowess, the casualties among Genin and Chunin were devastating for Konoha. At this moment, the number of ninjas still capable of combat in Konoha was lamentably inferior to even the weakest of the 5 great nations, Sunigakure. In addition to the human toll, Konoha's economic losses were equally catastrophic. Once a thriving village, it now lay in ruins, ravaged by flames. The few remaining habitable structures were filled to capacity with the injured. Assets, medical supplies, food, and even clean water had been utterly consumed by the inferno. This calamity was mitigated only by Danzo's timely sacrifice, utilizing the 4-symbol seal to contain the raging fire. Had it not been for Danzo, Konoha's losses would have been far greater, potentially leading to its expulsion from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages. In summary, Uchiha Izumi felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the outcome of the plan to annihilate Konoha. If there was any flaw to be found, it was that after slaying Hiruzen Sarutobi, she had failed to breach Uchiha Itachi's defenses and eliminate him as well. As for Sasuke, who had aligned himself with Orochimaru, Uchiha Izumi was not particularly concerned. After all, Sasuke bore the chakra of Indra. If Orochimaru dared to employ the reanimation jutsu against him, it would only signify his own impatience with life. In stark contrast to Uchiha Izumi's feelings, the mood among the ninjas of Konoha was grim. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi had become the most reviled enemy of the vast majority of ninjas within the village. In a certain light, her name had eclipsed even that of Uchiha Madara, cementing her status as the embodiment of contemporary evil among shinobi. Countless ninjas of Konoha harbor an intense loathing towards her, yet simultaneously, the majority of them feel a sense of trepidation at the mention of Uchiha Izumi's name. Besides Uchiha Izumi, another individual has also incited a profound hatred among the ninjas of Konoha, a sentiment that burns even more fiercely. After all, Uchiha Izumi lost her entire family at the hands of Konoha, and her retaliation seems but a natural response. Even the ninjas of Konoha find it difficult to voice their grievances, for not all are as shameless as the higher-ups of Konoha, who would slay your kin and then urge you to abandon your vengeance. The person whom the ninjas of Konoha currently despise the most is none other than the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who met his demise at the hands of Uchiha Izumi. Once beloved as the grandfather of the village, he is now reviled by nearly all. When his lifeless body was returned from outside the village, the outcry against Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated throughout Konoha. Even those tasked with transporting his remains showed a lack of respect, carelessly discarding his body onto the ground during transit. Thus began the relentless trampling and cursing from the crowd. The villagers resented his leniency towards Orochimaru, which ultimately contributed to the catastrophic plan that led to Konoha's downfall. They also despised his ineptitude in diplomacy, which resulted in the 4 great ninja villages launching an assault on Konoha. Yet, their deepest hatred was reserved for his ruthless extermination of the Uchiha clan, which birthed a formidable adversary in Uchiha Izumi. The current misery of Konoha can ultimately be traced back to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His relentless pursuit of power drove Orochimaru away. His insistence on retaining the Hokage position led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan as a means to intimidate political rivals. Had he entrusted the role of Hokage's diplomacy to Orochimaru or passed it on to Uchiha Fugaku, the calamities now befalling Konoha would have been averted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are indeed a sinner. For your own ambition, you nearly destroyed Konoha. Do you not realize this? You scoundrel. The 2nd Hokage must have been blind to have chosen you as Hokage. Amidst the vitriol and trampling, Sarutobi Hiruzen's corpse was reduced to a mere pulp. Moreover, as the populace of Konoha denounced Sarutobi Hiruzen, another bloody massacre commenced. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Konoha ninjas, civilians and ninjas alike fell one after another. The perpetrator was none other than Izumi Sarutobi, the newly appointed head of the Sarutobi clan, and the victims were his own kin. It began with the elderly, followed by the adults, and finally the children. The Umbu of Konoha surrounded the escape routes of the Sarutobi clan, while Izumi, wielding his blade, enacted an appalling repetition of the Uchiha clan's extermination, unfolding once again in this dark ninja village. The wails, pleas for mercy, and curses echoed incessantly as Izumi coldly slaughtered one clan member after another. Only when every last relative lay slain did he approach Konohamaru. The young Konohamaru, gazing at the blood-soaked Izumi, nearly broke down, imploring, "Uncle Izumi, why have you killed them? Are they not our family? Are they not our kin? Is it not enough that Grandpa lies unburied? Why, Konohamaru? If you must harbor hatred, then direct it towards me." As he gazed upon his weeping nephew, Izumi Sarutobi sighed. He extended his right hand, stained with the blood of his kin, to gently caress Konohamaru's forehead, saying, "I am left with no choice. During the time of the third Hokage, he made too many enemies. If I do not take action, those oppressed by him will annihilate the Sarutobi clan. In such a scenario, not only would everyone perish, but you, as the grandson of the third Hokage, would also have no chance of survival." How could this be? Why? Grandfather, why is this happening? Not far away, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, under Kakashi's guidance, witnessed this tragic spectacle. Naruto watched in horror as the ninjas of Konoha surrounded the Sarutobi clan's encampment, compelling Izumi to slaughter his own relatives. This brutal and bloody scene struck at Naruto's very soul, causing him to feel nauseous before he turned to Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, why are they treating the third Hokage's clan in such a manner? How is this any different from what the third Hokage did to the Uchiha? Aren't they concerned that this will breed new hatred, perpetuating an endless cycle?" Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while Sakura interjected, "Naruto, it is precisely to prevent the birth of an unending cycle of hatred that Konoha has resorted to exterminating the Sarutobi clan. Only by annihilating the Sarutobi, akin to the Uchiha's fate, can Konoha re-establish the boundaries of internal conflict. This way, the people of Konoha can protect their families and friends from being caught in the crossfire of power struggles." Naruto, bewildered by Sakura's explanation, looked on in confusion. Observing this, Kakashi helplessly rubbed his forehead, reflecting, Jiraiya-sama was indeed correct. Naruto lacks the potential to become Hokage. In comparison, Sakura appears to possess greater promise. Kakashi then added, "Naruto, you must understand that there are certain lines that cannot be crossed in internal conflicts. Once those lines are breached, Konoha will be faced with relentless turmoil and slaughter. Just as the Uchiha were exterminated, the third Hokage solidified his position through bloodshed and intimidation. However, if future candidates aspire to become Hokage, how will they perceive the eradication of the Uchiha? For instance, Naruto Uzumaki, upon learning the truth of the Uchiha's demise, would you not fear meeting a similar fate?" Naruto paused, then replied with uncertainty, "But, Kakashi-sensei, the Uchiha sought to instigate a coup, using underhanded means to seize the title of Hokage. I wish to attain the position through honorable means, gaining everyone's acknowledgement. How can this be the same?" Kakashi was left speechless, pondering. If the Uchiha could have legitimately become Hokage, why would they resort to a coup? It seems that Naruto's understanding is limited. Should he ever become Hokage, he would merely be a puppet manipulated by others, much like the ministers in the capital, who appear to be bustling with activity. The essential decisions have long been predetermined by the civil servants beneath them. Their frantic efforts are, in essence, rendered futile. Upon witnessing this, Haruno Sakura scoffed, questioning the integrity of a coup d'etat. "A coup, you say? What underhanded means are you alluding to? Has the Uchiha clan ever resorted to such measures? Ultimately, these are merely the one-sided claims of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if the Uchiha clan harbored ambitions, they took no action. In the absence of such action, the Uchiha clan is no different from you, Naruto Uzumaki, merely pursuing the dream of becoming Hokage. The Uchiha clan was annihilated for their aspiration of Hokage. Can you, Naruto Uzumaki, ensure that you will not meet the same fate? Or do you believe you hold more favor with Sarutobi Hiruzen than Konohamaru?" who was overlooked in favor of a mere yellow-haired youth like yourself, entrusted with the family legacy and honor. Thus, do you now comprehend? In the eyes of the third Hokage, you, Naruto Uzumaki, and the Uchiha clan are of the same ilk, both perceived as threats to the Sarutobi family's Hokage position. What assurance do you have that you won't suffer the same demise as the Uchiha clan, even if you choose to trust Sarutobi Hiruzen? Will your family and friends stake their lives and futures on the trustworthiness of the Sarutobi clan? At this juncture, even with his mind clouded, Naruto began to grasp the foul strategy employed by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Uchiha's obliteration. It was akin to the historical usurpation of the Zhao family throne by the Sima clan, who brazenly murdered Emperor Zhao Mao in the streets. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions similarly transgressed the fundamental boundaries of power struggles, transforming the internal strife of Konoha into a brutal family feud. Should one be eliminated from this game, it would not only be the power seekers who perish, but also their loved ones and friends who would face the same grim fate. This elucidates why the people of Konoha collectively resolved to eradicate the Sarutobi clan. Kakashi remarked, "Only with the downfall of the Sarutobi clan will everyone recognize that the annihilation of a clan incurs severe repercussions. If you extinguish another's lineage while in power today, rest assured that on the day you lose that power, your own family will be similarly eradicated." Thus, following the demise of the Sarutobi clan, the notion of clan extermination will instill a sense of dread within Konoha. Not only must those vying for the Hokage position be wary of their families facing the Uchiha's fate, but those maintaining their authority will also fear their families suffering the same fate as the Sarutobi. Under this mutual deterrence, the likelihood of another clan extermination diminishes significantly, albeit at the cost of ruthlessness. Yet, Naruto Uzumaki yearned to counter this argument, though his befuddled mind left him at a loss for words. At this moment, he had just undergone a profound transformation in his life. His dear friend, Sasuke Uchiha, had chosen to leave Konoha. The girl he adored, Sakura Haruno, had become his rival for the Hokage position. The third Hokage, whom he admired, faced a disgraceful end, and even Konohamaru, once a close ally, now stood in a position akin to that of Sasuke, having also suffered the fate of clan annihilation. He instinctively wished to halt the unfolding chaos. Yet his mind was a blank canvas, devoid of any viable solutions. He felt akin to an elementary school student who had abruptly strayed into the underworld, perceiving the world around him transforming at a bewildering pace. Everything he once knew had now morphed into something unrecognizable. At that moment, Kakashi stood beside him, imparting solemn wisdom. "Naruto, the sky over Konoha has changed. This is no longer the ninja village where you could play pranks at will. The third Hokage has lost his former glory, and anyone connected to him may face reckoning, including us. Jiraiya has made the decision to take you away from Konoha to explore the ninja world. You must diligently train by his side and strive to grow stronger. In this brutal realm of ninjas, only strength is your true reliance." Take Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan as an example. Despite the disdain from Konoha, he did not meet the same fate as the Sarutobi clan, for he possesses formidable power. In response to Kakashi's teachings, Naruto nodded earnestly, declaring, "I understand, Kakashi-sensei. I will work hard to grow stronger. I will become Hokage, bring Sasuke back to Konoha, and restore the village to its former glory. Just you wait. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will keep my promises." Observing Naruto's unwavering dream of becoming Hokage, Kakashi felt a pang of distress. Once, Naruto had the potential to ascend to Hokage, being the direct descendant of the Hokage lineage, the son of the fourth Hokage, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Had the third Hokage passed away earlier without promoting Konohamaru, Naruto's path to Hokage would have been considerably clearer. Yet now, with the third Hokage's reputation in tatters, the prestige of the Hokage lineage within Konoha had also been irreparably damaged. To become Hokage now, he would need to emulate the fourth Hokage and rescue Konoha through sheer strength. Even if he did attain the title of Hokage, the villagers would likely struggle to accept him, for he bore the indelible mark of the third Hokage's legacy, especially as he now vowed to restore Konoha to its former self, a sentiment that had become taboo in the current climate. After all, with the fall from grace of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the past of Konoha had likewise been rejected. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his aspiration to become Hokage was now 100-fold more challenging than before. In contrast, Kakashi found himself increasingly optimistic about Sakura Haruno. Her recent performance eclipsed even that of the fourth Hokage in its brilliance. Unless Naruto were to acquire strength comparable to that of the first Hokage, Kakashi genuinely doubted his chances of surpassing Sakura and claiming the title of Hokage. The annihilation of the Sarutobi clan and Naruto's departure were merely fragments of the internal strife within Konoha. Concurrently, the two esteemed elders, Shimura Danzo and Mito Gate, faced their own reckoning, culminating in secret executions. However, these elders were essentially just pawns of the third Hokage, so their exit garnered little attention. At this juncture, the true focus of Konoha lay in the contest for the position of fifth Hokage. In the original narrative, the fifth Hokage was Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of the third Hokage. As the most stalwart and principled individual in the Hidden Leaf Village, her ascension seemed inevitable. However, with the discrediting of the third Hokage, her status as his disciple rendered her incapable of assuming the mantle of Hokage as depicted in the original narrative. Consequently, during a collective assembly of Konoha's elite shinobi and clan representatives, a fierce contention arose regarding the candidacy for the fifth Hokage. Some favored Tsunade, while others rallied behind Kakashi. Yet, both were rejected due to their ties as disciples of the third Hokage. Regrettably, apart from these individuals, no other ninja from Konoha possessed the requisite capabilities to assume the role of Hokage. Thus, the selection for the fifth Hokage became mired in a stalemate. Simultaneously, as Konoha grappled with internal discord over the Hokage position, significant external transformations were unfolding that threatened to alter the dynamics of the ninja world. Primarily, as Konoha's ally, the Sand Village spearheaded a coalition with the other three major ninja villages to establish a ninja alliance against Konoha and the Land of Fire. Seizing the opportunity presented by Konoha's weakened state, they dispatched their ninja to the borders, poised to exert military pressure, compelling the Land of Fire to cede territory and sign humiliating treaties. Moreover, at this critical juncture, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, nominally the nation's leader, unexpectedly passed away. In the aftermath of his demise, the courtiers unanimously bypassed his robust and capable eldest son, opting instead for the least qualified among his progeny, Princess Chiharu, to succeed him. Understandably, the former crown prince of the Land of Fire harbored considerable discontent. However, his grievances were rendered moot by a third monumental event. This third pivotal occurrence involved a descendant of the Senju clan, a ninja named Nagato, who led a mercenary organization known as Akatsuki, entering the Land of Fire from the Rain Country. With the support of local officials, he established the second ninja village within the Land of Fire, aptly named Akatsuki Village. The establishment of Akatsuki Village endowed the officials of the Land of Fire with the backing of ninja strength. Although the Crown Prince had also retained a few ninjas under his command, they paled in comparison to the might of the Akatsuki organization. Under the pressure exerted by Akatsuki Village, the prince and his faction were swiftly subdued, plunging the Land of Fire into a constitutional monarchy dominated by its officials. Though these three events transpired in disparate realms, their underlying cause was fundamentally the same, following the Konoha destruction plan. The current state of Konoha lacked the absolute power that once commanded the ninja world. With its diminished strength, Konoha's ability to wield influence over prevailing circumstances naturally waned. The ecological niche once monopolized by Konoha was inevitably subject to division among other forces within the ninja realm. Leading this charge were the four great ninja villages, spearheaded by the Sand Village, which coveted the territories held by the Land of Fire. Concurrently, the internal factions led by the officials of the Land of Fire were keenly interested in seizing national power. Thus, they orchestrated the removal of the former feudal lord, who had maintained amicable relations with Konoha, and installed a mere puppet as the new lord. In truth, given the developmental level of productivity within the ninja world, the hereditary feudal lord system had long since reached a point of obsolescence. The enduring existence of this situation is fundamentally attributed to the major ninja villages, with Konohagakure at the forefront. Lacking the capacity for governance, the ninjas, in order to safeguard their interests from the potential encroachments of state apparatus, have opted to support representatives who champion their causes within the national system. Simultaneously confronted with a crisis of the times, the hereditary land nobility, led by the daimyos, have emerged as optimal allies for the various ninja villages within the state machinery. Through the archaic and decaying daimyo system, the ninja villages have been able to continuously seize national resources for their own benefit, rather than being constrained by logistical limitations imposed by the state. The daimyos, in turn, have relied on the martial prowess of the ninjas to quell domestic opposition and preserve their generational affluence. Thus, the daimyos and ninja villages have colluded to perpetuate their respective dominions. However, this alliance has faced imminent collapse alongside the weakening of Konohagakure. With the support of the Akatsuki organization, the factions within the Land of Fire no longer have to fear the military threat posed by Konoha, unleashing a tide of transformation that swept through like a deluge. Encouraged by the minor aristocrats, the peasantry began to rise against the opulent nobility under the employ of merchants. The henchmen stormed the royal granaries. The languid aristocrats in the court reluctantly relinquished their power to the ambitious younger generation, naively believing that retreating would lead to broader horizons, only to find themselves losing their lives within such delusions. At this moment, the wheels of history began to turn with accelerated momentum as reformers wielded their blades, compelling the era to advance through bloodshed. Countless individuals were caught in this upheaval, while many others reaped its benefits. Within a mere fortnight, 2/3 of the officials in the Land of Fire's government had been replaced. Opportunists celebrated the dawn of a new era, while the obsolete and conservative were swept away in anguish by the tide of change. Everything had transformed. Just as Naruto Uzumaki felt helpless in the face of Konoha's upheaval, the ninjas of Konoha, observing the tumult beyond their walls, sensed the vanishing of the once familiar world, replaced by an unprecedented new age. In this realm, Konoha would no longer be the protagonist, nor even a supporting character. What Konoha desperately needed was to ascertain its place within this new epic. Regrettably, at this juncture, no one in Konoha possessed the foresight or the stature to navigate this transition. Amidst the internal chaos, the ninjas of Konoha shared Naruto's initial reaction. They too longed for a return to the past, yearning to restore the world to its former visage. Yet, how could this be possible? Not all Konoha ninjas were as naive as Naruto, and soon, a strategic proposal emerged, an alliance with the newly established Akatsuki village. This strategy was put forth by Sakura Haruno, who, having distinguished herself during the Chunin exams, had attained the rank of Chunin and garnered a degree of influence within the village. In the midst of Konoha's turmoil, Sakura rose again to assert that the greatest threat to Konoha was not the internal upheaval within the Land of Fire, but rather the 4 major ninja villages, led by Sunagakure. Like us, the former Akatsuki organization, now known as the Akatsuki village, would also wish for the Land of Fire not to cede territory or pay reparations due to the pressures from various ninja villages. Such a scenario would similarly jeopardize their future interests within the Land of Fire. Since all parties face the same looming threat, why should we not unite? Do you believe you possess the capability to persuade the 4 major ninja villages to relinquish their military deterrence against the Land of Fire? Or do you think that the current Konoha can stand alone against the 4 great ninja villages and the Akatsuki village as it once did? Haruno Sakura's words resonated powerfully, swiftly garnering the agreement of many. With Kakashi and others supporting her stance, alongside the encouragement of certain influential figures, Sakura's strategy quickly gained the backing of the majority of ninjas in Konoha. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya, who had just departed from Konoha, received news from within the village. Upon reading the note detailing Konoha's resolution, Jiraiya couldn't help but reflect. Is this Haruno Sakura truly just a little girl? The impression she leaves on me rivals that of the young Sarutobi sensei. He then gazed into the distance, pondering. The Akatsuki village, is it? Nagato. You have indeed accomplished something monumental. Although he had been the mentor of Nagato and Konan, Jiraiya had not heard much about his students since leaving the Land of Rain. To the extent that he learned of the Akatsuki organization's activities through the original narrative, he was utterly astonished to discover that this organization had been established by his own students. It was not until the present moment that the Akatsuki chose to collaborate with internal factions of the Land of Fire and establish the Akatsuki village within its borders. Furthermore, with the intention to promote Nagato's Senju lineage and leverage the appeal of the Senju clan to attract ninjas to join the Akatsuki village. The true nature of the Akatsuki organization was finally unveiled to the world. It was at this moment that Jiraiya realized this enigmatic organization had indeed been founded by his students. Under the guidance of his pupils, the Akatsuki had established a second ninja village within the Land of Fire, effectively usurping Konoha's position. This turn of events left Jiraiya profoundly astonished. However, The greater shock was felt by the ninjas of Konoha themselves. According to the latest information, Nagato's ancestors were members of the Senju clan, who had faced relentless oppression led by the third Hokage. Nagato's mentor was Jiraiya, a disciple of the third Hokage. The animosity that the Akatsuki, led by Nagato, bore towards Konoha stemmed from the fact that the previous leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, had perished due to the machinations of the Konoha elite, spearheaded by the third Hokage. It was the excessive suppression by the third Hokage that led Nagato, a descendant of the Senju, to descend into a diminutive nation. Moreover, it was Jiraiya, a disciple of the third Hokage, who took Nagato under his wing, granting him the strength to establish the Akatsuki, which already harbored grievances against Konoha. Consequently, the machinations of Konoha's elite, led by the third Hokage, turned what was once a potential ally into one of Konoha's most formidable adversaries within the Land of Fire. In summary, the establishment of the Akatsuki village and the revelation of Nagato's identity have tarnished the image of the old Konoha leadership, headed by the third Hokage. Many Konoha ninjas have spat in contempt at the Hokage rock, cursing the elderly leader for spending 30 years as Hokage only to turn his own people into adversaries. Nevertheless, the paramount concern for Konoha now lies in forging an alliance with the Akatsuki village to confront the external threats facing the Land of Fire. Thus, Jiraiya, having recently departed from Konoha and serving as Nagato's mentor, was entrusted with a formidable task to represent Konoha in establishing a military alliance with the Akatsuki village, while simultaneously seeking intelligence on the organization. Aware of the precarious situation in Konoha, Jiraiya wasted no time after receiving the mission and brought Naruto Uzumaki to the newly formed Akatsuki village. Due to its origins in the Land of Rain, the newly established Akatsuki village is situated in the southwestern region of the Land of Fire, in close proximity to the Land of Rain. The area is characterized by towering mountains and dense forests, with vast expanses of untamed wilderness, creating a rather harsh living environment. However, it is significantly more hospitable compared to the Land of Rain. Harnessing the power of ninjutsu, Nagato and his companions cleared a swath of land within the primordial forest, after which officials from the Land of Fire led construction teams to commence extensive building projects. Utilizing the advantageous waterway transport in the southwestern region, various materials and construction equipment were continuously delivered to the Akatsuki village. By the time Jiraiya arrived, the village had transformed into a bustling construction site. Upon announcing his identity and entering the Akatsuki village, Jiraiya, accompanied by Naruto, began touring the site under the guidance of a receptionist. Through this introduction, Jiraiya discovered that the planning, construction, personnel allocation, and the mobilization of ninjas for the Akatsuki village were primarily managed by the officials of the Land of Fire. Of course, this did not imply that the official forces of the Land of Fire were in control of the Akatsuki village. Nonetheless, Jiraiya could sense the close collaboration between the government and the Akatsuki organization from the latter's proactive stance. It seemed that prior to the establishment of the Akatsuki village, there had already been some degree of connection between the two entities. Moreover, the timing of the Akatsuki village's founding was impeccable, and the rapid pace of its construction led Jiraiya to speculate that both the Akatsuki and the officials of the Land of Fire had anticipated Konoha's impending devastation. Reflecting on this, Jiraiya could not help but think that Nagato might have been privy to Konoha's destruction plan well in advance, which would explain the preparations for the formation of the Akatsuki village. If that were the case, then Orochimaru and Uchiha Izumi, among others, must also be in collusion with Nagato's Akatsuki. The thought that these individuals, who were once Konoha's ninjas, had diverged from their homeland for various reasons and were now uniting to undermine Konoha's foundation caused Jiraiya to lament his own mentor. Sarutobi-sensei, are you aware of the dreadful troubles you have brought upon Konoha? After muttering his grievances, Jiraiya continued to follow the receptionist on the tour of the Akatsuki village. As I listened to the receptionist elaborately introduce the various facilities of the Akatsuki ninja village, from residential areas to living quarters, and then to the training and research sites for ninjas, we finally arrived at the expansive scientific research zone. Mr. Jiraiya, our Akatsuki village is a newly established ninja village with the official support of the Land of Fire. In contrast to the traditional ninja villages that emphasize the master-apprentice inheritance, our village places greater importance on scientific research and technology. Thus, we boast the most extensive research facilities among all ninja villages in the ninja world. In this area, We plan to establish institutes focusing on life sciences related to chakra, chemical research, materials engineering, and more. Of course, the primary focus remains on the research of the physical properties of chakra. We intend to construct an extreme light convergence system and a chakra particle collider in Akatsuki village to thoroughly unveil the secrets of chakra at a microscopic level. The receptionist was a graceful professional woman, hailing from the official ranks of the Land of Fire. With her slender figure and enchanting appearance, one might assume that Jiraiya would be tempted to flirt under normal circumstances. However, confronted with the vast scientific facilities of Akatsuki village, he found no inclination for such pursuits. His expression was one of solemnity. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, despite his modest scientific literacy, understood the formidable nature of scientific advancements. After all, his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dedicated his life to safeguarding the ninja world from revolutionary technologies that could disrupt its order. Yet now, with his mentor's reputation in tatters and Konoha severely weakened, no force remained within the Land of Fire to hinder such scientific inquiries. It was conceivable that, under the collaboration of cutting-edge equipment and brilliant scientists, the mysteries of chakra would soon be unveiled. Scientists, long suppressed in the ninja world for decades, would soon come to understand chakra more profoundly than any ninja through rigorous research. Jiraiya could not fathom the dreadful power that such understanding might unleash. But he was acutely aware that the ninja world would no longer be governed solely by the prowess of ninjas. Those who wield knowledge and technology would replace the once illustrious ninjas, becoming the true protagonists of this world. While Jiraiya grasped the gravity of the situation, Naruto Uzumaki beside him remained blissfully unaware. Thus, when the receptionist concluded her introduction, Naruto inquired with curiosity, "Such a vast area is only going to be used for building institutions like schools? That's strange. Isn't ninjutsu and training what ninjas need the most? If you keep constructing schools and focusing on academics, how will the ninjas of Akatsuki village fight in the future?" Upon hearing Naruto's question, Jiraiya couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, "You ignorant fool, can't you refrain from speaking when you know nothing?" Meanwhile, the female receptionist appeared momentarily taken aback by Naruto's question before simply smiling and remaining silent. Yet, the warmth in her smile left Naruto, who was accustomed to rejection, feeling flustered. Jiraiya, however, instantly understood the meaning behind her gaze. It was the look of someone who cared for a simpleton. The ninjas of Konoha are truly innocent and unpretentious. The female receptionist was a graduate of a prestigious university, and one with such education naturally possessed refinement, able to express disdain without resorting to vulgarity. A pure and simple soul, even causing Uzumaki Naruto to break into a foolish grin. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, observing this, was rendered speechless and thought to himself, "They call you a fool, yet you seem genuinely delighted." Alas, it appears that compared to the foundations of ninjutsu, what you truly need to address is your cultural shortcomings, lest you find yourself berated as a simpleton without even grasping the insult. As the receptionist departed, Naruto remained blissfully unaware, still grinning. Jiraiya, finally exasperated, explained, "Naruto, do you understand what the receptionist meant when she described you as pure and simple?" With a puzzled expression, Naruto replied, "Wasn't he that sister just complimenting me for being a good person?" "Well, your interpretation isn't entirely incorrect. However, you should be aware that in the history of our Land of Fire, there was once a feudal lord who was also described as pure and simple. And what of it? Doesn't that just mean that noble lord was a good person like me?" Naruto queried, bewildered. "But therein lies the issue. That noble lord was a fool." Jiraiya sighed, continuing, "During his reign, the Land of Fire suffered an unprecedented drought, devastating vast regions and leaving starving civilians in its wake. When officials reported the calamity to the Lord, hoping for relief efforts, he instead questioned during a court meeting, "If the common people have no rice to eat, why don't they eat meat?" What? At that moment, Naruto realized the absurdity of being labeled pure and simple. They were essentially calling him a fool for being unable to comprehend the plight of the starving. And he had been blissfully unaware, even smiling foolishly for quite some time. Fuming with indignation, Naruto was about to confront the receptionist, but Jiraiya intervened, understanding that Konoha still needed to cooperate with the Akatsuki village. If a brawl erupted, how could he negotiate thereafter? Reluctantly, with Naruto in tow, Jiraiya sought out Konan, stationed within the Akatsuki village. Seeing his former disciple stirred a myriad of emotions within him, while Conan felt similarly upon encountering her teacher. There was no animosity between them, yet their differing stances destined them to be adversaries. Jiraiya-sensei, Conan greeted first. Conan, you must know the purpose of my visit? Indeed, she nodded. The Akatsuki village is also established within the Land of Fire, and we do not wish to see the common interests of our land jeopardized. Therefore, we are prepared to unite with Konoha to counterbalance the military threats posed by the other ninja villages. Upon hearing of Conan's willingness to ally, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Konoha's predicament was dire, while external pressures loomed large. Regardless of how the Akatsuki village may contend with Konoha in the future, they remained the only viable partner for cooperation at present. The fact that the Akatsuki could set aside their animosity to join forces with Konoha was undoubtedly a positive development for the village. Subsequently, Conan and Jiraiya engaged in discussions regarding the collaboration between the two great ninja villages. In the face of the military intervention from the four great ninja villages, the Akatsuki village proactively took on the responsibility of defending the Sand Village and the Rock Village in the west, while the Eastern Cloud Village and Mist Village were entrusted to Konoha. Jiraiya and Conan delineated their respective defensive territories and established codes and communication methods for their military cooperation, thus temporarily forming an alliance between Konoha and Akatsuki village. Although everyone understood that this coalition was merely transient, and that once the external threat was vanquished, these erstwhile allies would inevitably become bitter enemies. At that moment, both Jiraiya and Conan wore expressions of satisfaction, pleased with their achieved objectives. After concluding the formal discussions, Jiraiya inquired about Nagato's whereabouts, only to learn that he remained in the Land of Rain, leading the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization to safeguard the region's security. It appeared that although Akatsuki village had been established, the Akatsuki organization itself had not vanished. As the joint leader of both entities, Nagato was primarily responsible for matters concerning Akatsuki, continuing to protect the Land of Rain under the guise of pain. He would only arrive at Akatsuki village, assuming the identity of Uzumaki Nagato, to make critical decisions when significant matters arose. Meanwhile, the routine affairs of Akatsuki village were managed by Conan, who represented the Akatsuki's influence in the village's development, alongside officials from the Land of Fire. The collaboration with Konoha had been determined from the inception of Akatsuki village, which is why Nagato, as the nominal leader, was absent from the negotiations due to his mobility issues. Upon hearing that Nagato was not present in Akatsuki village, Jiraiya felt a tinge of disappointment. However, recognizing that the immediate priority lay in repelling the allied forces of the ninja villages, he refrained from lengthy pleasantries, advising Conan to take care before departing with Naruto Uzumaki. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Conan let out a resigned sigh and subsequently utilized the body flicker technique to relay this information to Nagato, who was far away in the Land of Rain, reminding him that it was time to initiate military actions against the Sand Village and the Rock Village with the Akatsuki members. Setting aside the complexities of the various factions within the ninja world, it is worth noting that since the conclusion of the Konoha destruction plan, Uchiha Izumi had returned to the Land of Rain. At this juncture, her primary focus was not on research, but rather on the transplantation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After repeatedly employing Susanoo, her Sharingan was nearing its limit, and she felt akin to someone suffering from severe myopia, unable to perceive objects beyond a certain distance clearly. Fortunately, during the Konoha destruction plan, Izumi's clone had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan due to profound emotional stimuli. This indicated that by transplanting the eyes of her clone, Izumi could restore her vision and evolve her eyes into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Consequently, upon returning from Konoha, she commenced preparations for the transplant operation, initially training in ocular transplantation techniques using animals, followed by employing cloning technology to create human eyes and related tissues for rigorous surgical training. Thanks to the advanced medical technology of the ninja world, the seemingly impossible procedure of eye transplantation became a reality for Uchiha Izumi, who managed to master it in under half a month. Initially, she carefully excised the eyes of her clone through surgery and replaced them with a pair of ordinary cloned eyes. Once the clone regained its sight, she then conducted a transplantation operation, transferring the clone's Mangekyo Sharingan to her original body. Finally, the original's Mangekyo Sharingan was implanted into the clone. The medical advancements in the ninja realm are undoubtedly impressive. In the original narrative, decades ago, Uchiha Madara was able to transplant his brother's eyes. Even Obito Uchiha, once a mediocre student, could perform eye transplantation on Sasuke after Madara's tutelage. Thus, it was effortless for Uchiha Izumi to exchange the Mangekyo Sharingan between her original self and her clone, an act that was both remarkable and somewhat whimsical. Moreover, during the exchange process, Uchiha Izumi uncovered the secret of the evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is important to note that human optic nerves are exceedingly delicate and fragile, which is why eye transplantation is virtually impossible in the real world. As a clan renowned for their Sharingan, the Uchiha's optic nerves are not significantly more resilient than those of ordinary individuals. Thus, when a member of the Uchiha clan possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, the already frail optic nerves become overwhelmed, particularly during the usage of Susanoo. The Uchiha's optic nerves resemble ordinary wires connected to a high-voltage power source, leading to their inevitable rupture under pressure. As the optic nerves sever, the Uchiha's vision gradually deteriorates into blindness. This explains why blood often flows from their eyes during the use of the standard Mangekyo Sharingan. The recovery of sight post-transplantation is not due to the eyeball itself, but rather because the optic nerves connecting the Sharingan are rejoined during the procedure. Furthermore, with the aid of the ninja world's advanced technology, these reconnected optic nerves are more robust than before, allowing for a greater capacity of chakra. As a result, the Mangekyo Sharingan can be utilized without hesitation. In summary, after the transplantation surgery, both Uchiha Izumi's original body and her clone possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The previously limited ocular techniques could now be employed freely, eliminating concerns of blindness. Once the evolution of her eyes was complete, Uchiha Izumi immediately activated her left eye's ability, Ubiquitous, to begin observing the parallel worlds within the Naruto universe. Previously constrained by the frailty of her optic nerves and a lack of chakra, her observations had been quite limited. Now, with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and her chakra amplified tenfold due to her Uzumaki heritage, she found herself capable of perceiving many more parallel worlds. However, Uchiha Izumi was well aware that within these parallel realms, there were undoubtedly hidden talents. In such a multitude of worlds, it was improbable that she was the only one to awaken the ability to observe and traverse different dimensions. Thus, as Uchiha Izumi chose to exercise her abilities, she also endeavored to control her gaze, striving to avoid observing those individuals who might pose a significant threat. Considering the primary characters within the Naruto canon, who are, compared to others, more likely to possess extraordinary powers, Uchiha Izumi directed her attention towards a relatively safe individual. This person was someone Uchiha Izumi was exceedingly familiar with, destined for death in most parallel worlds of Naruto, even if she were to survive. The chances of evolving into a perilous character were minimal, making her the most suitable subject for Uchiha Izumi's observation. Indeed, the one Uchiha Izumi sought to observe was her own counterpart from the parallel worlds, through the vision granted by her ability. Uchiha Izumi beheld various versions of herself across different realms. Though all shared the name Uchiha Izumi, their personalities and experiences varied, with certain iterations even being male. However, aside from these differences, the majority of Uchiha Izumi across these worlds met their demise at the same time, the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Witnessing the parallel versions of herself fall, much like the Uchiha clan, beneath the blades of Itachi Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha, Uchiha Izumi found herself in a dismal state of mind. Thus, moved by her sentiments, she made a perilous decision. She utilized her ability to sever a fragment of her own soul, and then employed her power to transfer this portion to the other versions of herself across different worlds. She intended to, akin to the former Zhao Angui, remind these Uchiha Izumis through their souls, urging them to attempt to alter their fates. It became evident that Uchiha Izumi was indeed true to her name. The former Uchiha Izumi had disregarded Zhao Angui's counsel, and now Uchiha Izumi herself began to advise the versions of herself from other worlds, only to encounter indifference from them. A mere handful of these Uchiha Izumis, owing to their differing personalities, made some alternative choices. Yet, in the face of Itachi Uchiha's overwhelming power, the majority of these decisions proved to be futile, as they too succumbed to Itachi's hand. Only a select few managed to evade the massacre night, but they soon found themselves ensnared in Konoha's relentless pursuit. Whether they could retaliate against Konoha as Uchiha Izumi did would depend on their own fortitude. Thus, after expending half a month in relentless attempts to alter the destinies of her counterparts across various worlds, Uchiha Izumi saw yet another version of herself on the brink of death at the hands of Konoha and resolved to take a bold risk. She merged the portion of her soul that had been sent out with that of her counterpart from another world. It is important to note that such a fusion of souls is fraught with peril. Uchiha Izumi herself was the product of the merging of two souls, and she understood better than anyone the cost of such a union. However, compared to merging with another individual, the danger of merging with her parallel self was considerably less. After all, both she and her counterpart were Uchiha Izumi. Despite slight differences in personality and experience, the majority of their memories and emotions were strikingly alike. Upon making the decision to merge, Uchiha Izumi felt as if she had gained an additional self, and aside from that, she experienced little discomfort. Time then shifts slightly forward to another parallel world. In this realm, Uchiha Izumi stands before the blade wielded by Uchiha Itachi, aimed at her mother, filled with profound regret. She laments not heeding the advice from her counterpart in another world, failing to grasp the extent of malice harbored by the higher-ups of Konoha towards the Uchiha clan. In that moment, she could only collapse helplessly to the ground, watching the most significant person in her life fall victim to Uchiha Itachi's hand. At this critical juncture, a fragment of her soul, left by the Uchiha Izumi from another world, stirred into action. She chose to embrace this fragment within her own soul, as both were Uchiha Izumi, resulting in a seamless fusion. In the blink of an eye, the Uchiha Izumi from this world became one with her counterpart from another realm. Armed with the memories of her other self, she swiftly took action, even without the Mangekyo Sharingan at that moment. She utilized the combination of Rasengan and Flying Thunder God technique to rescue her mother just before Uchiha Itachi could strike. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, she successfully transported her mother away from Konoha, evading its clutches. Witnessing the alteration of her fate, Uchiha Izumi sighed with relief. Encouraged by her success, she began to continuously merge with different versions of herself through the use of the Tsukuyami and Amaterasu techniques. Moreover, during these fusion processes, those Uchiha Izumi who had unlocked their Mangekyo Sharingan found themselves influenced by her soul, awakening similar ocular powers. Thus, the word spread, and in mere months, Uchiha Izumi had merged with over 10,000 versions of herself from various worlds. With the exponential growth of these fusions, she believed that one day, she would unite all versions of Uchiha Izumi across the multiverse, becoming the singular Uchiha Izumi in all parallel worlds of the Hokage, destined to change their fates. Do not worry, do not fear, for I am you. Like you, I am Uchiha Izumi. We share the same name and similar experiences. Trust me with everything. After the fusion, they would protect their mother, safeguard their family and friends. In yet another parallel world, another Uchiha Izumi on the brink of tragedy undergoes another soul fusion. The only distinction from a year prior is that now, Uchiha Izumi wields an unprecedented strength. After merging, the newly reborn Uchiha Izumi coldly gazes at Uchiha Itachi, who swings his blade in the distance. Then, amidst Itachi's astonished gaze, a tremendous chakra surged from within her. A force transmitted from the Uchiha Izumi of other worlds through the use of the Amaterasu technique. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi had fused with countless versions of herself, the majority of whom had undergone genetic enhancements, possessing chakra levels far exceeding that of an ordinary individual by several magnitudes. Moreover, with the consciousness of these myriad Uchiha Izumi interconnected, should even a single Uchiha Izumi awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan due to an emotional upheaval, the others across different realms would be similarly affected and would manifest their own Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, nearly all of these thousands of Uchiha Izumi possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. With such a multitude endowed with immense chakra, utilizing the same ocular technique allows them to transmit portions of their chakra, enabling any Uchiha Izumi from different worlds to momentarily wield chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. At this juncture, this world's Uchiha Izumi exemplifies this phenomenon. Even though she has activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, the sheer magnitude of her chakra empowers her to unleash an unprecedentedly formidable force. Ninjutsu, Susanoo. This is not the Susanoo that emerges from the Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather, it is a form of Susanoo derived from ninjutsu. Its essence lies in the materialization of immense chakra, which is then transformed into the shape of Susanoo through the computational power provided by 1,000 versions of herself across different worlds. Ultimately, this is akin to molding colossal chakra into a towering figure and engaging in chaotic combat. Though it may sound rather simplistic, its potency is remarkable, surpassing that of an ordinary tailed beast. Observing the colossal form, even Uchiha Itachi from this world was momentarily taken aback. This body, constructed purely from chakra, is far more terrifying than a genuine Susanoo. The massive figure, under Uchiha Izumi's command, wielded a long sword forged from chakra and charged directly at Uchiha Itachi. The latter, caught off guard, managed to evade but hastily summoned his own Susanoo in an attempt to defend against Uchiha Izumi's onslaught. However, the Yata mirror appeared exceedingly fragile in the face of such overwhelming chakra. After merely 3 strikes, the Yata mirror shattered into fragments, and Uchiha Itachi suffered grave injuries, ultimately being reduced to mere remnants by the colossal sword. As Uchiha Itachi fell, Uchiha Izumi showed no signs of ceasing her assault. Having merged with the Uchiha Izumi from other realms, she understood that the true architects of her clan's tragedy were not Uchiha Itachi, but the higher echelons of Konoha. Thus, propelled by the immense Susanoo, this world's Uchiha Izumi advanced toward the heart of Konoha village. The great tumult of Susanoo reverberated throughout the village, leaving all Konoha ninjas astonished as they beheld Uchiha Izumi relentlessly advancing toward the Hokage's office, where the village's leadership resided. Then, before the eyes of all Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Izumi ruthlessly dispatched the village leaders, led by the 3rd Hokage, and subsequently declared to all Konoha ninjas, from this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall dictate the fate of Konoha. Who is in favor? Who is against? I oppose, cried a ninja from the Sarutobi clan amidst the crowd. In an instant, he was cleaved in 2 by Uchiha Izumi's blade. Soon after, several ninjas from the Hokage lineage attempted to intervene. But in the face of Uchiha Izumi's absolute might, they stirred not a ripple, leaving only a few incomplete corpses in their wake. Is there anyone else who dares to oppose? At this very moment, the village of Konoha in this realm has finally silenced its dissenting voices. Thus, in this world, Uchiha Izumi successfully altered the tragic destiny of the Uchiha clan and, with her unparalleled strength, ascended to the esteemed position of the 5th Hokage, embarking on a mission to reshape this world according to her vision. Such events unfold in numerous realms. Uchiha Izumi continuously transforms her own grim fate across different worlds, growing ever more formidable through her constant assimilations. At this juncture, she perceives her power to be on par with that of the legendary 1st Hokage and Uchiha Madara, if not surpassing them. After all, her myriad selves across 1,000 different worlds serve as a source of replenishment, endowing her with an endurance far exceeding that of either of the two. However, Uchiha Izumi also senses that after a year of rapid growth, she has encountered a new bottleneck. For now, although she continues to merge with her counterparts from other worlds, this assimilation merely augments her chakra without enabling a qualitative transformation in her strength in the short term. Uchiha Izumi estimates that even if her chakra were to increase tenfold, she would still fall short of matching Kagaya Otsutsuki. Contemplating this, she realizes the necessity of enacting certain changes. Consequently, she sets aside her focus on parallel worlds and redirects her attention towards scientific research. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Izumi endeavors to enhance her strength through various methods, the dynamics of the ninja world have once again shifted over the past year. Shortly after Konoha forged a military alliance with the Akatsuki village, the beleaguered Konoha finally recalled Tsunade from her external duties to assume the role of the 5th Hokage. Despite the controversies surrounding her appointment due to her status as a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, the dire circumstances compelled the ninjas of Konoha to make a choice. Thus, after yet another round of heated debates, Konoha's internal factions reluctantly reached a consensus, electing Tsunade as Hokage. Upon her return to the war-torn village, Tsunade swiftly exercised her authority as Hokage. To stabilize the internal situation, she first accepted Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, and Ino Yamanaka as her disciples, thereby soothing the concerns of the civilian populace, the foremost clan in Konoha, and the direct descendants of the 3rd Hokage. Subsequently, she unearthed gene editing technology from the Roots archives, applying it to elite jonin such as Kakashi. Through this groundbreaking technique, these elite ninjas instantaneously inherited the bloodline of the 1st Hokage, resulting in a dramatic surge in their abilities. Notably, Kakashi resolved his chakra deficiency through this enhancement, ascending to the ranks of a shadow-level powerhouse. With the support of these elite ninjas, Konoha showcased remarkable prowess in its disputes with the Cloud and Mist villages, re-establishing its prestige within the ninja world. Under Tsunade's leadership, the beleaguered Konoha gradually regained its vitality, while the Akatsuki village remained active as well. Harnessing the strength of a faction of rogue ninjas, the Akatsuki organization successfully thwarted Tsunagakure and Awagakure's ambitions towards the Land of Fire, followed by significant breakthroughs in the research of bloodline limits spearheaded by Uchiha Izumi's clones. The reason behind Uchiha Izumi's rapid breakthrough is quite straightforward. She has integrated numerous versions of herself from various realms, effectively endowing her with multiple minds. In a scenario where several brains are interconnected, even a pig could achieve enlightenment. Let alone Uchiha Izumi, whose intelligence is already commendable. With the augmentation of her intellect through these additional minds, her research has naturally progressed at an extraordinary pace. Within merely 6 months, she devised a method for the widespread dissemination of bloodline limits, the common flu virus. While the concept of gene editing may sound sophisticated, the reality is that genetic alterations occur far more easily and frequently than one might assume. For instance, viruses in nature can modify human genetic information. A staggering 58% of human genetic material is a remnant of viruses encountered throughout evolution. Even in contemporary times, viruses continue to alter human genetic makeup. Renowned examples include the HIV virus, influenza, and the recently emerged COVID-19, all of which possess the potential to modify human genetic information. Although such changes may be minimal, affecting only a handful of DNA sequences, they are sufficient for the proliferation of bloodline limits. Furthermore, many viruses exhibit rapid propagation abilities, capable of traversing the globe within a few years. Thus, after weighing various considerations, Uchiha Izumi ultimately resolved to edit the influenza virus and utilize it as a vector to disseminate the genetic information of the Uzumaki clan. Her ambition was to ensure that every individual in the ninja world would acquire the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan following a bout of the flu. At that point, everyone would be a bloodline ninja, and the ninja village system, spearheaded by Konoha, would inevitably collapse. However, these notions were merely optimistic fantasies prior to the commencement of her research. Upon delving into the actual experimentation, Uchiha Izumi discovered that the challenges were far more formidable than she had anticipated. Were it not for her amalgamation of selves from different worlds, endowing her with multiple minds for contemplation, her research would have been unlikely to achieve breakthroughs in such a short time frame. Following her initial success, she would also require human trials to verify the safety of the modified virus before releasing it. Nevertheless, Uchiha Izumi is not Orochimaru. Despite her desire to conduct human experiments, a shortage of subjects posed a significant hurdle. Consequently, she confided her difficulties to Konan, hoping that the Akatsuki organization could offer assistance, such as capturing bandits or outlaws for experimentation. Upon hearing her predicament, Konan proposed an even more effective solution to directly approach the Fire Nation's authorities, requesting several hundred death row inmates for experimentation. After all, the Fire Nation is the most populous nation in the ninja world, and a substantial number of condemned individuals are sentenced to death each year. The corpses of these individuals are often repurposed for scientific research. Since they are already subjects of study, it should pose no significant issue for the Akatsuki to conduct their own research. Thus, through Konan's mediation, Uchiha Izumi successfully acquired a plethora of lively subjects for her experiments, each one a paragon of human depravity, with physical and psychological attributes surpassing those of ordinary individuals. The exceptional experimental materials were confined within a sealed repository, and then a strain of influenza virus capable of altering human genetic codes was unleashed, thus commencing a rather macabre series of human trials. Naturally, any grand experiment is fraught with challenges. Despite Uchiha Izumi's meticulous considerations prior to the trials, the outcomes of the initial round proved to be disastrous. The influenza virus, having been excessively potent after adjustment, caused several test subjects to succumb to pneumonia after merely a few days of coughing, ultimately departing this world in agony. Consequently, Uchiha Izumi recalibrated the virulence of the influenza virus and embarked upon a second round of experimentation. However, while the subjects survived the virus, The genetic alterations within their bodies were negligible, rendering the awakening of the bloodline limit impossible. Thus, Uchiha Izumi found himself compelled to repeat the experiments, continuously modifying the structure of the influenza virus at the expense of the subjects' lives. After over 100 iterations and the loss of more than 500 promising subjects, the envisioned bloodline influenza virus was finally perfected. Upon its completion, Uchiha Izumi's first action was to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver it to Konan, who was situated in the Akatsuki village. Upon receiving the test tube from Uchiha Izumi, Konan expressed her confusion. Is this truly the influenza virus that can grant individuals the bloodline limit? Uchiha Izumi nodded, instructing her, if you open it now, the virus within will commence its spread. In approximately 3 years, everyone in the ninja world will possess the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Is that true? Konan questioned, gazing at the seemingly insignificant test tube. A creation that could alter the course of history in the ninja world is so trivial in my hands. Uchiha Izumi replied, oftentimes, the most inconspicuous elements harbor the most formidable power, for it is such insignificance that forms the very foundation of our world. He continued, this is why physicists are drawn to the microscopic realm, biologists delve into cellular structures, economists prioritize microeconomics, and sociologists recognize that the nameless masses constitute the bedrock of society. So, if I were to open this test tube and release the virus, the world would change? Konan inquired. Indeed. Is that really the case? She sought confirmation once more. Absolutely. With a nod, Konan inhaled deeply and then opened the Pandora's box that Uchiha Izumi had forged with 500 lives. Thus, the history of the ninja world was irrevocably divided. The era of universal bloodline limits had arrived. However, the initial sound heralding this new age was merely a crisp sneeze. I apologize for my rudeness, Konan remarked, rubbing her nose. This is not a matter of etiquette. Rather, the virus I engineered has already entered your system, beginning to alter your genetic information through the common cold. This transformation will not be apparent immediately, but in approximately 10 days. You will discover that your chakra has increased tenfold or more, Uchiha Izumi elucidated. How astonishing that such a precious bloodline limit can be attained so effortlessly. The power of science is truly remarkable. Shaonan marveled for a moment before donning the mask of Uchiha Izumi. It is not only you. Recently, the Akatsuki village has achieved remarkable breakthroughs in scientific research as well. Is that true? Uchiha Izumi responded with astonishment. To my knowledge, the infrastructure of Akatsuki village has only recently been completed, and there has been no public recruitment for scientists. In the absence of relevant talent, how did you manage to attain such breakthroughs in such a short time? It took me a year to achieve a breakthrough, and that was built upon the foundation laid by teacher Fukuhara. Indeed, Akatsuki village has only just completed its facilities, and theoretically, it should not be possible to achieve breakthroughs so swiftly. However, we have recently welcomed a multitude of the finest scientists from the ninja world. With their assistance, even with limited time, scientific breakthroughs become quite feasible. Is that really the case? Such formidable scientists, where did you find them? At this juncture, Uchiha Izumi had just begun to shift her focus from merging her world with others to scientific research. Naturally, she was intrigued to hear of Akatsuki village's advancements in science. Absolutely true, Shaonan replied with a hint of pride. Moreover, many of these scientists are individuals you may even recognize. Recognize them? How could that be? I hardly know a handful of scientists. In her confusion, Uchiha Izumi followed Shaonan to the Research Institute of Akatsuki Village, where she encountered a series of remarkably familiar faces. Is that Mr. Shin Shield, the creator of the law of universal gravitation? And Mr. Huai Bei, the discoverer of relativity? Along with Madame Marie and Senior Wei Ning. Aren't these all esteemed scientists who appear in various textbooks? Indeed, Shaonan affirmed. These individuals have made significant contributions throughout the history of the ninja world, earning their place as regulars in textbooks. Yet, their remarkable contributions once incited the enmity of ninjas, leading to their untimely demise. However, thanks to the power of Nagato's Rinnegan, they have returned to the present day. In our newly established Akatsuki village, these greatest minds will unite to forge a new era. Years prior, upon hearing of the Otsutsuki clan from Uchiha Izumi, Nagato and Shaonan had been preparing to confront this formidable clan. Shaonan's approach was straightforward and brutal, stockpiling a vast number of explosive tags. With 6 trillion explosive tags at her disposal, She believed she could obliterate even the mightiest Otsutsuki. In contrast, Nagato's strategy was far more astute. Understanding that no amount of personal contemplation would yield a solution to counter the Otsutsuki clan, he chose to abandon such thoughts entirely. Instead, he resurrected the most brilliant minds in the history of the ninja world, allowing these representatives of humanity's pinnacle of intellect to devise a plan. It proved to be the right decision. When the wisest elites in human history convened, the research on chakra experienced an unprecedented breakthrough. Miss Uchiha Izumi, is it? Greetings. I am Shin Shield. Initially, I had little inclination to engage in dialogue with the ignorant ninjas, as their ideologies often evoke memories of inadequately evolved primates. However, having heard of your scientific acumen, Miss Izumi, I shall reluctantly partake in this discourse. The speaker is Shin Shield, a preeminent scientist in the ninja realm, credited with the discovery of the 3 fundamental principles of classical mechanics, which established the scientific foundation of this world. Naturally, he has assumed the role of leader among all scientists here, much like Newton in the realm of reality, yet akin to the historical figure. This Newton of the ninja world is not without his flaws. He possesses a caustic tongue and a tempestuous temperament, relishing in suppressing his contemporaries. Were it not for the oversight of Konan in the Akatsuki village, one can only imagine the havoc he would wreak upon his fellow scientists. Greetings, Mr. Shin Shield. I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation, acknowledged Izumi Uchiha with a nod. Oh, and where might you have encountered my name? In a physics textbook or perhaps in an optics treatise? Pray, do not tell me it was in a mathematics textbook, for you know my disdain for the calculus symbols therein, Shin Shield inquired further. As the Newton of the ninja realm, he has undoubtedly inherited the less savory traits of his namesake, wielding his authority to undermine another great mathematician, the ninja world's Leibniz, who also pioneered calculus. Consequently, the ninja realm continues to utilize his calculus equations, leaving Shin Shield, upon his resurrection, filled with resentment when confronted with modern mathematics textbooks. It is not a mathematics textbook, but rather a biology one. As you know, all biology students must utilize microscopes. And microscopes, well, enough, I comprehend. Shin Shield interrupted. That irritating tone you possess leads me to believe you are indeed a disciple of that wretched fellow. Cursed be it. I should have expunged both his name and likeness back then. The wretched fellow to whom Shin Shield refers is Robert Hooke of the ninja realm, the discoverer of the microscope, who is equally renowned, having once served as the director of the Academy of Sciences in the Land of Fire and been among those suppressed by Shin Shield. Being a biology student, Izumi is well aware of the complex relationship between this ancestral figure and the ninja realm's Newton, in a manner reminiscent of his real-world counterpart. Shin Shield once burned the portrait of this great scientist, leaving no visual legacy to endure. Observing the vengeful demeanor of Shin Shield, Izumi turned to the nearby Konan and quietly inquired, "It seems there are quite a few colleagues whom Mr. Shin has oppressed in the past. Have you resurrected them? Are you not concerned about potential conflicts arising from personal grievances?" In response, Konan replied, "We have meticulously placed those historically at odds with one another in separate research institutes, ensuring they hardly cross paths, thus minimizing the likelihood of discord for the time being. And what shall happen when they eventually meet?" Izumi pressed. "Then we shall have no recourse. If necessary, we shall allow them to have a scuffle. After all, these scientists are unlikely to engage in true combat, so there is no fear of them inflicting mortal harm upon each other. However, if I were to express my true concerns, it would be about this new Mr. Shindon. After all, he has offended far too many individuals. The number of scientists in the Research Institute who privately wish to strike him down is approaching 3 figures. 3 figures? He truly is the Newton of the ninja world." Uchiha Izumi chuckled inwardly, then lamented for those scientists who had crossed paths with Mr. Shindon. Indeed, akin to the renowned Newton of the real world, Shindon has a proclivity for wielding power and possesses a remarkable aptitude for governance. Just as the historical Newton established the gold standard for the British Empire and rose to the position of mint master, Shindon held the post of finance minister in the Land of Fire, during which he instigated a ninja world version of the Gaoli factional struggle. While he was alive, many sought his demise, yet it was ultimately his political adversaries, employing ninjas, who succeeded. As for the oppressed scientists, they hardly dared to utter a word. Thus, in Uchiha Izumi's perspective, Konan need not fret over this ninja world Newton. After all, he is the patriarch of the academic elite. A mere assembly of researchers could never hope to rival him. Subsequently, under Shinden's guidance, Uchiha Izumi became acquainted with these illustrious scientists who have etched their names in history. Through their discourse, she discerned two salient truths. First, they are all exceptionally intelligent. Second, they harbor a profound disdain for Shinden, the Newton of their realm. I relish your desire to bring about my downfall, yet you remain compelled to heed my commands. With a triumphant expression, Shinden introduced all the members of the Research Institute and proceeded to discuss their recent breakthroughs in chakra research. Miss Uchiha Izumi, considering your scientific acumen, allow me to pose you a simple question. What are the fundamental physical properties of chakra? Uchiha Izumi pondered for a moment and replied, Chakra is a unique form of energy, exhibiting both light and nuclear properties. It is typically stored within living organisms in the form of nuclear energy, the specific physical properties of which remain uncertain. However, during the execution of ninjutsu, chakra transforms from nuclear energy to light energy, with its fundamental physical properties closely resembling those of light. These include frequency, refractive index, momentum, energy, spacing, critical angle for total internal reflection, wavelength, and speed. Well done. Your recollection is commendable, Shinden acknowledged with a nod. Damn it, why is this guy so insufferable? I truly wish to punch him. Uchiha Izumi muttered inwardly, then inquired. So what? Now that you know the basic physical properties of chakra, what scientific breakthroughs have you achieved? With a smile, Shinden responded. We have uncovered a remarkable fact. The chakra created by humans exhibits fundamentally similar physical properties, whereas the chakra produced by other beings varies significantly, even within the same species, or even the same individual in different environments. The characteristics of the chakra produced can differ greatly. Among all species, humans are indeed the most unique. What? Uchiha Izumi was initially taken aback. Can this truly be deemed a significant breakthrough? Yet, moments later, she swiftly realized the implications, exclaiming inwardly, no way. Is this for real? Many significant discoveries throughout history may initially seem inconsequential. However, upon deeper reflection, one can grasp the terrifying secrets that lie beneath these revelations. Such is the case for Uzumaki Izumi, who has begun to follow the deductions presented by the new shield. The more she contemplates, the more she becomes aware of the chilling historical truths that these discoveries unveil. In this world, it is not solely humans who can harness chakra. Leaving aside various summoned beasts, even the ninjas trained ninkins possess the ability to wield chakra. If all can manipulate chakra, then why is it that the nature of human chakra appears so singular? What renders humanity so extraordinary? Furthermore, according to biological growth patterns, even within the same species, individuals with identical traits inevitably exhibit variations. Just as no two leaves in the world are identical, the natural development of organisms guarantees a spectrum of differences. Even identical twins, provided they are not monozygotic, will typically present distinct appearances. Yet, based on the introduction by the new shield, the properties of human chakra bizarrely trend toward extreme uniformity, which is decidedly abnormal. To draw a comparison, this uniformity in human chakra resembles that of identical twins in appearance. At a glance, one could scarcely discern any differences, a notion that contradicts the fundamental principles of biological growth. Upon arriving at this conclusion, we were momentarily taken aback. Consequently, we collected numerous chakra samples from various ninjas for further observation, only to find results that were strikingly similar. Moreover, a particular ninjutsu within the ninja world corroborated the validity of our findings, as explained by the new shield. The ninjutsu you refer to, is it not the chakra absorption technique? This technique allows certain ninjas to absorb another's chakra through a specialized method. Such techniques are not uncommon in the ninja realm. In the original narrative, a passerby during the Chunin exams utilized this technique to absorb Sasuke's chakra, while one of the four from the Sound Village, Jirobo, could use earth release to absorb chakra as well. An advanced version of this chakra absorption technique is the sealing technique employed by the hungry ghost path of pain. In the presence of such techniques, not only ordinary chakra but also ninjutsu that is transformed through chakra can be absorbed. Further still, there exists the Rinnegan and the Divine Tree's capacity for chakra consumption. Under the might of such absorption, all ninjutsu, except for sage art, would be rendered ineffective. Izumi had long taken note of this chakra absorption ability, recognizing its formidable nature. No matter how potent one's ninjutsu may be, a mere glance from the Rinnegan could nullify it. If this issue remains unaddressed, Even the most powerful beings of the Sage of Six Paths could stand idly by. And Izumi would find it impossible to exert any output. Were it not for this, Izumi would not have exchanged the Dragon Cave summoning scroll with Orochimaru. After all, with her capabilities, she need not worry about a lack of chakra. What she genuinely requires is to utilize Sage Art to counter the Rinnegan's ability to absorb chakra, ensuring that she can maintain her output against the Otsutsuki clan. It was only upon hearing the introduction by Shindoro that Uchiha Izumi realized the immense secret concealed behind this chakra-devouring technique. The reason human ninjas can consume each other's chakra, and why the Otsutsuki clan's Rinnegan can disregard conventional ninjutsu, fundamentally lies in the remarkable similarity of chakra properties among all beings in the ninja world. It is precisely because the chakra properties are so closely aligned that humans can transform one another's chakra. Whether belonging to the Otsutsuki clan or ordinary ninjas, they can effortlessly absorb another's chakra without fearing the potential hazards of conflicting chakra properties, akin to the stellar absorption technique in martial arts novels. This indeed represents a significant discovery, Uchiha Izumi exclaimed. Regarding her response, Shindoro was quite pleased. Initially, he regarded Uchiha Izumi merely as a rather clever monkey. But her performance indicated that she had attained a level of personification among ninjas. Now, as for the personified Miss Izumi, Shindoro posed another question. What do you think could account for the convergence of human chakra properties? Personified? Is that term even applicable to describe a human? Uchiha Izumi inwardly scoffed before responding. I am well aware of that. It is genetic editing technology. In ancient times, individuals manipulated human genes, locking away the potential for humans to create chakras of differing properties. These individuals treated humanity as domesticated livestock, likely with the sole purpose of harvesting chakra from them. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi deduce the truth so swiftly, Shindoro exclaimed, I must say, Miss Izumi, you are more personified than I had anticipated. As soon as Shindoro uttered the word personified, Uchiha Izumi's kunai was already poised at his throat. Should you dare to utter another absurdity, I shall allow you to once more experience the brutality known as being a ninja. With that, Uchiha Izumi's kunai drew blood from Shindoro's neck. Having never encountered such a scenario before, Shindoro, filled with terror, pleaded, Miss Izumi, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please spare me. I have a wife and children. You yourself are a revival from centuries past. Where would you have a wife and children? Uchiha Izumi internally berated him once more before gradually lowering her kunai. Sensing her murderous intent, Shindoro's demeanor shifted from arrogance to obsequiousness. It is no wonder this fellow thrives in the court. Such a talent for changing faces is not something an ordinary cabinet minister could rival. Uchiha Izumi instinctively rolled her eyes and then remarked, aside from the convergence of human chakra properties, do you have any other discoveries? Indeed, there is more. Shindoro instinctively took a step back, maintaining his distance from Uchiha Izumi, and continued, after discovering the convergence of chakra, we also realized that this similarity in chakra could render humanity as livestock for some unknown race. In order to prevent the harvesting by others, we devised two methods. One involves leveraging your research, Miss Izumi, to conduct gene editing on all of humanity, thereby altering the existing properties of chakra. Upon hearing this notion from Shindu, Izumi Uchiha shook her head, asserting, that is impossible. Gene editing technology can only transform the chakra of all humans from one property to another. After such transformation, the chakra properties of humanity will still converge. In this scenario, those wishing to harvest chakra from the ninja world only need to adjust their own chakra properties. Given their expertise in human modification, achieving this would hardly be a challenge for them. This consideration led us to abandon the first method and pursue research on the second. The second method? Izumi Uchiha inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Shindu replied. Our second approach is the universal attainment of Sage Mode. The so-called Sage Mode essentially involves the integration of one's chakra with the natural energy present in the environment. This integration is not merely a consumption of chakra under a tendency to converge, but rather a fusion that balances and harmonizes the two forces. As a result, the quantity of Sage chakra increases significantly, and its properties are transformed. Thus, ninjas in Sage Mode experience a substantial enhancement in their abilities without the fear of their techniques being consumed by others. It was apparent that Shindu and his colleagues possessed a profound understanding of Sage Mode. However, Izumi Uchiha was taken aback by their ambition to implement Sage Mode universally across the ninja world. Do you comprehend how arduous the training for Sage Mode is? Izumi questioned. The fusion of different chakra properties is not merely a consumption of similar properties. It entails considerable risk. Not only must a ninja possess an immense chakra reserve, but there is also the constant danger of being tainted by natural energy during the training process. To this, Shindu dismissively responded, "If a group of toads and summoning beasts can master it, what difficulty could it possibly pose? Only the foolish ninjas would harbor such thoughts. After all, they are akin to monkeys who have yet to graduate elementary school. Without chakra, even moving bricks would seem daunting to them. In contrast, we scientists are the bearers of wisdom. The so-called Sage Mode, in our eyes, is merely that." "Then, have you discovered a safe method for training in Sage Mode?" Izumi Uchiha asked, astonished. "Certainly," Shindu replied, as he retrieved experimental data on chakra and natural energy from a nearby computer. He explained to Izumi, "We attempted to combine the chakra of 100 ninjas with natural energy, gathering data through thousands of simulations. Ultimately, we established a mathematical model that enables any ninja to master Sage Mode flawlessly. By inputting your relevant data into the computer, it can automatically calculate the optimal method for you to train in Sage Mode. From the consumption of natural energy to the fusion ratios with your chakra, all these variables can be calculated with ease. Moreover, we possess the capability to assess the fusion of chakra through specialized detection instruments, continuously advising practitioners of ninjutsu on how to adjust the proportions of chakra amalgamation, with the assistance of our mathematical models. Even a young student just beginning to learn their letters can master the Sage Mode within a mere 6 months. Coupled with the enhancements to chakra reserves bestowed by your bloodline on the ninja world, alongside the foundational education system in the Land of Fire, it is conceivable that within a decade, children in the ninja realm will graduate from elementary school proficient in Sage Mode. The era in which every individual in the ninja world can cultivate immortality is on the horizon. Science has never been a luxury reserved for a select few. The advancements in technology often herald profound societal transformations that benefit the vast majority of humanity. For instance, the improved gene editing technology developed by Uchiha Izumi could enable every individual in the ninja world to inherit the unique traits of the Uzumaki clan within just a few years. Similarly, the research conducted by the scientists of New Shield heralds the dawn of a new era, once shrouded in mystery. The techniques of ninjutsu have become devoid of secrets before these scientists. Through countless trials and errors, they have indeed formulated a mathematical model that allows everyone to attain Sage Mode. Observing the intricate mathematical model on the computer screen, Uchiha Izumi, leveraging the calculation abilities of 1,000 versions of herself from parallel worlds, computed the various data she needed to be mindful of while cultivating Sage Mode in less than 2 seconds. Armed with this data, and supported by multiple minds in collaborative computation, Uchiha Izumi effortlessly engaged in multitasking and, with minimal effort, entered Sage Mode. Onlookers felt an abrupt shift in the aura surrounding Uchiha Izumi, as her chakra emanated an entirely different sensation. "Izumi, what is this?" Conan exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the change in her energy. "Oh, it's nothing. This mathematical model is quite remarkable. I calculated a bit and entered Sage Mode," Izumi replied nonchalantly. "Is that for real?" Though Conan possessed the same data for these model calculations, her chakra had yet to reach the requisite standard for cultivating Sage Mode, hence her lack of progress. Nevertheless, she understood that even with diligent training, mastering Sage Mode in under 3 months was implausible. Yet, Izumi at that moment had arrived at her conclusions without any data, relying solely on her calculations to derive results from the model. Such computational prowess was already astonishing. Even more astounding was the fact that Izumi, merely guided by this data, was able to enter Sage Mode after a brief attempt. The level of control over chakra she exhibited was truly astonishing. "How did you achieve this?" inquired the scientist from New Shield, equally surprised. "Oh, it's nothing. I just gave it a try. Perhaps I was simply fortunate," Uchiha Izumi explained, while secretly reflecting. "I integrated 1,000 versions of myself from parallel worlds, each providing computational strength. Deriving the analytical solution of this mathematical model was effortless. Similarly, entering Sage Mode was straightforward, as the computational power bestowed by 1,000 minds allowed me to control chakra far beyond any individual in this world. Moreover, Due to the abundance of intellect within my mind, I am fully capable of enlisting the assistance of other minds to absorb natural energy, thereby maintaining the equilibrium of my internal chakra. This implies that I am now not only able to instantaneously enter the sage mode, but I can also sustain it indefinitely, without any apprehension regarding its cessation. Indeed, having multiple minds is quite advantageous. Uchiha Izumi felt a surge of pride within, yet outwardly attributed all of this to mere fortune. Others, too, speculated that Uchiha Izumi might harbor some secret. However, being adults, they lacked the inclination to pry into another's mysteries. In summary, these scientists resurrected by Nagato certainly justified their value in returning to life. Within just a few days, they had uncovered the greatest secret of the ninja world and had resolved the conundrum surrounding the cultivation of sage mode. Though Shin Uchiha often disparaged ninjas in his speech, one cannot deny that, as the foundational scientist of this world, he indeed possessed the qualifications to regard any ninja with disdain. Upon departing from the scientist's workplace, Conan remarked, "Did such individuals exist in ancient times who altered human genetic information, transforming humans into chakra-collecting livestock? I wonder how they fare now. Are they still coveting our world?" Although Conan framed her query as a question, Uchiha Izumi understood she was referring to the Otsutsuki clan. However, Uchiha Izumi responded, "Is it not possible that the architects of human genetic modification in ancient times were humans themselves?" Taken aback by his words, Conan listened as Uchiha Izumi continued. "Conan, are you aware of a significant concept in biology known as reproductive isolation?" "Reproductive isolation?" Conan inquired, puzzled. "This is a criterion frequently employed by biologists to distinguish between different species," Uchiha Izumi elucidated. "If two organisms can mate and produce viable offspring, then they belong to the same species. For instance, dogs and wolves, despite their apparent differences across numerous breeds, can interbreed and yield fertile descendants, which indicates they are fundamentally the same species. On the other hand, consider donkeys and horses. While they share many similarities and can produce offspring known as mules, mules are unable to reproduce like typical organisms. Thus, reproductive isolation exists between donkeys and horses, categorizing them as different species." Following Uchiha Izumi's explanation, Conan finally grasped the concept. In essence, if two organisms can successfully mate and produce offspring, regardless of their external differences, they are deemed the same species. Conversely, if two organisms cannot yield viable offspring, despite sharing numerous characteristics, they are classified as distinct species. Conan nodded thoughtfully before asking, "But how does this concept of reproductive isolation relate to our earlier discussion on ancient genetic modification?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi scoffed and replied, "Conan, consider this. Do the Senju clan and our Uchiha ancestors exhibit reproductive isolation from normal humans? The forebears of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Are they not the Sage of Six Paths?" Shounen pondered. The Sage of Six Paths is a member of the Otsutsuki clan, which is said to have originated from distant extraterrestrial realms. It is likely that they conducted genetic modifications on humanity, transforming humans into mere livestock for harvesting chakra. However, as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, the Sage of Six Paths was able to procreate with ordinary humans, resulting in descendants who not only possessed reproductive capabilities, but also proliferated into the two great clans, Senju and Uchiha. If the Sage of Six Paths, as part of the Otsutsuki clan, could successfully mate with humans and produce offspring, it implies that there exists no reproductive isolation between the Otsutsuki and humanity. In essence, both the Otsutsuki and humans belong to the same species. Upon reaching this realization, Xiao Nan was struck with horror, a chilling dread coursing through her bones, causing her very soul to tremble. "Are you suggesting that they are human? What else could it be? Could the genetic information of extraterrestrials be compatible with that of Earthlings, allowing them to reproduce normally?" Uchiha Izumi scoffed. "Thus we have been mistaken from the outset. There is no alien invasion. It is merely humanity engaged in mutual slaughter. Indeed, the universe is vast. Even if extraterrestrials exist, they may not possess any interest in us. Conversely, it appears that we humans are more inclined to wield the knife against our own kind." At this point, Xiaonan could only feel a wave of sorrow. The Akatsuki organization evolved from weakness to strength, transforming from an organization into a hidden village, believing they would confront unknown extraterrestrial beings, only to discover in retrospection that they were in conflict with their own kind. The massacre of shinobi by hidden villages, the slaughter of smaller nations by larger ones, and the Otsutsuki clan's extermination of the shinobi world. All these acts of violence essentially boil down to humanity's own self-destruction. The Akatsuki has faced an unchanging dilemma from the beginning, the slaughter of one's own kind. Everything has returned to the starting point. Shounen lamented inwardly. Simultaneously, Uchiha Izumi contemplated the origins of the Otsutsuki clan. The convergence of chakra indicates that someone had previously conducted genetic editing on all of humanity. The Otsutsuki clan's ability to consume human chakra suggests they are the very architects of this genetic manipulation. The absence of reproductive isolation between the Otsutsuki and humans further implies they are, in essence, of the same race. The Otsutsuki are humanity. With these pivotal revelations, Uchiha Izumi began to form a conjecture about ancient history. Early humans must have possessed extraordinarily advanced scientific technologies, conducting profound research on chakra, perhaps even engaging in universal genetic editing. Yet, these ancient humans, wielding such power, did not meet a favorable fate. The ambitious Otsutsuki, through their genetic modification techniques, transformed other humans into livestock, supplying chakra for themselves. Subsequently, leveraging the chakra of all humanity, the Otsutsuki transcended the constraints of Earth, embarking on a quest to plunder chakra from other planets across the cosmos. Indeed, it is conceivable that humanity may have originated as extraterrestrial beings from another planet. Perhaps the Otsutsuki clan brought humans to Earth, and once the population reached a certain threshold, they began to harvest the chakra of Earth's inhabitants using the divine tree. However, this likelihood seems rather slim, as the human genome shares a fundamental classification with other terrestrial life forms. Unless all species on Earth were transplanted from other planets, it is indisputable that humanity has its roots firmly planted on this planet. Contemplating this notion, Uchiha Izumi recalled her previous declaration before Fuhara Hiroyo, wherein she expressed a desire to propel humanity into the cosmos. A sudden hypothesis struck her. Could it be that ancient humans harbored similar aspirations, thus sending the Otsutsuki clan into the universe? With the passage of time and the barriers of space, the Otsutsuki clan may have forgotten their earthly homeland, while humanity lost memory of the kin they once sent away. As centuries unfolded, human civilization underwent a reset, and when the Otsutsuki clan rediscovered Earth, humanity had long since lost its former grandeur, and the clan no longer regarded this planet as their home. Thus commenced a harrowing slaughter of humans by their own kind. Reflecting upon this, Uchiha Izumi found her thoughts aligning with those of Conan. Perhaps everything would return to its origin. The ancient Otsutsuki clan departed from Earth only to return anew. Presently, Uchiha Izumi yearns to guide humanity towards the stars, yet, in the vastness of the cosmos, might those who venture beyond also transform into a new Otsutsuki clan? While the currents of history undoubtedly surge forward, who can guarantee that such currents do not form a cyclical pattern? If the Otsutsuki clan, having left Earth, no longer regards humans as their kin, can Uchiha Izumi assure that the next wave of humanity departing from Earth will still see those left behind as their brethren? Given humanity's inherent wariness of one another, it takes merely 30 years for once united families to become estranged. In the grand scale of the universe, a century or a millennium is but a fleeting moment. When, after countless years, those who journey into space gaze back upon their former home, how will they perceive it, and the kindred who dwell there? Will this planet, known as Earth, still be regarded as their homeland? Amidst this intricate web of thoughts, Uchiha Izumi's spirit transcended the confines of time and space. In this moment, she envisioned herself amidst the past and also glimpsed the future. Within the intertwined phantoms of past and future, Uchiha Izumi beheld a group of humans emerging from Earth, pointing towards the distant azure planet, declaring, "This is not home. It is merely our hunting ground. The events of the past have faded, and the future remains an elusive specter." While Uchiha Izumi has contemplated both the past and the future, she understands that the essence of living lies in seizing the present. Thus, in the days that followed, Uchiha Izumi directed her energies towards the mastery of ninjutsu. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Water release, great waterfall technique. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Lightning release, Kirin. Earth release, earth style. The most formidable ninjutsu among the 5 elemental transformations were deftly executed by Uchiha Izumi at this very moment. After all, Possessing the enhancements from countless parallel worlds is far more formidable than Naruto Uzumaki's myriad shadow clones. While Naruto can master the Rasengan in a relatively short time, Uchiha Izumi's proficiency in these ninjutsu will undoubtedly be swifter. Within merely a month, Uchiha Izumi has acquired a substantial repertoire of powerful ninjutsu. Although these techniques may not hold significant weight in battles at the Sage of Six Paths level, they nonetheless enhance Izumi's comprehension of ninjutsu, allowing her to achieve a level of mastery where she can wield these techniques with ease. Simultaneously, as Uchiha Izumi continues to grow stronger, the Akatsuki Ninja Village, established for over a year, has finally initiated a significant move. They are preparing to openly recruit ninjas within the Land of Fire. Naturally, such recruitment is a routine procedure for various ninja villages, as the number of civilians in each village is limited, thereby restricting the potential pool of ninjas. Under these circumstances, recruiting gifted youths to join ninja academies and cultivate them into new ninjas is an annual practice among the major ninja villages. Particularly, following the recent devastation endured by Konoha, there is an urgent need for fresh blood, leading to a notable increase in the enrollment numbers for this year's Konoha Ninja Academy. What truly astonishes the entire ninja world is the scale and conditions of the Akatsuki Ninja Village's recruitment this year. They have publicly announced their intent to recruit a staggering 100,000 students for their ninja academy, aspiring to train them into ninjas. As for the recruitment criteria, they are remarkably lenient. No inquiries regarding lineage or qualifications. As long as candidates are under the age of 18, possess no significant physical defects, are citizens of the Land of Fire or the Land of Rain, and can pass the Jinjutsu test set by the Akatsuki Ninja Village to ensure their intentions are genuine, they can become ninjas of the Akatsuki. Such an immense recruitment number, coupled with relaxed criteria, has sent shockwaves through the ninja world. No one knows the true intentions behind the Akatsuki's actions, and numerous ninjas from the 5 major villages scoff at their approach, as history has long demonstrated that becoming a ninja hinges upon one's bloodline. Only a select few with exceptional talent are deemed worthy of becoming ninjas, while the majority, regardless of arduous training, struggle to harness significant chakra. Thus, even with an influx of recruits, the Akatsuki is merely augmenting their ranks with fodder that will likely prove ineffective on the battlefield. While the 5 great ninja villages mock the Akatsuki's methods, few have noticed that an influenza originating from the southwest of the Land of Fire has begun to spread gradually throughout the ninja world. Many are astonished to discover that after falling ill, they feel stronger and more invigorated. Some ninjas are particularly surprised to find that their chakra has surged exponentially within a short period, resulting in a marked increase in their strength. Given the brief duration of this outbreak, its impact on the ninja world has yet to be substantial. However, astute observers have recognized the potential implications of this influenza. Notably, the current 5th Hokage and the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade Senju, is acutely aware of its significance. As she reviews the data collected by her medical team, her expression darkens, clearly indicating that her keen intellect has grasped the gravity of this influenza for the ninja realm. She immediately summoned the esteemed elder ninja of the village to deliberate on the next course of action for Konoha. Due to her exceptional performance, Haruno Sakura, as Tsunade's disciple, was also granted the privilege to attend this crucial meeting. It was revealed that the genetic coding of the Uzumaki clan had been inscribed into the genetic information of the common cold. Consequently, if anyone in the ninja world contracted this cold, the virus would alter their genetic makeup, bestowing upon them the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Given the rapid spread of the virus, it would not take 3 years for the entire ninja world to transform into bloodline wielders. Upon hearing Tsunade's statement, the assembled Konoha ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, and only after a moment did they grasp the gravity of the situation. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, remarked, "If everyone in the ninja world possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki, particularly the rare lineage, does that not render our own Konoha bloodline worthless?" It was more than mere devaluation. Kakashi, who had also been endowed with the Uzumaki bloodline through Tsunade's genetic editing, interjected, "The Uzumaki lineage provides an immense chakra reservoir, facilitating the acquisition of ninjutsu, thereby lowering the threshold for becoming a ninja significantly. Should anyone aspire to implement a ninja nation system akin to the Senju clan by democratizing ninjutsu education, it would not be long before a vast army of ninjas is cultivated." Such an army would wield tremendous power, capable of overpowering any of the 5 great ninja villages. At this juncture, someone recalled the recent actions of the Akatsuki ninja village. So that is why they were so eager to recruit civilians as ninjas. It must be due to this viral cold. Perhaps this cold was concocted by the Akatsuki. The identity of the instigator was inconsequential. What mattered most was the impending proliferation of the Uzumaki bloodline throughout the ninja world. Tsunade solemnly stated, this year, the Akatsuki ninja village has enrolled 100,000 students for training, and they will undoubtedly recruit the same number tomorrow. If this pattern continues, in merely 10 years, the Akatsuki could assemble a ninja army of 1 million. At that point, not only Konoha, but even the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages would stand no chance against them. A million-strong ninja army? The mere thought invoked vivid imaginations among the listeners of the formidable sight of such a force. Countless ninjas would stretch across the skyline, each possessing elite Jounin-level prowess, effortlessly unleashing A-rank and above ninjutsu. Even if most of these ninjas lacked combat experience, their sheer numbers would enable them to sweep aside all in their path. It was conceivable that even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara might falter against such a colossal army. Could the tailed beasts, particularly the 9-tailed beast bomb, withstand this army? What are you thinking? Have you forgotten that the Uzumaki bloodline is inherently capable of countering tailed beasts? Even the tailed beasts would be ineffective? At that moment, the Konoha ninjas present felt utterly powerless. Was this truly the wave of a new era? Someone uttered this sentiment, resonating deeply within the hearts of all the ninjas gathered. Konoha, is it truly destined to become a forsaken relic of the era? Just as despair enveloped all the ninjas of Konoha, Haruno Sakura emerged once more at a critical juncture. In truth, there exists another avenue. During a high-level meeting in Konoha, the elite ninjas observed Sakura's boldness with derisive scoffs. Despite her recent commendable achievements and burgeoning reputation within the village, to the higher-ups, she remained merely a young girl in her teens. These seasoned ninjas were evidently skeptical that such a youthful figure could steer Konoha away from its impending doom. Many Jounin speculated that Sakura's proposed solutions could only be twofold, either to advocate for Konoha to emulate the Akatsuki and significantly enlist civilians as ninjas, or to employ various strategies to undermine the Akatsuki's recruitment efforts, thereby organizing a formidable ninja army of their own. However, both methods presented insurmountable challenges for Konoha at present. Firstly, the mass enlistment of civilian ninjas, while potentially enhancing Konoha's strength in the short term, would ultimately sever the very foundation of the village's identity. It is crucial to recognize that the civilians of Konoha possess a profound sense of belonging cultivated from their upbringing in the village. Unlike the mere commoners of the Land of Fire, who would harbor no allegiance to the will of fire, even if trained by Konoha, their loyalty would inevitably lie with the nation itself. Should the Land of Fire's authorities issue a command, these foreign ninjas would not hesitate to betray Konoha. Moreover, Konoha lacks the financial resources to recruit a vast number of civilian ninjas. Unlike the Akatsuki, which enjoys the financial backing of the Land of Fire, Konoha, at its core, is merely a ninja village. Sustaining even a modest force of 10,000 ninjas stretches its fiscal capabilities to the limit. Any further expansion would leave Konoha's ninjas in dire straits. As for the second proposed method, it is even more untenable. The Akatsuki has already demonstrated its formidable strength in prior conflicts with Tsunagakure and Iwagakure, showcasing a power level that rivals the great ninja villages. Konoha has yet to regain its former glory, and entering into a rash conflict with the Akatsuki could lead to catastrophic consequences, even if victory were achieved. How would a severely weakened Konoha withstand the onslaught of other ninja villages? Thus, the ninjas present perceived this as a deadlock. Konoha found itself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. They were essentially a faction of regional warlords, while their adversary was a violent machine backed by the foremost nation in the ninja world. Only a nation of equal stature could contend with such a state apparatus, not a distorted organization like Konoha. In summary, no one entertained the notion that Sakura could present any sagacious solutions. The Konoha ninjas regarded her merely as a diversion during the meeting, anticipating how they might critique her proposals and engage in lighthearted banter. When she inevitably blushed under their scrutiny, they would offer her a semblance of comfort, preserving some semblance of dignity for the most cherished disciple of the fifth Hokage. What none had anticipated was that Sakura Haruno's opening remark struck the assembled Leaf Ninjas like a thunderbolt. Esteemed seniors, do you not perceive that the current Konoha bears a striking resemblance to the once mighty Uchiha clan? The mere mention of the Uchiha clan extinguished any lingering levity among the elite Leaf shinobi present. One Leaf Jonin interjected with palpable intensity, Sakura Haruno, what do you mean by invoking the Uchiha clan? I merely seek to glean insights from our historical past to explore possibilities for Konoha's future, she replied. Are you suggesting that Konoha, in the eyes of the Land of Fire, is perceived as haughty and overbearing as the Uchiha clan once was? No. Our arrogance surpasses that of the Uchiha clan by far, Sakura stated coldly. Were the Uchihas ever able to monopolize Konoha's military and diplomatic might? Did they ever arrest innocent Leaf civilians for their own gain? Did they ever hinder the progress of Konoha by targeting those capable of developing new ninjutsu? The Uchiha's hubris was but a mere facet of their everyday dealings. They executed their assigned missions and fought valiantly for the village during the Great Ninja War. In contrast, how does Konoha regard the Land of Fire? Do you not recognize the reality, esteemed seniors? Sakura's impassioned rhetoric sparked discontent among some of the gathered Leaf Ninjas. What do you imply? Do you perceive us, Sakura Haruno, as equally vile as the Uchiha clan? Just as these ninjas were about to rise in indignation, they caught the steely gaze of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Having recently steered Konoha through perilous times, with elite shinobi like Kakashi at her side, her stature had risen significantly since her ascension. A mere glance was sufficient to quell the brewing tempest of dissent, though resentful glares continued to be directed at Sakura. Observing this, Kakashi, who served as Sakura's mentor, remarked, Sakura, by comparing our village to the Uchiha clan, do you suggest that our image in the eyes of the Land of Fire mirrors that of the Uchiha in the past? Will the future leaders of the Land of Fire employ similar measures against us as Konoha's upper echelons once did against the Uchihas? Sakura nodded solemnly. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei. Konoha will not permit the existence of a village within a village like the Uchiha clan. Likewise, the Land of Fire will not tolerate a nation within a nation such as Konoha. The challenges we face now are merely a repetition of the historical cycle. Are you implying that the leaders of the Land of Fire will eradicate us as Konoha's leaders once did the Uchiha? Hinata Hyuga interjected, her voice tinged with apprehension. Surely that cannot be the case. Was it not Sarutobi Hiruzen who acted unilaterally in the Uchiha's annihilation? Had it not been for that old man's obsession with power, the Uchiha would not have faced total extermination. But can you truly guarantee that there is no second Sarutobi Hiruzen among the leaders of the Land of Fire? Moreover, our village of Konoha has exhibited a far more hostile attitude towards the Land of Fire than the Uchiha clan ever did in the past. It can be said that every social stratum in the Land of Fire, with the exception of the feudal lords led by the daimyo, harbors animosity towards us. In essence, suppressing Konoha is a unanimous sentiment among the people of the Land of Fire. Are we destined to share the same fate as the Uchiha clan of yore? Surely not. Surely we are not. Despite our vocal denials, the ninjas of Konoha present have reached a tacit understanding. The higher echelons of the Land of Fire may very well resort to the same tactics employed by Konoha against the Uchiha, turning those methods back upon us. What are we to do? Looking at Sakura Haruno, a Konoha Jonin, she inquired sharply, since you claim our predicament mirrors that of the Uchiha clan, you must possess a solution, do you not? A solution, you ask? Quite simple indeed. As she spoke, a sly smile crept upon Sakura's lips. That is to flee. Flee. How do we escape? Where shall we go? Furthermore, why must we run? Why should we not devise a means to eliminate the Akatsuki and vanquish the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire? A radical Konoha ninja questioned. Your idea holds merit. The Uchiha clan once thought similarly, Sakura replied with a smile. As these words left her lips, the crowd fell into a moment of stunned silence. A few years prior, Konoha's upper echelons accused the Uchiha clan of conspiring to rebel, yet the truth was well understood among them. It was not that the Uchiha sought rebellion. Rather, Konoha's leadership had driven them to a point of no return. Even when cornered, the majority of the Uchiha clan wished to avoid conflict with Konoha's hierarchy. For instance, Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha, as the clan's elite forces, ultimately sided with Konoha at a critical juncture, directly leading to the clan's downfall. It was precisely due to this internal division that the Uchiha's rebellion was prolonged for several years, and by the time Konoha's elite began their assault, the Uchiha were woefully unprepared for rebellion. The The same reasoning applies to Konoha's situation. Although Konoha is essentially a nation within the Land of Fire, the majority of its villagers still consider themselves citizens of the Land of Fire. Should a conflict arise between Konoha and the Land of Fire, it is inevitable that Konoha will witness its own versions of Shisui and Itachi Uchiha. They may very well, like their predecessors, forsake Konoha for the so-called greater good. Moreover, in addition to the potential internal divisions within Konoha, the comprehensive strength of the Land of Fire as a nation far surpasses that of a mere ninja village like Konoha. In the past, the might of the state was not felt due to Konoha's usurpation of the Land of Fire's military and diplomatic authority. Now that the official powers of the Land of Fire have been reclaimed, the ninjas of Konoha are beginning to grasp the terrifying, irresistible force of the state apparatus. Thus, opposing the Land of Fire is fundamentally akin to the Uchiha clan's rebellion plans of old. Inevitably, this will lead to a schism within Konoha, and even if a conflict erupts, Konoha will find little advantage against the might of the nation. Such a path is nothing but a self-imposed demise for Konoha. In this moment, the ninjas of Konoha finally grasp the suffocating despair once experienced by the Uchiha clan. It is a palpable sense of hopelessness, as one feels the grip tightening around their throat, sensing the life force within them ebbing away, yet feeling utterly powerless, left to await death in despair. It is at this juncture that everyone's attention truly shifts to Sakura Haruno. They have come to realize that this young girl is far more formidable than they had previously imagined. The elite ninjas of Konoha had not anticipated the perilous state they currently find themselves in. She had perceived it long before them. "Sakura, what do you mean by escape?" Kakashi inquired. Upon hearing Kakashi's suggestion, the Konoha ninjas began to murmur among themselves. Many considered this proposition to be reasonable. Had the Uchiha clan chosen to defect en masse, they might have avoided their tragic fate. In comparison to the Uchiha's plight, Konoha's current situation is somewhat more favorable, should they resolve to flee. The higher-ups in the Fire Country would find themselves at a loss to counter Konoha's departure. To this, Sakura shook her head, saying, "Defecting from the Fire Country is merely a desperate measure. The Akatsuki has recruited a staggering 100,000 ninjas this year alone, and within a decade, they could amass an army of 1 million. With such overwhelming numbers, do you truly believe they are merely targeting Konoha? You mean the Fire Country seeks to unify the entire shinobi world?" Tsunade, standing nearby, exclaimed in astonishment. "How could that be possible? Even my grandfather did not attempt such a feat. It was precisely because the first Hokage refrained from such action that the Fire Country learned its lesson," Sakura remarked. Back in the day, with both the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara at its helm, Konoha possessed the strength to unify the shinobi world. Yet, due to the first Hokage's indecision, Konoha relinquished this rare opportunity. And what did Konoha ultimately gain? 3 shinobi world wars, countless sacrifices of ninjas, bloody internal power struggles, and the brink of annihilation following the rise of national institutions. Imagine if the first Hokage had unified the shinobi world back then. Would Konoha still find itself in such dire straits today? At this declaration, even Tsunade found it difficult to defend her grandfather. The elite ninjas of Konoha looked upon the first Hokage with a sense of grievance. If the first Hokage had directly unified the shinobi world, would we, the descendants of Konoha, still be in such despair? The truth has long been evident. The first Hokage's approach was utterly ineffective. The so-called balance of power among great nations only leads to ceaseless shinobi world wars. Having learned from past mistakes, how could the higher-ups of the Fire Country possibly repeat the same errors? Thus, for the Fire Country, the unification of the shinobi world is an inevitable choice. And since the unification of the shinobi world is a certainty, even if we from Konoha were to defect to other nations, it would merely delay our demise. Then, Sakura, when you speak of escape, where do you propose we flee from Konoha? Kakashi inquired. Upon hearing this, Haruno Sakura raised her right hand, pointing upwards, and delivered an astonishing response that left all present ninjas speechless. The starry sky. After the high-level meeting concluded, it was already deep into the night. Tsunade and Kakashi ascended to the heights of the Hokage building, gazing into the profound, dark expanse of the cosmos. As ninjas, it was their first encounter with the unknown and vastness of the night sky. Kakashi remarked, utilizing an enlarged version of the Flying Thunder God technique. "We could establish teleportation coordinates on extraterrestrial planets and then embark on cosmic migration. I cannot fathom what this girl is thinking. Such a fantastical idea indeed comes from her." He then turned to Tsunade, asking, Lady Tsunade, are you truly considering adopting Sakura's approach? The universe is not a place where survival is easily assured. To which Tsunade countered, do you have an alternative? Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Without waiting for Kakashi's response, Tsunade's gaze drifted to the Hokage rock under the starry sky, fixating on the statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, old man, you, the third Hokage, truly managed things well. I have been the fifth Hokage for over a year, still cleaning up the mess you left behind. And now, it appears we cannot even remain in the ninja world, instead forced to flee to the cosmos. If we reach the universe, what meaning will the will of fire, the protection of Konoha, or the roots of darkness hold? Alas, when the time comes, this Hokage rock statue will be neglected. If someday, the people of the land of fire destroy it, it will be the consequences of your own actions. I truly cannot oversee everything. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, Haruno Sakura was also gazing at the sky, her mind echoing the words of Uchiha Izumi from long ago. This world does not possess only one habitable planet. The world is vast, and the universe even more so. Why must humanity confine itself to this singular planet? Once bloodline limits become widespread, humanity can harness the powers of various bloodline limits to transform other planets into habitable worlds and embark on interstellar migration. As long as we effectively utilize wood release and space-time ninjutsu, interstellar migration poses no technical issues for the ninja world. At that time, humanity's footprints will span the cosmos. Even if war were to destroy one or two planets, it would not be a significant affair. Those once spoken words resonated again, still as profoundly moving as ever. I must indeed thank you, Mayano, or rather, Uchiha Izumi. Haruno Sakura mused, instinctively adjusting her non-existent glasses, whispering, for you have allowed me to see the starry sky. Uchiha Izumi could never have imagined the profound impact of her seemingly casual words on Kabuto Yakushi. It was akin to a rat in a sewer witnessing the night sky for the first time. The overwhelming vastness and its impact on the soul were enough to transform one's perception, especially when compared to the triviality of the ninja world. The limitless possibilities offered by the starry sky held an irresistible allure for Kabuto. Thus, following that day, Kabuto began exploring the cosmos through various channels, seeking to understand the heavens. Relying on his inherently profound scientific literacy, coupled with an astute intellect, Yakushi Kabuto swiftly ascended to the status of an astronomer. He gradually began to comprehend the resources that existed within the starry expanse, realizing how dreadfully narrow and impoverished the ninja world was in comparison to the cosmos. Accompanying this realization, Yakushi Kabuto ultimately discerned the root of all darkness within the ninja world, its insignificance. This minuscule planet, suspended amidst the cosmic dust, harbors resources that are exceedingly limited. It is precisely due to the scarcity of various resources that human society is plagued by conflicts, leading to horrific wars over trivial gains and resulting in unimaginable sacrifices. The most effective means of halting the darkness of human society and ending the occurrence of war has never been through compromise or concession, nor through iron-fisted violence, but rather through the expansion of humanity's foundational resources. An individual may quarrel over gold and riches, yet they would never engage in fierce disputes over the abundance of air. Only when precious resources become as plentiful as air will the violence within human society gradually dissipate. In the face of nearly infinite resources, all wars become utterly meaningless. Of course, Yakushi Kabuto is acutely aware that venturing into space is no simple endeavor. Even within the ninja world, which possesses the advantage of ninjutsu, entering the cosmic era is a formidable challenge. The vastness and unknowns of the universe, along with its inherent perils, would deter most individuals. At least among the high-ranking decision-makers of the ninja world, few would recklessly embark on a journey into the uncharted depths of space. It is with this understanding that Yakushi Kabuto chose not to reincarnate as Haruno Sakura, for he had long known that Konoha would eventually be cornered into a desperate situation by the ninja world. As a ninja hailing from the root, Yakushi Kabuto was more acutely aware than most Konoha ninjas of the multitude of enemies Konoha had amassed. He understood all too well that under the leadership of the third Hokage, Konoha had effectively severed its ties with the ninja world. Unless Konoha could maintain an absolute superiority in strength, those who harbored animosity towards it would band together to rend Konoha asunder. Time has proven Yakushi Kabuto's deductions to be correct. Following the initiation of the Konoha destruction plan, the situation for Konoha instantly deteriorated to an alarming extent. Even with Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, exhausting every possible means to avert catastrophe, the multitude of sins committed by the third Hokage had drawn too many adversaries upon Konoha. Furthermore, as the tides of time relentlessly surged forward, the dominance of the Fire Country's ninja army had become an inevitable consequence of historical development, and Konoha's future appeared destined to vanish entirely amidst the loathing of all. Ironically, this dire strait faced by Konoha is precisely what Yakushi Kabuto desires. For only when Konoha finds itself ensnared in desperation will its higher-ups, in utter helplessness, choose to venture into the cosmos. Moreover, Konoha's intrinsic strength is sufficient to support its aspirations toward space. All of Yakushi Kabuto's scheming is aimed at aligning with the currents of the times, compelling the forsaken Konoha to seek survival through the cosmos, thereby becoming pioneers of humanity. As for the previously mentioned notions of revenge against Konoha, Yakushi Kabuto has never truly contemplated such matters. For personal vendettas hold no significance in the grand tapestry of human civilization's future. As the adopted son of the pharmacist Nanoyu, who has traversed the darkest depths of the shinobi world, the once narrow-minded Kabuto Yakushi was solely focused on self-recognition, seeking the acknowledgement of Lord Orochimaru, and exacting revenge on the Leaf Village that had persecuted him. These were the singular beliefs that once guided Kabuto Yakushi. However, the current Kabuto Yakushi is no longer that myopic individual. He is no longer a rat in the gutter, nor a serpent trailing behind Orochimaru. When he transformed from Kabuto Yakushi into Sakura Haruno, his spirit and soul underwent a profound metamorphosis. Now, she embodies a dragon, destined to soar through the skies and ascend among the stars. The shinobi world is merely her starting point. The vast cosmos is her ultimate aspiration. Contemplating this, Sakura Haruno lowered her gaze from the starry heavens, glancing back toward the distance, the direction of the Akatsuki village. You may continue to frolic in this small pond of the shinobi world. I shall shatter the sea of stars. A month later, within the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Izumi, engrossed in her training, observed the intelligence gathered by White Zetsu and chuckled softly. So that is the case? You have truly surprised me, Kabuto. Uchiha Izumi had not anticipated that Kabuto would go so far as to reincarnate as Sakura Haruno, intending to leverage the power of the leaf to guide humanity's civilization toward the cosmos. After marveling at this revelation, Uchiha Izumi cast the information aside and resumed her ninjutsu training. She had no interest in interfering with Sakura's plans, nor did she harbor any intention of obstructing the leaf's ascent into the stars. For her, the paramount concern was to enhance her own strength. For in just over a year, the Akatsuki would begin to gather the tailed beasts. At that time, both Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki would re-emerge in the shinobi world. Only those of the Six Paths level would possess the qualifications to play a significant role in the forthcoming shinobi world war. And only such powerful ninjas would be capable of shaping the fate of this world post-conflict, should one lack sufficient strength. Even a mere Six Paths mode Naruto Uzumaki could obliterate the efforts of countless individuals within the shinobi realm, reverting this evolving world back to its previously stagnant state. Thus, for the future of the shinobi world and the vengeance of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumi resolved to devote her entire focus to the enhancement of her powers. Uchiha Izumi contemplated, excluding the nonsensical techniques fabricated in Boruto, nearly all Six Paths level warriors in Naruto rely fundamentally on the strength of their lineage. However, as my former teacher Fukuhara once noted, such lineage power also harbors potential hazards. For instance, the cells of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara contain remnants of Indra and Ashura's chakra. An over-reliance on such power could lead to extreme side effects. In the original narrative, the reason Uchiha Madara was so easily ambushed by Black Zetsu could very well be due to his lineage being too closely tied to Kagaya Otsutsuki, rendering him susceptible to her influence. Moreover, the Otsutsuki clan possesses an ability known as the Crest, which allows them to digitize their essence and infiltrate another's body, thereby utilizing that vessel for resurrection. The lineage of the Otsutsuki clan likely possesses certain characteristics akin to that of a wedge. An individual whose bloodline is intimately connected to a specific Otsutsuki may very well be supplanted by that very Otsutsuki. It is plausible that Uchiha Madara became the sustenance for the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya due to this phenomenon. Upon this realization, Uchiha Izumi understood that the path of lineage was merely a dead end. To continue her ascent in strength and reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, she would need to pursue an alternative route: knowledge. True power does not stem from bloodline. Rather, it is derived from knowledge. This was a lesson imparted to Fukuhara Hiroyo from his mentor, Uchiha Madara, which Fukuhara then conveyed to his student, Uchiha Izumi, before his passing. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi confronted the bottleneck of the Sage of Six Paths and prepared to deconstruct her ninjutsu through an abundance of knowledge, striving for further advancement. Her target for deconstruction was none other than the most enigmatic of all ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, activate. In the past, Uchiha Izumi had struggled to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, but now, bolstered by countless iterations of herself, her computational abilities surged dramatically. In her hands, the Flying Thunder God technique was executed with far greater proficiency than that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Furthermore, her chakra was significantly more abundant than Minato's, enhancing the technique's potency beyond his capabilities. Thus, without the need for any hand signs, Uchiha Izumi successfully traversed from the Land of Rain to the Akatsuki village utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. After experiencing the power of the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Izumi bit her fingertip, invoking the summoning technique. From the distant dragon cave, she summoned the myriad snakes. Upon realizing they had been summoned, the snakes instinctively bristled, ready to retaliate. However, sensing the chakra emanating from Uchiha Izumi, which was far more formidable than Orochimaru's, they immediately recoiled. A snake that knows its place. Uchiha Izumi nodded inwardly and commenced to deconstruct the operational principles of the summoning technique using the knowledge within her mind. After a while, Uchiha Izumi dispelled the summoning technique, returning the countless snakes to the dragon cave. Then, she continued to activate both the Flying Thunder God technique and the summoning technique, tirelessly gathering data related to these two space-time ninjutsu, pondering the principles and mechanisms underlying their activation. Just as the multitude of snakes grew weary of her incessant experimentation, Uchiha Izumi murmured, "So, this is how it is. What does that mean?" The snakes stared at her in confusion, and Uchiha Izumi, lost in thought, elucidated. Both the Flying Thunder God technique and the summoning technique, at their core, are forms of substitution techniques. The distinction lies in that the Flying Thunder God technique replaces oneself and surrounding objects with those in a distant spacetime, while the summoning technique substitutes distant summoning beasts with a nearby spacetime. Although their operational principles are inversely related, their essence remains identical, a substitution between objects and spacetime. With this newfound understanding, Uchiha Izumi activated the substitution technique once more. Yet, the substitution technique she invoked was not an ordinary ninjutsu akin to the illusions of common ninjas, but rather a space-time substitution technique. This technique allowed her to replace herself with a nearby object in space, rendering it nearly flawless. As I gazed at my abrupt appearance in the distance, I noted that the place I once occupied was now merely a stout wooden post. Uchiha Izumi mused, the space-time substitution technique. This can be considered a form of gain. Meanwhile, the Great Serpent observed as Uchiha Izumi had summoned it repeatedly, mumbling incomprehensible words for a considerable time, only to suddenly transform into a wooden stake. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the Great Serpent looked at the suddenly appeared Uchiha Izumi and then at the wooden post nearby, pondering, what manner of substitution technique is this? Why do I sense nothing at all? Unperturbed by the Great Serpent's reaction, Uchiha Izumi continued to contemplate. If the essence of space-time ninjutsu is substitution, then the essence of various elemental techniques must be transformation. It involves altering chakra into myriad forms, thereby exerting influence in battle. Techniques like Shadow Clone are merely an evolution of the substitution technique. From this perspective, it follows that all ninjutsu in this world, including the sage arts of the Six Paths and the bloodline limits of the Otsutsuki clan, are fundamentally evolutions of the Three Bodies technique. Theoretically, if one could master the Three Bodies technique to its utmost, any bloodline limit or ninjutsu could be effortlessly executed. This suggests that the potential of the Three Bodies technique is far greater than I had previously imagined. Yet, why does the Three Bodies technique possess such potential? Or perhaps it is not the Three Bodies technique itself that holds the true potential, but rather the three concepts it embodies. substitution, transformation, and creation from nothing. These three concepts represented by the three bodies technique could essentially be considered the foundation of all ninjutsu and the very principles governing this world. As one continues to extend this notion, the ultimate form of transformation is entropy, the process of annihilation, the end of all things. Conversely, creation from nothing signifies the inception of all. Substitution, then, embodies the balance between existence and non-existence, the very essence of the flow of time and space. For the essence of time is the continual shifting of matter's position. Quantum mechanics dictates that space contains a minimum unit, rendering all material movement as discrete jumps rather than continuous flow. This jumping motion can also be viewed as fundamental particles perpetually exchanging positions with adjacent spaces in the microscopic realm. Therefore, the essence of all movement is a form of substitution, a type of substitution technique. The so-called essence of space-time ninjutsu magnifies this microscopic phenomenon to a macroscopic scale. In summary, the three bodies technique is not only the cornerstone of all ninjutsu, but also represents the three fundamental concepts governing the universe: creation, movement, and destruction. Creation marks the commencement of movement, while movement inevitably leads to destruction. The cosmos transitions from nothingness to existence, from inception to conclusion. All that is, in essence, merely revolves around these three concepts. This elucidates why the three bodies technique is the foundation of all ninjutsu, as it embodies the fundamental principles of the universe's operation. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Izumi acknowledged the profound value of the words bestowed upon her by Fukuhara Hiroyo. Were it not for that insight, she might still be tirelessly pursuing lineage, ultimately becoming fodder for the revival of the Otsutsuki clan, much like Uchiha Madara. Due to this statement, Uchiha Izumi relinquished her pursuit of the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, turning instead to comprehend the essence of all ninjutsu. She recognized the unparalleled value of the body flicker technique for a ninja. Consequently, Uchiha Izumi resolved to continuously refine her body flicker technique, aspiring to evolve it into a conceptual ability. However, she was acutely aware of the limited time she had, with a confrontation against the Otsutsuki clan looming in just over a year. Even with countless parallel versions of herself, it would be impossible to conceptualize the body flicker technique in such a short span. After much contemplation, Uchiha Izumi decided to dedicate the entirety of her upcoming year to mastering the body flicker technique. Let me witness the true terror of its ultimate form, she mused. With that thought, Uchiha Izumi promptly dismissed the summoning technique of the 10,000 snakes and, alongside her parallel selves, commenced various experiments and studies related to time and space. She aimed to enhance her understanding of the fundamental nature of world movement, striving to acquire more knowledge in order to amplify the power of her body flicker technique. Yet, upon clarifying her path forward, another concern arose in Uchiha Izumi's mind. As the mentor of Fukuhara Sensei and her own ancestral master, Uchiha Madara in this world must surely grasp the significance of knowledge. Would he, then, still be subject to the manipulations of Kagaya Otsutsuki as in the original narrative? Or was this world's Uchiha Madara even more formidable than his counterpart in the original tale? With her direction set, Uchiha Izumi poured all her energy into her research. Meanwhile, the situation within the ninja world was once again shifting. As the bloodline fever spread, individuals possessing the Uzumaki clan's bloodline began to proliferate within the ninja realm. It was only at this juncture that the ninja world began to understand the implications of this transformation. This signified the democratization of bloodline limits, an evolution that would inevitably lead to the collapse of the old order and the establishment of a new one. As beneficiaries of the old order, the 5 great ninja villages realized their positions were becoming increasingly precarious. In response to this crisis, the 5 great ninja villages adopted varying strategies. Among them, Sunagekyu's approach was the most extreme. Already at odds with the higher echelons of the Wind Country, they initiated a military coup, eliminating the current daimyo. They subsequently installed a distant relative of the daimyo as a puppet, thereby indirectly seizing the highest authority of the Wind Country. Taking the lead, they began reforming the ninja system within the Wind Country. On the other hand, Kirigakure found itself in a most pitiful state. Having already suffered from the calamities wrought by Abido, they experienced a series of internal conflicts that left them severely weakened. Just as they finally stabilized under the leadership of Mei Terumi, they were confronted with an unprecedented upheaval in the ninja world. Amidst this wave of change, the dissatisfied rogue ninjas of the Water Country united against Kirigakure. They rallied the awakened civilians of the Water Country with bloodline limits, igniting a civil war within the nation. Although Kirigakure held a strategic advantage in the conflict, the decaying state of the Water Country left its perceptive individuals in a state of despair. It is evident that the Land of Water has become the last to be swept away by the tide of transformation. As for the Hidden Stone Village, governed by the third Tsuchiki Jinoki and the two scales of the Land of Earth, it has opted for the most prudent course of action. Tsuchiki Jinoki, through negotiations with the daimyo of the Land of Earth, announced the establishment of a new ninja village, named the Hidden Earth Village. The leader of this new village is the brother of the Land of Earth daimyo, while the daily operations are managed by Inoki's son, Kocho. The Hidden Stone Village and the daimyo of the Land of Earth intend to explore the future of their nation through tentative cooperation. Lastly, we have the Hidden Cloud Village. In contrast to the extremities of the Sand Village, the cowardice of the Mist Village, and the conservatism of the Stone Village, the approach of the Cloud Village is refreshingly straightforward, recognizing that the civilianization of ninjas is an inevitable historical trend, and that the primary entities in the realm of conflict will shift from ninja villages to ninja nations. They have chosen to submit their village directly to the state. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Cloud Village enjoys the most favorable relations with the upper echelons of the Land of Lightning. In the original narrative, ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village could even forge friendships with tailed beasts, and notably, not a single rogue ninja from their ranks joined the Akatsuki organization. Furthermore, the Hidden Cloud Village has developed a weapon capable of shattering the moon, known as the Tailed Beast Cannon. This remarkable performance can be attributed to the overall positive atmosphere within the Land of Lightning. The leadership of the Land of Lightning has never imposed restrictions on the military budget allocated to the Hidden Cloud Village, nor has the village ever contemplated opposing the official government. The researchers in the Land of Lightning maintain amicable relations with the Hidden Cloud Village, rendering its technological advancements among the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages. In this harmonious environment, the 4th Raikage, willingly relinquished his position to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, effectively submitting the entire Hidden Cloud Village to the state. The daimyo subsequently appointed Raikage A as the Grand General of the nation, transferring military authority to him. Furthermore, the daimyo even married his daughter to Raikage A, solidifying their alliance through this union. Beyond the Raikage, other elite ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village have also been granted official positions within the Land of Lightning's government, with a select few even receiving hereditary titles. In this exchange of favors, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village are naturally inclined to serve the daimyo loyally. The transformation within the Land of Lightning progresses steadily with this united effort. It can be said that all political maneuvers and intrigues are, at their core, mere exercises in futility. The most astute politicians employ the simplest and most direct strategies, yet achieve the most substantial outcomes. In comparison to the 3rd Hokage, it is evident that the path chosen by the Hidden Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning is the correct one. Were it not for the world's undue favor towards Konoha, the Land of Fire would hardly stand a chance against the Land of Lightning. In conclusion, amidst the currents of the era, each individual has made their own choice. While the 4 great ninja villages either passively or actively embrace change, Konoha, as the epicenter of the ninja world, appears remarkably unperturbed. Even as the 10,000 ninjas of the Akatsuki village have commenced their training, Konoha remains largely inactive. In light of this situation, many are left perplexed, with only a select few, including Izumi Uchiha, understanding that Konoha has set its sights on the starry skies above. Thanks to the bloodline virus, every individual in Konoha has now acquired the lineage of the Uzumaki clan, significantly enhancing their chakra. With just 1,000 people united, the Flying Thunder God technique can now transport them across distances that surpass Jupiter. With further calibration, it could be precisely directed to Saturn. As the principal investigator of the project, Sakura Haruno examined the experimental data and noted, among the most suitable planets in the solar system for human colonization, Venus presents an excessively harsh environment, with extreme temperatures and immense atmospheric pressure. Mars, on the other hand, suffers from a thin atmosphere and a high danger factor, and its proximity to Earth makes it vulnerable to potential attacks from the ninja world. Therefore, in comparison, Titan emerges as the most viable option for Konoha's migration. Although Titan does have drawbacks such as low temperatures and reduced gravity, These can be overcome with specially designed barriers. Furthermore, Titan is abundant in water and methane, providing ample resources that would facilitate Konoha's future transformation. If we establish a stable barrier on Titan and utilize ninjutsu to decompose water for sufficient oxygen, Konoha could settle there. Subsequently, we would use Titan as a base to continue exploring beyond the solar system. With the enhancement of the Flying Thunder God barriers and the increase in resource mastery, Konoha's future endeavors in space exploration will accelerate significantly. It is anticipated that within a decade, we shall discover a new home that rivals Earth. After completing her analysis, Sakura let out a cold chuckle, reflecting, "It is astonishing to realize how effortlessly we can explore the cosmos using ninjutsu. What have we been fighting for all those years in the ninja world? It seems utterly meaningless." In stark contrast to Sakura's ambitious outlook, the majority of Konoha's inhabitants harbored reservations about venturing into space. After all, this was not merely a matter of relocating to another country, but migrating to an entirely different planet. Given Konoha's relationship with the ninja world, it was likely that they would never return. The thought of potentially never returning to Earth troubled many villagers, leading to psychological distress. Yet, some believed the situation was not as dire as it appeared. The higher-ups of the Land of Fire would likely not be as ruthless as the former Hiruzen Sarutobi, and they might spare those who chose to comply. It is entirely natural for the villagers of Konoha to entertain such compromising thoughts. After all, when the Uchiha clan faced the Blade of Konoha, many of its members held similar sentiments, and even Izumi Uchiha, aware of the original plot, believed the circumstances were not as grave. This is human nature. People often succumb to weakness and compromise. Thus, Sakura chose to respect the villagers' thoughts. It is futile to advise the obstinate, and she had no interest in playing the savior. A year later, in the Rain Country, within the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, the gaunt Nagato sat in a wheelchair, observing the ambitious Izumi Uchiha across from him, and remarked, "Over the past year, you have been perfecting the body replacement technique, have you not?" Having resurrected many renowned scientists from the history of the ninja world using the rebirth technique, Nagato's current physical condition is even more frail than depicted in the original narrative. As Nagato engaged in a dialogue with Uchiha Izumi regarding their cultivation insights, he occasionally coughed, a clear indication that he was nearing the end of his life. However, Nagato found himself profoundly intrigued by the research accomplishments that Uchiha Izumi had achieved over the past year. Prior to Uchiha Izumi, he had never encountered a ninja who dedicated such substantial effort to mastering the fundamental technique of the body flicker technique. After all, any capable ninja typically pursues powerful ninjutsu. In response, Uchiha Izumi remarked, "The potency of ninjutsu is not inherently tied to its rank. Any formidable ninjutsu is essentially a variant of the body flicker technique. Therefore, theoretically, if one can elevate the body flicker technique to its utmost potential, one could master all forms of techniques in this world. The simplest is, indeed, the most intricate and the most powerful. Is that the essence of it?" Nagato inquired. "Precisely," Uchiha Izumi affirmed, nodding, before proceeding to form hand seals, preparing to demonstrate the fruits of her labor from the past year. With the assistance of the Rinnegan, Nagato observed as a tremendous surge of chakra emanated from Uchiha Izumi. The volume of chakra was substantial, not quite comparable to tailed beasts, but close enough. Yet, what astonished Nagato the most was Uchiha Izumi's mastery over this chakra. He watched in awe as the colossal chakra gradually differentiated and transformed into numerous fine strands, intricately winding around her. This unparalleled precision in chakra manipulation surpassed Nagato's understanding. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi's control over chakra resembled a scientist using nano-tweezers to intricately carve pavilions upon a grain of rice. It transcended mere skill. It was an operation beyond the scope of human imagination. Yet, under Uchiha Izumi's command, this process appeared fluid and effortless. Clearly, Uchiha Izumi had relied upon the assistance of her counterparts from parallel worlds. After a year of accumulation, the number of her integrated counterparts had doubled compared to a year prior, exceeding 20,000. Consequently, her control over chakra had naturally escalated. What would be incomprehensible to an ordinary observer was executed with ease in Uchiha Izumi's hands. The vast chakra was meticulously segmented and extended, ultimately merging into Nagato's Rinnegan. Once everything was meticulously prepared, Uchiha Izumi promptly initiated the body replacement technique. Replacement. As the technique took effect, Nagato felt an unexpected lightness in his body, as if he had shed a burden of thousands of pounds. The vitality of the Uzumaki clan began to stir within his cells, rejuvenating his health. However, he simultaneously noticed a significant reduction in the potency of his vision, while Uchiha Izumi's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan abruptly vanished, replaced by the very Rinnegan that had once belonged to Nagato. Is this an advanced version of the body replacement technique? Realizing that a swap had occurred between his eyes and Uchiha Izumi's, Nagato marveled. I never imagined that not only could the position of a ninja be exchanged, but even their eyes could be replaced. Not merely the eyes, given sufficient time for preparation, organs, blood, even the bloodline limits, the brain, and even the soul can be substituted. Uchiha Izumi declared, "This is the culmination of a year of relentless accumulation and enhancement, enabling the art of substitution to replace anything." Remarkable, Nagato exclaimed in admiration, only to witness Uchiha Izumi beginning to form seals, evidently preparing to return the Rinnegan to Nagato. However, Nagato shook his head and remarked, "Never mind, let the Rinnegan temporarily remain with you. This pair of eyes places too great a burden on my body, and I wish to take this time to recuperate. Yet, I must caution you, while this Rinnegan possesses formidable power, it exacts a significant toll on both the physical form and the psyche. Indulgence in it may yield detrimental outcomes." To this, Uchiha Izumi scoffed, "Do you believe I would still be captivated by the power of the Rinnegan at this juncture?" Upon hearing this, Nagato chuckled. Indeed, for one who has mastered such a substitution technique, any bloodline limit is merely an item to be replaced. Even the Rinnegan is not exceptional. How could you possibly become enraptured by the power of the Rinnegan? I was mistaken in my assumptions. After experiencing the prowess of Uchiha Izumi's substitution technique, Nagato conversed further regarding ninjutsu before steering the dialogue towards the crux of the matter. The operation can commence, Nagato stated resolutely. After all these years, are we finally to begin? Uchiha Izumi expressed a sense of melancholy. History undeniably bears a certain inevitability, yet this inexorable tide can also be obstructed by various contingencies. This moment presents a rare opportunity for the ninja world. If we do not seize this chance to unify it in our generation, our descendants will endure even greater sacrifices. Nagato's tone was grave. Therefore, the Akatsuki ninja village is poised to mobilize? Yes, 100,000 ninjas are already prepared. And with the array of cutting-edge technologies developed by our scientists, the Akatsuki ninja village possesses the capability to conquer any nation within the ninja realm, Nagato affirmed. So, who is the first target of the Akatsuki ninja village? The weakest wind country, or the relatively conservative earth country? Uchiha Izumi inquired. Neither. Our primary target is the lightning country. Upon hearing that the Akatsuki ninja village would first engage the most powerful and internally united of the four great nations, Uchiha Izumi exclaimed in astonishment. Choosing the lightning country as the first target is rather audacious. I assent to it. Moreover, the ninjas of the Akatsuki have only trained for a year, although their lineage grants them exceptional jonin strength, lacking combat experience. They may not necessarily match the elite chunin of the former 5 great ninja villages. It would be wiser to adopt a more conservative approach and target the wind country or the water country instead, wouldn't he? To this, Nagato shook his head. Precisely because the lightning country is the strongest, we must conquer it first. The internal unity of the lightning country, coupled with its rapid pace of reform, second only to the fire country, poses a significant potential obstacle to our unification of the ninja world if left unchecked. Thus, we shall either refrain from action, or when we do strike, we must eliminate this greatest threat. But what if we fail? Uchiha Izumi inquired. It matters not, Nagato replied. If we were to falter, it would signify the triumph of the land of lightning. Following their victory, the land of lightning would annex the land of fire, possessing the power to unify the shinobi world. Ultimately, the paramount objective of our Akatsuki organization is to unify the shinobi realm and forge a world of peace. Whether this unified realm is the land of fire or the land of lightning is inconsequential. Both hold equal significance. Thus, fortified by this resolve, the war for the unification of the shinobi world commenced.